Chapter 1. A Dazzling Feint. In a forest so dense that it obscures the sun, Shengsheng trudged forward, propped by a wooden stick. The occasional pangs in her heart signaled her to cease her journey, for she could no longer proceed and needed to rest. Leaning against a tree that seemed to be over a century old, she allowed her weight to slide down gradually, seated at its roots as she pressed her hand against her chest, gasping lightly while striving to regulate her breathing. Su Shangsheng was certain that the plane had crashed under such circumstances. A normal person would find it impossible to survive, let alone her frail body. She ought to be dead. Yet, upon opening her eyes, she found herself in a forest that was even more primordial than those depicted in science fiction films. Her life expectancy seemed grim. Lacking survival skills and burdened with a congenital heart condition, it would indeed be miraculous for her to survive. After a brief respite, Su Shangsheng stood once more, wielding the stick to ward off the snakes and insects lurking in the grass beneath her feet, advancing slowly in what she instinctively felt was the right direction. Who among the living wishes for death? She was but 20 years old. As time passed in a series of stops and starts, Su Shangsheng found herself fatigued, seated beneath the tree, feeling somewhat disheartened. For such a duration, she had not encountered water or food. She could not even reach the leaves above her, with only a patch of unfamiliar wild grass at her feet. She wondered if it was edible. The only fortune she could claim was the long sleeves and trousers she wore, preventing her frail body from suffering further. Suddenly startled by a noise, she sprang to her feet in a panic. Who was there? What was that sound? Could it be a large predator? It was not entirely impossible. She calmed her breath, hiding her form behind the sturdy trunk of the tree, listening intently to the distant sounds. In the stillness, a massive shadow suddenly surged toward her. Su Shengsheng's breath caught, her heart stilled. Before she could comprehend the shadow, darkness enveloped her, and her body collapsed. Fortunately, the tree behind her softened her fall, and she slid down its trunk, landing on the ground. The enormous black wolf clawed at a large brown snake above, yanking it violently. The swift strike of the wolf's claws left the snake no time to react, severing its head from its body. The wolf's golden eyes turned toward the unconscious female beneath the tree, but after a fleeting moment, they shifted away. With a surge of primal energy, a bolt of purple lightning struck, turning the snake's remains to ash as the black wolf departed, scattering the remnants with the wind. Throughout, the wolf's gaze remained devoid of emotion, indifferent to the delicate female lying beneath the tree. When Su Shangsheng regained consciousness, twilight had descended, the light filtering through the leaves tinted by the colors of the evening sky. She felt slightly dazed, putting aside her current predicament. The scenery was undeniably enchanting. Alas, she could not escape her situation unless she wished for death. Was it fortunate or unfortunate? Living was fraught with difficulties, yet she remained alive in a seemingly fatal circumstance. She pondered what that shadow might have been. A predator? Had it simply passed by after a satisfying meal? Or did it find her meager form insufficient to sate its hunger? Rising, she brushed the dust from her clothing, picked up the stick, and continued her exploration toward the unknown. Not far off, the golden eyes of the wolf briefly opened, glancing in her direction before closing again. Finally, before nightfall, guided by instinct, Su Shengsheng stumbled upon a small pool of water. It was little more than a puddle, trickling from a crevice in the rocks. It would suffice. She half crouched by the ground, drinking greedily, her parched throat finally finding relief. The thought of building a fire for cooking was futile. She had neither the means to do so nor the knowledge. With her thirst quenched, Su Shengsheng felt a sense of calm wash over her. She leaned against a rocky wall and sat down. So be it, she had never had a hearty appetite, and presently, hunger eluded her. Exhaustion enveloped her, her eyelids felt as if shackled, refusing to open, and she succumbed to her body's shutdown. The feeble female leaned against the rocky wall, breathing shallowly, unaware if she had fainted or merely fallen into a deep slumber. The black wolf, returning from its hunt, contemplated this fleeting thought. With a powerful leap, it ascended to the mouth of the cave, moving silently and gracefully. As the moon reached its zenith, the wolf's eyes snapped open, the dark golden irises brimming with cold intensity, as if gathering a tempest within. In an instant, the black wolf dashed from the cave, launching an attack into the dense forest. The lurking eyes, having yet to draw near, were engulfed in the scent of blood before they could react. 6. Six-star beast warrior. The words escaped the lips of a creature, its eyes widening in terror. A bolt of purple lightning struck, leaving only a pile of charred remains in its wake. This moment of reconnaissance unfolded like a farce, drawing to a close. The black wolf strolled leisurely out of the thicket under the moonlight. A soft, delicate moan halted the wolf in its tracks as it attempted to return to the cave. The deliberate weight of its steps failed to awaken the slumbering female. The dark golden eyes grew solemn, and in the blink of an eye, the massive black wolf transformed into a tall, youthful figure. With a stern countenance, the young man reached out to touch the small female, surprised by her abnormal warmth. She was feverish, not only small, but frail as well. How had such a delicate female survived? Surely, even upon awakening, she would remain weak. Regardless, according to the laws of the beast deity, females are rare, delicate, and in need of protection. He could not abandon her to perish, especially not on his territory. In her hazy consciousness, Shengsheng felt herself being moved, as if someone were carrying her, akin to the sensation she experienced during her numerous prior episodes. What could it be? Was there truly someone in this desolate wilderness? A wild person? A beast? Just before her awareness faded, she sensed a gentle, life-infused warmth flowing into her mouth, spreading through her limbs. She murmured in comfort, slipping back into slumber. The young man withdrew his hand, his brow relaxing slightly beneath the cascade of black hair. The absorption of a green crystal should stave off death for the time, being once her followers arrived. He could rid himself of this burden. With that thought, a hint of lightness crept into his typically stoic expression. With a female residing in his cave, his stone bed was occupied. He had no choice but to transform back into the massive black wolf and lay at the cave's entrance. And thus, the night passed. The black wolf returned to the cave, retransforming into the cold-faced youth. He glanced at the ignorant female, sleeping soundly on his stone bed, showing no signs of waking. He reached out to check her temperature. It remained somewhat abnormal, but not as feverish as the previous night. The female would require 2 days to absorb the energy from the green crystal. If she did not awaken by the morrow, he would need to seek a shaman. He hoped her followers would arrive today to take this trouble away. His stone bed was merely covered by a layer of animal hide, insufficient for proper warmth. Soon, he planned to hunt a beast with thick fur. Encountering her followers would be even better. Chapter 2. The unexpected appearance of the female. In the distance, the black wolf lay concealed within the tall grasses, intently observing the figure of its prey not far away. Before it stood a beast resembling a cross between a cow and another creature, significantly larger than the already formidable black wolf. This beast possessed a pair of impressive antlers measuring nearly a meter in length, its fur dense and long, clearly designed for insulation against the cold. At that moment, the creature was bent low, tearing into a prey half its size, utterly unaware of the watchful wolf's gaze. With a powerful leap, the black wolf pounced, its sharp claws sinking into the prey, its fangs piercing the throat in a swift, lethal strike. Patiently, it awaited the creature's final struggles until silence fell. Only then did the black wolf seize the prey, larger than itself, and return to the cave with a graceful stride. Placing the prey beside the brook behind the stone wall, the black wolf circled to the front of the stone wall to check the cave. The young female remained in a deep slumber, showing no signs of awakening. Reluctantly, he returned to the brook to process the prey. The sharp claws of the wolf glided across the carcass, and the young man's demeanor was cold and resolute as he swiftly skinned and eviscerated it, discarding the remains into the brook for cleansing. He then took the thick hide and began the tanning process nearby. Having performed the simple task of tanning countless times before, Mo worked swiftly, soon hanging the impeccably processed hide out to dry in the sunlight. Glancing back at the still sleeping young female in the cave, Mo resolved to search the surrounding forest for her followers. It had been too long without their arrival. The young female's followers were either of low rank or utterly irresponsible. They must be found. He harbored no intentions of nurturing a female, especially not the frail and sickly one in the cave. Mo felt a sense of annoyance. The black wolf followed the scent from the spot where he had encountered the young female yesterday, venturing deep into the forest. After a short distance, The black wolf suddenly halted. Had the scent vanished here? He paced restlessly, and his keen eyes caught a small piece of fabric hanging from a branch. Bounding up the tree, he sniffed it with his claws. Indeed, it bore the scent of the young female. The scent did seem to end here. She must have fallen from this tree. Could her followers be flying beastmen? Or perhaps a flying, malevolent beastman had captured her and dropped her from the sky in an attempt to kill her. That seemed implausible given her fragile physique. It was unlikely she could survive such a fall. And Mo was more inclined to believe that her followers were flying beastmen who had encountered some trouble after bringing her here, leaving her behind. Surely, she could not have appeared out of nowhere. The black wolf instinctively overlooked the unfamiliar hide the young female wore. Or perhaps he simply did not wish to take on the complication of a female. The black wolf circled the vicinity repeatedly, finding no trace of the flying beastmen he suspected, nor any signs of a struggle, only a few feathers left by wild birds. He found no sign of the young female's followers besides himself. There was no trace of beastmen having been here, and Mo had to admit that the young female seemed to have materialized out of thin air. With no clues to pursue, the black wolf ceased wasting time and swiftly returned to the cave. The young female still slept. He glanced at her peculiar garments, comparing them to the piece of fabric he had found. It was indeed from her attire. It was neither as coarse as the burlap made by sheep beastmen, nor as delicate as the silk spun by shark beastmen. It was soft yet thick, something he had never encountered before. And Mo chose not to dwell on it further. In a few days, the time for the Beast God Mountain to open would arrive, and there would be groups passing through for the awakening ceremony. If no beastmen came looking for her by then, he would hand her over to those passing beastmen. With this thought, Mo relaxed, deciding to care for her for a few more days. Returning to the brook, he consumed the prey that had been washed clean by the water and took another stroll through the forest. This time, the black wolf expanded his search radius, exploring every direction of the setting sun forest, but to no avail. Glancing at the sky, the black wolf conceded defeat. The young female should awaken by tomorrow. They would see then. On his way, he spotted some juicy fruits and remembered that the young female had not eaten all day, so he climbed a tree to pick a few. Upon returning to the brook with the dried hide in hand, Mo set the fruits aside and lifted the young female on the stone bed. He spread half of the hide beneath her and draped the other half over her. After completing these tasks, he picked up one of the juicy fruits, slicing through its tough skin. He gently squeezed her cheeks to coax her mouth open, feeding her the sweet juice. He did not release her until he had emptied the entire fruit of its juice into her mouth. The porcelain white and delicate face bore two distinct marks from his fingers, slightly swollen. Mo's expression momentarily faltered, a flicker of doubt crossing his gaze. Was the female's skin truly so fragile? The thought was fleeting as he casually smoothed the fruit shell before discarding it to dry. He would save it for her to drink water later. After finishing, he transformed into a massive black wolf at the cave entrance, settling down for a light slumber. The next day, the black wolf opened his eyes and glanced back at the young female on the stone bed, pondering that she should be waking soon. Typically, when females awaken, they demand food. This thought made the black wolf feel somewhat agitated, and he casually placed the fruits he had gathered yesterday nearby, just in case. Then, he leapt from the cave entrance and plunged into the forest, determined to capture prey before the female awoke. Not long after the black wolf departed, the figure lying on the stone bed stirred. Shengsheng opened her eyes, greeted by the sight of the stone ceiling of the cave, covered with black beast hide, and the texture beneath her hands felt like fur. This left her somewhat disoriented. Glancing around, she could discern that this was indeed a cave, albeit dimly lit. As she rose, her hand brushed against a round object. Picking it up, she recognized it as a fruit tread and enticing. It made her mouth water. Ah, she must be hungry. As she toyed with the palm-sized fruit, Shengsheng's thoughts began to wander. Her last memory lingered at the stone wall by a brook, where she realized she had a fever but was powerless to act. So, had she been rescued? If so, by a person or perhaps a wild man or something else? Let's call them indigenous people for now. Was this their dwelling? A cave, primitive and rudimentary. An untouched forest, a primal living environment. Where had she fallen into? Or was she still on Earth? Transmigration? This term surfaced oddly in Shengsheng's mind. Taking a deep breath, she dared not contemplate further. Awake? A cold voice echoed from the cave entrance, snapping her back to reality. The sudden sound startled the figure on the stone bed, causing the fruit in her hand to slip and roll to the feet of the newcomer. Chapter 3. She is a waste Heilung cast the prey to the edge of the brook, pondering that the little female within the cave should have awakened by now. Approaching the cave, he heard no sound. With a sense of curiosity, Emo ventured inside, only to discover that the little female truly had awoken. Yet there was no cacophony as he had anticipated. Instead, she sat quietly, seemingly entranced by a fruit. Emo felt a tinge of confusion and decided to speak up. Attempting to draw her attention, he succeeded. The little female indeed shifted her gaze from the fruit to him. Her eyes were exquisite, glistening with moisture. Glancing at the fruit that had rolled to his feet, Emo mused if he had frightened her. Was her courage so feeble? Observing her once again lost in thought. His dark golden eyes clouded with concern. Had she lost her wits? As the imposing figure at the cave entrance drew nearer, Shengsheng finally discerned him. His tousled black hair and elongated eyes bore resemblance to a fox, but with subtle distinctions, making him strikingly handsome, albeit with a somewhat aloof expression. However, what caught Shengsheng's attention first was his attire, a mere flimsy black animal skin skirt wrapped around his waist. Could this modest covering truly conceal anything of significance? She harbored doubts. Was this the customary attire of the indigenous people? Accepting it seemed a challenge. A warm hand rested upon her forehead, causing Shengsheng's body to stiffen momentarily before relaxing. This must be her savior. I'm all right now. Thank you, she said softly, lifting her gaze to meet his dark golden eyes, a gentle smile gracing her features as she spoke in a tender tone. His voice was delicate, akin to her own, Emo thought, relieved she had not lost her senses. After a restful slumber, she felt significantly lighter, the heaviness in her chest dissipating somewhat. Shengsheng had never experienced such relief before. Thank you for saving me, she expressed, gratitude evident in her voice. After consuming numerous medications without effect, she felt indebted to the person before her. What did you give me? What must I offer in return? Green crystal, he replied succinctly. Green crystal? Confusion washed over Shengsheng's face as she murmured uncertainly. This sounded more like a precious gem than a medicinal substance. Is it an herb? I've never heard of it. Is it a local specialty? Is it valuable? Can I afford it? At that moment, her anxiety intensified, recalling her earlier absurd conjectures. As she gazed into the bewildered eyes of the little female, a profound contemplation crossed Mo's mind, and his thoughts began to crystallize. Could there truly be a female, unaware of the green crystal? He pondered internally, dismissing the notion, especially since green crystals were exclusively for females to absorb and enhance their physical capabilities. So, did she truly appear out of nowhere in the Sunset Forest? Did she not belong to the East Continent? Or, to be bolder, perhaps she did not belong to the beast world at all? After a prolonged silence, Shengsheng's heart sank further as she faced his scrutinizing gaze, feeling as if she were plummeting into an abyss, her body trembling involuntarily from the chill. She felt compelled to confirm one crucial matter, a matter of great importance. Where's this place? Her voice trembled, suppressed by an overwhelming emotion. Shengsheng fixated on the figure before her, clinging to a singular answer, one she dreaded to believe, one she did not wish to hear. Emo sensed her distress. In addressing her timid, clouded gaze, he opened his mouth, the beast world, the East Continent Sunset Forest. How cruel it was! As his words resonated, tears streamed down Shengsheng's face, her emotions erupting like a dam breaking. Hadn't she sensed this inevitability? Why did she weep? Yet, she could not contain herself. Her beloved father, mother, and brother, would she never see them again? She had fought so hard to survive. What significance did it hold now? She felt utterly useless. Possessing no skills beyond her artistry, what could she possibly contribute? The beast world, a harsh environment filled with wild beasts, existed solely within the confines of novels. What could she achieve here? Even childbirth would be beyond her frail constitution. I may not be able to repay you, Shengsheng lamented, her eyes brimming with despair for her future. She possessed acute self-awareness, recognizing her inability to survive in this realm. Why must it be the beast world? Even a slightly civilized place, or even an ancient one, would have sufficed. She could not endure here. Tears flowed uncontrollably as she helplessly hugged her knees and wept. Hearing her lament, Mo found himself inexplicably amused. He had expected complaints, anger, or perhaps even some form of venting. Yet she pondered such matters? Did she wish to repay him? What could a female possibly do? Eat, drink, defecate, and bear offspring? Seeing her pitiful state stirred something within him, and he decided to tease this weeping little female, asking, "What can you do?" "Draw," Su Shengsheng replied instinctively. Suddenly realizing her implication, she stole a cautious glance at him, wondering if this was to settle her debt. Noticing his impassive expression, she hastily enumerated her skills, uncertainly responding, cooking, cleaning, chatting. That was all she had to offer. She was merely a sheltered daughter unable to survive without her family. In her 20 years, she had done nothing but paint and stay in hospital, receiving no response. She felt a twinge of grievance. She still wished to remain, if only to familiarize herself with this unfamiliar world. She wanted to fight for her survival. "All right, follow me." He effortlessly lifted the weeping little female from the stone bed, his long, powerful legs swiftly carrying them out of the cave. In mere moments, they arrived at the brook behind the rock wall. Mo gently placed her on a nearby stone, instructing her, "Wait here." "Okay, Su Shengsheng ziplit li." Sitting quietly on the stone, observing his every move by the brook. The prey he had captured resembled a cow, though it was unlike any she had seen, its fur thick and long, limbs short and sturdy, and its horns a meter long. She watched as Mo effortlessly skinned and dismembered the over 100-kilogram creature with his sharp claws, the visual shock causing her to clutch her heart. Those claws! So, the beast world truly was a realm where humans transformed into beasts and beasts into humans. He was indeed a beast man. The realization deepened her sense of struggle for survival. Could she truly serve this beast man long term? After finishing with the meat, Mo glanced back to find the little female still sitting quietly, a smile gracing her features as she looked at him. She was rather obedient. He began to prepare the nearby animal skin for tanning, momentarily pausing as he realized the implications of his actions. After a brief moment of contemplation, he quickened his pace. It was decided. He would hand her over to the team participating in the awakening ceremony in a few days. Chapter 4: Cooking and working for him with this thought in mind. Mo efficiently laid the tanned animal skin to dry on a nearby stone, approaching her with the meat. "What will you do?" He was intrigued to discover whether this little female could truly cook. "Fry, stir-fry, roast, boil. Though I would need tools and seasonings," Su Shengsheng contemplated seriously. "I would avoid frying, as it could lead to excessive emotional fluctuations, detrimental to my health. I believe this meat, if sliced thin and cooked well, may be delicious, considering its resemblance to beef." Offering a small suggestion, she looked up at his expressionless face, adding, "Ultimately, it depends on you. I will prepare it as you wish." "As you say," he replied indifferently, not particularly caring whether it was raw or cooked. His primary interest lay in assessing whether this little female could indeed cook. "What do you need?" A slab of stone that cannot be broken by fire, along with salt and pepper, was swallowed by her. She was uncertain whether this region possessed pepper as a crop. Moreover, since orcs are essentially beasts, their keen sense of smell suggested that they would not choose overly pungent items as food. Su Shengsheng pondered this doubtfully. "Is that all?" Noticing her hesitation, Mo inquired, sensing that the little female likely wished to express more. "Well, that's about it," Su Shengsheng nodded. The ingredients were fresh, and their original flavors should not be unpleasant. Is it not said that the most exquisite ingredients are often prepared with the simplest cooking methods? Su Shengsheng muset. This notion seemed plausible. The little female's requirements were not demanding. He placed the meat, resting on leaves, onto a nearby stone, then walked to the stream and skillfully trimmed a large stone into a slab about half the thickness of his palm. "How about this?" He approached her, offering the stone for her opinion. A bit thick, Su Shengsheng glanced at the orc's expression, gestured in the middle of the slab, and said, "Half of that would suffice. If it is too thick, it will heat unevenly wasting time, effort, and fuel. As soon as she finished speaking, the orc extended his claw and expertly sliced off half. Looking at her for approval. "This will do," she replied, but though the slab was flat, it lacked smoothness. After a moment of contemplation, she tentatively asked, "Could it be polished smoother?" The orc displayed an unexpectedly high level of patience, rubbing the slab back and forth a few times until it was polished to a smooth finish. That works, Su Shengsheng exclaimed in delight. "This is already quite good." With that, she slid down from a stone half her height, selected 2 adjacent stones suitable for placing the slab, and turned to the orc who had followed her, softly requesting, "Could you help me place this on top?" The slab was too large for her to lift, making it challenging to transfer it from the orc's hands to the stones. Mo complied with her request, setting the slab in place. She then observed the little female slowly walk towards the woods to gather twigs. He paused for a moment, realizing that by the time she collected enough branches for a meal, it would likely be dark. As Su Shengsheng collected firewood, she contemplated how to ignite a fire. She only knew how to start one by friction. How should she go about it? After some reflection, she realized she seemed to lack the skill. Could that orc start fire? No. Would this world even utilize fire? While lost in thought, she was suddenly startled by the sound of branches snapping behind her. Turning around, she saw the orc dragging a large bundle of dry branches from somewhere, breaking them with a few swift motions and tossing them beneath the prepared slab. A small spark ignited the dry branches instantly. Amazing! Su Shengsheng stared in awe. Can he use magic? Salt block. The orc's cold voice snapped her back to reality. Hearing him, Su Shengsheng hurried a few steps closer. Indeed, it was a salt block quite large, about the size of a fist and slightly yellowed. Is this salt? She curiously took it, examining it closely. It was unlike the fine, white salt she was familiar with. Perhaps salt in this world appears like this? Do we need anything else? Noticing her momentary distraction, Mo couldn't help but remind her. No need, Su Shengsheng replied, instinctively shaking her head and offering him a gentle smile. Just as she said this, she suddenly remembered something, glancing somewhat awkwardly at the orc and softly asking, "Do you have a bowl or a plate? What kind?" At her inquiry, Mo realized he had no containers whatsoever, the only item available being the fruit shell he had casually made for her to drink from yesterday. About this size, Su Shengsheng described while gesturing with her hands. Listening to her soft voice, Mo swiftly crafted several stone plates and bowls, and even made a small stone pot. That works, this is excellent. She looked at the freshly made utensils with surprise, marveling at the orc's understanding ability. She had been contemplating drawing it on the ground if he didn't comprehend. It appeared that this orc might indeed understand these utensils. Su Shengsheng took the small stone bowl to the stream to wash it, then filled it with a small amount of water, asking the orc to cut off a small piece of a large salt block to dissolve into the stone bowl. She casually broke 2 branches and rubbed them against a nearby stone to use for now, deciding to figure out the rest later. With everything prepared, she brushed some fat over the hot stone slab, sizzling it, then placed the orc's meat pieces onto the hot oil, releasing a delightful aroma immediately. After drizzling a small amount of the dissolved salt water and flipping the pieces a few times, when they were about 70 to 80% cooked, they would be ready to eat. Give it a try. Su Shengsheng used her makeshift chopsticks to pick up a piece of meat and placed it in the stone bowl. Sliding it in front of him, Mo gazed at the food before him, then glanced at the little female who was still busy with her tasks, feeling an indescribable emotion. By the time he came to his senses, the roasted meat in the bowl had already entered his mouth. Not bad. He was unsure whether to be surprised by her culinary skills or to be astonished that she had offered the first bite of food to the male. Mo could only muster a half-hearted compliment. A very fair assessment. Su Shengsheng accepted, as her cooking was merely of an edible standard. Pieces of roasted meat piled onto the stone bowl before him. Mo took a few bites, noticing beads of sweat forming on her delicate nose. He suddenly felt that the meat in his mouth had lost the initial flavor it had when he took the first bite. Su Shengsheng was intently frying the meat when her chopsticks were suddenly taken from her hands. Before she could utter a word, she found her position switched with the orc, who had taken over her task with a stern expression. She froze momentarily, looking at the orc with a cold demeanor and cautiously asking, "What's wrong? Is he dissatisfied with her work and planning to dismiss her? Or has this orc learned a new technique and intended to discard her? Just eat." Hearing his cool voice, Su Shengsheng smiled in realization. "Thank you." So he was worried she might go hungry. This orc was surprisingly considerate, ensuring she wouldn't starve while working. Mo glanced up casually, finding a light shining in her eyes, delicate and inadvertently illuminating his heart. Chapter 5 regarding the otherworldly continent. My name is Su Shengsheng, the sheng that signifies life everlasting. What is your name? The soft tone made his ears tingle, and dismissing the odd sensation, he casually replied, "Mo, a lovely name. Su Shengsheng zet bonde ausets li." After consuming 2 pieces of meat the size of her palm and feeling the limit of her stomach, she paused and approached, saying, "All right, let me take over." Glancing at the untouched meat in the stone bowl and then at her flat stomach, Mo couldn't help but frown, but ultimately said nothing, merely standing up to vacate his position. Gulping the meat in his mouth, he contemplated something. 2 pieces, not even the size of a young male's appetite. 1 green crystal seemed to have no effect on her body. Otherwise, when he handed her over to the team participating in the awakening ceremony, should he hunt a few more green crystals from the ferocious beasts? Perhaps as compensation for having her cook for him. Su Shengsheng was completely unaware of the orc's thoughts. She was focused on contemplating how to live in this unfamiliar world. However, first, she needed to understand this strange realm before making future plans. Casting a glance at the orc sitting beside her, she carefully began, "Mo, could you tell me about the beast world?" Fearing he might not grasp her meaning, Su Shengsheng added, "For instance, the seasons, environment, and rules?" "All right." His cold voice began to narrate with a penetrating clarity. Su Shengsheng listened intently and with focus. Mo spoke in detail, and she summarized the key points. The beast world continent is divided into 5 regions, consisting of the east, south, west, north, and the beast god mountain that spans across them. Shengsheng opens its gates once every 3 years, awakening the latent talents of the beastmen. Male beastmen awaken their innate abilities, while female beastmen bolster their physical prowess and enhance their fertility. The male beastmen are classified into ordinary beastmen and beast warriors, with the latter emerging from adult males who participate in the awakening ceremony at Shengsheng. The ranking of beast warriors ranges from 1 star to 10 stars, the latter being referred to as the royal level, with whispers of even higher tiers such as emperor and divine levels. The distinction between a beastman and a beast warrior lies in the former's inability to surpass level 10 or utilize their innate skills. Female beastmen are categorized into ordinary females and holy females, the latter possessing superior physical qualities and fertility, and may also awaken their talents. However, unlike their male counterparts, the abilities of male beastmen are combat-oriented, derived from the 5 elements: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, which further manifest as wind, thunder, and ice. Holy females, even if they awaken their talents, tend to develop supportive abilities like self-healing and spatial storage. The world of beastmen experiences 4 distinct seasons: warm season, hot season, rainy season, and cold season. The warm season is marked by the frenzy of ferocious beasts, making hunting perilous for the beastmen. The hot season endures a period of drought, leading to the drying up of rivers and streams. The rainy season brings continuous downpours, while the cold season, as described by Mo, resembles an ice age, fraught with attacks from packs of ferocious beasts. Ordinary wild beasts in this realm can evolve, doubling in size and strength, and these evolved creatures are known as ferocious beasts among the beastmen. Within these ferocious beasts reside beast crystals, which contain energy that increases in potency with the beast's level. There are 5 types of beast crystals: white, red, purple, and the golden crystal found only within the bodies of beast kings, along with a special green crystal that enhances the physicality of females. Beastmen can absorb beast crystals to elevate their abilities, while ferocious beasts can also gain strength by consuming beastmen. Most beastmen live in herds, though some, due to various reasons such as seeking personal strength or fleeing from ferocious beast attacks, become solitary wanderers. Are wanderers inherently evil? During her hospital stay, Su Shengsheng had perused several novels depicting the world of beastmen, which often portrayed wanderers as malevolent. After pondering this, she realized that the beastman before her also seemed to live alone. Fortunately, he appeared indifferent to her musings, continuing in a monotone voice to explain that female beastmen who abandon or harm their offspring are punished by the beast god and bear a unique mark, rendering them as malevolent beastmen. These malevolent beastmen are driven to madness, with their beastly instincts tormenting their reason, leading to their brutal behavior. They commit heinous acts, such as seizing females, abusing offspring, and even resorting to cannibalism. Su Shengsheng felt a chill run down her spine, especially as Mo's voice remained devoid of emotion, akin to a chilling ghost story, intensifying her unease. Life had become increasingly arduous for her, akin to descending from ordinary hardship to hellish trials. What had caused Mo to become solitary? She gazed curiously at the beastman before her. Upon hearing her question, Mo's expression turned somewhat cold. What was the reason? Mo recalled a cold season when the female he referred to as the mother beast clamored for fresh fruit. His father, braving the heavy snow, ventured out to seek it, tirelessly searching for several days. Upon his return, he encountered a pack of ferocious beasts attacking their tribe, and the weary, famished father succumbed to that assault. Subsequently, that female declared that they had matured and were ready to live independently. Thus, they were expelled from the tribe to fend for themselves. Mo felt no obligation to share this tale. Noticing the beastman's grim demeanor, Su Shengsheng tactfully remarked that it was unnecessary to delve into such matters. Mo hoisted the inquisitive female beastman and headed towards the cave, stating, "It is time for you to rest." Su Shengsheng struggled, expressing her desire to wash. She was uncertain of the last time she had bathed, having perspired while cooking, and felt as though she were on the verge of becoming pickled in her own sweat. Mo, seemingly unperturbed, continued on without a pause, effortlessly carrying her, as her feeble struggles were no match for a cub. Once she was settled back onto the stone bed, he contemplated and offered a vague explanation. "You can wash tomorrow at noon. It is cold at night, and the stream is chilly. I do not possess any green crystals to heat it." Su Shengsheng acquiesced, realizing Mo's intent. He was likely concerned that exposure to water and wind might cause her to fall ill. She was not a headstrong individual and was quite receptive to advice, for her inquiries stemmed from a desire to preserve her life. The little female lay quietly in the spot Mo had placed her, obedient and docile. Perhaps it wasn't so troublesome after all, Mo mused. Chapter 6. The boss has hired her after returning the little female to the cave. Mo returned to the stream to tidy up. After cleansing and storing his tools with wood ash, he carried the dried animal hides back to the cave. The little female was already asleep, her gentle breaths accompanying Mo as he cut the hides, measuring them to craft a set of leather clothing. Once completed, he set it aside and transformed into a black wolf, resting at the cave entrance. The following day, accustomed to rising early, Su Shengsheng awoke at dawn. However, the beastman seemed to have risen even earlier. A fresh little fruit lay beside her. She picked it up and ventured towards the cave entrance, hoping to find the beastman nearby. Upon reaching the entrance, she saw the beastman effortlessly leap up, holding something wrapped in large leaves. It emanated a meaty aroma. "Is this for me?" she asked, astonished as she looked up at him. This sensation felt akin to being treated by an employer. Yes, caring for females is ingrained in every male's genes. Yesterday was simply a matter of duty. Mo could not articulate the reason, but he felt that his conduct towards females was indeed his responsibility. "Thank you," Su Shengsheng replied, smiling as she accepted the offering. However, she pondered how to clean her teeth. Mo glanced at the little fruit in her hand, the implication clear. With this, Su Shengsheng raised her hand holding the fruit, uncertainly looking at him. Yes, receiving affirmation, she stared at the fruit in her hand, tentatively biting into it. It was not particularly pleasant, somewhat bitter and salty, with a distinct fruity aroma. Why does this resemble the little fruit I had yesterday? She wondered. The previous day's fruit had been juicy and sweet, while today's was bitter and salty. Did the fruits in the beast world vary so dramatically? They are different. This fruit grows on trees. While the one you had yesterday grows on vines, in clusters, Mo explained, as if reading her thoughts. All right, how fascinating, Su Shengsheng marveled, struggling to articulate her feelings. Born into a wealthy family, she was accustomed to comfort and had limited exposure to various fruits and vegetables due to her frail health. Even if the fruits she recognized were presented before her, she would hesitate to identify them. Summarizing, life had become increasingly arduous. Shall we go wash? Mo interrupted her reverie as she dawdled after finishing the roasted meat. Can we? She asked, her eyes brightening as she looked up at him, her voice sweet and melodic. Yes, Mo replied, diverting his gaze and attempting to ignore the tingling sensation in his ears, feeling somewhat awkward. Suddenly, he transformed into a massive, imposing black wolf, his strong tail curving around her waist to secure her on his back. Hold on tight, as she felt the softness of the wolf's fur beneath her gentle hands. Su Shengsheng adjusted her breathing, gradually calming her heightened emotions. This was exhilarating. Are we not going to stream? The direction in which the great black wolf advanced was contrary to the stream, prompting Su Shengsheng to voice her confusion. There was a hot spring, discovered during the 2 days of the little female's slumber, while he wandered through the forest searching for her pursuers. However, it lay some distance away. Yet, she must not come into contact with cold water. Distance was a trivial concern. Really? Came the delighted, sweet voice of the little female from behind him, causing the wolf's ears to twitch involuntarily, a flicker of mirth passing through his dark, golden pupils, unnoticed by himself. Then could we expedite our pace? As soon as the words fell, Su Shengsheng felt the black wolf beneath her quicken its speed, gradually at first, allowing her ample time to adjust, until they surged forward more swiftly. Truly exhilarating. The enormous black wolf, bearing the petite female, darted through the woods like a fleeting shadow. A closer look would reveal that the small figure was enveloped in a translucent, purplish energy sphere, tightly shielding her from the outside world. After overcoming her initial discomfort, Su Shengsheng began to relish this sensation. The hot spring nestled within the crevice of rocky cliffs was not insignificant. The black wolf guided her through the gap, revealing a ground strewn with jagged stones. Mo placed her atop the largest rock, circled around, and with a sweep of his tail, quickly cleared the nearby stones into a corner. All set, the black wolf transformed back into a human, producing a hide coat and a cleaning ball from seemingly nowhere, placing them beside her before stepping outside, reverting to his wolf form to guard the gap. This wolf was remarkably attentive. Su Shengsheng hastily shed her garments and stepped into the hot spring, examining the cleaning ball, which resembled soap. Although it produced little foam, its cleansing power was evident. She meticulously scrubbed every inch of herself, from her hair to her toenails, cleaning her intimate garments in the process. The tattered clothes were no longer wanted, not belonging here, unrepairable, and of no use if kept. She picked up the hide to dry off and donned the beastly style bandeau skirt that Mo had prepared for her. This black hide felt somewhat familiar, reminiscent of the bovine prey she had seen yesterday. Oh dear, I feel so exposed. It's quite chilly. She resolved to ask Mo if he had any lighter hides suitable for intimate wear. After casually drying her waist-length hair to a semi-dry state, she emerged and, noticing the black wolf in repose, inquired, "Do you wish to wash?" The wolf lay sprawled, nearly reaching her chest. She was not short, standing at 168 centimeters. Yet the wolf's size was astounding. No need. The black hide skirt accentuated the little female's porcelain complexion, a delicate pinkish white that appeared delectable, further enhanced by her sweet fragrance. Surely enticing to the savage beastmen. Montauk contemplated. Shall we return then? The wilderness instilled a profound sense of insecurity in her. The wolf's tail coiled around her slender waist, its warm touch igniting a tremor within his heart. The combination of the black hide skirt and his ebony tail felt like a transgression of some forbidden nature, invoking a secret delight within him. What's wrong? The black wolf remained still for a moment, his tail growing warmer around her waist, prompting Su Shengsheng to remind him. It's nothing. The wolf's tail released her waist, brushing against her back, and Su Shengsheng felt her damp, cool hair dry instantaneously. She was taken aback, and before she could react, The tail re-wrapped around her waist, and she found herself seated upon the wolf's back. We set forth. Hearing the cue, she quickly grasped the fur on the wolf's back. The wolf's fur was not short, somewhat coarse, yet remarkably smooth, glossy, and striking in its dark hue. As before, the black wolf steadily accelerated, and before long, they returned to the vicinity of the cave. Chapter 7. Ever in pursuit of the black wolf, I just thought I saw something. Although the black wolf moved with great speed, she felt no wind upon her as she sat upon its back, even managing to relax her mind and observe her surroundings. However, Shengsheng expressed her uncertainty, having only glimpsed a shadow. I'll go deal with them. Mo's voice turned colder, laced with an underlying chill. Time and again, they clung on, refusing to detach, reminiscent of repugnant insects upon decaying flesh. What? Hearing the beastmen, Shengsheng felt an ominous premonition. Please, let not be as she feared. Savage beastmen. The answer she dreaded had indeed surfaced. Shengsheng clutched her heart, her body trembling uncontrollably. Life had proven arduous. No matter the world, I will handle it. Do not fear. Observing the little female's increasingly pallid visage, Mo could not help but frown, gently stroking her head with a large hand, his tones softening. Shall you remain in the cave until I return? All right. Shengsheng calmed her emotions, gripping his hand tightly, as if that would bestow her strength. Don't get hurt, please. She was afraid. All right. Receiving the desired assurance, Shengsheng released his hand, watching the black wolf depart, her gaze fixed upon the cave's entrance. She dare not venture outside. The black wolf dashed into the woods. The savage beastmen concealed within the forest perceived that shadow and felt a sense of foreboding. They hastily scattered in various directions, over a dozen figures fleeing into the depths of the forest. Yet, while they reacted swiftly, the black wolf was swifter still. Its sharp claws fell upon them like a harvester, delivering death with every strike. Simultaneously, the beast energy surged uncontrollably as violent purple lightning struck their distant foes. The brown bear dodged frantically from the lightning, realizing too late that it faced a 6-star beast warrior, endowed with a lightning affinity that countered the savage beastman's frenzied energy. Was he to perish here today? No. If you don't return soon, your female will be captured by them. The brown bear, clutching its charred paw, glared furiously at the black wolf and roared. Why should they revel while he bore the brunt? He did not wish to die. Then don't blame me. The black wolf hesitated, the words striking his heart with suffocating intensity. He dared not dwell on it, turning sharply and sprinting towards the cave. Shengsheng felt her legs growing numb, contemplating movement when she suddenly heard a sound from outside the cave, causing her heart to flutter with a sense of foreboding. She took a deep breath and quietly retreated to the innermost part of the cave, recalling a small hole where Mo stored miscellaneous items. Just as she squeezed inside, her peripheral vision caught a glimpse of a figure. She was certain it was not Mo. It was significantly smaller than the black wolf. Uncertain of what it was, Shengsheng could only pray it would not discover her, simultaneously longing for the swift return of the black wolf. Her hand brushed against the fruit she had used to clean her teeth that morning, gripping it tightly in search of a semblance of safety. Her emotions oscillated, and the heart she had nurtured over the past few days began to throb painfully once again. The gray hound that intruded into the cave sensed the potent beast energy within and hesitated, yet felt reluctant to retreat. It rushed in swiftly to search for the female. Sensing something, and abruptly directed its gaze towards the small hole in the corner. It had found her. Strange claws ensnared her foot, and Shengsheng was yanked out with a violent force. The back of her head struck the ground, the sting of scrapes across her body, particularly the jolt to her heart, caused her vision to blur. No, I cannot faint. I cannot be captured. Evil D. However, Shengsheng was strong, yet her body weak, her attempts to resist feeble, barely producing a sound. The black wolf, racing back, heard the little female's cry, and the beast energy surged uncontrollably. By the time he reacted, the purple lightning imbued with the pressure of a high-ranking beast warrior had already reached the gray hound. It didn't even have time to utter a cry before it was reduced to ashes. Montak? Su Shengsheng felt disoriented, darkness encroaching her vision. Yet her consciousness fought to persist. It is I, gazing at the small female collapsed on the ground. Mo pressed against his heavy heart and swiftly approached her with a gentle demeanor, lifting her from the earth. "Can you hold me?" she timidly asked. "All right." Listening to the feeble plea of the little female in his arms, Mo felt a pang of tenderness and drew her closer. He carried her to the stone bed, laying down and soothing her emotions with gentle caresses. "Do not be afraid. A short sleep will suffice. Will I still be able to live?" "Yes." Drawing comfort from this sliver of reassurance, Su Shengsheng nestled in the warmth of the beastman's embrace and peacefully drifted into slumber. Mo quietly observed the little female in his arms, lost in thought. When he regained his senses, his hand instinctively brushed against her porcelain-like face, tenderly wiping away the tears at the corners of her eyes. What a bother. He had taken on a small trouble, yet he found himself somewhat reluctant to rid himself of her. Let him ponder where the fierce beasts might be. Perhaps he could hunt a beast king, surely. A golden crystal could be exchanged for a green one. Deep within the sunset forest, the fleeing brown bear roared in anger, releasing its pent-up emotions. Its charred paw was unresponsive to its commands. Roar! Waves of chaotic energy emanated from the five-star evil beastman, causing trees to topple around it. Damn wolves! They ruined my hand. I must exact a vicious revenge. It longed to devour their flesh, drink their blood, and crush their bones to dust. Roar! A more powerful, beastly roar echoed from deeper within, instilling a sense of panic in the brown bear. That was the voice of a fierce beast. It sensed a pressure that seemed to belong to a beast king. A beast king had emerged from the depths of the sunset forest. The brown bear turned to flee, but halted suddenly, a thought rising within. The forsaken evil beastman faced arduous advancement, often risking his life with every attempt. When would he ever avenge this grievance? Anger washed over his reason, and in a frenzy, the brown bear headed toward the direction of the beast king. Mo helplessly realized that the little female, upon waking, had ceased her weeping but now clung to him like a shadow. "I will go hunting." He gently pressed her back onto the stone bed and lowered his voice to explain. "Can't I come with you?" Her soft little hand grasped his larger one, her misty peach blossom eyes gazing up at him, unconsciously displaying a sense of endearment. She felt so insecure, constantly sensing that her life was in peril. What small trouble. Mo could not help but exclaim, only to see the misty eyes welling up with tears that cascaded down like pearls on her beastskin skirt. Quickly soaking a patch, she knew she was a bother. She had always been a burden, struggling to thrive anywhere. "So sad. Do not cry. I will take you with me." Tears were wiped away by a pair of long hands, and Mo's cool voice carried a hint of concession. "Really? MHM." It was only when they sat atop the wolf's back and entered the forest that Su Shengsheng managed to stabilize her emotions, her brows curving into a smile. This wolf was rather pleasant. Chapter 8. May I have a hug? Unable to resist, she leaned down and buried her face in the black wolf's fur, rubbing against it. Her small face nestled among its hair. The warm breath against its pelt made the black wolf tense up. "Sit still." The cool voice could not help but remind her. MHM. That delicate, soft tone was more troublesome than silence, stirring up thoughts he preferred to avoid. The black wolf once again led her through the woods, this time in a different direction, and Su Shengsheng finally beheld a different scenery, a tree laden with yellow-green fruits. No wonder she had failed to find it before. It was in this direction. She had been correct in her chosen path, but at her pace, it would have taken her 2 days to arrive here. However, why did the shape of this fruit resemble the cup she drank from? The black wolf leaped up the tree in a few bounds, scratching the bark to smooth it slightly, then settled her there. "Wait here and do not move." "All right." After a cautious reminder, he left her there and leaped down from the tree. Shortly after, the black wolf returned, carrying several of the fruits she had just seen, thoughtfully helping her break open the hard shells. "Drink this. I'll be back soon." "Drink?" Without waiting for her response, he dashed into the nearby thicket. Su Shengsheng examined the fruit in her hands. Beneath the cracked shell seemed to be juice. Did the fruits of this beastly world automatically produce juice? She took a small sip, finding it sweet and pleasant, though she wondered how long this fruit could be stored. As she drank, her gaze unconsciously drifted toward the black wolf not far away. There, she witnessed the black wolf's agile form leap effortlessly, pinning its prey to the ground. And with a swift swipe of its claws, the struggling animal lay still. This wolf was quite handsome, with the little female on its back and prey in its jaws. The black wolf trotted back to the creek near the cave. Skillfully, it processed the prey, tanning the hide and laying it out on a large stone to dry. Mo took the prepared meat to the stone slab, kindled a fire, and cooked the meat. It was only when a piece of fragrant meat was placed before her that Su Shengsheng realized, opening her mouth, "I eat." "Oh," interrupted and unsure of the beastman's intentions. Su Shengsheng obediently complied, using chopsticks to take small bites of the meat. "You cook better." Feeling somewhat disheartened, she realized the beastman's cooking was far superior to hers. She felt rather useless. Drink some water." A cup made from a shell of the fruit she had seen was placed before her. Su Shengsheng obediently held it and took a sip. The water was warm and slightly sweet. Her eyes brightened as she looked at him. "Honey?" Mo confirmed. Whatever she said was accepted as truth. After consuming 3 pieces of meat and a cup of honey water, Su Shengsheng patted her full stomach and approached. "I'm full. Let me help." "No need. Sit back down." "Oh." Rejected in her attempt to help, Su Shengsheng returned to her spot obediently. Mo moved quickly, cooking and eating simultaneously, shoving pieces of meat into his mouth when they were 3/4 done. Su Shengsheng simply watched as he devoured the remainder of the prey. "Don't you feel full?" "It's not eating, it's absorbing." "Oh." She understood. Aside from absorbing the energy from beast crystals, male beastmen could also absorb energy from wild and fierce beast meat. Mo swiftly tidied up the creekside utensils, then turned and picked up the little female who trailed behind him like a small tail. "Let us go. Time to sleep." With her feet lifted off the ground, Su Shengsheng clung to his neck, responding softly. This wolf provided a sense of security. Yet, recalling the near-fatal events of the day, Su Shengsheng lay on the stone bed, unable to sleep. She turned to the black wolf lying at the cave entrance and hesitantly opened her mouth. "Can you hold me?" The whisper was nearly inaudible. Lacking the courage to repeat it, she watched as the black wolf stood and transformed into a striking young man, stepping toward her. The beastman's night vision was remarkable. Seeing the little female curled up, her tear-filled eyes straining to discern his features, Mo sighed inwardly. Was small trouble indeed. Though he thought so, he had already climbed onto the stone bed, lying beside her and pulling her into his embrace, gently patting her back to comfort her. "Sleep now." Like a docked ship tethered by a single rope, Su Shengsheng bit her lip, swallowing her sobs, reaching out to embrace the beastman, nuzzling into him, desperately seeking this sole source of support. "Do not move." The cool voice above her carried a hint of hoarseness and restrained desire. "Su Shengsheng steifen moment dia." Yet her grip tightened around him, her thoughts swirling as she struggled to find the words, but shyness held her tongue. The hushed tone of her voice could not escape the keen ears of the orc. The dark golden irises of Ma contracted sharply as his body temperature surged uncontrollably. This was due to the words he had just heard from the little female in his arms. "I can still keep you company at night. Can you not abandon me?" The notion of sharing a bed stirred a secret delight within his heart, and Moore realized he found it difficult to refuse her. Thus he softly responded, "Then very well." Did he hear her? The little female in his embrace stiffened momentarily, and Ma could not help but curve his lips into a faint smile. Undeniably, he felt a sense of joy. Therefore, he declared, "I will not abandon you." His cool voice carried a hint of playful malice. Su Shengsheng felt her entire being flush with warmth at his words. He indeed heard her. She clearly did not mean it that way. Yet, why did it sound so much like a plea for intimacy? "Let us rest." With that, the youth transformed into a black wolf, gently nudging her beneath him. When he had lain beside her on the stone bed at noon, he had already crossed the boundaries of a male protecting a female. To sleep with a female was a privilege reserved for a female beast husband. He could not shake off this little trouble. Let him ponder. First, he would act as her follower, accompanying her to the awakening ceremony, and then they would become mates. As her first beast husband, he would select powerful male orcs to join him in caring for her. Completely unaware of her first beast husband's thoughts, Shengsheng simply felt that she slept soundly, enveloped in the dense warmth of wolf fur, which filled her with a sense of security. The first thing she did upon waking was search for the black wolf. Upon spotting the orc entering the cave, she hurriedly ran over and grasped his arm. Squeezing his hand tightly, Ma's eyes sparkled with a hint of amusement. "I will not abandon you." He delighted in the sight of her flushed cheeks, a silent smile gracing his lips. Her soft response echoed in the air. The memories from the previous night were stirred by the words of this mischievous wolf. However, despite her embarrassment, she showed no intention of letting go. As long as one had enough courage, there was no fear of awkwardness. Chapter 9. Deep in the sunset forest after having breakfast, Shengsheng felt as if she had truly lived another day. The beast's skin from yesterday had been fashioned into a thin cloak draped over her shoulders. Ma embraced her as they climbed to the top of the rocky cliff, gazing into the distance. Before them lay a sea of greenery, fading into a misty horizon beyond their view. Curiously, Shengsheng looked up at the orc, wrapping her tightly in the beast skin cloak, asking, "What do you see?" "The procession for the awakening ceremony is approaching." She was puzzled. So what if they come? Glancing at the 6 silver stars etched beneath the orc's collarbone, she wondered if he needed to participate in the awakening ceremony. "I will take you to the awakening ceremony of the holy female. It should benefit your body. Even if you cannot awaken as a holy female, it can still strengthen you." As he spoke, he gently touched her slightly cool cheek, then carried her away from the cliff and back to the cave. "Can I go?" Shengsheng asked uncertainly, aware that she was not truly a female of the beast world. "Let's give it a try. If it does not work, I will find a way to gather more green crystals for you." Understanding his intentions, Shengsheng nodded earnestly. She was willing to accept anything that would benefit her health. "I cherish my life. Is the Beast God Mountain far from here?" Sitting in the cave, nibbling on fruits, she gazed out in an unknown direction in a daze. "Not far," Ma replied. "It should take until mid-warm season to reach there." "How long will the round trip take?" She wanted to be mentally prepared. "We want to be returning." "Huh?" Shengsheng looked at him in confusion. "Where will we go if we don't return?" "I will take you to Beast King City." He had already planned it. Beast King City had the largest population of orcs and many high-ranking beast warriors, making it relatively safe for the little female to reside there. Beast King City? It was a new and unfamiliar place. Had the orcs built a city? Did that mean it was not as primitive as she had imagined? However, those plans would come after they visited the Beast God Mountain. For now, she was more curious about the mountain itself. Does the Beast God truly reside in the Beast God Mountain? How else could one explain the energy barrier that opens only once every 3 years? Surely, there must be some truth to it, Shengsheng thought. After waiting for 3 days, this morning, she finally caught a glimpse of the main party in the distance. Having prepared early, the Black Wolf carried her away from the cave, heading towards the direction of the advancing group. Ma stated that to join the awakening ceremony, they first needed to traverse through the depths of the sunset forest. The Black Wolf moved swiftly, and if they maintained their current pace, they would arrive at their destination by evening. "Let's take a break." Ma found a slightly more open area, laid down the bee's skin, and set her down. "Are you hungry?" "Not really." Accepting the fruit he offered, Shengsheng touched her stomach, which felt indifferent, and replied earnestly, "Then let us rest a bit before continuing our journey." The little female's obedient nod made it hard for him to resist stroking her head, the soft texture of her hair lingering in his memory. In the distance, the traveling group also paused to rest at the request of the females. Beneath a large tree, an elder orc approached the youth sitting against the trunk. "Jinling, this time you must choose a lovely little female. Do you understand?" The elder, Jin Zuzhong, earnestly advised the young man before him. "With your talent level, it is only fitting that you pair with a holy female. The last time I took you to the Beast God Mountain, you refused to listen. Otherwise, you would not still be without a female after 5 or 6 years of adulthood." Observing the youth's perpetually gentle demeanor, Jin Zuzhong felt a headache coming on. "Did you hear what I said?" I heard, Elder. Do not worry. I will pay attention. The youth wore a polite smile on his warm face as he responded amiably. Nonsense. Jin Zhuzhong was exasperated, feeling as though speaking to the young man was like punching water, ineffectual and draining. How many times have I said this? Jin Ling was the most talented offspring of their Jin Jiao clan, already a 5-star beast warrior at such a young age. Surely, his offspring would be even more gifted. Yet, this young man simply refused to seek a partner, having rejected all the holy females in the tribe, which was why the elder was so troubled. Not wishing to see the elder worry for him, the youth kindly reassured, Elder, please rest assured. I will pay attention. Yet again, the same words. Leaving Jin Zhuzhong speechless with frustration, he huffed and turned away. The youth smiled at the elder's childish behavior. In a place crowded with females, a pair of eyes were constantly watching them. One plump female, with a rounded face and ample figure, seized the opportunity to approach Jin Ling after the elder departed. Jin Ling, if I become the holy female, may I choose you as my beast husband? Your 2 followers are right over there. Standing before him was an unfamiliar female, her gaze scrutinizing him with an air of superiority, causing Jin Ling to feel somewhat uncomfortable. It does not matter. I can make you my first beast husband. Luo Sha failed to perceive the refusal in his words, urgently expressing her thoughts. She had long set her sights on Jin Ling. Not only was he talented, but he had also rejected the holy female Suya, which would bring her much prestige if she were to take him away. Upon hearing this, Jin Ling sensed the resentful glances from the 2 females behind her. Typically, a female's first beast husband would be chosen from among her followers, a rare exception otherwise. This was because a female's followers were usually those who had grown up alongside them, familiar with their temperaments, interests, and habits, enabling them to make better arrangements for their lives. Luo Sha's statement effectively dismissed the long-standing efforts of her 2 followers. Jin Ling held a deep disdain for females who failed to comprehend the sacrifices made by males. Rising to her feet, she took a few steps back and said, I'm sorry, but I cannot agree. With that, she did not afford her any further opportunity for entanglement, and the golden eagle took to the skies, its feathers shimmering like a streak of molten gold in the sunlight. The massive bird circled aimlessly above, before suddenly casting its gaze towards the distant sunset forest. The eagle possessed extraordinary vision, further enhanced by its beastman form, allowing Jin Ling to effortlessly spot the wolves racing through the underbrush, as well as the petite female perched atop one of their backs. Observing their direction of travel, Jin Ling couldn't help but speculate. But why were there only the 2 of them? Had they fallen prey to a pack of ferocious beasts, or were they being besieged by a horde of malevolent beastmen? Regardless, being a fellow beastman, and considering the presence of a female among the wolves, it was imperative for him to offer assistance. Unexpectedly, before the golden eagle could approach, a surge of terrifying energy emanated from the depths of the sunset forest, catching the attention of the black wolf as well. What is happening? Sitting atop the wolf's back, Shengsheng was shielded by the black wolf's energy barrier. Not a single hair on her head stirred. However, the rustling leaves and the agitated movements of the forest's denizens made her vaguely aware of something amiss. Do not fear. I will handle this, the wolf reassured, gently patting the small female on its back. He sensed that what lay ahead was a newly evolved beast king, its energy still unstable. Such a freshly evolved beast king presented a splendid opportunity. The beast crystal from this king could surely be exchanged for several green crystals. The black wolf felt a surge of desire but hesitated, considering the small female on his back. Just as he contemplated retreating with her as a priority, he sensed the approach of a beastman. Chapter 10, Golden Eagle Beastman, Jin Ling Ka. The sharp, high-pitched warning of the eagle rang out. Seizing the rare opportunity and free from worry, the black wolf made up his mind, wrapping his tail around her waist to gently lower the small female to the ground. Follow me to a safe place. I will find you once I have dealt with this. With his strength, he would resolve the matter swiftly, reaching her before nightfall. Using the Beast King's crystal to trade for green crystals in Beast King City would allow him to restore her body to that of a normal female, even if she did not awaken. Shengsheng felt somewhat lost. Who should she follow? Where should they go? Upon hearing the wolf's words, Jinling transformed into a smaller beast form and landed a few steps away from them. This vast, sun-blocking forest was unsuitable for their winged beastmen to engage in battle. Yet, if they did not eliminate this Beast King, once it summoned a pack of ferocious beasts, the nearby beastmen would surely be the first to face attack. These were merely younglings who had just reached maturity without awakening, accompanied by frail females. The highest ranked among them were merely 5-star beast warriors, bound to suffer heavy casualties. It would be best to have a higher-ranked wolf beast tackle the Beast King. Hearing the commotion, Shengsheng also spotted the gentle male nearby. However, the unfamiliar beast man made her feel uneasy. "Emo, will you come find me?" Observing the small female's pitifully reddened nose on the verge of tears, the black wolf suddenly transformed into a strikingly handsome youth, his intense aura pressing against her enticing lips. "Be good. Wait for me." Okish, which could hardly be deemed a kiss, alleviated some of Shengsheng's unease. Watching the black wolf's retreating figure, she pressed her hand to her chest, attempting to calm her turbulent emotions. "Do not worry. He is a high-ranked beast warrior. He will be fine." Jinling misinterpreted her concern, thinking she was anxious about her companion's safety. "Shall I take you to a safe place while we wait for him?" His gentle, warm voice flowed like a comforting spring breeze, soothing her anxious thoughts. "Anzai, su Shengsheng ziplit sopti." She felt powerless and could only comply. Nervously, Shengsheng knelt on the back of the golden eagle. Not everyone possessed the courage to soar into the skies after a crash. At least, she did not. Fear gripped her. Although the golden eagle was large enough and its back broad, she still clung tightly to the hard feathers, daring not to move as she struggled to steady her overwhelming emotions. Sensing the small female's trepidation, Jinling silently reinforced the energy barrier around her. Soon, Shengsheng noticed a translucent shield enveloping her, transitioning from a light golden hue to a deeper shade. "How marvelous!" she exclaimed. No wonder they flew so swiftly. She felt no wind. Suddenly, she recalled the stability she felt on the wolf's back. Did that wolf also provide her with such a barrier each time? "Thank you." Having experienced the beastman's formidable hearing, Shengsheng expressed her gratitude in a hushed voice, believing the golden eagle could hear her. Indeed, upon hearing the soft, delicate voice of the small female, Jinling felt his heart soften. "Do not fear. I will accelerate. We must notify our kin to evacuate swiftly." "Anzai, su Shengsheng ziplit." The beastman's voice was too gentle, making it hard to maintain her guard. The golden eagle soared rapidly, soon navigating beyond the depths of the sunset forest and straight out of the area. As they flew, the trees became sparser, revealing rugged hills. Upon exiting the confines of the sunset forest, the golden eagle let out a piercing cry, alerting the nearby kin. Hearing the warning, the clan leader, Jinzu, donned a serious expression as he issued the order to depart. "Quickly, let us go." He watched as the golden eagle flew overhead, gathering the clansmen to follow. With the protective barrier now in place, Shengsheng relaxed slightly and saw a large group of natives trailing behind the golden eagle's cry. Various birds flew in clusters behind them, a truly magnificent sight. She even caught a glimpse of the females of this world, similarly seated upon the backs of birds. They were not unattractive. Rather, they boasted a healthy, rounded physique. Shengsheng felt a pang of envy, comparing their ample figures to her own petite form. Just then, another golden eagle flew through the flock towards them. "Jinling, what has transpired?" Jinzu inquired, having checked on the clansmen before catching up. In truth, Jinzu was more curious about where Jinling had found the small female, but given the urgency of the situation, his curiosity was overshadowed by the well-being of his kin. A beast king has appeared in the depths of the sunset forest. Jinzu's heart sank a little. This was indeed a matter of great importance. Should they fail to notice it before the beast king summoned its pack, their losses would be severe. Were the arrangements? Casting a glance at the small female on his back, Jinzu began to piece things together. The small female's companion was a 6-star wolf beast, and the beast king had only recently taken shape and was still unstable. It should be manageable. Responding to the clan leader's inquiry, Jinling replied sincerely, his soft voice carrying a reassuring undertone. There should be no issues. Jinzu shot a knowing glance at the small cubs nearby, also seeking to comfort the troubled female on his back. Do not worry, small female. The wolf beast is agile, and your companion is a high-ranked beast warrior. You'll be fine. His words were both comforting and truthful. Let us proceed along our original path. You'll catch up once he has dealt with the trouble. After a moment's thought, Jinzu added, perhaps the next time you see him, he will have become a 7-star beast warrior. This statement was purely a form of comfort. Jinzu knew well that the higher the rank of a beast warrior, the more challenging it was to advance. 6-star beast warriors were still within reach. But 7-star beast warriors were a rarity, and 8-star beast warriors were few and far between, with perhaps only a handful in the Beast King city. As for 9-star, he had yet to hear of any, let alone those beyond that. Thank you. Aware that Jinzu was trying to comfort her, Shengsheng appreciated his kindness and offered a polite smile. A glimmer of intrigue crossed Jinzu's gaze. This small female was indeed a rare beauty, albeit somewhat frail. Did Jinling have a fondness for such types? Perhaps he could lend a helping hand to his own cub. With that thought, Jinzu entered into a casual conversation mode. Small female, I'm the clan leader of the Feiyu tribe. You may call me Jinzu. The golden eagle beneath you is the most promising cub of my clan, the 5-star beast warrior. Jinling, greetings. Chief Jin, I am Shengsheng, and I will trouble you to take care of her from now on. Shengsheng felt somewhat embarrassed, as she was inexperienced and her health was not the best. No trouble at all. It is an honor for a male to care for a female, Chief Jin said cheerfully, knowing that even if it were a bother, there would be willing hands to assist. Casting a glance at the seemingly focused yet secretly eavesdropping golden eagle, Chief Jin silently scoffed. Jinling, it's rare for you to have this day. As for you, little female Shengsheng, do you have only one follower, the wolf beast? Upon hearing the chief's question, Shengsheng was uncertain how to respond. Was Mo really her follower? Perhaps. Unaware of her inner turmoil, Chief Jin continued. After the awakening ceremony, there will be the mate selection event, where a female must choose 2 male beastmen to bond with. Do you have any thoughts on another partner? Mo, didn't he mention this to me? The black wolf felt it unnecessary to mention earlier, but later decided it was essential to arrange everything as the first beast husband. Chapter 11. She could not comprehend marrying 2 at once. How exhilarating. She thought, well, she could not comprehend it. The elders were waiting for her response. Remaining silent would be rather impolite, so she casually replied, perhaps someone I feel a connection with? Otherwise, living together without a foundation of feelings seems uncomfortable, doesn't it? That won't do. You young females must heed advice. What use is beauty alone? Chief Jin replied. Then, do you have any suggestions, Chief? I will consider them earnestly, Shengsheng asked sincerely. One must listen to the advice of elders. Sometimes it can save you decades of wandering. Chief Jin felt warmth from her words and momentarily shifted focus from matchmaking his cub. Appearance and heart are secondary. Talent and strength are paramount. It is best to seek multifaceted partners. For instance, in the warm season, one needs ice or water types to cool down, and in the cold season, fire types for warmth. Consider those with strong combat abilities for protection, whether they fly in the sky or swim in the water. Chief Jin rambled on, while Shengsheng listened attentively, nodding occasionally. There was indeed wisdom in his words, but following his advice, how many candidates would she have to find? Speaking of those who fly, this one beneath you is quite good, handsome, powerful, and with a pleasant temperament. Chief Jin's praise was somewhat exaggerated, yet sufficed. He always spoke gently, and being tough only when necessary was acceptable. With this thought, Chief Jin reassured himself. What being tough with males? The young males can take it. After all, being kind to females shows a good temperament. However, recalling the cub's indifferent attitude towards females made Chief Jin uncertain again. After a moment of contemplation, he saw that the little cub had already sped away. What a waste of his thoughts. Jinling discreetly accelerated, and Shengsheng only realized it when Chief Jin had fallen far behind. Why the sudden speed? She wondered, looking down at the golden eagle beneath her. Are you afraid? The soft voice instinctively made the golden eagle slow its flight. Hearing his gentle inquiry, Su Shengsheng shook her head, realizing he could not see her gesture, and softly replied, "No, I'm just curious." "That's good to hear," Jean Ling responded, feeling she was too delicate, making him feel the need to be extra careful. As for why he distanced himself from the chattering chief Jean Ling thought such words should not be spoken by the chief. If he had intentions, he should treat her with sincerity. Relying on others in pursuing a female was unacceptable. "Are you thirsty, Shengsheng? Would you like some fruits? We brought plenty of fruits that the females in the tribe enjoy." "No, thank you," Su Shengsheng declined, having eaten quite a bit earlier when Mo had brought her a variety of fruits. Thinking of that black wolf, Su Shengsheng sighed silently. Would that wolf come looking for her? Could he catch up? What if he couldn't? She felt hesitant to ask them to wait. "If you want to eat, just tell me, okay?" "All right." Su Shengsheng turned to glance at the forest gradually receding from view, her heart filled with melancholy. Jean Ling, unaware of her thoughts, heard her soft response and chose not to speak further. A flock of diverse birds hurriedly departed from the sunset forest, swiftly heading towards the direction of the Beast God Mountain. They finally reached their next destination as darkness approached. Perhaps due to their routine every 3 years, they paused in a location with several large tree hollows, sufficient to accommodate all the females and still leave extra space. Jean led a hunting party while the remaining males stayed behind for vigilance. A dozen females gathered in the center, each accompanied by 2 or 3 males closely following them. Surrounding them were younger males, whom Su Shengsheng surmised were those newly matured beastmen preparing to awaken their talents. The outermost circle consisted of older beastmen, exhibiting a stronger aura, likely the guardians of the group. Once settled, the beastmen gathered in clusters and flew towards the nearby woods at the call of Chief Jean. A campfire was ignited before Su Shengsheng, who sat on a thick layer of beast pelts that Jean Ling had spread for her, curiously observing the females gathering around in small groups. It was apparent they were well cared for, all in good health, with only a few appearing slightly thinner compared to the others. None were as frail as she. Suddenly, a bony hand obstructed Su Shengsheng's view. She glanced at the fruit in Jean Ling's hand, accepted it, and offered him a friendly smile. "Thank you. Do you like this fruit?" Jean Ling sat beside her, one long leg bent and the other resting behind her, creating the appearance of encircling her within his embrace. Hearing his question, Su Shengsheng focused on the fruit in her hands. "I don't know. I've never had it before. Should I give it a try?" The orange-red fruit, fragrant and about the size of a palm in Jean Ling's hand, required both of hers to hold. She tentatively took a small bite, and the rich sweetness flooded her senses. Her eyes brightened. "Delicious. I like it." It seemed like an unpeeled orange. Indeed, the crops of the beast world were peculiar. "I'm glad you like it. This is the unique orange-scented fruit of the Feiyu tribe." Watching the little female struggle to break through the fruit skin with her small bite, he chuckled softly. Jean Ling thought even a young cub could do better. After eating half, Su Shengsheng found she could not continue, as one fruit was too filling for her. She still craved some hearty meat or similar food to satisfy her hunger, before she could decide whether to save it for later or eat it during the night. The other half of the fruit was taken from her hand. The little female stared at the remaining fruit, her conflicted expression clear to Jean Ling. He took it over and finished it in just a few bites. Noticing her dazed gaze, Jean Ling carefully wiped the juice that had accidentally smeared on her lips and hands with a small piece of beast skin, softly saying, "You want to be able to eat much later." His overly intimate gesture made Su Shengsheng's cheeks flush, and she murmured in response. Was this beast man's behavior inappropriate? Before she could react, his warm voice resumed beside her. "This forest has many small-horned beasts. Which part of the meat does Shengsheng prefer, roasted or boiled?" Jean Ling spoke with an unchanging demeanor, as if these actions were entirely natural for him. Su Shengsheng couldn't help but wonder if such social interactions were typical in the beast world. Unable to ponder further without answers, she simply followed his lead in changing the topic. Either is fine. She was unaware of the appearance of the little unicorn, nor the components that constituted it, leaving her unable to make a selection and thus responding as such. "Then, please wait here for a moment. I will go find a suitable piece for Shengsheng." He gently inquired for her opinion. That would be fine, thank you, Su Shengsheng replied politely, nodding obediently. Delicate and petite, with a gentle disposition and a sweet voice. At that moment, Jean Ling's vague impression of her began to crystallize. He tenderly brushed her long hair, gazing at her with warmth. Be good. I shall return shortly. All right. As the beast man departed, the surrounding cacophony seemed to fade with him, enveloping her in an overwhelming silence. Su Shengsheng instinctively moved closer to the fire, her mind wandering as she fixated on the flickering flames. The night had fallen. Why had the wolf not yet come to find her? Accustomed to the warmth of the wolf's belly, how was she supposed to sleep without him? Chapter 12. Is he handsome? The firelight was obscured as Su Shengsheng looked up at the unfamiliar female approaching her. What is it? Which tribe do you belong to? Where is your follower? Why are you following Jean Ling? Finally, having waited for her to be alone, and with Jean Ling absent, Rosa hurried over to interrogate her. Jean Ling was the male she had set her sights on. It was already disheartening to see him taken by a female with a high fertility value. This weak female clearly lacked such value, even falling short of Yuna. The fact that Jean Ling had taken an interest in such a feeble female felt like a grave insult. With a physique like that, she probably couldn't even bear offspring. Su Shengsheng was at a loss to respond to this trifecta of inquiries. Oh wait, if Mo has no objections, I could answer the second question. Su Shengsheng contemplated. She was unsure if that wolf would be willing to be her beast husband. She couldn't bear the thought of being without him, feeling insecure, sleepless, and possibly even perish. I am her follower. Is there a problem with that? A tall beast man approached and sat beside her, his gentle tone now tinged with gravity as he regarded the encroaching female. Jean Ling, do you lack discernment? She is so weak she cannot possibly bear your offspring. Upon hearing Jean Ling's acknowledgement, Rosa's emotions erupted, her voice rising in indignation. She sensed the mocking glances from the surrounding females. Su Shengsheng lowered her head in embarrassment, feeling the truth in Rosa's words. She might genuinely be incapable of bearing children, given her physical condition. Observing the small female's downcast demeanor, Jean Ling reached out to gently stroke her hair. I can do without offspring. This statement seemed directed at Rosa, yet also served as a proclamation to all present, and a message just for her. His voice was tender, yet it bore an unmistakable resolve. If he desired children, he would not have remained single until now. Offspring could be born by anyone. But finding a compatible female was a rare encounter. Jean Ling, you will regret this. Rosa glared fiercely at Su Shengsheng, angrily pointing at him. She could not believe there was a male who did not care for offspring. I will not. Jean Ling responded resolutely, his words unwavering. Su Shengsheng turned in surprise to the beast man beside her. In a world where a female's awakening was tied to her fertility, could there truly be beast men who did not desire children? Wait, she seemed to have overlooked this question. She wondered if that wolf wished for offspring. Surely he must want them, right? Wolf, no, he does not. A small trouble begets a greater one, which would only give him a headache. Was it selfish of her to wish to draw him closer? Rosa, what are you causing a ruckus about? Hearing the commotion, the patriarch of the Jin clan hurried over to intervene. Eagerly, Kong Ji, hurry and take your female back. Listen, what are you saying? How can he not want children? This little female does not seem as weak as Rosa claimed, unable to bear offspring. The rabbit tribe and whatever other tribes' females were all petite, yet they still bore many young. When the time came, let Jean Ling seek out the green crystal to solve the issue. Rosa, the meat is ready. Let us return to feast on the roasted flesh, particularly your favorite, the belly meat of the little unicorn. Kong Ji gently took Rosa's chubby hand, coaxing her softly. I do not. Before Rosa could protest further, she suddenly noticed that the weak female had lifted her head. Kong Ji's beast form was a peacock adorned with golden and purple feathers, a sight to behold. Enchanting in its beauty, Su Shengsheng found a lasting impression of him. What are you weak females gazing at? Rosa sharply perceived that the frail female's gaze had shifted behind her, like a small creature that had stepped on its own tail, immediately bristling with irritation. Su Shengsheng recognized that such behavior was impolite and, after some thought, smiled warmly at Rosa, sincerely complimenting, he is very handsome. Your taste is excellent. Rosa was taken aback, seemingly unprepared for such a comment. She opened her mouth and haughtily huffed, "Humph, just because he is handsome does not mean he belongs to you." As she spoke, she grasped Kong Ji's hand tightly, pulling him away hastily without a backward glance, as if fearing Su Shengsheng might snatch him away. Su Shengsheng thought to herself, "Surely not. It is not that serious." It felt like a farce. The patriarch of the Jin clan raked his fingers through his hair, gazing at her with exasperation. "Little Shengsheng, that one belongs to another. Look at the one beside you. Is he not also quite handsome?" After imparting this veiled admonition, the patriarch shot Jin Ling a meaningful glance before patting his bee-skin skirt and departing. Su Shengsheng reflected, it truly is not that serious. She simply found the peacock beautiful. Returning to her place in a huff, Rosa took the roasted meat from Eagle Lee, nibbling while her eyes remained fixed on Kong Ji. "He is indeed quite handsome," she conceded, realizing she had overlooked this before. "No, I must keep a close watch. I cannot allow that weak female to take him away." Jin Ling turned his gaze towards Kong Ji, making a mental comparison. "Shengsheng, The beast man beside her spoke, drawing her attention back. She turned to find a face as exquisite as jade mere inches from hers. "Is he handsome?" The little female has a penchant for attractive males. His visage surpassed Kong Ji's, leaving her curious if he conformed to her ideal. Su Shengsheng earnestly scrutinized the contours of his face, nodding honestly, handsome, with prominent brow bones, a straight nose, and a smooth jawline. His features were strikingly defined, yet softened harmoniously, an exquisite blend of opposing elements that exuded an appealing charm without aggression. Such beauty was enticing to Su Shengsheng. Well, as long as Shengsheng finds him handsome. Receiving the desired reply, Jin Ling's expression brightened as he settled back down. He sliced the roasted meat into bite-sized pieces, placing them on clean leaves before offering them to her. "Give it a try. If you do not like it, there are others." "Thank you," Su Shengsheng accepted, her curiosity piqued as she glanced at his now empty hand. Had she not just seen a golden knife? Where had it gone? Is this what Shengsheng was looking for? Noticing the little female's continued gaze at his hand, Jin Ling extended it. And soon Su Shengsheng watched in awe as a golden knife gradually formed in his palm. So marvelous. This must be his talent. Golden affinity? She curiously reached out to touch it, her fingernail producing a metallic clink upon contact. A thought struck her suddenly. Could it transform into a fork? As she spoke, she picked up a small twig and sketched a rough outline on the ground, then gazed at him expectantly. "Can it?" Jin Ling glanced at the drawing that resembled a tangible object. "Like this?" He blinked, and in an instant, the small golden knife morphed into a tiny golden fork, perfectly matching her drawing in size. Su Shengsheng marveled once more. How extraordinary. Can this be used? If so, would that not resolve the issue of cutlery? What does Shengsheng wish to do? Although perplexed, Jin Ling's actions remained decisive as he placed the fork into her hand. Su Shengsheng toyed with the small golden fork in her hand, tentatively spearing a piece of meat and bringing it to her lips. To her astonishment, it indeed worked. She wondered how long this could last. Her sparkling eyes turned toward the gentle-faced beast man. What would happen once she finished eating? Sensing her thoughts, Jin Ling tenderly stroked her head and replied with a soft smile, "Clever little female, with such peculiar ideas." "Thank you." Understanding her implication, Su Shengsheng arched her pretty brows, offering him a grateful smile. "Hurry and eat. The meat will get cold." "All right." Su Shengsheng lowered her head, methodically spearing the meat, savoring each bite with earnestness. Jin Ling gazed intently at her cheeks, moving rhythmically with each chew, unable to tear his eyes away. Did Shengsheng care about what she had said? A female takes pride in her ability to bear young. Being questioned about her fertility must trouble her, right? Chapter 13. The Night Without Wolves, she wept. Upon hearing the beastman's inquiry, Su Shengsheng's hand holding the fork paused momentarily. What she had said might indeed hold truth. It was not so much sorrow that enveloped her. She was well aware of her own physical condition and had prepared herself mentally. Yet, the thought of that wolf left her feeling despondent. Had that wolf initially found her a nuisance? Why, said is true. The beastman gently placed his warm palm on her head. prompting Su Shengsheng to look up at him in confusion. What is true? It is true that I do not desire young, and it is true that I wish to be your follower. Jean Ling cupped her porcelain-like face, gazing at her with tenderness and focus. Can you grant me the chance to care for you? Why? She did not understand. She felt inadequate, her health was poor, and she was incapable of bearing children. The notion of such a shameful reality was something she found hard to bear. What did he want from her? With his hands securing her head, Su Shengsheng found herself unable to evade his penetrating gaze, leaving her bewilderedly staring back at him. My future partner will be just like you, Shengsheng. Jean Ling smiled gently, having long envisioned the image of his future companion. As he stood nearby, observing the little female with her red nose bidding farewell to that wolf, the figure in his heart began to take shape. I understand now, you are fond of my type. A glimmer of realization flashed in Su Shengsheng's peach blossom eyes. But that is indeed impossible. Everyone has different interests and preferences, which cannot be easily altered. What should she do? Should she agree? As an artist, she adored all things beautiful. The thought of possessing such a stunning scene alone made it hard for her to resist temptation. Yet no, Shengsheng, it was different then. It is not the same now. Jean Ling affectionately caressed her flushed cheeks, earnestly correcting her. I have chosen you, Shengsheng. Once a male has chosen a female as his partner, he will remain steadfast and loyal. You have already taken root in my heart. His gaze was sincere. His tone as solemn as a vow. Will you accept me, Shengsheng? Jean Ling's amber eyes, clear as amber, brimmed with affection as he focused intently on her, awaiting her response. The seemingly tranquil expression on his face belied the slight tremor of his long lashes, hinting at the tension within. A prolonged silence followed. Jean Ling's brows furrowed slightly, a fleeting sense of disappointment washing over him. It is fine, I was too hasty. I can wait. I possess ample patience. May I take some time to consider? Su Shengsheng shyly replied, her long lashes casting shadows on her flushed cheeks. She began to comprehend the feelings within the beast man's heart. It was akin to having a framework and concept, a vague yet elusive thread of thought, and one day, encountering a scene that resonated perfectly with her ideas in terms of lines, colors, and forms. What would she do then? Su Shengsheng ceased to doubt the beastman's heart, but wished to wait for that wolf, for she felt a dependence on it. If that wolf did not come looking for her, it was highly likely she would find it difficult to refuse. The delicate beauty of the little female prompted Jean Ling to lean down and plant a gentle kiss on her forehead, his warm lips grazing her skin, sending a flutter through his heart. It is all right, Shengsheng, this is your right. I was too eager. Can you give me a chance to prove myself? As long as the little female did not directly refuse him, there was still hope. After finishing the remaining roasted meat in her hand, Jean Ling tenderly enveloped her in his arms, wiping her mouth and hands, attending to her every need with meticulous care. Watching the beast man revolve around her, Su Shengsheng could not help but softly reply, all right. That evening, Su Shengsheng was arranged to stay in a tree hollow with several unfamiliar females. Beneath her lay a soft nest of grass cushioned by thick animal hides, yet she found herself wide awake. What had become of that wolf? Had he resolved the troubles he spoke of? Was he injured? Would he come looking for her? In the depths of the sunset forest, the black wolf, battered and bruised, viciously clamped its jaws around the throat of its prey until it fell silent, collapsing heavily to the ground. Unbeknownst to him, hidden deep within the forest, lay a frenzied beast, devoid of reason. The black wolf remembered this brown bear, the five-star beast man he had inadvertently let escape, now advanced into madness. Having just dealt with the beast king, the black wolf was ambushed by the hidden beast, with its energy nearly depleted. With reckless abandon, the black wolf barely managed to defeat it, trading wounds for victory. Now, the black wolf lay on the ground, barely clinging to life, its injuries deep enough to expose bone, especially the gash beneath its neck that nearly severed its throat. The once glossy black fur had lost its luster, marred by blood and the corrupt energy of the beast king, leaving it streaked with marks. As life slipped away, the black wolf's vision began to blur. Night fell, and he wondered if that little troublemaker would weep without him to hold her. In the tree hollow, Su Shengsheng curled up, her tightly shut eyes damp with tears. It felt as though she were dreaming, engulfed in darkness. In her dreams, she seemed to return to that cave, huddled in a corner. Her heartbeat loud and racing as a monstrous figure approached her, baring its fangs. No one came to save her in the dream. She wished to flee, but turning around revealed only darkness, surrounded by an eerie silence. All she could hear was the amplified sound of her own heartbeat and the creature's labored breaths behind her. Mo, save me. Her whimpering stirred the nearby Yuna, who rose and approached the fragile yet beautiful little female. Getting closer, she could make out the indistinct sounds from the little female's lips. Is she crying? Yuna hesitated. Outside the hollow, Jinling heard the commotion and turned toward the entrance. Spotting Yuna standing there, whispering for him. What is it? The female you brought back is crying. Mimicking her mother, she gently patted the little female's back in an attempt to soothe her, but found it ineffective. Hearing the little female's cries, Jinling could no longer contain himself. He longed to embrace and comfort her. He thought this and acted accordingly. Taking several steps into the hollow, he saw the small, helpless female curled up, and his heart ached with compassion. Cautiously, he lifted her into his arms, softly soothing her as he stepped out of the hollow. Shengsheng, be good, don't cry. Do not fear. With other females present in the hollow, he could not linger long, so he carried her to a nearby empty tree hollow. Please do not cry. Be good. Gently wiping away her tears, Jinling held her close, whispering reassurances. In his embrace, the delicate little female gradually quieted, falling into a peaceful sleep. Jinling pressed a kiss to her forehead, transforming into a large bird, wrapping her in his expansive wings as she drifted into slumber. Shengsheng, it seems I must rely on you now. Chapter 14, The First Friend in Another World. The morning light streamed into the tree hollow, sensing the movement beneath his feathers. The golden eagle withdrew his wings and transformed back into a youth with a gentle complexion. Has she awakened? Jinling? Su Shengsheng gazed at the unfamiliar surroundings, which were different from those she had seen before sleeping, her bewildered eyes turning towards the young man lying beside her. How did I end up here? She vaguely remembered being trapped in a nightmare last night, unable to awaken, until a voice consistently comforted her, and then she fell asleep again. It seems it was Jinling. She had thought that since Yuna mentioned she cried last night, she must have brought her here to sleep. Did Shengsheng have a nightmare? As she reached out to smooth her somewhat disheveled hair, Jinling briefly explained the events of the previous night. She lowered her gaze, unwilling to explain the dream or discuss the embarrassing matter of crying due to a nightmare. Let us take Shengsheng out for breakfast. After we eat, we must set off. Noticing her flushed face and reluctance to mention it, Jinling kindly changed the subject. All right. After a quiet breakfast, the clan leader urged the group to commence their journey. Su Shengsheng cast a worried glance in the direction they had come, where the figure she longed to see had yet to appear. Let us go. Even if he is delayed, he will strive to arrive before the mate selection ceremony. The fierce kiss from the wolf beast remained vivid in Jinling's memory. He did not believe that the possessive beast man would willingly relinquish the position of Shengsheng's first mate to another. Let us hope so, she thought to herself. Feeling uncertain deep down, Su Shengsheng nodded and climbed onto the back of the golden eagle. A flock of birds of various shapes and sizes took to the sky once more. Knowing they were protected, Su Shengsheng felt much more composed today. Yuna patted the golden eagle beneath her, signaling him to accelerate and catch up with the little female ahead. Su Shengsheng sat, idly gazing at the distant mountain peaks. Suddenly, a phrase sprang to mind. A mountain in sight, but a horse can't reach it. Hello, little female. I am Yuna. A crisp and melodious female voice came from behind on the right. Su Shengsheng turned to see a charming female with short brown hair. Dressed in a reddish-brown strapless top and a fur skirt, she revealed a slender waist, her figure well-proportioned, with a generous bosom and long legs, though she seemed somewhat aggrieved. Yuna? She recalled Jinling mentioning her name upon waking in the morning. Su Shengsheng cautiously adjusted her direction to face her and offered a friendly smile. Hello, I am Su Shengsheng. Thank you for what happened yesterday. No need to thank me. I comforted you, but it didn't work. You still cried. Upon hearing Yuna's soft and delicate voice, Su Shengsheng felt her cheeks warm, quickly waving her hand. Embarrassed, she bit her inner lip, eager to change the subject. Does Yuna only have one follower? When conversing with the females of the beast world, of course, the topic would turn to boyfriends. Su Shengsheng had observed the native group yesterday and remembered Yuna's situation. Since yesterday until now, she had only the golden eagle beneath her. The males in the tribe think I am too weak. Speaking of this, Yuna became indignant. What do they mean by that? Are they afraid I'm not viable or want to bear offspring? Such unappreciative individuals. She knew her own body well enough. She was perfectly healthy. How could that be? Yuna has a wonderful figure. They must be blind. Su Shengsheng sincerely believed this. Yuna's physique was precisely what she had always desired. Yes, I also think they lack discernment. Gene E is the best. Gene E, as mentioned by Yuna, referred to the golden eagle beneath her, a rare 5-star beast warrior. You are beautiful, and your personality is admirable. Jean Ling has great taste, especially the way the little female's eyes sparkled. Just a glance made her heart race. Thank you, but I truly am physically weak. Receiving such direct compliment from a peer felt somewhat embarrassing for Su Shengsheng, yet it also brought her joy. What does that matter? Let Jean Ling hunt a few more green crystals for you. If not, you can just find a shaman. Yuna dismissed the notion, stating that a female in poor health would not have survived this long. Once you participate in the awakening ceremony of the holy female, your body could be strengthened. If fortunate enough to awaken as a holy female, then there would be no issue. The suggestion of finding a shaman implied finding a doctor as a boyfriend. Didn't he it? She still wasn't quite accustomed to this. Su Shengsheng awkwardly shifted the topic away from herself. What qualities does Yuna look for in a partner? Strength and capability. As she spoke about herself, Yuna clenched her fist, her spirits lifted. I will make those who look down on me and envy me envious. Su Shengsheng Litsten Dumbao. Strong capability in males? Is that what I think it is? Observing Yuna's enthusiastic expression, Su Shengsheng felt her understanding was likely correct. She opened her mouth, awkwardly offering her blessings. You will find someone. Of course. With so many males at the awakening ceremony, I will definitely pick several. Yuna continued, realizing she only had Jean Ling, and thus advised, you should also look for a few. If you miss this opportunity, you will have to wait for the grand event in Beast King City. Beast King City grand event? Su Shengsheng's curiosity was piqued. This was something the wolf hadn't mentioned. You don't know. Yuna seemed puzzled, wondering how a beast man could be unaware of the grand event. However, she didn't delve deeper, explaining, every year in the warm season, Beast King City holds a grand event where many beastmen participate, allowing for trading and the chance to see many powerful males. You'll understand once you attend. But you'll have to wait until next year. This year, with the awakening ceremony, there won't be time for the grand event. Su Shengsheng nodded, understanding. A bustling market in the beast world with a matchmaking corner? What kind of male are you looking for? Shengsheng. The topic shifted back to her. I will decide when the time comes. She merely hoped that, by then, the great wolf would have already arrived, perhaps sparing her from facing such awkward inquiries. Yes, be sure to look carefully. You must choose wisely. Yuna, not catching her evasive words, nodded in agreement. Time passed swiftly as they chatted and laughed. The group only paused briefly to rest before continuing on their journey. Deep within the sunset forest, the black wolf abruptly awoke, having dreamt of that little troublemaker crying and calling for him. Considering the little female's temperament, he thought it quite plausible. He needed to recover quickly to find her. Otherwise, he would be met with a tearful little nuisance. After a night of recuperation, his wounds had ceased bleeding, and most minor injuries had healed, save for the fatal wound beneath his neck. The black wolf rose and continued to consume the remaining half of the fierce beast king's meat from the previous night, absorbing the energy flowing into his body to mend his injuries. Chapter 15, Just 4 Husbands. Sheik in the warm sun of the season felt quite pleasant. Su Shengsheng, who had not slept well the previous night, soon found her eyes squinting from the sunlight, dozing off on the warm feathers of the golden eagle's back. When she awoke again, it was nearly evening, and their next destination lay not far ahead. It was a gorge, with many caves carved into the rocky walls on either side. Jean Ling led her into one of the caves, which was small and contained nothing but a pile of hay that had likely been there for ages. Can I stay up and watch over Shengsheng while she sleeps tonight? Watching Jean take Yuna into a nearby cave, Su Shengsheng nodded in agreement. All right. It seems she wouldn't need to sleep in the communal dormitory tonight. Jean Ling gently touched her flushed cheek and gestured to the fur he had just laid down at the cave entrance. I'll tidy up the cave. Can you wait there for a moment? Okay. Su Shengsheng obediently moved over to sit down, thinking for a moment before addressing the beast man. Thank you for your hard work. A small figure sat there earnestly, sweetly addressing the male with a gentle thank you for your hard work. Jean Ling couldn't help but smile, finding Sheng truly adorable. The golden eagle used its wings to gather the hay within the cave, tossing it out before swiftly returning with a fresh, large nest of grass. Jean Ling placed the meticulously woven nest deep within the cave, layered it with thick animal skins, and gently patted it, saying, Sheng, come and try it. Upon hearing the call, Su Shengsheng leaned against the stone wall at the cave entrance to stand up and walked inside. The cave entrance was quite high, and to be honest, she felt a bit frightened. It's very comfortable, thank you, she remarked as she sat in the fragrant grass nest, which resembled an oversized cradle for infants, and she found it delightful. In the future, you needn't thank me, understand? It seems distant and might lead other males to think I am not favored, Jean Ling said, crouching before her, tenderly smoothing the slightly disheveled strands of hair blown by the wind at the cave entrance while gazing at her with warmth and seriousness. I don't mean that. Su Shengsheng shook her head in confusion, wanting to explain, but feeling Jean Ling's words held ambiguity, leaving her uncertain on how to articulate her thoughts. Could it be interpreted that way? That's not her intention. Furthermore, what event led the beastmen to assume their relationship? After some contemplation, she concluded it could only be last night. Indeed, in modern society, a male and a female residing alone would inevitably lead to misunderstandings regarding their relationship. What about her and that wolf? Had the wolf also assumed their relationship? I understand your meaning. Shall we refrain from speaking of this next time? Jean Ling suggested. All right. The obedient demeanor of the small female made Jean Ling unable to resist pulling her into an embrace. May I hug you? Shengsheng, sitting on the beastman's lap. She was enveloped in his warm embrace. Having already been embraced, Su Shengsheng found herself at a loss for words, only responding with a subdued okay. Jean Ling couldn't help but laugh at her slightly sullen expression, truly growing fonder of her. Su Shengsheng, who inexplicably found herself with two boyfriends, felt a complex mix of emotions. Yes, she had gained clarity. In the beast world, when a single male and a female sleep in the same cave, the male is implicitly labeled as the female's possession. She had shared several nights with that wolf, and according to the wolf's nature, he would not speak of it, but would assume the role of her boyfriend. Now, this one had first confessed, and after last night, had made it clear he was indeed her boyfriend. This simplified matters for her. She no longer needed to be troubled by the chief's mention of needing to find 2 or more males for the awakening ceremony. Why was Su Shengsheng able to accept the notion of having 2 boyfriends so quickly? It was undoubtedly due to the profound impact of Yuna's words on her worldview. Setting aside the harsh seasons of the beast realm and the threats from feral beasts, one male cannot adequately care for a fragile female. Yuna stated that the beast god decreed a mature female must seek out 4 or more males, while a holy female must find 6 or more. Or else the beast god would revoke the abilities granted to her. What were these abilities? While she didn't care much for the ability to bear offspring, the capacity to enhance her physical strength was something Su Shengsheng could not overlook. This had been her long-standing wish, to free herself from the burdens of illness and possess a healthy body. Why not just find a few more boyfriends? For it's manageable for me, she thought, considering it a compensation for her lack of romantic experiences. Jean Ling, it's your turn to hunt today. A hawk beast swooped past the cave entrance, interrupting their moment alone. What would you like to eat? I can hunt something for you. Shengsheng, he offered. She was unsure of what prey was available or their names, but speaking to her eager boyfriend in such a manner felt somewhat perfunctory. Su Shengsheng pondered for a moment and made a modest request. I want to try some fruits I haven't eaten before. Her experiences with fruits were limited, but there were many varieties she had yet to taste, and each region should have its specialties. This request should not be too difficult and could provide her boyfriend an opportunity to showcase his prowess. Upon hearing the small female's request, Jinling thought of the unique twin fruit found in this valley. Small, purplish-red, sweet and sour berries. Not too large so as to fill her stomach, which he believed she would enjoy. Leaning down, he kissed her smooth forehead and said, "Then, Shengsheng, wait here, I will return shortly." Momo, Su Shengsheng not that Ao set stili. Unfamiliar with how to interact with her boyfriend, she felt unsure of what to say. When she had been with the great wolf, she had merely followed his lead. That time had been out of fear, but afterward, he would take her along on hunts. However, with so many females here waiting obediently, she felt she could not selfishly demand the beast man to take her along. Besides, they were hunting in a group, and it would be inappropriate for her to tag along. Thus, she could only nod and wait patiently. "Good girl." Jinling gently patted her head before stepping out of the cave and transforming into a golden eagle to take flight. The distance between the caves was not short, and the sound from outside were muffled. For a moment, the cave felt eerily quiet with just her. Su Shengsheng rose and sat on a piece of animal skin at the cave entrance. The temperature difference between day and night in the warm season of the beast realm was significant, and the evening breeze brought a chill. She was still wearing the animal skins from the previous day, which the great wolf had later made for her, a black patterned bandeau, a half-length skirt, and a mid-length gray fur cloak. She wondered why that wolf had such a penchant for black, aside from the cloak. The various animal skins he had crafted for her were all different shades of black, from long fur to short fur, horizontal stripes to spots. She wished to bathe and change clothes, but was uncertain if that wolf had returned. In a hidden cave, a massive wolf body was enveloped in a terrifying purple energy. The black wolf felt somewhat restless. The beast energy upgrade had interrupted his plans to travel. If he could not accelerate the upgrade speed, he would miss the troublesome awakening ceremony. The wolf's claws dug out the golden crystal hidden beneath its fur. This was the only option. Absorbing the beast core of the ferocious beast king would surely hasten his advancement, and if all went well, he would still have time to hunt another golden crystal for the small female. Chapter 16. Washing her clothes, Jinling returned shortly after leaving, landing with a small animal skin pouch in his mouth, transforming into a gentle-looking young man as he approached her. "Twin fruits. I believe Shengsheng would enjoy these. Would you like to try?" The beast man held out the fruits, his eyes shimmering with warmth. Su Shengsheng felt her face flush slightly under his gaze, only to be drawn to the fruits in his hand as she lowered her eyes. The red fruits, about the size of her palm, were two joined together, one slightly pink and the other with a hint of yellow. They looked familiar. Were these the evolutionary variant of cherries in the beast realm? With surprise, Su Shengsheng picked a cluster from the beastman's hand and tasted both colors. "I really like them. Jinling, you're wonderful." The two fruits had different flavors. The pinkish one was sweet and tart, while the yellowish one was crisp and sweet. Though they did not taste exactly like cherries, she truly enjoyed eating them. "As long as you like them," he replied, placing the small animal skin pouch of fruits in her arms, gently wiping the juice from the corner of her mouth, and softly advising, "Eat in moderation. Save room for the roasted meat later. Tomorrow morning, I will pick some more for you to eat on the way." To ensure she did not fill up on fruit and then be unable to enjoy the roasted meat, Jinling thoughtfully shared his plans. I understand." Her response, coupled with her childlike charm, made Su Shengsheng smile brightly as she playfully shook his fingers and obediently replied. Gazing at her delicate hand, holding his, Jinling's expression softened. Shengsheng is truly well-behaved. The obedient demeanor of her made him unable to resist wanting to cherish and comfort her, desiring to keep her close at all times. After consuming several fruits, Su Shengsheng suddenly recalled her earlier thought. "Jinling, I wish to take a bath." Tugging at the beastman's fingers, her cheeks slightly flushed, she expressed her desire to wash. Upon finishing, her dewy peach blossom eyes glimmered with anticipation, rendering Jinling incapable of refusing her request. "I will fetch some water for you. Would it be acceptable for you to bathe in the cave?" He pondered, gently stroking her long hair as he proposed. "Yes, that is fine. Su Shengsheng eagerly nodded in agreement, feeling quite content. Then, will you wait for me here? All right, she responded, her eyes sparkling with joy. Jean Ling returned her tender smile, affectionately patted her head, and then stepped out of the cave. While hunting, he had noticed some hollow wood nearby, perfect for fetching back a section to hold water for the little female. He also intended to seek out the Jin clan leader for a piece of animal hide to make her a set of spare garments. With these thoughts in mind, Jin Diao swiftly soared through the sky. He first retrieved a section of hollow wood, meticulously smoothed it down, then filled it with stream water, placing it on a pile of stones to slowly heat. In the meantime, he prepared and wrapped the meat that Su Shengsheng would eat for dinner. Afterward, he obtained a beautiful piece of animal hide from the Jin clan leader to take back to the cave. Shengsheng, I have returned. The beastman's gentle voice resonated from the cave entrance. Su Shengsheng, who had been sheltering from the cold wind inside, stepped forward a few paces to greet him. Jean Ling, shall we eat first and then bathe afterward? As he spoke, he handed her some roasted meat cut into small pieces, thoughtfully producing a small golden fork for her use. All right. Su Shengsheng nodded and accepted. She had just dragged in a piece of animal hide to the cave entrance and was now sitting on it, elegantly picking at the roasted meat. Jean Ling sat beside her, cutting the animal hide in hand, and after obtaining the desired dimensions, he began stitching with a golden needle, occasionally glancing at her with a tender smile on his face. Su Shengsheng diligently finished the roasted meat in her hands, and when she looked up again, Jean Ling had completed his task. Seeing her gaze, he smiled and held up the animal hide garment he had just sewn for her to see. Shengsheng, come and see if it fits. He took the leaves she had used to wrap the roasted meat and set them aside, kindly taking out a small piece of animal hide to wipe her hands and mouth before placing the garment he made into her hands. Did you make this for me? Su Shengsheng looked at the animal hide garment in her hands and raised her head in surprise, realizing that he had been crafting clothing for her. It was made on the spur of the moment since he wanted to bathe, so it is not very well made. Please do not be upset, Jean Ling explained, glancing at her with a hint of guilt. Had he known this outing would lead him to her, he would have brought some finer animal hides. Once they reached the Beast God Mountain, he would hunt a few flat-beaked beasts, known for their smooth and vibrant fur, and fashion her several exquisite garments. Not at all. Jean Ling, you have put in a lot of effort, and it is wonderful. I truly like it. Su Shengsheng sincerely praised. She was a person easily satisfied, with few lofty expectations. The mere thought of Jean Ling making her a set of spare clothes filled her with delight. Shengsheng is indeed someone hard to dislike. Jean Ling chuckled softly as he ruffled her hair, remarking that he was increasingly fond of her with their growing companionship. I will go fetch water for you to bathe, he said, rising to tidy up the cave a bit before stepping out with the collected items. Su Shengsheng set the clean animal hide garment aside to keep it dry for her bath. After waiting for a short while, she heard noises at the cave entrance. Just as she was about to step out, Jean Ling came in effortlessly carrying a green wooden tub that was half her height. He positioned the large tub away from the grass nest where it wouldn't be blown by the wind. All right, Shengsheng, you may bathe now, he said with a gentle smile before turning to guard the cave entrance as a massive golden eagle. Su Shengsheng reached out to test the water temperature. It was warm, but not scalding. She glanced at the large bird that blocked most of the cave entrance and smiled softly. How considerate. After a quick rinse, Su Shengsheng dried herself and donned the animal hide garment Jean Ling had prepared for her, getting ready to clean her soiled clothes. Just leave them there. I will wash them clean, she stated as Jean Ling entered upon hearing her voice, taking the garment from her hands and placing them into the wooden tub. I can manage on my own. Surprised by his action and recalling that her intimate undergarments were still inside, Su Shengsheng felt her face warm and attempted to stop him. That wolf beast wants Shengsheng to wash the animal hides herself? Jean Ling's gentle voice took on a somewhat heavy tone, revealing his displeasure towards that wolf beast. Before she could respond, he shifted the conversation, his expression revealing obvious disappointment. Or is it that Shengsheng does not wish to give me the chance to help? Su Shengsheng was taken aback, instinctively loosening her grip, causing the animal hide to slip into the wooden tub. Be good. Jean Ling tenderly took the hide to dry her hands and hair, leading her to sit down on the grass nest. Wait here for a moment. I will be quick. Watching Jinling carry the tub out of the cave, Shengsheng felt somewhat dazed. She truly was just shy and unaccustomed to the situation. That wolf had directly denied her the chance to speak, while this eagle had given her no room to refute. That night, she once again found herself sleeping under the protective wing of the golden eagle, a reality she had come to accept. Chapter 17. The tribe gathered for the bonfire feast the next day. Jinling rose early to gather her favorite fruits, and by the time she awoke, he had already returned. After breakfast, the group resumed their journey for the day. Thus, they traversed the day and rested at night, enduring 3 monotonous days. On the evening of the 3rd day, they arrived at their destination, where they joined another group participating in the awakening ceremony. Lion Clan Leader, Tiger Clan Leader. It seems that this year, many cubs from your 2 clans will partake in the awakening ceremony, the Jin Clan Leader remarked, recognizing them as he approached with a friendly smile after settling his kin. The Lion Tiger Clan was a large tribe formed from the merger of the original Jin Lion Clan and the White Tiger Clan. The beastmen of the Lion Tiger Clan were predominantly lion and tiger beasts, along with later additions of fox and wolf beasts. Hence, the Lion Tiger Clan currently had 2 leaders, the Lion Leader from the Jin Lion Clan and the Tiger Leader from the White Tiger Clan. Greetings, Jin Clan Leader. The Feathers Clan is quite distant. The tribe members have flown for over 10 days and are weary. How about we rest for a day tomorrow and hold a bonfire feast tonight for the cubs to get acquainted? The Tiger Leader enthusiastically suggested while pulling the Jin Clan Leader. Indeed, Oldshir's idea is quite good. Jin Clan Leader, what do you think? The Lion Leader chimed in, realizing that many females from the Feathers Clan had come this year, which essentially presented opportunities for the single beasts of their clan. Thus, he quickly nodded in agreement. Of course, why not? Jin Clan Leader understood the Lion Leader's intentions and was in alignment with them. After all, they were close to the Beast God Mountain, and resting for a day would not be a hindrance. With the 3 leaders in agreement, the Lion Leader and Tiger Leader went to inform their tribes, while the Jin Clan Leader returned as well. Cubs, let's head over to the Lion Tiger Clan for the bonfire feast. Wow. Upon hearing this, the weary tribe members instantly became animated. Shengsheng, let us go see if there are any strong males. Yuna eagerly pulled her along. Having heard tales of the robust males of the Lion Clan, she was keen to observe them closely, hoping to pick out 1 or 2 high-ranking lion beasts. Igrekuna, you go ahead. I'm not very interested, Shengsheng replied, feeling a lack of enthusiasm. Furthermore, Jinling had mentioned that there was a hot spring nearby. She had not bathed for 2 days and was now longing for a good soak and to change her clothes. Aren't you going? Yuna curiously gazed at her, pondering how such a splendid opportunity could fail to ignite any excitement within her. Shengsheng found it difficult to refuse the invitation from her first companion in the beast world. However, she murmured softly into Yuna's ear, I wish to take a bath. Friends are important, but cleanliness is of paramount importance. Suddenly enlightened by this thought, Yuna's eyes sparkled with realization. I shall go as well, she exclaimed. Let us cleanse ourselves and captivate that flock of males. Shengsheng blinked, seemingly oblivious to her companion's intentions, yet decided to accompany her. Let's be off. She climbed onto the back of the golden eagle and softly spoke, Golden Wing, hurry, we must catch up. The 2 golden eagles flew out of the tribe, and upon noticing them, the tribe leader, recognizing their prowess as 5-star beast warriors, allowed them to depart without protest. The hot springs that Jinling mentioned were not far away. They were an outdoor oasis with several scattered pools of varying sizes. Shengsheng chose one at random, washed herself, and donned the bee-skin attire prepared by Jinling, a white, short, curly strapless top paired with a matching skirt and cloak. Is it cold? Jinling asked, gently arranging her long hair and brushing against her flushed cheeks that were warmed by the steam. Not too cold, she replied, her eyes curving into a smile as she watched the orc snugly wrap her cloak. We must return swiftly. The bonfire feast is about to commence. Yuna's voice rang out from a distance, as she was already seated on the golden eagle and soaring away. Jinling, with an unhurried demeanor, adjusted her attire and playfully yet earnestly remarked, You won't find another male more appealing than me, will you? The more time he spent with this delicate and obedient little female, the more he cherished her. He wasn't ready for any orc to disrupt their private moments. Of course not, Su Shengsheng replied, astonished at the orc's question. Did she appear to be someone who easily swayed her affections? If a male approaches you later, can I handle it? Jinling had no intention of stopping her from seeking other males. He merely wished to gauge her feelings towards him. If she agreed, it would signify her acceptance of him. If she declined, it would indicate that he had yet to win her heart and needed to strive further. That would be wonderful. She hadn't considered this issue earlier, but reflecting on it now made her feel somewhat embarrassed. It would be splendid if Jinling could resolve any such encounters for her. With this thought in mind, Su Shengsheng nodded repeatedly, her eyes pleading with him, communicating a silent request for assistance. Jinling smiled warmly, gently ruffling her hair. Let's go. With a little female-esque acknowledgement, he felt reassured and empowered to fend off any unwanted male attention. Upon their return to the tribal gathering point, the bonfire feast indeed commenced. In the center lay a vast open space, where the females gathered in a circle, each surrounded by a flickering bonfire, with their followers attentively catering to them. Shengsheng, over here. Hurry, the duel is about to begin. Upon hearing Yina's call, Su Shengsheng tugged at Jinling's hand, bowing her head as they navigated through the crowd. The throng was overwhelming, and she felt somewhat out of place. You are too slow, Shengsheng. As she settled down, Yina leaned closer to her, speaking in a hushed tone. The beast world adhered to the principle of the survival of the fittest. Females revered strength, and males were esteemed based on their might. Higher-ranking orcs garnered more admiration from females, which is why duels often took place during gatherings, either to vie for the attention of females or to challenge oneself. Yet, most battles aim to attract the gaze of the females, much like the current one. A golden lion and a white tiger leaped into the fighting arena, engaging in straightforward combat devoid of any special abilities. Is there anyone you fancy, Yina? Su Shengsheng inquit, aware that every fight bore the potential for injury, even without the use of innate powers. She stole a glance before averting her gaze, opting to chat with Yina instead. What do you think of that lion? She asked, and Yina, suddenly animated, pointed to the golden lion as it clawed at the white tiger. I can't tell. I'm too timid to look, Su Shengsheng admitted. However, she could certainly ask. Jinling, is that lion formidable? Jinling, who was roasting meat beside her, glanced up briefly and assessed, not as fierce as the white tiger. He had overheard the conversation between Su Shengsheng and Yina and, knowing that the little female was not interested, returned his focus to the meat in hand. Su Shengsheng nodded and relayed Jinling's words to Yina. Jinling says the lion is not as strong as the tiger. How can that be? Yina expressed disbelief as she turned to the orc preparing her meal. Indeed, Jinling is correct, the golden eagle affirmed. With this confirmation, Yina felt somewhat disheartened. Chapter 18. Kiss her indeed, although the lion and tiger fought valiantly. The white tiger ultimately triumphed, pinning the golden lion by its throat. The white tiger, named Huya, possessed a striking appearance with short white hair and a sun-kissed complexion, exuding a handsome and bright aura. 4 silver stars adorned his collarbone, identifying him as a 4-star beast warrior. Rosa, may I be your follower? Huya approached Rosa, his right fist resting on his left shoulder as he kneeled to meet her gaze, a gesture of respect. In the beast world, females were considered adults only after undergoing the awakening ceremony and could directly request a bond. For now, they could only serve as followers. I accept, Rosa declared with an air of pride, lifting her head high. She was, after all, the most sought-after female, proving Jinling's lack of discernment in choosing a weak female. Upon hearing Rosa's words, Ying Li, sitting behind her, stood up and approached the fighting arena. Su Shengsheng, perplexed by this unexpected turn of events, wondered why Ying Li would challenge a duel after Rosa's acceptance. The eagle and tiger quickly engaged in combat. Jinling handed Su Shengsheng pieces of roasted meat and a small fork, observing her puzzled expression with a smile. They're determining their future family hierarchy. I see, Su Shengsheng replied, taking the meat and nodding in understanding. It seemed fair that the strongest would dictate the terms. So who is stronger? She inquired. The white tiger. He is likely on the verge of a promotion. Hearing the little female's question, Jinling turned his gaze to the ongoing battle. He is indeed quite formidable. To have just won a match and still contend with another 4-star beast warrior speaks volumes of his strength. Su Shengsheng pondered this, feeling a mix of admiration and concern. Shengsheng, upon hearing her praise for another male, Jinling felt a pang of jealousy. Not detecting the hint of envy in Jinling's voice. Su Shengsheng swallowed her meat, tilting her head in confusion. I am stronger than him. Jinling's statement, somewhat confusing, left Su Shengsheng puzzled. I know. You have 5 stars. She confirmed, glancing at the 5 silver stars at his collarbone. He was certainly stronger, given his higher rank. Therefore, you must not lower your standards, understand? Jinling wiped the grease from her lips, seizing the opportunity to educate his little female. Standards? What standards do I have? We shall not consider anyone below 5 stars in the future. There are not many single beasts above 5 stars, but if one does appear, we may contemplate it. This was Jinling's mindset, and he intended to instill it in her. Anzai, Su Shengsheng, not that. Whatever he said would suffice. She did not believe anyone would come seeking her. Observing how all the orcs flocked to Rosa and the others indicated their preference for more voluptuous females. Even Yina, with her perfect physique, had failed to attract attention, let alone someone like her, who seemed less likely to bear offspring. Just as this thought crossed her mind, a tall, robust orc, radiating strength, approached her. Yina, little female, I am Lion's son, a 5-star beast warrior. May I be your follower? Yuna gazed at him with sparkling eyes, clearly smitten and even somewhat exhilarated. Sure, son, I have agreed. As she spoke, Jean arose and walked into the encircled arena alongside Shurson. The golden eagle faced the golden lion, 5 stars against 5 stars. What do you think of him? He is exactly my type. Yuna excitedly shared her feelings. As long as Yuna is happy, Su Shengsheng nodded in affirmation, acknowledging that Shurson, being strong and of high rank, possessed all the qualities Yuna admired, making him quite commendable. Upon receiving her approval, Yuna focused intently on the battle unfolding before them. Jinling, who do you think is stronger? When the delicate female called out his name in a soft, endearing tone, Jinling felt a shiver run down his spine, instinctively tightening the arm that encircled her. Jinling? With no response, Su Shengsheng turned, puzzled, to the beast man holding her from behind. It's hard to say for both of them, Jinling replied somewhat distractedly, his gaze growing increasingly profound as it rested on her. Shengsheng. Su Shengsheng blinked, as if to ask, what is it? Shengsheng, what should I do? I want to kiss you. His large, defined hand caressed the long hair at the nape of her neck, and before she could react, he suddenly drew closer. His warm lips first pecked at hers and then pressed firmly together, deepening the kiss, persistently inviting her to dance with him. The beastman's kiss was as tender as a spring breeze, yet his hand, firmly gripping the back of her head, was hot, along with his breath and body. Sitting in his embrace, Su Shengsheng felt as if she might be set ablaze, emitting soft whimpers against his chest. Finally released, she melted into him, feeling as if she had no bones left and could only rely on his arm at her waist for support. Burying her face in his embrace and unwilling to look up. This is too much. My face must be burning. Having never experienced such intimacy, Su Shengsheng felt utterly embarrassed at the thought of facing anyone. Jinling, unable to resist, chuckled as he held her tightly, gently praising, Shengsheng's lips are so soft, and they taste so sweet. No, please don't say that. Su Shengsheng, already overwhelmed with shyness, could hardly bear his words. Embarrassed, her toes curled inwards. All right, I won't say it anymore. Jinling tenderly combed through her hair, an unremovable smile gracing his jade-like features. Sensing her shyness, he shifted her attention. Sure, son is about to win. Do you want to watch? Has it been so long? Upon hearing this, Su Shengsheng turned back to the arena, just in time to see the golden lion bite the golden eagle's wing and slam it to the ground, pinning it down with a paw. It was rare to witness a confrontation between 2 5-star beastmen, and some spectators, unable to contain their excitement, let out a shout. This outburst thoroughly enlivened the atmosphere, and even those beastmen who were not particularly eager to find a mate joined the crowd to enjoy the spectacle. Shurson, you are incredible. As Yuna's follower, Shengsheng naturally stood close to his female companion, receiving enthusiastic praise from the females as he and Jean E arrived together. Shengsheng had striking features, with deep-set eyes and an exotic allure, his smile radiating warmth. Jean E, you are impressive too. After praising Shengsheng, Yuna did not forget to commend the other, maintaining a balanced approach. The bonfire feast continued until midnight, and by the time it concluded, Shengsheng felt utterly drained. Shengsheng, be good and sleep well. Observing the lethargic female in his arms, Jean Ling felt a pang of sympathy, gently patting her back and soothing her. She had not anticipated staying up so late. Had she known, she would have listened to Jean Ling and returned earlier. Stifling a delicate yawn, she closed her eyes, lulled by the beastman's gentle voice, and slowly drifted into unconsciousness. Chapter 19. The Great Wolf arrives the following day. The group rested without haste to depart, as Shengsheng had risen late due to the previous night's revelry. When she awoke, Jean Ling was sitting at the entrance of their tree hollow, diligently sewing a small piece of beast hide. Shengsheng, you are awake? Upon hearing the beastman speak, she responded vaguely. Beside her lay a small red fruit for cleaning teeth, which she picked up and chewed before spitting the remnants onto the nearby leaves. After finishing an entire small red fruit, her speech was imbued with a sweet, fruity aroma. Wrap the leaves up. I will bury them under the tree later. Jean Ling, what are you doing? She walked over, curious about the item in his hands, and her face instantly flushed upon realizing what it was. Let me try. Watching the little female cover her blushing face, Jean Ling chuckled softly, placing the item in her arms before stepping out of the tree hollow. Shengsheng must be hungry. I will go fetch some food for her. Through the gaps in his fingers, Shengsheng watched the beastman leave, quickly turning back into the depths of the tree hollow to put on the small garment. It was a tiny outfit, originally discovered by Jean Ling when he washed her clothes. He had only now had the chance to replicate it. The small pants were crafted from the hide of a small bird, specifically hunted to meet her request. After tanning, the material was thin and soft, containing ventilation holes left from plucking the feathers, making it quite suitable for undergarments. Though termed a small bird, it was actually 3 times the size of a chicken. According to M.O., it was called Kai Niao, known for its vibrant and beautiful plumage. Each piece of Kai Niao hide featured a unique color. The snug pants she had worn previously were bluish gray, while the new pair Jean Ling had prepared for her was a soft green. Today, the meat was boiled with a white crispy fruit, and Jean Ling wanted to see if she liked it. Jean Ling entered the tree hollow, carrying a bowl and placing it on the protruding wooden stump. This is a unique hard-shelled fruit from this area, with a milky aroma. Shengsheng can give it a try. As she approached, Jean Ling offered her a small golden spoon. Quite impressive after a few days of interaction. Jean Ling had not only learned to craft small golden forks, but also small spoons and chopsticks, instinctively producing appropriate utensils based on the food's nature. The hard-shelled fruit was off-white, half of its shell containing its own flesh, while the other half was used by Jean Ling to hold the boiled meat. Delicious. Shengsheng knelt on the beast hide, sipping the meat broth first. The flavor was pure and fresh, and the light taste suited her well. The white crispy fruit was not sweet, resembling the texture of a white radish but with a slight difference. Shengsheng held no illusions about the produce of the beast world anymore. If it's good, I will eat more. And there's more. Each time Jean Ling observed the little female consuming such a small amount of food, he grew concerned. It was less than what a cub would eat, making him doubt his cooking skills. To resolve this, he even consulted with the clan leader, Jean. I am full. After finishing a bowl of broth and several pieces of richly flavored fruit, Shengsheng shook her head to indicate she was done. Jean Ling gently touched her belly, which was round and full, confirming that the little female could only consume this much. He sighed inwardly, unsure of what to do. He could only hope that during the awakening ceremony, the beast god would enhance her constitution. Otherwise, how would she survive the cold season? Should he seek a green crystal? Perhaps find a beast man with fire-related abilities? Countless thoughts raced through Jean Ling's mind. He also wondered how the wolf beast man, being the first mate of the little female, was making arrangements. It had been quite some time. He should have come by now. Suddenly, a sharp and high-pitched warning cry sounded from the perimeter. What happened? Su Shengsheng's heart tightened. It was the signal from the patrolling beastmen. The last time she heard this, she had separated from the great wolf, and she was uncertain of what might transpire this time. A high-level beastman is approaching. It's a wolf beastman. Discussions arose from outside the tree hollow. Hearing the term wolf beastman, Su Shengsheng's heart raced, and tears brimmed in her eyes. Mo, is it Mo? Shengsheng, do not cry. Let's go out and take a look. As the golden eagle carried her away from the tribe, a massive black wolf lay beneath a tree, its eyes half closed, completely ignoring the curious gazes around it. Mo, hearing that familiar voice, the black wolf stood, and a petite figure rushed toward him. The black wolf swiftly transformed into a stern-faced young man, hurrying a few steps to catch her. Do not run, he implored. It would be unfortunate if his hard-earned health were to falter again due to excitement. As she gazed upon that familiar visage and surrendered herself to the embrace that brought her solace, Su Shengsheng's tears cascaded uncontrollably. A whirlwind of emotions, concern, grievance, joy, overwhelmed her heart, rendering her unable to stem the flow of tears. Do not cry, he murmured repeatedly, wiping away her tears with a hint of exasperation in his cool voice. Indeed, she was quite a little troublemaker with a penchant for tears. I thought you would not come to find me, she sobbed, her voice choked with emotion. Hearing her words, Mo's dark golden eyes deepened with an inscrutable intensity. He abruptly turned, enveloping her wholly in a shadow, his large hand gripping the nape of her neck, compelling her to tilt her head back. His heated lips descended upon hers, pressing inch by inch, overwhelming her with an undeniable fervor. Breath was stolen away as her tear filled. Peach blossom eyes met the insatiable gaze of the beastman, causing her to instinctively shut her eyes. Her senses were magnified and wrapped in the familiar scent. Su Shengsheng gradually lost herself. Her porcelain-white face, still marked by tears, flushed crimson under his control, stirring a tempest of emotion in him. His arm around her waist made her squirm uncomfortably, prompting the wolf to stiffen and retreat, burying his face in her hair as he breathed heavily. Do not move, he commanded, his once cool voice now laced with desire, a mixture of threat and warning. Su Shengsheng shyly stilled her movements, her small hands clinging to his shoulders. She had not intended to move. He was simply too hot. Once he regained composure, the beastman began to ponder the aftermath, toying with the nape of her neck as his cold, stern face neared hers, revealing the dark circles beneath his eyes. What gave you the illusion that you could escape me, Shengsheng? Fortunately, he had tirelessly sought her out after his upgrade. Otherwise, this little troublemaker might be harboring thoughts of forgetting him entirely in a few days. I did not, Su Shengsheng insisted, her nose reddening with indignation. This wolf was turning the tables. She was clearly afraid he would abandon her. But seeing his weary countenance, it was apparent he had gone days without sleep, and her heart ached for him. Thus, she graciously refrained from arguing, softly uttering, I miss you. After saying this, she felt a twinge of embarrassment, burying her face in his chest. This admission from the little female was somewhat unexpected, undeniably bringing a wave of joy to Mo's heart. He chuckled softly, as if the fatigue from his recent endeavors had dissipated. Chapter 20. The Great Wolf upgrades. The arrival of a Shengsheng wolf beast caused a stir within the tribe. Though curious, the beastmen instinctively maintained their distance from the tree hollow where he resided. Beastmen possessed a strong territorial instinct, which intensified with their rank. Jinling, a rare whooshing beast warrior, had initially been manageable as they shared the same lineage, but the presence of a Shengsheng beast warrior completely altered the dynamics. The great wolf occupied her grass nest, enveloping her in his warmth as she slept soundly. It was uncertain what trials he had endured, for a long scar marred his neck, faint yet indicative of a near-fatal wound. Reflecting on this, Su Shengsheng's eyes glistened with unshed tears. She should not have doubted that the wolf would come for her. Despite his injuries, he had come tirelessly. No wonder he had been angered by her words. Nestled in the warmth of the wolf's embrace, Su Shengsheng found herself lost in thought, eventually drifting into a deep slumber. When she awoke, the great wolf had vanished, replaced by Jinling, who had returned after a day's absence. Where did Mo go? she queried, her heart racing at the absence of the great wolf, momentarily questioning if it had all been a dream. He went hunting, Jinling replied, tidying her hair and draping a cloak around her as he carried her out of the tree hollow. Has it grown dark already? Did I sleep for so long? She asked, puzzled. Mo fed you a green crystal, which is why you slept longer, Jinling explained, omitting her emotional turmoil that had led to her prolonged slumber. He did not mention his anxiety when he had entered earlier, unable to rouse her for food. Instead, he offered her another green crystal, a gesture he had grown accustomed to. The sight of the little female in her oblivious state tugged at his heart, leaving him breathless and desperate. He had believed her merely a bit frail, but the severity of her condition was alarming. At no other moment had he yearned to advance in rank as he did now, wishing to secure more green crystals to restore her health. He did not wish to endure a repeat of today's ordeal. Was I unconscious? Shengsheng asked uncertainly. She felt significantly better and doubted it. Yet if she were well, why would Mo feed her green crystals? No, Jinling firmly denied, tenderly kissing her forehead to reassure her. Green crystals were inherently for nurturing females. Males had no use for them. It was their duty to ensure the little female regained her health. And all she needed was to maintain a positive mindset and remain cheerful. Is that so? Yes, he affirmed gently, stroking her hair without hesitation. Receiving his reassuring response, Shengsheng relaxed, her brows arching in delight as she expressed her belief that her health was improving. Shengsheng, as she settled beside the campfire, Yana approached excitedly, eager to gossip. Is that wolf beast one of your admirers? Yes, Shengsheng replied, her eyes brightening at the thought of the wolf. She could now confidently affirm this. He is truly remarkable, Yana exclaimed, marveling at the Shengsheng beast warrior, wondering if there would be an opportunity to encounter such a figure on the Beast God Mountain. Indeed, Shengsheng nodded in agreement. Just then, the stern-faced young man approached them. Upon his arrival, Yuna instinctively fell silent, retreating slightly. Though the wolf beast was formidable, his cold expression in human form was overwhelming. She preferred her two familiar companions. Handing a piece of meat to Jinling, Mo moved beside her, drawing her into his embrace. What were you discussing? Although Shengsheng was acutely aware of the beastman's keen hearing, she did not believe he had overheard their conversation. Nevertheless, she never hesitated to offer her praise. I said you are very impressive, she said, tilting her face to look up at him, her eyes sparkling with admiration. It had been ages since he had heard the soft, sweet voice of his little troublemaker, and he responded with satisfaction, yes. It seemed he had longed to hear those words, and thereafter, the beastman remained silent, focused solely on toying with her small hands. After dinner, they returned to the tree hollow early, for their journey was set to continue the following day. That night, the great wolf kept her company as she slept, with the golden eagle resting outside the tree hollow where she could see it. They appeared to have reached a silent agreement, adhering to this unspoken rule. Shengsheng felt it unnecessary to comment. A glance at the eagle outside drew the attention of the beastman, who inquired, "How well do you get along with that bird?" His voice, though inquiring, carried a hint of threat as he tightened his grip on her nape. "Fairly well," she murmured timidly, instinctively recoiling from his touch. The warmth of his palm was overwhelming, prompting her to nestle closer in his embrace, seeking to evade the grasp on her neck. Unbeknownst to her, her teasing gestures posed a significant risk to the male. A moment's carelessness could ignite a firestorm of passion. His arms tightened suddenly, their bodies pressed closely together, leaving her no room to maneuver. His voice, cool yet tinged with a hint of hoarseness, commanded sleep. If this little troublemaker continued to fidget against him, he could hardly guarantee that something untoward might not occur. All right, Shengsheng nestled into his embrace, obediently responding, gradually losing consciousness under the overwhelming surge of unabsorbed green crystal energy within her body. Hence, she remained oblivious to the burning gaze of the beastman upon her, the emotions swirling in his dark golden eyes akin to a dormant volcano, waiting for the slightest opportunity to erupt. The journey from here to Shengsheng would take merely 5 days. The awakening ceremony would coincide with their coupling day thereafter. His large hand brushed against her porcelain-white face, and, Mo felt a twinge of concern. Would she be able to bear it? He would endeavor to exercise restraint. Completely unaware of the beastman's thoughts, Su Shengsheng slept soundly, indulging in sweet dreams throughout the night. Perhaps due to the green crystal from the previous day, she awoke feeling an unprecedented lightness in her body, almost eager to run a few laps. However, such a notion was impractical, and time did not allow for it. After breakfast, a grand procession of the two tribes set off together. The wolf's tail encircled her slender waist as he placed her atop his back, the black wolf blending seamlessly into the throng. Upon seeing her riding the wolf, Yuna also relinquished her airborne position, opting to sit atop the golden lion's back to catch up with her. Shengsheng. Hearing the familiar voice, Su Shengsheng turned with a beaming smile. Yuna, I thought you were up in the sky. That was indeed her intent, but seeing her here, she lamented the lack of conversation, which would have made the journey far less tedious. Indeed, Su Shengsheng agreed, acknowledging that time passes more swiftly with company. Chapter 21. The little female of the wolf beast. After 5 days of arduous travel, they finally approached the vicinity of Shengsheng. Since the awakening ceremony is held every 3 years, each tribe has established a designated residence around the periphery of Shengsheng. Thanks to Jinling, the chief of the Jin tribe arranged for them to stay with the members of the Feiyu tribe, who would lead them to participate in the sacred female awakening ceremony alongside their females the following evening. The great wolf was busy organizing their cave, while the golden eagle ventured out to hunt. Su Shengsheng sat on a beast hide at the cave's entrance, gazing at Shengsheng. Rather than a mere mountain, Shengsheng resembled a mountain range, with its principal peak extending outward into numerous tributaries. The mountain loomed high, its summit shrouded in clouds. Even riding the golden eagle high into the sky could not reveal its peak. According to the beastmen, the beast god resides atop Shengsheng. The site for their awakening ceremony lay on a mountainside, where a vast clearing seemed to have been carved out. In the center stood a high platform adorned with strange symbols, serving as the sacrificial altar. Surrounding the altar were staggered stone steps capable of accommodating tens of thousands of beastmen. Perhaps due to her improved health, Su Shengsheng felt quite energetic. She pondered the nature of the awakening ceremony. Why was it held at night? Were the male and female ceremonies conducted separately? While lost in thought, she spotted the golden eagle soaring towards her, carrying 2 enormous avian creatures. Upon his return, the great wolf approached, lifting her effortlessly and leaping out of the cave. Shengsheng, come see if you like them. As she emerged, Jinling warmly waved at her, gently lifting her from the wolf's back. The black wolf transformed into a strikingly handsome young man, following closely behind her. The pelts of the beak beasts from this region were highly favored by the females, and Jinling had specifically selected 2 exquisite specimens. These birds are magnificent. Su Shengsheng marveled at the 2 large avians lying on the ground, each half her height. Their beautiful feathers displaying a stunning gradient of colors, one white with red, the other a blend of gold and purple. Such creatures would undoubtedly be classified as endangered species in the modern world, the kind one could never hope to see even with a ticket. Gold and purple? Su Shengsheng blinked her enchanting eyes as she looked at the gentle-faced young man beside her. Noting her gaze, he tenderly brushed her hair aside and softly inquired, "Do you like them, Shengsheng?" "I do. They are beautiful," she nodded, realizing that Jinling also found the golden and purple hues appealing. "As long as you like them." Ruffling her hair affectionately, Jinling held one of the birds and walked towards a nearby riverbank. "Tomorrow, I will use these 2 pelts to make you a set of garments for the evening's awakening ceremony. We shall avoid attracting the attention of a certain peacock beast. Shall we go tomorrow? The fruits here taste delightful. I believe you will enjoy them." As he spoke, Mo lifted her into his arms and headed towards the riverbank. Although the little troublemaker wore beast-hide boots, her skin was too delicate, and prolonged walking would surely lead to blisters. Carrying her was far more considerate. Yes. Upon hearing him, Su Shengsheng joyfully leaped into his embrace, fearing that a delayed response might lead him to change his mind. Having spent nearly a month in the beast realm, she had only ventured out with Mo during the days leading up to the awakening ceremony. The rest had been an arduous trek, and she had yet to truly explore the produce of this world. Ultimately, her curiosity prevailed. Throughout her life, she had seldom had the chance to roam freely. Even her solitary trip abroad to attend an art exhibition had been thwarted, plunging her into darkness before awakening in the realm of Sunset Forest's Mo's territory. Had it not been for Mo, she doubted she would have survived to this day. With that thought, an overwhelming sense of gratitude swelled within her. Mo, thank you. Her little head nestled against the beastman's neck, her soft voice a mere whisper in his ear. Mo felt a tingling sensation rush down his spine, his throat involuntarily tightening. No need for thanks. Tomorrow night, I shall ask Shengsheng for my reward. His heated lips brushed against her delicate earlobe, his cool voice suppressing emotions she could not comprehend. What? Shengsheng's ears, sensitive as they were, quivered at his words, causing her to flush as she lifted her gaze to meet his. You will come to understand. I hope Shengsheng can endure a little longer then. Mo's penetrating gaze bore into her, shrouded in enigmatic depth, his words both cryptic and foreboding. Although Shengsheng did not comprehend, an instinctual awareness of danger emanating from his eyes compelled her to remain silent. Once he set her down, she hurried to the riverbank, gathering fallen feathers scattered on the ground as Jinling prepared the pelts. Jinling swiftly tanned the hides and hung them to dry, his expression softening as he glanced at her. Which piece would you like to eat? Shengsheng? Any will do. Shengsheng replied earnestly, devoid of any pretense. Her appetite had always been modest. Nevertheless, she recognized that Jinling and Mo consistently reserved the finest portions for her. They were genuinely devoted to nurturing her. Without hesitation, Jinling sliced off the favored leg meat of the beak beasts, wrapping it in leaves, while the remaining portions were treated more casually. Mo had already kindled a fire, and Jinling, with a bundle of the wrapped meat in one hand, took her by the other, leading her closer. What would you like to prepare? Huh? Shengsheng was caught off guard, her porcelain-white face betraying her inner turmoil. How was she to offer suggestions? After all, her memories of food were predominantly of soups and broths. Use this, I like it. Not allowing her to hesitate for long, Mo presented her with a recently acquired item, simultaneously drawing her petite figure into his embrace. A piece of something sweet and sticky was tossed his way. Jinling caught it, a look of surprise crossing his face. Honey liquid? The bee beasts of Shengsheng are notoriously fierce, their stingers bearing venom potent enough to incapacitate even a 7-star beast warrior. Did this wolf beast truly venture out alone to gather it? However, despite the fact that the bee beasts are both venomous and ferocious, numerous beastmen still provoke them, solely to obtain the sweet honey nectar and please their female counterparts. The wolf beast ventured out for but a brief moment, and even that was insufficient to divert the swarm of bee beasts. Instead, it merely snatched away the efforts of other beastmen. Honey. Shengsheng evidently spotted the enormous beehive, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Surely, such a large hive must contain a bountiful amount of honey? Observing the small female's evident delight, Jinling ceased to ponder the dangers. After all, few beastmen could rival this wolf beast in combat. Not far from here, perched upon a tree branch, sat a boy with short, white hair, gazing resentfully in their direction. The boy was still damp, clearly having just emerged from some ordeal. How infuriating! He had painstakingly lured the swarm away, only for this wolf beast to reap the rewards. That honey nectar was meant for his unseen partner. Since the wolf beast had stolen his honey, he would make sure to snatch away that wolf beast's small female. Chapter 22. The White Bear Boy Bei Xiong Tribe. Baizhu, where have you run off to this time? Upon his return to the tribe, the first person to greet the white-haired boy was his father, the tribe leader, who began to question him sternly. Didn't I tell you to find a female? It's been 3 years. Where's the female you found? I want to go. If you want to, you go. I don't like her, Baizhu interrupted impatiently. The very thought of the female in the tribe who persistently pursued him was enough to irritate him. Despite having rejected her multiple times, she seemed oblivious, returning time and again, even harming other females who showed interest in him. This time, upon learning he would accompany the escort team to the Beast God Mountain, she had gone so far as to attempt using aphrodisiac pollen on him, How malicious. Ailey is a sacred female, the tribe leader admonished sharply. If he doesn't even fancy a sacred female, what sort of female does he desire? Not wishing to endure any further lectures, his mind consumed with thoughts of how to seize the wolf beast's small female, Baiju blurted out, "I've found a female." Upon finishing, he felt a twinge of regret. "What did you say?" The tribe leader was taken aback, staring at him with disbelief. "After 3 years of searching, you find a female after just a short outing? Who are you trying to fool?" "Yes, I found a female," the boy shouted before hastily running off, his handsome face tinged with a flush that could be either anger or embarrassment. Witnessing his reaction, the tribe leader began to believe him, ruffling his hair. "Found one. Just like that?" The white-haired boy tossed and turned in his tree hollow, unable to sleep, his mind oscillating between strategies to capture the wolf beast's small female and fleeting images of her delicate face. Eventually, he drifted into a hazy sleep, only to dream of the malicious female pressing aphrodisiac pollen upon him. He fought back desperately, only to find that the wicked female's visage transformed into that of the small female, leaving him stunned as he forgot to resist. The enchanting face of the small female wept throughout his dream. Before dawn, the restless white bear hurled a large block of ice and then dove into it. How could he? Such actions could only be performed after he and the small female became mates. As Baiju emerged from the tree hollow, the tribe lay in silence. The beast men were still asleep. With a heart full of trepidation, he approached the tree from the previous day, climbing up to gaze towards the cave in the distance. The wolf beast stood at the entrance, obscuring his view of the interior as he sat there, lost in thought. It wasn't until the first light of day that sounds emerged from the cave. Hearing a soft, melodious voice sent a jolt through Baiju, his heart racing with disarray. Today, Shengsheng's spirits were high as she prepared to go out, donning the gradient gold and purple bee-skin outfit specially crafted by Jinling. As she stepped out of the cave, she twirled with delight before the two beastmen. "Does it look good?" The petite figure, with her charming brows and eyes, smiled radiantly, exuding a sweet fragrance with every graceful movement. The two beastmen's gazes deepened. "Yes, it looks good," Mo replied, his usually cool voice carrying a hint of warmth. Shengsheng was beautiful in every way. Jinling praised her with great finesse, his face adorned with a gentle smile and a soft tone. Initially, it was merely a spontaneous question, yet both men took it so seriously in their compliments that Shengsheng felt a touch of bashfulness. "Let us set off quickly." She touched her flushed cheek, attempting to dispel the warmth with her cool hands, but to no avail. She hastened her steps, urging them onward. However, after only a few strides, a hot wolf tail coiled around her waist, and in the next moment, she found herself seated atop the black wolf's back. "It's a bit far. It's better for Shengsheng not to walk," Jinling explained. "During the awakening ceremony tonight, we'll have to stand for a long time, and we can't accompany the small female then, so it's best to conserve your strength now." "All right." Shengsheng, who was known for her obedience, complied without fuss. Hearing Jinling's words, she settled comfortably on the wolf's back, quiet and compliant. Her sweetness was so endearing that it stirred some unseemly thoughts within Jinling. As they traversed the forest, Shengsheng cheerfully wandered amidst the trees with a small woven basket, occasionally plucking fruits within her reach. The two beastmen followed closely behind, dutifully climbing to retrieve fruits from higher branches when she directed them, even indulging her whims with a smile when she picked inedible ones. "Shengsheng, this one isn't ripe. It's bitter and not edible." Jinling plucked a fruit from the tree she indicated, his expression one of gentle resignation. "It's sour." Mo maintained his usual stoic demeanor, his voice as cool and devoid of emotion as ever. "All right." Shengsheng, holding a fruit in one hand, felt a bit disheartened upon hearing they couldn't eat it. "Why not? This one is red, and that one is purplish red. They look perfectly ripe. Should she perhaps rethink her approach? That one?" She pointed to a green-skinned fruit perched on a nearby tree, her eyes shimmering with curiosity. Following her gaze, Mo's expression remained impassive, while Jinling's demeanor remained as tender as ever. It was impossible to discern the answer from their faces. "This fruit is edible but not very tasty." Perhaps it's best for the small female to avoid it. Hearing a strange voice, Su Shengsheng looked over in surprise to see a white-haired boy jumping down from the tree she had indicated. Is someone there? She glanced at the beastmen flanking her. They showed no reaction, indicating they were already aware of the boy's presence nearby. As the boy drew closer, Su Shengsheng realized he was quite tall, nearly 2 meters, towering over Mo and Jinling. Hello, small female. I am Baizhu. As he spoke, the boy's cheeks flushed slightly, and his gaze was filled with evident affection. Su Shengsheng, taken aback, could only respond awkwardly, hello. She was so small and adorable, and her voice was so melodious. What to do? The more he looked, the more he liked her, and he was reminded of the dream from the night before. All the edible fruits are in this basket. It's for you. Baizhu, striving to appear composed, extended the translucent ice blue basket towards her. Thank you. Just as she was examining the basket's material, the boy suddenly pressed it into her arms, and the coolness of it startled her. Before she could react, she instinctively expressed her gratitude, only to find the boy had already dashed away, moving swiftly. Gazing at the basket of fruits in her hands, she suddenly recalled something. Could she accept this? Would it lead to any complications, such as acquiring yet another male companion? With a bewildered expression, she turned to Mo, her eyes pleading. What should I do? Accept it. Aware of her lack of understanding, he observed her indifference towards the masculine presence, whose talents were commendable. Mo spoke on her behalf, affirming her abilities. Indeed, an ice elemental affinity would prove advantageous during the sweltering season. Jinling contemplated the situation with greater foresight. Su Shengsheng was momentarily stunned. Therefore, when Mo mentioned accepting, it was not an invitation for her to collect fruit baskets, but rather to embrace the orc who delivered them. In Chapter 23, Awakening the Sacred Female, Baizhu swiftly exited her line of sight, turning to perch upon another tree, observing her from distance. He pressed his hand against his heart, which thudded with excitement due to the close proximity to the petite female. He resolved to claim this wolf-beast female for himself. As for the question of acceptance, Su Shengsheng did not linger long in her indecision. Rather than overthink, she decided to let nature take its course. Rejecting one opportunity would lead to another. She could not afford to challenge the rules of the beast god with her own well-being. Perhaps, indeed, this beastly realm harbored a beast god. After an exhausting day, she was cradled back by Mo to partake in lunch and subsequently fell asleep. Upon awakening, she was soon informed that the awakening ceremony was about to commence. The night arrived unusually early, imbued with an air of the extraordinary. Su Shengsheng rode upon the back of a wolf alongside 15 females of the Feiyu tribe, making their way towards the altar. The atmosphere within the procession was notably solemn, with even the typically chatty Rosa maintaining a serene demeanor. Just a few steps away from the altar, Mo gently set her down. Go on, Shengsheng. Do not fear. We shall wait for you here. Jinling comfortingly stroked her head, his tender voice bringing her solace. Su Shengsheng nodded obediently, aligning herself beside Yuna, as they approached the center of the altar. The 4 continents, east, west, south, and north, were now gathered, with females who had reached maturity over the past 2 years. A cursory glance revealed barely 200 females, while behind them stood a throng of over 1,000 male orcs. Aside from the tribe leaders and their followers, the remaining crowd comprised the escort team of single males seeking companionship. This did not include the newly matured males who would awaken their powers the following night, nor those single males from the tribe who were absent. A rough estimate suggested the male-to-female ratio was approximately 1 to 10 or even several tens. This implied that even if a single female were to accept 10 males, there would still be a considerable number of unattached males. It was no wonder that the regulations of this beastly realm mandated females to accept 4 or more mates, with sacred females required to accept 6 or more husbands. Su Shengsheng was curious about how such regulations originated and were enforced, but she would soon find out. As the clouds dispersed, the 4 resplendent silver moons majestically occupied the sky, exuding an overwhelming presence. It was said that a mysterious tribe of spiritual deer inhabited the beast god mountain. They were rumored to be the apostles of the beast god, and the priest conducting the ceremonies for the orcs was none other than the chieftain of the spiritual deer tribe. The elder, already seated upon the altar, arose respectfully to bow towards the peak of the beast god mountain as the moonlight illuminated the scene. The elder's face bore unusual symbols drawn with a special liquid, and upon glancing at the 2 stone steps where the females stood, a sigh seemed to escape him. Too few. With a series of unintelligible priestly incantations, it appeared as though the silver moon bestowed its radiant light upon them. The females standing on the adjacent steps were enveloped in a gentle white glow, varying in intensity, with more than 20 of them shimmering with a silvery brilliance. The orc crowd gasped in awe. An astonishing 26 sacred females had awakened. The previous count had been fewer than 20. With 26 sacred females, it was certain that there would be a shortage of followers. This was indeed an opportunity for them to form bonds. The orc crowd buzzed with excitement, the males eagerly preparing for the ensuing contest. The patriarch was invigorated by the atmosphere. Males should possess such vigor to attract and protect females. Unlike his own cub, who had failed to find a female in 3 years, didn't this cub claim to have found one just yesterday? Where's the female you found? Above. As he gazed at the radiant light, Baiju felt a swell of pride. His little female was about to awaken as a sacred female. What kind of response is that? All the females who came to Beast God Mountain are up there. The patriarch, frustrated, smacked him lightly. I am off to find my little female. Baiju nimbly dodged his father's hand and slipped into the throng of single males eagerly awaiting their chance at bonding. Amidst the chanting of incantations, Shengsheng found herself involuntarily closing her eyes. She felt as though she had returned to the swaddled state of infancy, enveloped in her mother's warm embrace. In her dreams, a force seemed to penetrate her heart, guiding her throughout her being. With each journey, this force made her feel lighter, ultimately sweeping away her ailments and joyfully settling in her abdomen. When Shengsheng opened her eyes, the surroundings appeared unchanged from when she had arrived. Yet she distinctly sensed a transformation within her body. Her lower abdomen radiated warmth, a comforting sensation. She glanced down and was captivated by the crimson marks on either side of her navel. What could these be? Curiously, she reached out to touch them. They resembled red birthmarks that extended from her navel to her sides, 3 on each side, forming 6 circular red imprints the size of her fingers. What could this mean? A realization began to dawn upon her. Shengsheng, splendid. You too have awakened as a sacred female. Yuna's excited voice reached her from the right. To confirm her thoughts, Shengsheng turned to glance at Yuna's abdomen, which indeed bore 6 red marks. I never expected that 2 seemingly weak females could awaken as sacred females. Rosa's voice chimed in from their left, tinged with both disdain and pride. Upon hearing Rosa, Shengsheng shifted her gaze to her abdomen, where 6 distinct red marks were visible. It seemed evident. This must be the origin of the requirement for sacred females to find 6 males. But did ordinary females who did not awaken as sacred have 4 red marks on their abdomens? Moreover, was the probability of awakening as a sacred female truly so high? No wonder she pondered, as both of her neighbors had become sacred females. Even she, with her health issues, had managed to awaken, let alone those healthier than her. You two, stop dawdling. We must move forward. Rosa cast them a haughty glance before resolutely ascending the nearest stone step to the altar. Confused about the process, Shengsheng inquired, "What now?" "Come on, Shengsheng. Rosa's mother is a sacred female. We should follow her," Yuna whispered to her. As expected, the elder's call resonated from the altar, his voice as tranquil and gentle as the moonlight. "Sacred females, step forward." Yuna pulled Shengsheng along to follow Rosa's lead, taking their place on the stone steps. Subsequently, another 23 sacred females ascended the altar. Were there truly only 26 sacred females? Shengsheng found it hard to believe. Yet no additional females stepped forward. Indeed, it was just 26, approximately a 10% chance. Had she truly been fortunate enough to be among them? "Let us begin with you." The elder's eyes were filled with compassion as he pointed to the female standing left of Rosa. His kind voice instilled a sense of calm, erasing any trepidation. In Chapter 24, 3 beast husbands, her prosperity, she wondered what was about to commence. Soon, Su Shengsheng would discover the answer. The two followers of the female indicated by the elder approached her from behind the altar. Why were these followers not below? How had they made their way to the back of the altar? Following her gaze, she found Mo and Jinling among them. Two orcs appeared to have been observing her intently, and when she glanced over, their gazes met. She smiled at them, her lovely brows arched. But upon hearing the elder's words, she quickly diverted her attention back to the sacrificial altar. The elder inquired of the female, "Are there only two followers? What does that mean? Are two not sufficient? Did the patriarch Jin not state that only two would be chosen this time?" Soon, the elder's words provided her with clarity. This holy female had only two followers, leaving one position vacant. There was no need for further elaboration. The roars emanating from the group of single orcs below spoke volumes. After a brief tumult, several higher-ranking orcs stepped forward to await selection. It was him. The female on the altar pointed to the male who had emerged first from the fray. Once selected, the orc quickly approached and stood beside the female and her two followers. Thus, did the patriarch Jin imply that two husbands meant ordinary females, while a holy female required three? Shengsheng looked quickly. "You also have only two followers. Let us choose together. Which one do you fancy?" Lost in thought, while observing the bonding ceremony on the altar, Su Shengsheng was suddenly interrupted by Yuna's excited voice. "Which one do you like?" With the situation as it was, Su Shengsheng could think of no better approach, and chose to engage in light conversation with Yuna instead. "Shengsheng, you are ahead of me. Have you made your choice?" Yuna was indeed adept at conversation, yet Su Shengsheng found herself momentarily stunned, feeling a pang of anxiety. The female swiftly completed the bonding ceremony and was hurriedly taken away by her three husbands. Next up was Luo Sha, who already had three followers, thus bypassing the selection process and proceeding directly to the bonding, which would be much quicker. "Shengsheng, it is your turn." "All right, no need to say more. She understands." Su Shengsheng felt a flutter of panic, instinctively casting her gaze toward Mo and Jinling, who had already moved to the back of the altar and waiting. "Little holy female, it is your time. Please come forth." Su Shengsheng regained her composure and looked toward the altar, where the elder was smiling at her. Had Luo Sha already completed her bonding? Mo, who had somehow appeared beside her, lifted her and leaped onto the altar, with Jinling following suit and standing beside Mo. Observing her with the two male orcs, the elder reiterated his earlier statement. "This little holy female also has only two followers. Your opportunity has arrived." Although this little female was petite, her potential to awaken as a holy female was clearly not in question. With a thunderous roar following his words, Su Shengsheng turned to see a massive white bear emerging from the throng of orcs, asserting its presence with fervor. This bear, seeing her hesitation to select him, the great white bear transformed into human form and waved at her. "Little female, look at me, choose me." Suddenly, the white-haired youth from the morning intruded upon her thoughts. His cheeks flushed as he eagerly called out from below. Not only did he wish to share dreams with the little female, but upon waking, he longed to leave his beast mark upon her. Su Shengsheng, acknowledging his plea, nodded in consent. The youth, filled with excitement, rushed to the altar, exclaiming, "Let us begin. Let us begin." He stood beside her, urging her onward as if fearful she might change her mind. The elder then approached with a small, palm-sized emerald green bowl made of an unknown material, filled with a clear liquid. He first moved to Mo, lightly touching his heart with a fingertip, and a drop of silvery liquid mixed with blood ascended from Mo's chest into the elder's bowl, swiftly merging with the liquid within. Next, it was Jinling and Bai Zhu's turn, with each contributing a droplet from their hearts into the elder's bowl. Finally, the elder presented the shimmering silver liquid infused with 3 droplets to her. Was she to drink this? Tentatively, she brought the bowl to her lips, and as the liquid touched her mouth, it transformed into energy flowing into her body. 3 marks flared momentarily on her abdomen, revealing the beast marks of the 3 orcs, the slumbering black wolf, the soaring golden eagle, and the lounging white bear. Su Shengsheng couldn't help but speculate boldly that this must be the essence of their energy and heart's blood condensed, without granting her further contemplation. As soon as the bonding ceremony concluded, Mo's heated arm encircled her waist, and the three orcs swiftly whisked her away from the altar. Below, Patriarch Bai had noticed his offspring, and as he observed their departing figures, a sense of pride welled within him. He had indeed found a female, and a holy one at that. Meeting the unwavering gazes of three pairs of beastly eyes, Su Shengsheng felt a tremor in her heart. Truly, she had gone from being single for 20 years without love to suddenly possessing 3 husbands within less than a month in the beast realm. Faced with such fierce gazes, her heart began to race. What lay beyond the ceremony? She needed no prompting to recall it. The distance that had seemed far upon arrival felt fleeting on the return. When placed upon the stone bed in the cave, Su Shengsheng found herself in a daze, gazing helplessly at the 3 orcs standing before her. They wouldn't dare to Shengsheng. Let me see. Baiju's towering figure lunged toward her, his tone brimming with uncontainable excitement. What do you want to see? Su Shengsheng, powerless to resist, was knocked onto the beast's skin, lying on her back as if a mere plaything. As an orc poked her belly, she instinctively recoiled in ticklish surprise. This reaction led the other 2 orcs to mistakenly believe Baiju had hurt her. Be careful, Jinling warned with a hint of displeasure. Mo, however, took action, delivering a swift kick to the rambunctious youth atop her. After all, he was a 5-star beast warrior. This kick was no consequence. Baiju, undeterred, chuckled. This beast mark looks just like my beast form. It's as if that dream truly occurred. That is your beast mark. Unaware of Baiju's inner thoughts, Jinling gently reminded him of his naive words. Su Shengsheng, pinned beneath Baiju, felt speechless. Was all this fuss merely to see a beast mark? Could he not have just stated it plainly? Are you hungry? A cool voice broke in as Mo lifted her from the stone bed and embraced her, his warm fingers brushing against his beast mark. The black wolf mark appeared particularly pleasing on her. He would later infuse it with his soul. Am hungry. Su Shengsheng rubbed her empty stomach. Perhaps due to her body's enhancements, she felt a long-lost sense of hunger. Let us go hunt. Kicking Baiju, who was still playing with his beast mark atop her, Mo reminded him. All right. Baiju responded, eager to demonstrate his hunting skills as a new member. Shengsheng, wait for me. I'll be back soon. With that, he leaped off the stone bed and dashed out of the cave. Chapter 25. Bonding with the wolf, Shengsheng. Would you like to eat a fruit first? Upon hearing her mention being hungry, Jinling tenderly offered several fruits to her. All right. She noticed that the fruits in Jinling's hands were the very ones she had expressed a fondness for that morning. Touched, Su Shengsheng picked her favorite fruit and held it to Jinling's lips, and he took a bite. Eat. The males do not favor fruits. Jinling smiled gently at her, taking her small hand and guiding the fruit to her mouth. He spoke the truth. Males preferred energy-rich meat, and fruits, being small, did not satiate hunger, leading most males to disdain wasting time on them. Is that so? Su Shengsheng tilted her head, glancing at Mo, who held her. Montak, do you want to eat fruit? No. Mo shook his head in reply. He is a wolf. Why would he eat fruit? Su Shengsheng retracted her hand, gently nibbling on the fruit that was larger than her face. Her aversion to fruits might stem from the fact that their beast forms were carnivorous. Had she finished? It was only after swallowing a whole fruit that Su Shengsheng realized, looking at the seed in her hand with disbelief. Had she really consumed it all? The 2 beastmen beside her watched as she devoured an entire fruit. Was Shengsheng feeling full? Jinling inquired, his eyes sparkling with evident joy, as if seeking confirmation. No. Mo gently patted her stomach to answer for her. Indeed, it was hard to believe that she could consume an entire fruit the size of her face and still not feel satiated. Usually, she could only manage half, and a full one would surely be too much. It seemed Shengsheng's health had improved significantly. Jinling's face radiated evident delight, feeling considerably reassured. Shengsheng, I'm back. Baiju Ming's bright voice echoed from outside the cave, accompanied by his towering figure. Shengsheng, come see what I caught. Before Su Shengsheng could react, she found herself in his arms, the youth exuberantly carrying her out of the cave. Mo did not intervene, and followed them out alongside Jinling Shengsheng. Look, the four-wheeled silver moon still hung in the sky, bathing the outside in bright moonlight, allowing Su Shengsheng to see the three fallen prey clearly. The front one resembled a ball, while the back end was also ball-shaped, with a massive body in between forming a gigantic sphere, its limbs entirely hidden. What is this? A fur ball? Or three differently colored fur balls? Fei Mao Shou, they are incredibly swift. I spotted them yesterday while being chased by a swarm of Feng Shou. Otherwise, I would have found them, Bai explained, excitedly pointing them out, white, pink, and red. Do you like them? His gaze sparkled with anticipation, akin to a child seeking praise. Su Shengsheng's eyes curved into a smile. She understood his intentions. He had deliberately caught them for her to make clothing. I like them. They're beautiful. Thank you for your effort. She rewarded him with a gentle kiss on his cheek. The little female's kiss was soft and sweet, causing Bai Zhu's cheeks to flush slightly as he shyly nestled into her neck. It was no trouble at all. What is trouble? A kiss from you. I could catch 10 more. Bai thought boldly. Go take care of it. Mo's cool voice interjected from behind, as he took the little female from Bai's arms and placed her into Jinling's embrace, kicking him lightly as a reminder. Afterward, he picked up one of the prey and walked toward the river. Understood, Bai replied, carrying the remaining two to follow. Why did this wolf always kick him? Could it be that he disapproved of his favoritism? Xu Shengsheng pondered, sensing an emotional undertone in Mo's kick. Shengsheng? Jinling's voice brought her attention back, and she turned to see him with a slightly sour tone. Do you still like the animal skin clothes? If not, shall we change to another set tomorrow? His eyes held a hint of grievance. Animal skin clothes? Observing his expression, Su Shengsheng suddenly grasped what he was implying. Wrapping her arms around the beastman's neck, she smiled sweetly, thinking that Jinling could simply express his desire to kiss her. Her captivating demeanor instantly sparked more than mere teasing in Jinling, who sought her attention. He embraced her tightly, his hand cradling the back of her head as he brought his lips down upon hers. The air between them tangled. Jinling's kiss was tender, akin to a delicate web, patiently luring her into surrender. A soft whimper of discontent escaped her lips, overwhelmed by the intensity of all. Just as she felt she could no longer breathe, Jinling released her, and there stood Mo beside the fire, holding a piece of meat wrapped in leaves, observing them. Su Shengsheng's cheeks, already flushed, turned an even deeper shade of red, extending to her neck and ears, as if she had been thoroughly cooked. Just as she curled her toes in embarrassment, Mo handed the meat to Jinling, casting a deep glance at her before turning to leave. In that moment, Su Shengsheng suddenly understood the profound meaning behind Mo's look. Her emotions were a tumultuous mix of anticipation, anxiety, and fear regarding the first experience. It was only when Jinling presented her with the roasted meat that she regained her focus. Isn't this a bit too much? The roasted meat before her was double the amount she usually consumed, causing Su Shengsheng to exclaim in surprise. Not at all. Shengsheng, please eat first, Jinling replied gently, producing a small golden fork for her, encouraging her. This is the normal portion for a female. You had eaten too little before. Now that you have awakened as a Sheng and I, your body has improved significantly, and the previous amount was insufficient. All right, she conceded, deciding to heed Jinling's advice, knowing that any leftovers would be shared with them and not wasted. It was only after consuming the large piece of roasted meat that Su Shengsheng finally felt full, marveling that she should indeed listen to their counsel. Are you full? Mo approached, lifting her up and feeling her rounded stomach, clearly satisfied. That's good. After asking, he didn't wait for her response and started to carry her back to the cave. Su Shengsheng panicked momentarily, gently patting his arm to halt him, saying, Wait. We should bathe, otherwise it's unhygienic. Although she had not experienced it, she understood some theoretical knowledge. Allericht, Mo nodded. The little troublemaker had a penchant for cleanliness, so it was only reasonable for her to request hygiene. He happened to know of a hidden cave in the Beast God Mountain, which contained a hot spring. The black wolf turned, leading her around the mountain's back. Where was he taking the little female? Bai, who had finished processing the prey and animal skins, saw the black wolf running off with her before he could approach. Looking puzzled at Jinling, "Don't worry about them," Jinling reassured, trusting the wolf to know what it was doing, thus not feeling concerned. In a concealed cave, the entrance was obscured by a massive stone, further concealed by cascading vines, rendering it unnoticeable from the outside. Moonlight trickled through a deliberately left gap, faintly illuminating two figures within the cave. "Shengsheng, I've come to claim my reward. Are you ready?" His scorching arms wrapped around her, imprisoning her against his heated chest as he whispered in her ear, his cool voice now laced with desire. Chapter 26. Warning of arrival. The dawn arrived, sunlight replacing the moonlight within the cave as fragmented voices echoed from its depths. "Kiss me." The cool tone seemed like a command, yet beneath it lay a hint of teasing. "Mo, please don't tease." Responding was a soft, slightly hoarse voice. "All right." Words were one thing, actions another. The reality diverged from the sentiment. As the sun set, the satiated beastman gathered her into his embrace, curiously tracing the beast mark on her abdomen. The mark seemed to pulsate with vitality, as if infused with a soul. The dozing black wolf momentarily opened its eyes before shutting them again, its body emanating a faint purple glow, entwined with arcs of lightning. Indeed, this is more aesthetically pleasing. Montak Muzit. Stepping out of the hot spring, he used his beast energy to dry her off, picking up the scattered animal skins to wrap around the now oblivious girl in his arms, carrying her out of the cave. After waiting for an entire night and day, the two beastmen finally spotted that familiar figure before sunset. Shengsheng. Upon seeing Su Shengsheng, wrapped in animal skins with only her small, dark head exposed, Bai Zhuming swiftly leapt from the cave to greet her. "Be quiet." Mo evaded his reaching hand, placing her into Jinling's embrace, wary that this bear would wake her. Jinling took the object, and with a mere glance, he noticed the swollen lips that had been bullied, as well as the marks resembling zebra stripes adorning her delicate white neck. Without needing to look further, he could surmise that the situation below her neck was undoubtedly far worse. "You have gone too far," he remarked, casting a discontented gaze toward the figure of Mo standing nearby. How could such a petite body endure such treatment? "Well, I couldn't help myself," Mo confessed, acknowledging that he had indeed crossed a line, succumbing to the impulses stirred by the two kisses from the previous day. "I will go hunting." With that, the silhouette of the black wolf dashed into the forest, disappearing from sight in the blink of an eye. "Give me a hug," Baiju said, his spirit revived now that the imposing black wolf had departed. He reached out, yearning to take the small figure radiating a rich, sweet fragrance from Jinling's arms. "Is your bee-skin clothing ready?" Jinling evaded his hand, tenderly cradling the small female in his arms as he proceeded toward the cave. "Be careful not to wake her. Find something else for him to do," he murmured. Sure enough, Baiju's attention was diverted. "Not yet. The little female hasn't returned, so how can I focus on that? I will take care of it right away." Eager at the thought of the little female awakening to wear the beast skin clothing he crafted, Baiju hurried off to fetch the materials. Jinling gently placed her on the stone bed, brushing aside the strands of hair that clung to her cheek. Unable to resist, he leaned down and pressed a soft kiss onto her smooth forehead. A wave of sweetness enveloped him, momentarily rendering him dazed. This scent was indeed intoxicating, and when this thought crossed his mind, he sensed something amiss. Logically, after having bonded with that wolf, her scent should be mingled with his, yet now, he could hardly detect the wolf's presence. The air was filled with the sweet fragrance of the little female. As if to confirm his suspicions, Jinling lifted the bee skin covering her and leaned closer, inhaling deeply. "Shoo, no more fuss," Shengsheng murmured in her sleep, instinctively shrinking away from the hand resting on her leg. Instantly, a surge of sweetness overwhelmed Jinling, causing his blood to rush to his head, nearly clouding his senses. How delightful! Baiju, returning with the bee's skin, was immediately captivated by the rich scent upon entering the cave. He approached and took a sniff, and as the rush of blood surged, he swiftly covered the corner of the bee's skin that Jinling had lifted. A cascade of crushed ice fell upon them, alleviating the heat that enveloped him and Jinling alike. "Remove it," Shengsheng is sleeping and will get cold. Oh, very well. Baizhu, feeling a twinge of guilt, retracted the ice from the ground. He had forgotten that the little female was resting and needed to be kept warm. It would be unfortunate if she fell ill. Is Shengsheng about to go into heat? Isn't the female's heat season during the rainy season? Why is it happening early for her? Could she be unwell? It seems so, Jean Ling replied, noting that Shengsheng's condition resembled that of a female about to enter her heat cycle. During the rainy season, beastmen typically sought refuge in caves, and the scent of a female in heat would be washed away by the rain, dispersing over a limited distance, thus preventing any significant impact. However, Shengsheng's current state was perilously risky. What shall we do? This is far too dangerous for Shengsheng. Baizhu was evidently distressed, pacing anxiously. Most beastmen arriving from the Beast God Mountain were single males, along with a group of younglings awakening their abilities at night. These younglings lacked the composure of seasoned warriors, especially during the awakening ceremony, where their primal instincts would surge uncontrollably. Though the beast god had decreed that no harm should come to females lest they fall into the ranks of malevolent beastmen, controlling the situation would be challenging. Baizhu was not concerned about whether they would become malevolent beastmen. He merely feared for the safety of the little female. We should wait for the wolf to return and discuss our options. It would be best to leave before night falls. While the predatory beasts outside the Beast God Mountain have yet to gather, Jean Ling contemplated, knowing that even if they were strong, they could not withstand the onslaught of numerous beastmen, and a moment's inattention could endanger the little female. Let South find an uninhabited place to wait until Shengsheng's heat passes before making further plans. Agreed, Baizhu replied, preparing to seek out the wolf. Before he could exit the cave, Mo, returning from his hunt, entered upon hearing the commotion. What are you discussing? Before he could finish, he caught the strong scent of heat in the air, his gaze falling upon its source. She lay exhausted on the stone bed, soundly asleep. His eyes darkened slightly. Let us proceed to Beast King City. He had originally planned to take her to settle in Beast King City after the awakening ceremony. Whether it was a day earlier or later made little difference. The journey from here to Beast King City would take 10 days. They were in no rush and could leisurely travel while avoiding the path of the awakening ceremony. By the time they arrived at Beast King City, the little female's heat should have passed. Beast King City was divided into inner and outer cities, where the single males resided in the outer city, while the inner city housed only females, their companions, and untransformed younglings. Even if minor complications arose concerning early heat, they would not pose any significant issues within the city. Both Jean Ling and Baizhu had no objections to Mo's suggestion. As already bonded males, they would naturally remain wherever the female was, not feeling the need to return to their original clan. Oblivious to the plans of her 3 beast husbands, Shengsheng remained asleep, wrapped in beast skin and placed upon Jean Ling's back without stirring. The great white bear, laden with a large beast skin bag, trailed closely behind the black wolf, as the 3 beasts swiftly made their way out of Beast God Mountain. Chapter 27. Were they captured? Outside Beast God Mountain, Baizhu was taken aback as he observed groups of ferocious beasts racing toward them from various directions. Have the predatory beasts begun to gather so early? When a cluster of males converged, the energy from their awakened abilities would attract nearby ferocious beasts, providing an opportunity for the newly awakened younglings to experience their coming-of-age trials. This was a familiar occurrence during every awakening ceremony, and the beastmen had long grown accustomed to it. Baizhu had been part of the last group to awaken their abilities. He had already become a 4-pattern beastman before reaching adulthood, and upon awakening his powers, he had directly ascended to the rank of a 4-star beast warrior. He recalled that when he successfully awakened and ventured out to hunt ferocious beasts, it had been midnight, surrounded by a throng of beasts. By the next day, when the ferocious beasts retreated, he had successfully advanced to a 5-star beast warrior. He anticipated the ferocious beasts would begin to congregate so early. The sun had not yet fully set. Just as Baizhu expressed his astonishment, the black wolf unleashed a purple lightning strike upon the approaching ferocious beasts. The violent purple lightning, infused with the pressure of a 7-star beast warrior, sent the lower-tier beasts scurrying away, while the higher-tier beasts, driven mad by the challenge, charged recklessly forward. The ferocious beasts possessed a certain level of intelligence. They were not mindlessly rushing forward. With higher-level beasts standing guard, they also needed to be wary of lower-tier beasts attempting to launch surprise attacks. Few beasts could fly, and the black wolf used the purple lightning to carve a path through the air. "You go first." Jin Diao shielded the little female on his back with his beast energy as he soared along the path cleared by the black wolf, occasionally releasing golden feathers to strike down any flying ferocious beasts attempting to encircle them. As long as they distanced themselves from the beast god mountain, these ferocious beasts would cease their pursuit. With Jin Jiao soaring away, the black wolf felt unrestrained, unleashing purple lightning to clear the way ahead. The great white bear coordinated with the black wolf's attacks from behind, occasionally collecting higher-tier beast crystals. White crystal, red crystal, purple crystal, gold crystal. Ferocious beasts are categorized into lower-tier, higher-tier, and beast kings. The crystals from lower-tier ferocious beasts are the most common white crystals, while those from newly evolved higher-tier ferocious beasts are red crystals. Higher-tier ferocious beasts contain purple crystals, and the beast kings contain gold crystals. The green crystals, which can enhance a female's physique, are randomly found within either lower-tier or higher-tier ferocious beasts, with no discernible pattern. Beastmen can absorb the crystals to level up, and these crystals also serve as currency for trade. The exchange rate for crystals is 100. What a waste. The great white bear gazed at the lifeless body of the ferocious beast that had fallen behind, his heart aching at the thought of the unclaimed beast crystals. Previously, he had no habit of storing beast crystals, having used all he possessed for upgrades. However, circumstances had changed. Now he had a female to support, and it would be prudent to accumulate more beast crystals. The last thing he wanted was for the little female to desire something, and he would be unable to produce even a single beast crystal, which would be utterly humiliating. After dispatching a few airborne ferocious beasts that had rushed in, the golden eagle accelerated its flight and soon exited the vicinity of the beast god mountain. The nearby beasts had been drawn to the mountain, leaving the surroundings eerily quiet. In her slumber, Su Shengsheng suddenly felt a sensation of bloating in her lower abdomen, followed by a rush of warmth surging forth. As her time of the month arrived, she jolted awake, and as she moved, another wave of warmth followed. Forced to open her eyes, she was greeted by the gentle moonlight and the seemingly close proximity of the four-wheeled silver moon. Where was she? Was she soaring through the sky? She attempted to move, but her body was tightly cocooned in animal skins, rendering her unable to free her hands. Surely, she had not been kidnapped? No, that was unlikely. The beast world had laws protecting females, and even the most ferocious of beastmen dared not invade the beast god mountain. Jinling? Su Shengsheng called softly, testing the waters. "It's me. Shengsheng, don't be afraid." Upon hearing the stirrings of the little female behind him, Jinling alighted in a tree hollow, transforming back into human form to embrace her. "Where are we going?" Su Shengsheng asked, her eyes clouded with confusion. Was there such urgency that they could not wait for her to fully awaken? "To the Beast King City," Jinling replied, not elaborating further, instead redirecting the conversation. "How are you feeling?" As he held her close, Jinling detected the intoxicating scent of her, mingled with the metallic tang of blood, still potent even through several layers of animal skin. As his hand rested on her lower abdomen, Su Shengsheng felt the warmth intensify. "Stop, don't rub." She quickly grasped his wrist, halting his motions. "All right, I won T-rub. Shall we rest here for a moment?" Jinling said, as he plucked several large leaves to place beneath her, settling her at the entrance of the tree hollow while he tidied up inside. "What about Mo and Bai? Where are they?" Su Shengsheng cautiously adjusted her sitting position. Although it seemed she was cushioned by animal skins, the volume was too substantial to be contained, and she could distinctly feel the blood flowing down her legs. Perhaps this was the normal state. Previously, it was merely due to her poor health that it had only lasted 2 days with minimal flow. "They are behind us. They LL catch up shortly. Don't worry." Shengsheng. Jinling's gentle voice floated from within the tree hollow, and Su Shengsheng nodded, realizing he might not see her gesture. Just as she was about to respond, a pair of eagle talons appeared. The owner of those talons moved swiftly, snatching the animal skins that enveloped her and soaring into the sky. Shengsheng, hearing her cry, Jinling reacted instantly, pulling her back, but he was ultimately a moment too late. The animal skins slipped from his grasp, and he glared darkly at the sudden appearance of the vulture. A wind attribute. No wonder it had approached so stealthily. Jinling, suspended in the air by the eagle's talons, Shengsheng struggled to breathe as the rushing wind battered her face like a blade. The pain was acute. Tears streamed down her cheeks, and the salty droplets only exacerbated her small wounds. The golden eagle pursued closely behind, its golden energy surging, sharp feathers slicing toward the vulture ahead. However, with his partner in peril, he hesitated to strike too forcefully, fearing for her safety. The vulture, shrouded in a murky gray energy, was evidently a savage beastman who cared little for the well-being of females. Injuring Shengsheng would be disastrous. Jinling's attacks became cautious, knowing that if the vulture were to drop her from above, he could catch her. But the greater fear was that the beast might succumb to its primal instincts and harm her. As the battle intensified, Jinling's anxiety grew. The vulture was of a higher rank and possessed the swiftest of wind abilities, while the golden eagle dared not engage fully. The vulture's speed increased ominously, and with the sudden release of its talons, Shengsheng plummeted from the sky. Shengsheng, Jinling's heart raced as he witnessed the horrifying scene unfold, his gaze fierce and filled with urgency. Chapter 28. She sweetly called him husband. Jinling, I feel like I'm not going to make it. Clutched tightly by the great bird, Shengsheng struggled to breathe, the wind filling her face, and the air she held back became too much to bear. Suddenly, her vision darkened, and she lost consciousness. With a start, Jinling felt a pang of dread. His companion was in peril. The golden eagle emitted a mournful yet furious cry, its energy raging as it charged forward recklessly. The little female, held in the eagle's grasp, went limp, and the vulture clicked its tongue in disappointment. It had never played with such a delicate female before. It was surprising how easily she succumbed. If that was the case, there was no need to waste any more time. The eagle released its hold, allowing her body to fall, while the vulture turned to confront the charging golden eagle. This golden eagle had considerable talent. Consuming it would only enhance his own power, preventing a wasted effort. The chaotic energy surging from the golden eagle nearly overwhelmed the vulture, who barely managed to intercept it. Jinling, desperate to catch the falling figure, was thwarted by the vile vulture. With a piercing cry, he charged forward, disregarding the slicing winds that struck his form, transforming his body into a blade of fury. The vulture had already targeted him. It would not allow him to escape. After several skirmishes, the golden eagle bore numerous wounds, and with a sorrowful cry, blood tears streamed from its eyes. Shengsheng, I can't hold on. Suddenly, the vulture's gaze fell upon the golden eagle, its talons poised to tear into its flesh. In that moment, the golden eagle transformed into a blazing golden bird, surging toward the vulture. A tremendous surge of energy erupted from him, infused with a hint of bloodlust. If he could eliminate this foe, should anything happen to Shengsheng, he would follow her to the beast god. Unbeknownst to Shengsheng, who had fallen, she was unaware of the sacrificial intentions of the golden eagle. In reality, her condition had improved significantly. Perhaps she had merely fainted due to the excessive blood loss earlier, and her body had begun to acclimatize to the sensation. Thus, she regained consciousness almost immediately upon the release of the talons. Regrettably, it was futile. She saw Jinling being obstructed by the beastman, and now she could only ponder how to save herself. Below lay a dense forest, with trees of the beast world growing exceptionally lush, their broad leaves abundant. She wondered if they could cushion her fall. The rushing winds carried the potent scent of her heat, and a black wolf, having just concluded a battle and resting, lifted its head to see a figure plummeting from the sky. As she neared the trees, a gust of wind rose from the ground, steadying her descent. Shengsheng mustered her courage, preparing to control her body and attempt to use the broad, flourishing branches to slow her fall. Suddenly, a gentle current cradled her, and in that moment of shock, she found herself safely seated on the ground. Upon raising her head, she saw the familiar black wolf, and tears streamed down her face uncontrollably. Montauk, she suddenly sprang forward, throwing herself onto the wolf, embracing its head and weeping. She longed to ask where he had gone, to tell him she had been captured by a great bird and then dropped from the sky, to express her fear and the belief that she was about to die. Yet, overwhelmed with emotion, she could articulate nothing, only weeping in his embrace. "I thought I was going to die," she sobbed, her voice choked with distress. Before the black wolf could inquire further, he was enveloped by the overwhelming sweet fragrance that surrounded them. He was momentarily disoriented, for the tumult of battle had yet to settle within him. The black wolf, caught off guard, transformed into human form, lifting Su Shengsheng, who had been clutching its neck, into the air. She gasped, instinctively raising her legs to grasp his waist, only to find her movements hindered by the tightly wrapped beast hide. "Let go!" she exclaimed in panic as her arms slipped downwards. Her soft plea was not dismissed. His strong arms encircled her, preventing her from falling. "Oh, wicked wolf!" Su Shengsheng clung to his neck, burying her face in his arm as she sobbed quietly, voicing her grievances. Before long, her tears dampened his shoulder, and upon hearing her gentle accusations, he chuckled softly. "Wicked? Stop crying and look at me." As he spoke, his cool fingers gripped the nape of her neck, lifting her to meet his gaze. Her eyes, slightly reddened from crying, glistened with unshed tears, stirring an inexplicable urge within him to disrupt her tranquility. A shadow flickered in his golden irises as he locked eyes with her, a teasing tone lacing his words. "Who am I? Montauk? Su Shengsheng ziplit, so mewat bap fa." The familiar visage before her bore an unusual expression, and his face reflected dissatisfaction with her answer. She scrutinized him closely, noting the 7 silver stars beneath his collarbone. There was no doubt it was M.O. What did he mean by that question? Straining her mind, she pondered, could it be mate? Beast husband? She tentatively called out, recalling the terminology from the beast realm. The petite female hung from him, raising her delicate face, her voice soft and playful as she addressed him with those titles. A warmth surged through his heart, and his body reacted fiercely, a response he could not ignore. Should he refuse her? No, he had no reason to do so. "That title is delightful. Repeat it. Who am I?" he urged, his fingers caressing the smoothness of her neck. A low, amused tone lacing his voice. "My mate, beast husband. Now please let me go." Her plea was underscored by a hint of desperation. "Say it again, and I will release you." His actions grew more mischievous, teasingly tugging at her delicate earlobe. "No," she shivered, instinctively protesting, her emotions stirred and unaware of his true intentions. Su Shengsheng merely felt that after becoming his mate, this wolf had grown increasingly mischievous. "Husband," she whimpered, clinging to him in a plea for mercy, completely oblivious to the peculiarities of her situation. After all, M.O. understood she was not from this world, and she called him without restraint. Suddenly, he leaned in, capturing her lower lip, playfully licking it. "From now on, that is how you will address me." His low voice brushed against her ear, laced with a husky desire. A devilish request. Though unsure of the origin of her address, it thrilled him immensely. Whether or not she had made a mistake, she was calling him her mate and beast husband, and he found no reason to care. Chapter 29. Ascendancy of the Golden Wings. The golden eagle, bereft of its mate, was in a frenzy, disregarding its injuries, intent on sinking its teeth into its opponent. With the enhancement of its golden elemental abilities, both its offense and defense surged, leaving the vulture increasingly at a loss. Being a level higher than the eagle, it had anticipated easily defeating the irrational beast, yet found itself compelled to retreat. Noticing the vulture attempt to create distance to escape, the eagle surged with rage, transforming into a lethal blade as it lunged forward. The vulture's brown eyes widened in instinctive avoidance, only to realize the attack was aimed precisely at its escape route. In the skies above, the massive vulture had its neck severed by a golden beam, its head plummeting without its body, eyes wide with disbelief and terror. Its momentum carried it forward for several moments before it too fell into the dense forest below. Golden wings, disregarding its injuries and the surge of beastly energy within, hastened towards the forest floor. Come, I shall take you to safety. The tall beast man cradled her in one arm, dragging a nearby prey with the other as they ventured deeper into the woods. An unseen breeze swirled around them, dispersing her scent. In that moment, Shengsheng beheld the true form of the mountain-like creature beside her, its dark, scaly hide, sharp beak, and fearsome fangs. Is that prey? She thought, gazing in awe at the enormous carcass, which stood over 4 meters tall and spanned several square meters. Shengsheng had little concept of weight, but she surmised it must weigh several tons. How could this wolf, while cradling her, so effortlessly drag this mountain-sized prey? At that moment, she realized her understanding of the beastman's might was woefully inadequate. Feeling the small female tremble in his arms, he halted, meeting her gaze with a raised brow. What? Are you afraid? He glanced back at the fearsome prey, acknowledging its rather unsightly appearance, which likely startled her. If you're frightened, we can leave it. The beast crystal had already been absorbed. He had no need for the energy from the beast king's flesh. Leave it? She exclaimed, startled. How could we abandon it? You worked hard to hunt it down. She understood that the larger the prey, the more energy it contained. This unknown creature, massive as it was, had to be a high-level beast. Such an opportunity could not be wasted. Are you not afraid of its ugliness? His surprise at her response elicited a smile. I just thought you were incredible, and I was merely expressing my admiration. Shengsheng explained helplessly, wondering when this wolf had become so playful. He had never asked her if she was afraid before. I love hearing that, he replied, his large hand caressing her nape as he playfully nibbled her lips. I'll leave it for you and your bird. After all, we are family now, so at isn't a waste. Bird? Jinling? What has happened to Jinling? Realizing his words, Shengsheng felt a pang of regret. She had been so focused on her fear and grievances that she had forgotten to inquire about their situation. And how did you end up here? What about Baizhu? That bird is about to ascend. He answered her previous question before ambiguously adding, They will come looking for us. There is no need to rush. A shadow flickered in his golden eyes as he uttered a cryptic remark. As for whether or not they could find them, and when they would arrive, that depended on their own efforts. Before she could respond, he transformed into a great black wolf, tossing her onto his back and dashing into the depths of the forest like a gust of wind. The breeze swept past, erasing all traces of their presence from the dense woods. The golden eagle soared through the treetops, landing in the forest. Jinling advanced cautiously, sensing the chaotic energy around. A clash between high-level beastmen and ferocious beasts had clearly occurred here. He recalled that Shengsheng had fallen here, yet her presence was nowhere to be found. The air was thick with the stench of nearby, ferocious beasts, and traces of dragging marks marred the ground. Jinling followed these signs and soon discovered the body of the Beast King, discarded not far ahead. He hastened towards it, recognizing the aura left by a high-ranking beastman. A wolf beast? The scent was both familiar and alien, and Jinling could not ascertain whether it belonged to his own wolf beast. However, there was no trace of the bear nearby. Could it be that they had encountered some mishap and become separated? How had the wolf beast managed to conceal Shengsheng's scent during her estrus period? They had only recently formed their bond and had not yet completed the mating ceremony. Thus, he could sense that Shengsheng was unharmed, yet he could not locate her through their incomplete bonding mark. Just as Jinling contemplated soaring into the sky to search for her, the surge of beast energy within him broke free from his restraint. The moment he took flight, his wings lost balance, and he plummeted to the ground. A brilliant golden light erupted from him, transforming into sharp blades that sliced through the surrounding trees with precision. He needed to find a suitable place to advance first. Meanwhile, Hailang and Baixiong, who had been making their way along the planned route after exiting Beast God Mountain, suddenly sensed something was amiss. Shengsheng was in trouble. Baizhu experienced an unsettling tremor in his heart, a response from the mate bond indicating his companion was in danger and frightened. Mo felt this sensation even more acutely. His bond was intact, allowing him to clearly perceive the fluctuations in his mate's emotions and whereabouts. He abruptly changed direction and sped into the dense forest. Hurry, faster. Bai Xiong struggled to keep pace behind Hailang, feeling anxious. They were not far apart. They had merely been delayed by a pack of ferocious beasts. And now that the obstacles were removed, their speed would only increase. Almost simultaneously with Jinling's descent into the forest, Hailang and Bai Xiong followed closely behind. Darting into the thicket, as the golden light surged towards them, both Hailang and Bai Xiong instinctively harnessed their beast energy to defend themselves. Was Jinling advancing? Bai Zhu inquired uncertainly, glancing towards the beast man enveloped in golden light not far away. Originally intending to follow the beast mark to locate his mate, Mo paused and approached the advancing Jinling. Beside Jinling lay the body of the beast king, and as Hailang glanced over, he caught a whiff of the deliberately left wolf beast scent. Was it him? How could he be here? Suddenly concerned, Hailang flicked his tail in frustration. Could that little troublemaker have mistaken his mate? Chapter 30. Forced bonding. Hailang carried her at a frantic pace out of the thicket, reaching the entrance of a valley. They finally halted deep within a cave in the valley. He embraced the unusually quiet young female in his arms as they entered the cave, sensing her body stiffen. He chuckled softly. What's wrong? Have you realized something? Shengsheng could clearly detect the teasing tone in his deep voice, which left her feeling somewhat distressed. How had she not noticed earlier? You, an Mo? Shengsheng scrutinized the familiar handsome face once more, her curiosity piqued. How can you look so much alike? I can't recognize your beast form, but even in human form, you look identical. Your ranks are the same. She had been emotionally unstable at the time. No wonder she hadn't recognized him. Originally just half-siblings, they had now truly become brothers. He emphasized the word brother with a teasing tone. Shengsheng felt a bit embarrassed, her cheeks flushing as she curled her toes, wishing to sink them into the fur boots beneath her. She wanted to say she had merely mistaken him for someone else. Little one, don't you think it's too late to claim you made a mistake? He seemed to anticipate her words, raising an eyebrow as a glimmer of danger flickered in his eyes, his deep voice carrying an ominous edge. Look where we are. His cool fingers gently cupped her chin, turning her gaze towards the dimly lit cave, the underlying threat palpable. What might happen with a female and a male in the same cave? Shengsheng's heart raced, and she dared not ponder further. She could only think how wicked this wolf was. Let me ask you again, who am I? Seeing that the young female had indeed been frightened, Yi smirked, grasping her face to nibble on her lips with sharp teeth, teasing her until her soft lips turned a rosy hue before reluctantly releasing her. The playful nature of his words became evident, and Shengsheng finally realized he was merely toying with her. Umph. She shot him an indignant glare, unwilling to respond. This wolf's temperament was far too foul, nothing like her own. Before she could muster a retort, he let out a soft chuckle and took a few steps deeper into the cave, placing her on a stone bed and leaning over her. When do you think they will arrive? The beast man's aura enveloped her beneath him, and Shengsheng panicked. Her attempt to push him away interrupted as he whispered in her ear with a wicked tone. How many times do you think I can have you before they arrive? Shengsheng was taken aback, her face flushing as she stared into his face, disbelief filling her peach blossom eyes. Beast, wicked wolf. Could she even consider such a thing in her current predicament? Even if he could, she would not allow it. So what should you call me? He propped his head on one arm, lying on his side to admire her expression, while his other arm held her securely in place. Accepting her accusations with a calm demeanor, he even responded playfully. Shengsheng bit her lip, averting her gaze as her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. She reluctantly uttered the term. Husband. I like that. Say it again. Yi's long fingers grasped her chin, turning her face towards him, demanding with a light laugh. I am tired. She lowered her eyes to avoid his earnest gaze, feeling helpless as she grasped for an excuse. She could hardly withstand the wolf's nature. Could she endure being toyed with by him every day? One wolf was already enough, Shengsheng naively thought. Tired? Yese simile fadit. The golden hue of his eyes darkening. Provoking him, teasing him, he had allowed it, but would he let her escape? Shengsheng keenly sensed the danger in his tone. Her heart raced, and she instinctively softened her voice, adopting a conciliatory tone. Husband. I heard that. Unfortunately, it was too late. Yi, already rebellious by nature, had made up his mind and was no longer interested in nurturing any feelings. If he despised her, he would destroy it. What? Before Su Shengsheng could voice her confusion, he suddenly surged forward, sealing her lips with a kiss. This time, it was not playful teasing. He pried open her lips. Su Shengsheng felt her moisture evaporate, dryness overwhelming her as she let out a sound of discomfort. At that moment, something was placed in her mouth, and she instinctively swallowed. A familiar energy surged into her body, settling in her abdomen, and the mark on her belly radiated a fleeting warmth. What was that? Su Shengsheng's peach blossom eyes widened as she met his malicious gaze, utterly astonished. He released her, placing a gentle kiss on her slightly swollen lips, savoring the moment as he licked the corner of his mouth. His claws tore through the beast hide on her abdomen, snapping Su Shengsheng back to her senses. Do you even realize what you're doing? Before she could say more, Yi took her hand and placed it on her belly, revealing a newly formed beast mark. The lazy black wolf sprawled there, its half-closed eyes filled with disdain. Do you dislike it? If you do, just tear it. Yi dragged her hand across the mark, testing its sharpness against the wolf insignia. Su Shengsheng gasped in shock, attempting to pull her hand away from his grip in vain. Are you insane? Without her consent, a beast mark was forcibly imprinted upon her, and now she is urged to tear it away and abandon him. What is the purpose of this? Is it merely to test her resolve? This wolf is utterly insane. Does he not fear that she might indeed sever his beast mark? Tear it away, or you shall never be free of me. Do it now. His deep, resonant voice whispered in her ear, laden with temptation, and his actions were equally decisive. Su Shengsheng could distinctly feel the sharp claws piercing her abdomen. At the moment the wolf mark began to ooze blood, the orc embracing her emitted a faint, pained groan. Su Shengsheng was startled and hastily protested. No, please don't. I have no intention of tearing it. He had triumphed. He had won. She was too compassionate, too timid, too unwilling to act against him. Almost as soon as her words fell, the wound on the wolf mark healed instantaneously, as if nothing had transpired. The pain in her chest vanished, and he buried his face in her neck, laughing unabashedly. Even if you tear it, you cannot escape me. Freed from constraints, he would only become more unrestrained. His sultry voice, akin to a devil's whisper, sent shivers down her spine. She knew, she understood. Here, it was just the two of them. If she were to tear her beast mark and abandon him, he would transform into a ferocious beast, leaving her with nothing good. What kind of wolf was this? Not only wicked, but also utterly deranged. Now, this wolf had become part of her life, and she was filled with fear, overwhelmed by panic. In her state of anxiety, Su Shengsheng eventually succumbed to exhaustion and fell asleep. What had she endured over these days? Chapter 31. The Beast World edition of All Natural Plants Sanitary Napkins. Noticing that the little female in his arms had fallen silent, Yi looked down to see her sleeping peacefully. A smile crept upon his lips. She truly was exhausted. His fingertips grazed the beast mark on her abdomen, pausing to lightly touch the first wolf mark to the right of her navel, contemplating infusing it with soul in a few days. He had not anticipated that such a petite creature could be a Shengxi. Had he known this a couple of days earlier, he would have certainly ventured to the Beast God Mountain. Nevertheless, it was perhaps for the best. He couldn't guarantee that she would have chosen him back then. She likely would not have. However, it mattered little now, as she could not escape him. With these thoughts in mind, he transformed into a black wolf, carefully placing her beneath his belly, and together they drifted into slumber. Su Shengsheng remained in a deep sleep until noon the following day, showing no signs of waking. He stayed beside her, vigilant, for her scent during her heat was overwhelmingly potent, leaving him unwilling to stray even a step away. Suddenly, a rush of warmth surged through her, awakening Su Shengsheng from her dreams. She stirred awkwardly, realizing that the animal skin beneath her was damp, likely soaked through. This uncomfortable sensation caused her brows to furrow, her expression troubled. Her previous menstrual cycle had been irregular, leading her to overlook this matter. The suddenness of yesterday's events had left her little time to consider, resulting in her current predicament. This was dreadful. What is it? Seeing her wake with a distressed expression, Yi sat up and drew her into his embrace. No. His swift motion left Su Shengsheng no time to protest, and she found herself seated on his lap. In an instant, her face resembled a spilled palette of colors, vibrant and exquisite. She stiffened, feeling both mortified and embarrassed. What? Change your mind? Not allowing me to hold you? Noticing her resistance, Yi raised an eyebrow, his gaze playfully scrutinizing her. This wolf was teasing her. She could not believe he was oblivious to her feelings. In a fit of playful retaliation, Su Shengsheng plopped down, deliberately rubbing against him. Then feigning innocence as she looked up at him. Soaked. Yes, I know. Yi chuckled at her antics, pinching her chin and playfully biting her lip, responding nonchalantly. He then retrieved the animal skin skirt he had fashioned in the morning, along with neatly cut pieces of clean animal skin, and handed them to her. Change quickly. Once you're ready, I'll take you to find by Mianhua. Males would seek out a white, fluffy, fragrant flower to present to their females during their heat before the rainy season. He was uncertain whether by Mianhua bloomed in this season, but he knew where to find it in the valley, making it a perfect opportunity to check. By Mianhua, Su Shengsheng looked at him with surprise, finally hearing a familiar name of a crop, stirring excitement and anticipation within her. Yes, I'll be ready soon. She took the animal skin skirt from his hands, made from the cloak that had originally wrapped around her. Given Ye's reluctance to leave, the conditions had been limited, resulting in a less than perfect creation. Su Shengsheng was not at all displeased. Merely having something to wear was sufficient. She had not expected this wolf to craft clothing for her. Would you like to turn around? Observing that he showed no signs of moving, she bit her lip, blushing with embarrassment as she made the request. She did not expect him to wait at the cave entrance, but surely he could at least turn away. His unwavering gaze made her feel shy. If you turn around, I can still hear you, and even more clearly. Upon hearing her request, Ye's lips curled into a smile, his deep voice laced with subtle meaning. Whether by sound or sight, both stirred his restlessness. Bad wolf, shameless. Su Shengsheng glared at him, turning away to shield herself with the cloak as she hastily wiped off the bloodied animal skin skirt. As she looked down, her gaze fell upon the audacious wolf mark on her abdomen, and she poked at it in frustration. I can feel it. His deep voice resonated in her ear, causing Su Shengsheng to jump. Turning her head, she saw Ye's familiar face, bent over, watching her actions intently, though she had no idea when he had approached. She feigned innocence, blinking as if oblivious to his words. Humph! Yi sneered, unwilling to dwell on the matter further. A gust of wind swept through, scattering the bloodied animal skin she had discarded far from the cave. Su Shengsheng's heart raced, and recognizing the moment, she leaped into his embrace, wrapping her arms around his neck, sweetly coaxing, "Husband, hold me." His cool fingertips grazed her waist, his long hands wrapping her cloak snugly around her. He clasped her slender waist, lifting her into his embrace, turning to exit the cave. His tone took on a warning edge as he said, I gave you a chance yesterday. Do not entertain thoughts of it again. It referred to his beast mark. Su Shengsheng, clinging to his neck, weakly retorted, I did not. In modern marriage, one could divorce. If he treated her poorly, why could she not entertain thoughts of it? No is best. He bit her lip in response to her contradictory words, gazing deeply into her eyes. Whether or not she did, he would no longer grant her the opportunity. Once outside the cave, Ye's wolf tail curled around her waist, securing her atop his back as the black wolf dashed toward the opposite side of the valley like a gust of wind. On that side lay a thicket which, although described as a thicket, stood in stark contrast to the towering ancient trees of the beast world. Passing through the thicket, Su Shengsheng finally glimpsed the distant white flowers. Perhaps it was not the season, as only a few resilient blooms thrived, seemingly defying the odds. By Mianhua, white cotton, Su Shengsheng concluded. The black wolf was swift, and in no time they reached the flower patch. Only then did Su Shengsheng realize how tall the flowers were. The black wolf stood over 2 meters high, and the blossoms had nearly swallowed him whole. She suspected that if she ventured in, she would be lost to sight. An impish thought crossed Su Shengsheng's mind. She wondered if she could hide within and see if the wolf could find her. However, her aspirations were destined to remain unfulfilled. Not to mention the acute sense of smell possessed by the beastmen. This particular wolf was of the wind attribute. The fact that he clung to her tightly denied her any opportunity to escape. Moreover, she lacked the courage to attempt it. Were these few flowers sufficient? As he embraced her and walked into the midst of the blooming, pure white flowers that resembled clouds, he plucked them all and then turned to her with a query. How can this be utilized? Su Shengsheng gazed curiously at the large white flower in her hand, squeezing it gently. It was soft and fluffy, springing back upon pressure. Akin to perfectly fermented bread, yet imbued with a delicate floral fragrance. She was perplexed. Was this truly just a beautiful flower? Soon, Yi enlightened her. He sat down on the grass, cradling her in his arms, one hand holding the flower while the other gently patted it, causing the fluffy petals to flatten promptly. Su Shengsheng was astonished. The flower base served as the foundation, and the soft petals formed the surface. Was this a pure, natural version of a feminine hygiene product from the beastly realm? How marvelous! Chapter 32. The Meeting of Wolves. The Duel of Wolves, it should be sufficient, Su Shengsheng noted, observing the thick bundle in Ye's hands. Although the flowers were few, there were still over 10. If their absorbency was adequate, they could be rationed and would likely suffice. Yet, Su Shengsheng felt conflicted. She feared that once her health improved, her menstrual cycle would return with regularity, and she wondered if she could stockpile a little more. Were the unopened buds unusable? She cast her gaze toward the stubborn, pale pink buds that refused to bloom and turned to Yi, seeking answers. Yi simirkit, offering her a meaningful glance, yet he did not respond directly. Instead, he lifted her and approached one of the buds, halting before it. Curious to know? Open it and see for yourself. His deep voice carried a seductive undertone. Su Shengsheng was puzzled. What could possibly be in a mere bud? With that thought, she reached out, plucked it, and squeezed it. Suddenly, a puff of pink pollen erupted, enveloping her. Yi reacted swiftly, a gust of wind dispersing most of the mist. Yet a small portion was inhaled by Su Shengsheng. She coughed, the rich floral scent overwhelming her senses, drawing tears to her eyes. You're so wicked, she accused him. Her eyes glistening with tears, feeling utterly wronged. Is this wickedness? Yi smiled, observing her delicate and pitiful demeanor, his gaze darkening slightly as he mischievously added, What if I told you that this pollen has aphrodisiac properties? What? Su Shengsheng was taken aback, the buds slipping from her fingers as she stared at him in shock. This wolf, his nature was truly dreadful. How do you think the males discovered these flowers? Yi raised an eyebrow, flicking the bud with his fingers, releasing another puff of powder that the wind scattered. The blooming flowers are not what matters. It's the buds that are significant. Next time you encounter a male offering you such strange, unknown items, do not engage. Yi spoke earnestly. She had come of age. Prior to that, females would not have been exposed to such things, but now it was a different story. One could never be certain of encountering a male beast man with a vile disposition, much like himself. Her gentle nature made her seem easily manipulated, if not taught properly. He feared she might attract a multitude of brothers of varying quality. Understanding his intent left Su Shengsheng stunned. Was it really necessary for her to experience it firsthand? But I inhaled it. What should I do? She pouted, her voice a mere whisper. He was unfazed. Nothing to worry about. The amount is small, and it won't lead to serious consequences. At most, you might wish to embrace and kiss me, something I would highly anticipate. How do you feel? Yetitet Harchin, patiently awaiting her response, relishing in her demeanor. His desire to teach her was merely a whim. His actions were driven by the urge to witness her alluring form. Su Shengsheng felt warmth flooding her heart, her body restless, and her rationality slipping away. It was akin to intoxication, yet distinctly different. She felt an urge to kiss him. Leaning in, she brushed her lips against his, murmuring dreamily. In an instant, his golden-hued eyes glimmered with emotion, the suppressed color darkening. Repeat that. What do you wish to do? He nibbled on her lips, teasingly, again and again. Darling, she cooed sweetly, offering her lips willingly. He could no longer resist her allure. He deepened the kiss, prying open her lips and enveloping her with his breath. Unlike the previous night, which had been laden with intention, this kiss was a simple indulgence. Wild and unrestrained, the tall and robust beast-man pressed the petite female onto the grass, kissing her fiercely as M.O. arrived just in time to witness the scene. "What have you done to her?" M.O.'s cool voice carried an accusatory tone as the black wolf lunged at him. He reluctantly released the small female from his embrace. Having expected a delay, yet M.O. had arrived sooner than anticipated. He swiftly arranged her slightly disheveled beast skin attire, and as Qing Feng lifted her into the waiting embrace of the approaching great white bear, he transformed into the black wolf to confront M.O. M.O.'s attacks were merciless. Furious purple lightning struck repeatedly. Understanding Yi's nature, M.O. knew he must have done something to her. Otherwise, she would not be so recklessly engaged with him. Yi was equally unyielding, a gust of wind whipping up in response. The two wolves clashed fiercely. "Shengsheng, are you all right?" Baizhu extended his hand, gently touching her flushed face, his tone laced with concern. "Great white bear, kiss me." Su Shengsheng felt as if her consciousness were a kite drifting in the sky, floating aimlessly, not severed but hardly under her control. She was somewhat aware of her actions, but could not restrain herself. Delicate, soft hands wrapped around his neck, and her sweet lips pressed against his, her teeth lightly nibbling at his. This was insufficient. Her little tongue, like a lilac, traced the outline of his lips, leaving him in a state of bewilderment. "Shengsheng." Baizhu's face flushed crimson. What had that wicked wolf done to Shengsheng? Suddenly, his gaze fell on the nearby flower patch. Wasn't he that the aphrodisiac flower the malicious female had intended for him to use? That wicked wolf had actually given Shengsheng the aphrodisiac flower. How despicable! A sudden cold sensation pressed against Su Shengsheng's cheek, startling her, and she turned to see an ice block placed upon her. The shock jolted her back to reality, her wandering thoughts snapping back into focus. Quickly, she urged, "Take it away. It's too cold." She hastily moved away from the ice to alleviate her chill, almost simultaneously with her words. Baizhu transformed back into the great white bear, enveloping her, allowing her to sink deep into his fur. "Shengsheng, is this warm enough?" Su Shengsheng found herself completely immersed in a plush cocoon, relaxing as she buried her face in his fur, inhaling deeply. The great white bear was clean, leaving no unpleasant odors, and carried the scent of sunshine. She responded with an affirmative mmm. Suddenly, a loud crash echoed. Su Shengsheng turned in surprise, witnessing the two black wolves engaged in a fierce battle. The wolves showed no brotherly restraint. The clash of Qing Feng and purple lightning illuminating the air as they fought without discernible distinction. After watching for a moment, Su Shengsheng realized they both wished to vanquish one another, yet neither could gain the upper hand. Knowing they would be fine, she felt reassured and turned to the great white bear, suggesting, "Baizhu, I'm hungry. Let us find something to eat." She had slept until noon and hadn't eaten anything yet. Furthermore, Su Shengsheng currently sought to avoid all wolves. She felt embarrassed at the mere thought of encountering one. "What does Shengsheng wish to eat? I will take you right away." Baizhu immediately agreed, not hesitating for a moment. Her request was one that Baizhu could not refuse, especially since the little female had mentioned her hunger. The great white bear scooped her up and soon disappeared from sight. Chapter 33, Diguo, Zishu. Almost the moment they departed, two wolves halted their actions and followed at a distance. "Calm your temper," M.O. Qing's cold voice warned. If this wolf wished to join them, his troublesome demeanor must be tempered. He was unruly and unmanageable, yet possessed considerable strength that could not be subdued. A household cannot harbor two dominant males without chaos ensuing. You cannot deny it." Knight scoffed derisively at the warning. Regardless of whether he joined or not, his beast mark remained. What could be done to prevent his inclusion? "What have you done to her? Did you force a bond?" Detecting the implication in his words, Mo's golden amber gaze turned icy, directed sharply at him. "Are you insane? Have you considered the repercussions of such actions?" Mo was aware of his madness, but not to this extent. Even a momentary resistance from the female during the bonding process could result in severe repercussions for Knight, potentially leaving him gravely injured. The consequences could range from losing his rank to facing an early demise. Even if the bond was successful, he would always face the threat of being abandoned by the female, becoming a mere beastman. Had Su Shengsheng understood these stakes, she would know that Knight would bear the consequences of his actions. What is there to contemplate? Knight dismissed the matter. He succeeded, having won his gamble, did he not? He acted on impulse, indifferent to any potential fallout. I will heed your plans, as long as you do not interfere in my relationship with her. This statement signified his concession. He would not contest Mo for dominance in their household. Yet he was adamant that Mo should not intrude upon his interactions with the little female. His only desire was to be close to her. I will inquire about her feelings. Mo's voice remained emotionless. He hoped for a higher-ranking male to join them to better care for her. But he also recognized Knight's forced bond with her. He did not wish to compromise her happiness. If she was unwilling, he would not hesitate to assist her in casting Knight aside. You want her to abandon me? Upon hearing this, Knight's heart darkened with malice. His golden eyes narrowing ominously at Mo, filled with a desire to eliminate the wolf. It is not about what I want. It is about what she desires. Mo remained unfazed by Knight's hostility, his voice steady and cold. He would not let personal feelings cloud his judgment, though he was not fond of Knight's temperament. His strength was undeniable. If Shengsheng did not reject him, he would view him as a viable option without any objections. Knight resolved to remain silent. He would not permit her any opportunity to abandon him. He had already provided her with chances, and she had chosen to forfeit them. Had she not? Su Shengsheng was entirely unaware of the negotiations taking place between the two wolves behind her. She did not even realize they were following her. Perhaps shaken by recent events, the great white bear prudently did not stray far, merely wandering near the side of the valley with her. Before long, Baizhu unearthed several large, dark purple tubers from the ground, following the thick, purplish vines. Is this what Shengsheng eats? Guo. When roasted, it is sweet and soft. Baizhu remembered that the females in their tribe adored this delicacy, and he hoped Shengsheng would too. Guo. Su Shengsheng gazed curiously at the massive root, uncertainly inquiring, does this look somewhat familiar? Yam? Purple sweet potato? Haven't you ever tried it? Would you like to taste it? Noticing her curiosity, Baizhu wiped the soil off the tuber and sliced a small piece to feed her, cautioning, just a small bite to savor the flavor. Eating too much raw guo can upset your stomach. Raw consumption can cause discomfort. Roasted will not. Roasted guo is sweet and soft. Su Shengsheng, encouraged by his feeding gesture, tasted the small piece of guo, exclaiming in surprise, sweet? The sensation was peculiar. It did not have the starchy sweetness typical of yams or purple sweet potatoes, and its texture was unlike anything she could easily describe. It felt akin to compressed bread, suitable as a staple food, though this comparison may be perplexing. Were it not for Baizhu's warning about consuming it raw, she might have indulged more, as it was quite filling. Do you like it? Let's roast it now. It will taste even better. Seeing her enjoyment, Baizhu's eyes lit up with joy as he lifted the string of large guo and moved to a clear patch of ground. He spread a thicker piece of animal skin on the ground, patting it and beckoning her, Shengsheng, come, sit here. Su Shengsheng smiled at Baizhu's industriousness, responding, all right. The animal skin lay beneath her feet, and she knelt down without needing to move. Once she was settled, Baizhu handed her more fruit. Enjoy the fruit while I prepare it. After ensuring her comfort, he busied himself with starting a fire to roast the guo. Su Shengsheng examined the fruit in her hand. It was one of those she had expressed a fondness for on Beast God Mountain. The fruit was fresh, as if just picked. Did he gather it today, or had he stored it since their time on Beast God Mountain, preserving it with beast energy? Contemplating this, she asked, Baizhu, did you just pick this today? No, this fruit only grows on Beast God Mountain. I noticed you liked it, so I gathered extra to save for you. Upon hearing her question, Baizhu looked up, a bright smile gracing his face, his eyes sparkling with delight, as he explained, rest assured, Shengsheng, I have kept it fresh using beast energy. It won't spoil. Baizhu's intentions were transparent. Each of his actions conveyed his affection for her, reminiscent of a youthful boy's shy yet eager admiration, which, rather than causing her to feel insecure, allowed her to embrace the rules of companionship in their beastly world. With this in mind, Shengsheng pondered that, aside from the lack of measures that might result in more offspring, she seemed to find no disadvantage in their emotional bonds. Enlightened, she recognized that having 6 husbands was merely a matter of perspective. She felt no loss, only gain. Baizhu, hearing his partner call him. Baizhu turned to her. She smiled radiantly, her eyes shimmering with a delicate glow, rendering the world around her muted, where only his heart's rhythmic pounding echoed in the silence. Chapter 34. Should night remain? Shengsheng, do not tease me. My self-control is weak, and I cannot resist. Baizhu's eyes flickered, his cheeks flushed, acutely aware of his own desires, especially towards her. Otherwise, he would not have been so entranced by her that day, leading to such dreams at night. Shengsheng blinked, suddenly recalling the day and night under Mo's control. No, she could not allow that. While she might not suffer emotionally, her body could not endure such trials. Baizhu's words swiftly quelled her restless heart, forcing the fledgling bird of desire back into submission. She wished to cultivate a relationship with them, yet they seemed more preoccupied with the quality of their shared bed. Shengsheng, it is ready, you must try it. Baizhu approached, holding a large piece of roasted zidigua, tearing off a piece and blowing on it before offering it to her. Shengsheng's attention was captivated by the roasted delicacy in his hand. A large bread? After being roasted, the originally sizable zidigua expanded to twice its size, its dark purple skin cracking open to reveal the vibrant purple flesh within, resembling a freshly baked loaf of bread. Delicious. Shengsheng's eyes lit up, pleasantly surprised by the texture in her mouth. It was soft and sweet, with a chewiness akin to cake, yet the flavor echoed that of roasted purple sweet potatoes. In addition to zidigua, there were also huangdigua, hongdigua, and baidigua, each with its distinct taste. Noticing her enjoyment, Baizhu smiled widely as he fed her, cheerfully suggesting, I wonder if there are more around here. How about I go look for some and bring them back for you? Curiously, Shengsheng asked, aren't we heading to show Wangcheng? Didn't Jinling mention they were going there? And what about that wicked wolf who said Jinling was advancing? I wonder how he is doing. With a glance at Baizhu, she inquired, have you encountered Jinling? I'm worried about him. I saw that evil bird attacking him when I fell. We did encounter him. He is fine and has advanced. As long as a male ISNT mortally wounded, it's not a significant issue, Baizhu replied. However, that bird feels he failed to protect you and is hiding, afraid to face you. Then why hasn't he come to find me? Shengsheng felt a pang of disappointment. Was Jinling upset with her for following that wicked wolf, for not waiting for him, or for not showing concern for him? She felt guilty for her actions, knowing she had acted out of sheer fear when her life was at stake. Did Jinling no longer wish to see her? Biting her lip, tears uncontrollably streamed down her cheeks, a whirlwind of guilt and sorrow swirling within her. No, Shengsheng, please don't cry. Seeing her tears, Baizhu quickly discarded what he was holding and awkwardly wiped her eyes. A male who cannot protect his female, who cannot safeguard his partner. Why does he have to avoid seeing her? Baizhu's thoughts mirrored those of the 2 black wolves perched on the trees and even the golden eagle. Jinling, soaring above. Before the 2 wolves below could turn their gaze to him, Jinling could no longer contain himself and descended from the sky. Shengsheng. He landed beside her, kneeling on the animal hide and gently wiping away her tears. His tender face was filled with remorse. Jinling, I'm so sorry. Upon seeing his face, Shengsheng's feelings of guilt erupted, and she threw herself into his embrace, her tears flowing even more fiercely. Don't cry. Jinling held her in his arms, settling down and soothing her long hair, his heart heavy with guilt. Shengsheng, I'm the one who has wronged you. I failed to protect you. If it weren't for that wolf, I can't bear to imagine what might have happened to you. Do you know at that moment? I thought if you had met the beast god, I would have unhesitatingly accompanied you. So, you would choose to accompany me in death, but not wish to live and see me? Hearing his words, Shengsheng stubbornly rubbed her tears away on him, looking up at him with a sense of grievance. Listen, what kind of reasoning is this? Jinling was momentarily taken aback, then smiled helplessly. gently wiping the tear stains from her face. Yes, I was wrong. I should not have avoided you. I should have come to see you immediately. Don't be angry. And please stop crying, all right? Su Shengsheng belonged to the type of person who, once her emotions were vented, felt better. She shyly nestled into his embrace, responding softly. She wasn't someone who cried easily. Truly, she wasn't a weepy person. Reflecting on their predicament, she realized it stemmed from her neglect of her monthly cycle, which had disrupted Mo's plans and led to these unforeseen events. Otherwise, according to Mo's plan, they might have spent 2 days enjoying themselves at Shengsheng Mountain before joining the procession to show Wang Cheng for the awakening ceremony. However, with her monthly cycle, Su Shengsheng deemed it necessary to explain her situation so they would be mentally prepared. Glancing around, she looked up at Jinling and asked, "Aren't Mo and the others nearby? The big white bear didn't take me too far, and the sounds of the 2 wolves fighting have long ceased. Didn't they come looking for me?" Yes. Almost simultaneously with Jinling's response, the 2 black wolves that had come down from the nearby trees appeared before her. The 2 identical black wolves transformed into young men with only slight differences in height. Standing together, Su Shengsheng could easily distinguish between the 2. Yet, even when the black wolves stood together, she could not recognize them. "Come here." A cool voice beckoned as Mo waved at her. Su Shengsheng felt an instinctive sense of reliance on him. Upon hearing his voice, she immediately stood up and rushed into his embrace. Mo wrapped his arm around her as she sat down, his long fingers lightly tapping the beast mark on Yi. His voice calm as he asked, "Do you want it?" Yi sat across from them, silent as he listened, his demeanor quiet. Had Su Shengsheng not noticed the brewing storm in his eyes, she might have thought he had changed his temperament. She had no doubt that if her response displeased him, he would unleash his fury upon them. After all, this wolf was quite unpredictable. Yet, Mo was inherently stubborn. She understood his intention. He must have learned about the force bond between her and Yi and didn't want her to feel unhappy because of it, prompting him to inquire about her feelings. Did she wish to keep Yi? Su Shengsheng turned to Yi, a gentle smile gracing her face as she extended her hand toward him. In that moment, Yi lost his composure, abruptly grasping her hand and pulling her into his embrace, tightly encircling her waist. His deep voice, laced with suppressed laughter, whispered in her ear, "You've made the right decision again." She was not someone who wavered or acted capriciously. Once she made a promise, she would uphold it. Gently nudging the arm around her waist, she softly introduced herself. "I am Su Shengsheng." Before her, a green barrier rose, isolating them. Ye's voice, playful yet earnest, reached her ears. "Your husband, Yi. This wolf, truly." Chapter 35. The monthly cycle, don't joke around. I have something to tell you. Su Shengsheng patted Yi's arm and pointed towards the green barrier that muted their voices. Yi was in a good mood, obediently retracting his beastly energy, caressing the wolf mark on her abdomen, awaiting her words. For a moment, Su Shengsheng struggled to find the right words. She cast her gaze at Mo, the only one who knew her situation, biting her lip, feeling a bit shy as she spoke. "I might every month have a period, what you refer to as the heat. Once a month?" The beastmen present were somewhat taken aback by her statement. "Su Shengsheng, once you lose too much blood each time? Isn't it advisable to eat more to replenish?" Bai Zhu inquired, his concern evident as he scrutinized her complexion. He had heard male companions in the tribe mention that females tend to be irritable during their heat, with some even experiencing abdominal pain. It seemed too burdensome for Shengsheng. "It's nothing. It's a normal physiological response. As long as I avoid cold things, I'll be fine." Surprised by Bai Zhu's immediate concern, Su Shengsheng smiled at him, her brows arching playfully. "Must avoid the cold?" The beastmen present unconsciously noted her words. Bai Zhu was preoccupied with his thoughts and failed to notice her unusual condition. Jinling, however, had noticed but said nothing, keeping his inquiries to himself. He simply understood that Shengsheng was his partner, and he needed to make appropriate arrangements for her. In this season, one cannot fathom the multitude of white cotton flowers blooming. Given such circumstances, it would be prudent to stockpile some reserves. Jinling contemplated soaring into the heavens to seek out those blooming white cotton flowers and gather them. Once a month, Night repeated, enveloping her in his embrace, resting his chin in the crook of her neck, chuckling softly. You truly cannot bear to be apart from me. Once a month, should there not be a partner of the wind element to mask her scent during her pronounced mating season? One can only wonder what may be attracted by such potent pheromones. Mo, however, was not particularly surprised. He understood that she was not an ordinary female of this realm, and her distinctiveness likely contributed to her potential as a holy female. Her exceptional fertility might have garnered the beast god's blessing of health, perhaps to encourage her to bear many offspring. Mo cast a glance at the males present, then at the petite female nestled in Night's embrace, pensive for a moment. It appeared that none of them, including himself, were drawn to her solely for her reproductive value. Nevertheless, it seemed he must be more discerning in selecting males to join him. Tomorrow, we shall depart for Beast King City, and on the way, search for white cotton flowers. Mo's cold voice commanded, glancing at Night, who sat opposite him. For the next few days, you will accompany her, and then we will devise further plans. Night tightened his hold around the small female, offering no dissent. He desired nothing more. Noticing their agreement, Mo turned his gaze towards her, silently inquiring her opinion. Did Su Shengsheng have any objections? No, she did not. Mo had made the arrangements, and she would comply. Su Shengsheng arched her brows and offered him a sweet smile, nodding in affirmation. As long as Mo arranges it, I shall listen. Observing the endearing female, a glimmer of amusement flickered in Mo's eyes. How rare it was for a female to be so obedient to a male's words. Have you had enough to eat? I shall roast another purple earth fruit. Only after concluding his statement did Baizhu remember the small female had scarcely eaten before he had carelessly tossed the fruit aside. Hearing Baizhu's words, Su Shengsheng glanced at the leftover fruit he had abandoned. Puzzled, could that not be eaten? It cannot. Once it cools, it hardens, and Shengsheng would find it difficult to bite into, Baizhu replied, demonstrating the now firm fruit with a tap, producing a resonant sound. It had become too tough to consume. Even if roasted again, it would only grow harder. Observing that the small female had enjoyed her meal, he assumed she must have liked it. With that, Baizhu hurriedly rose to rekindle the fire, preparing to roast another purple earth fruit. Baizhu, you are so kind. I appreciate your efforts, Su Shengsheng said, touched, smiling sweetly at him. Shengsheng, I do not find it arduous. It is a male's duty to care for his partner. Baizhu replied, lifting his head with a proud grin, his bright, dark eyes sparkling with pride. Does Shengsheng only eat purple earth fruits? Shall I go hunt and bring back some roasted meat as well? Jinling asked, crouching before her, gently stroking her head while inquiring her preference. That sounds good. Su Shengsheng nodded, her gaze inadvertently landing on the 6 silver stars beneath his collarbone. She reached out to touch them, smiling at him. Jinling, you are impressive. You have advanced. Jinling smiled softly, ruffling her hair, and, with a teasing tone to mask his inner worries, gently suggested, then, as a reward, can Shengsheng complete the bonding ceremony with me in a few days? Complete the bonding ceremony? Su Shengsheng blinked in confusion. Had they not already bonded? Perhaps her bewilderment was too evident, for Jinling pointed to the beast mark on her abdomen and explained, this is the complete beast mark that signifies the completion of our bonding. Can Shengsheng discern the difference? Oh, Su Shengsheng followed Jinling's finger, exclaiming in surprise. What had Mo's wolf mark gained an additional purple border? Suddenly recalling something, Su Shengsheng's face flushed. So, Jinling meant the completion of the bonding referred to. That matter? She quickly glanced at Jinling, whose gentle expression awaited her response, shyly lowering her gaze, blushing as she nodded softly. Why yes, that is possible. Almost simultaneously with her words, Baizhu, who had been attentively listening, abruptly lifted his head, his round eyes sparkling as he exclaimed, Shengsheng, do not forget about me. Su Shengsheng replied shyly, her fingers fidgeting. Behind her, Night chuckled softly, his large hand caressing her waist, gently pinching the soft flesh at her side, silently yet insistently reminding her. I understand, Su Shengsheng murmured, her body quivering at his touch. Then I shall wait for Shengsheng, Jinling responded. feeling relieved at her affirmative answer, smiling gently. And I too, Baiju quickly chimed in, eager to assert his presence before the small female. I'm very much looking forward to it. Knight's deep voice whispered near her ear, his cool lips brushing against her flushed earlobe as he chuckled lightly. As his cool voice resonated, Su Shengsheng felt an overwhelming sense of anticipation, casting a pleading glance at the stern-faced beast-man. Until Mo declared, "We shall take turns." A profound glimmer crossed Mo's dark golden eyes, disregarding her pitiful gaze. He could acquiesce to her on other matters, but this was non-negotiable. It required effort. Furthermore, the more she looked at him with such eyes, the more he yearned. Su Shengsheng, feeling despondent as she curled up in Knight's embrace, felt that the prospect of a monthly cycle was the best remedy for her situation. Chapter 36. She is about to be naughty. Upon Jinling's return from hunting, she paired the roasted meat with the purple earth fruit Baiju had prepared to satiate her hunger. Noticing her fondness for the fruit, Baiju indeed sought out more earth fruits in the afternoon, in addition to the purple earth fruit she had consumed at midday. He returned before dinner with yellow and red earth fruits. "Baiju, you're back," Su Shengsheng exclaimed upon seeing the items in his hands. "Sweet potatoes." "Unfortunately, they are not," Baiju replied. The texture before roasting and the state after cooking differed significantly. Only when freshly unearthed did they bear some resemblance. "I cannot find the white earth fruit. Perhaps it does not grow here. If Shengsheng likes them, we can search for them on our way to Beast King City," Baiju said, showcasing a different colored earth fruit in his hand, somewhat regretful that he had not brought them all back for his partner. "It is quite all right. I was merely curious. If they cannot be found, then so be it." Su Shengsheng smiled, her eyes curving as she reassured him. Looking at the earth fruits in his hand, she suddenly proposed, "What if we boil them?" "Baiju, it would turn into a sticky mush." "Shengsheng, that is inedible," Baiju advised, his expression conveying exasperation. "How sticky?" Su Shengsheng's curiosity grew with Baiju's description, her beautiful eyes wide with eagerness for knowledge. "I wish to know. Let's boil them and see what happens." As she spoke, Jinling approached with the stone pot he had freshly crafted, gazing at her with tenderness as he made the suggestion. Crack! Nearby, Mo swiftly snapped some dry branches and piled them up, striking a small lightning bolt to ignite a flickering flame. "All done," came his cool voice as he looked up to announce. "Water." Knight returned with a bucket of water, setting it down before walking back to embrace her, a playful smile gracing his lips. "How would you like to proceed?" Observing the actions of the three, Baiju took the initiative to wash the earth fruits. A group of cunning beasts, all vying for her affection. He could not let them succeed. He must not lose favor. Her whimsical suggestion had set them into motion, causing Su Shengsheng to chuckle. "You all indulge me so. I fear I may become naughty." She lifted her delicate face, playfully jutting out her chin as she spoke to them with a hint of arrogance. She was quite adept at being spoiled. "How do you intend to be naughty, Every appearance of the petite female in his embrace ignited his interest. He curled his lips, his cool fingertips gliding across her waist. Was he truly this wicked? Or merely so? Observing her flustered expression, devoid of intimidation as she glared at him, he only grew more mischievous, teasingly tormenting her while chuckling softly. Su Shengsheng struggled fruitlessly against his grip, her eyes brimming with tears as she began to seek external aid. Those tear-filled eyes, combined with her delicate, soft voice, sent a tremor through Mo's heart, though his face remained stern and unyielding. "Enough," he said in a chilling tone, intervening to rescue her from Ye's grasp. Drawing her into his embrace, his fingers unconsciously brushing against her side. Su Shengsheng instinctively shivered, her foggy, confused gaze directed at him. "Montak?" Mo settled her in his arms. Beside them were Jinling and Baiju, who were busy preparing food. "What is it?" At the sound of her voice, Mo lowered his gaze to her. Su Shengsheng cast an uncertain glance his way, his expression as cold as ever. After a moment's hesitation, she affirmed to herself that Mo surely did not mean any harm. With this thought, she leaned back into his embrace, beginning to whine and complain, pointing at Yi, who had followed them over, accusing, "Yi is so bad. He bullies me." And you don't help me. Humph. Observing her plight, Yi let out a mocking laugh, his voice dripping with sarcasm. Did she truly believe that Wolf was a good creature? He had seen his earlier actions, which were clearly intentional. What do you think about the males you associate with? He scoffed, casting a disdainful glance at the other beastmen present. Surely she didn't think that any of these males were anything benevolent? He could see through their intentions, including his own. Each one was eager to make this little creature weep, for her tears only made her more endearing. Su Shengsheng blinked, pondering Ye's meaning. Was he implying that he would drag others into this? As her gaze swept towards them, Baiju's expression flickered as he averted his eyes back to the stone pot. The little female is so adorable, Jinling remarked, his demeanor considerably more relaxed as he smiled gently at her. Shengsheng, it's ready. Would you like to take a look? Su Shengsheng obediently nodded and rose from Mo's embrace to approach him. Observing Jinling's gentleness and Baiju's innocence, she thought that Yi, the wolf, was the most troublesome of all. Her gaze fell upon the pot, filled with a thick, glutinous substance, and her composure nearly faltered. What is this? She asked, pointing at the sticky concoction that clung to the wooden spoon. Is this a pot of glue? She inquired further. Can we eat it? Baiju, startled, nearly dropped the pot, hastily shaking his head as he exclaimed, No, Shengsheng, don't even think about trying it. He was genuinely frightened. This was no jest, as there had been beastmen who attempted to taste it and nearly choked to death. Perhaps we could roast it, let it cool, then grind it into powder for preservation? We could mix a bit with water to make a paste? Su Shengsheng mused, increasingly convinced of the feasibility of her idea. First, let us eat. After that, we can sleep. Once we reach Beast King City, you can do as you please. Ye interrupted, had him tots, pulling her back into his embrace and tearing off pieces of roasted meat to feed her. The nights over the past few days belonged to him. Although her current condition limited her activities, he would not forego any advantages he could take, nor waste his time. All right, Shengsheng, let us eat first. Once we arrive at Beast King City, we'll accompany you. You can do anything you desire. Jinling chimed in softly. Yes. I'll look for Deeg within. Perhaps there's by Deeg too. Baiju nodded in agreement. As long as she didn't contemplate tasting that concoction, she could do whatever she wished. Very well. Su Shengsheng reluctantly set aside her seemingly plausible idea. After dinner, she requested a brief wash before being dragged by the mischievous wolf Yi onto the stone bed. Don't go too far. Mo warned Yi before stepping outside the cave to keep watch. What is too far? Su Shengsheng had yet to process his words when Yi's hands pulled her thoughts away. Chapter 37. Departure to Beast King's City. Upon awakening, Su Shengsheng still harbored resentment over Ye's mischief from the previous night. As she opened her eyes, she let out a soft huff at Yi, who lay beside her. Watching her, a muffled groan escaped her neck, followed by Yi's low laughter. Shameless, you are shameless. Su Shengsheng glared at him, indignantly accusing him. Enough, no more. It's time to depart. Mo's cold voice resonated from the cave entrance, wrinkling his brow at the overwhelming scent of Yi that lingered in the cave. Casting a warning glance at him, this wolf was equally excessive, remembering how she had pleaded for mercy from Mo, yet he had not relented. Su Shengsheng shot him an irritated glance. Montak? She evaded Ye's attempt to embrace her, reaching out to Baiju with a pout. Big white bear hug. Su Shengsheng now felt that Baiju was the most innocent of the lot. After all, Jinling had inquired about this matter just yesterday. Shengsheng, the little female, cooed, melting Baiju's heart as he pulled her into his embrace, using an ice block to soothe her swollen hands, lamenting, that wolf Yi is too wicked. See, he is the worst. Su Shengsheng nestled into his arms, nodding in agreement, casting an annoyed glance at Yi. Annoyed? You didn't perceive it that way. He could only sense that the little female's gaze toward him ignited his impulses once more. Let us go. Jinling glanced deeply at Baiju, holding the blushing little female who seemed thoroughly aggrieved, suppressing his own thoughts as he spoke softly. She is his mate in a few days. She will also wear that charming expression for him, and he eagerly anticipates it, completely unaware of the underlying thoughts of her companions. Su Shengsheng enjoyed the breakfast prepared by Jinling before they set off. The golden eagle soared above, paving the way, while Su Shengsheng sat upon the back of the great white bear, flanked by two black wolves. Yi's beastly energy formed a protective barrier around her, shielding her from the scent of her estrus, as their group set forth toward the direction of East Continent's Beast King City. The Beast God Mountain was not far from Beast King City, and the journey there would take the males approximately 10 days. However, with her accompanying them, the journey would extend to about 15 days. As it was only the mid-warm season, they would have to traverse through the late warm season and early hot season before reaching the dry season, which was still quite some time away. By mid-hot season, the females could no longer remain outside and had to hide, or they would perish from the heat. This perish was to be taken literally, not as an exaggeration. During the mid-hot season, if a female's home lacked a partner with water or ice attributes, she might not survive. Thankfully, they had encountered Baizhu. Reflecting on Mo's words, Su Shengsheng caressed the great white bear beneath her, sighing as she mused, what was Shengsheng's original home like? And Mo had not intended to ask, but suddenly found himself curious about her living environment, eager to understand more about her. He wished to know what kind of place had nurtured such a delicate and fragile little troublemaker to grow so strong. He wanted to ensure that she could live a life reminiscent of her past. Upon hearing Mo's inquiry, the other males leaned in, ears perked in anticipation. As she reminisced about her former home, Su Shengsheng unconsciously smiled, describing her world in soft tones. There was air conditioning in summer, heating in winter, planes for travel, hotels for lodging, and hospitals for illness. In conclusion, she nostalgically remarked, it was a prosperous and peaceful place, filled with wondrous colors. I was truly fortunate to live in that era, in that vibrant country. Such a fantastical realm. Mo listened in silence for a long while before his cool, crystalline voice finally broke the stillness. If possible, Shengsheng, please return. His words were whispered so softly they seemed weightless, fragile as dandelion fluff, ready to dissolve in the breeze, stirred by passing footsteps. Yet they settled upon the hearts of the males like a mountain's crushing weight, suffocating and inescapable. Could they truly care for her well? Shengsheng had not expected Mo to say this. His quiet utterance struck her like a smooth stone cast into a still, glassy pond, rippling outward through her chest, stirring something tender and unmoored. A gentle, warm affirmation came from above. Jinling, his voice tender as sunlight filtering through willow leaves. He had sensed her origins were extraordinary, yet never imagined them so profoundly rare. He feared her departure, feared even more that she might remain and suffer. Is there truly such a place, as Shengsheng described? Baizhu's deep voice rumbled beneath her, thick with suppressed emotion, heavy with quiet anguish. A sudden gust of qing foam swept her up and deposited her gently upon Yi's broad black wolf back. His tail, dark as midnight silk, coiled tightly around her waist, a silent, trembling confession of his inner turmoil. He longed to speak, longed to act, to pin her beneath him, to command, to demand, do not leave. You will not go. Yet he remained still, silent, still as stone beneath a storm. Seeing their anguish, Shengsheng's tears fell, but her eyes crinkled with laughter, bright and unbroken. I was lying. All of it made up. There's south no such place. She gave a soft, wry chuckle. Has anyone ever heard of a return ticket stitched into one's very skin? Am I the axis of this world, free to arrive and depart at whim? No, I am but a speck of dust among countless others, insignificant, unremarkable. To have met Mo, Jinling, and Baizhu, gentle, steadfast, fiercely loyal, was already boundless fortune. Perhaps illness had sharpened her senses, taught her reverence for the present. She no longer chased phantoms, illusions of elsewhere, of before, of after. Leaning down, she wrapped her arms around Yi's broad back and pressed her damp cheeks into the thick, soft fur of his neck, reclaiming, soothing, surrendering. Her voice, soft as moth-winged silk, brushed his ear. Will you keep me? Yes. His answer was low, fierce, unshakable. Anything you desire, save what does not exist. I will bring it to you, even if I must scour every inch of this continent. Within Yi burned a quiet, unyielding fire, a devotion bordering on obsession. He would not let her slip away, not without a fight, not without binding her to him, by vow, by will, by soul. If not in this world, then in every breath beyond. Mo Jinling, by Zhu, you'll all keep me, one to you? She lifted her face, tilting her chin upward with playful, luminous petulance. Of course, Bai Zhu declared without hesitation. So long as Shengsheng does not think us unworthy, Jinling murmured, his smile as warm and golden as honeyed light. Mo, you promised you wouldn't abandon me. Her lower lip jutted out, eyes narrowing playfully as she turned to the one who had yet to speak. I will not abandon you. I fear only that you will abandon me. The unspoken truth hung between them, tremulous, raw, perilous. He did not know what he might become if she left, whether reason would remain, or shatter like glass beneath a hammer's blow. Chapter 38. Encountering the wicked beasts with time stretching luxuriously before them, they traveled without haste. Long before sunset, they chose a clearing beside a clear, murmuring stream. Open, serene, convenient, though a cave would need to be carved anew. Shengsheng, I'll go hunting. I'll be back soon. Today was Bai Zhu's turn. Having settled their camp, he gave her a quick, affectionate wave before bolting away in a flash of white fur. All right. She watched him vanish into the distance, a fleeting, luminous streak, then turned back, smiling faintly as she watched Mo and the others carve into the mountainside. Beastkin excavated with astonishing speed. Jinling's golden light cleaved stone like butter. Yi's violet lightning shattered boulders into dust. Within moments, a spacious, smooth-walled cavern yawned open. He carried her inside, and Qing Feng spiraled through the chamber, sweeping debris outward, leaving the space immaculate, serene, almost sacred. Shengsheng gaped, breathless. You're incredible. Even the finest excavation machines couldn't match this. A low, warm chuckle escaped Yi's lips, his gaze upon her both tender and teasing. What is so extraordinary about digging a cave? Yet she praises it as though it were poetry. Jinling, too, offered her a soft, exasperated smile. Shengsheng, this is ordinary. Every mature, male beastkin knows how to carve shelter. It's as natural as breathing. I'm just marveling. She turned her gaze, bright, unwavering, to Mo, who watched her with quiet, unwavering focus. With theatrical flourish, she declared, then they're certainly not as extraordinary as you three. Mo's eyes softened, just a flicker, like moonlight gliding over still water. And though he said nothing, his silence held all the warmth of a slow-burning hearth. Roar, a furious, guttural roar shattered the calm, familiar, yet charged with menace. Shengsheng froze, head snapping toward the sound. What was that? Bai Zhu went that way, I'll investigate. Jinling's smile vanished. In a flash of golden light, he transformed, wings outstretched, and soared skyward, a streak of sun against the fading blue. The warm season was a time of transformation. Beasts evolved, predators grew fiercer, hungrier. Most beastkin hunted ferocious game then, not merely for sustenance, but to sharpen their instincts, to honor the season's wild pulse. Their household held 4 males, so Bai Zhu aimed to bring back 4 or 5 kills, enough to feed them all. Unwittingly, he deranged farther than intended. Having felled one beast, he turned to retrace his steps, drawing nearer to his mate, when a rustling in the tall grass caught his ear. Along with it came the sharp, acrid tang of male beastkin sweat, and the unmistakable, cloying musk of forced mating. He paid it little mind at first. Such things happened. Passions flared. Boundaries blurred, especially in the warm season. Still, caution was wise. The wilds held dangers beyond desire. But then, through the swaying reeds, 2 small, trembling figures emerged, dragged roughly from their hiding place. 2 delicate, terrified females, faces bruised, eyes wide with horror, surrounded by 5 leering, grinning males. Their laughter was cruel, their hands invasive, their words vile. Don't you love this? Look at them squirm, so sweet, so weak. One female, as pink eyes widened in abject terror, her pupils dilating, her breath catching in a choked gasp, as a monstrous, venomous flower-patterned python slithered into view. No, no, no. She thrashed, screaming, raw, shattering, unbearable. Help me. Please, someone help. The onlookers grinned, delighted by her suffering. The python bored, opened its maw, fangs gleaming, then struck. Twin puncture wounds bloomed on pale, trembling skin. Black blood welled, sluggish and ominous. Baizhu, drawn by the shrieks, halted mid-step. His bare face darkened, not with lust, but with cold, incandescent fury. This was no consensual rite. This was predation, cruelty, the vilest stain upon beastkin honor. His first impulse, to charge, to rend, to obliterate, froze. Shengsheng is near. He turned, determined to fetch the others, strength in unity, justice in numbers. But then, the python, its belly distended, glided from the reeds, tongue flicking. There's a beastkin nearby. The others scrambled. Xiang Hui, the elephant beast, shouted in panic, "Stop him! He mustn't return to his kin. If word spreads, the clans will hunt us down." They were 6, no more. And just hours ago, they ambushed 2 newly matured females returning from Shoshan Mountain, kidnapped them, brutalized them, and killed one outright. There would be no mercy, no quarter. Baizhu, his fury now a palpable aura, paused, then exhaled, calm and terrible. The strongest among them was the snake, Lu Wan, a 6-marked abomination, talentless, unawakened. He was no threat. With deliberate care, Baizhu set his kills aside, away from the coming storm. Then from the air, sharp, hungry, intoxicating, came the scent of her. Quan Lai, the canine beast, inhaled deeply, lips curling in rapturous hunger. That female scent, so sweet, so rich, I'd love to taste her. The once composed Baizhu felt an overwhelming surge of fury upon hearing those words. With a roar, the great white bear struck the ground forcefully, unleashing its beastly energy towards the hyenas. Enveloped in a frigid aura, the canine felt as if it had plunged into a glacial lake, freezing solid with every breath. And with the tremors of the earth, it helplessly watched its own body shatter into pieces. Baizhu snorted disdainfully, questioning what audacity allowed these creatures to covet life itself. They were unworthy of even a glance. When Jinling arrived, drawn by the roar, Baizhu was already engaged in battle with several vile beastmen. The clash between the great white bear, the flower python, and the gray elephant was fierce, while a leopard lurked in the shadows, striking unexpectedly. Hovering in the air, the golden eagle caught sight of a trembling female, curled up in the grass, having endured torment, and began to surmise the involvement of these malicious beastmen. As it released a flurry of golden feathers, the eagle dove sharply, its talons tearing a chunk of flesh from the flower python's vulnerable spot. Hissing in fury, the flower python flicked its tongue, its serpent head erect, and its reddish-brown vertical pupils locked onto the aerial golden eagle. With a gaping maw, it unleashed a foul, venomous spray. The most sinister of the flower pythons was drawn away by Jinling, allowing Baizhu to focus on the remaining 2 beastmen. Observing the python's venomous attack, he felt no concern. Jinling possessed a metal affinity and was a 6-star beast warrior, rendering the python's poison ineffective against his defenses. The remaining foes included 1 5-star and 1 5-pattern beastman, and Baizhu found them no challenge at all. With his beast energy circulating, the ground became strewn with ice shards, resembling blooming blue ice flowers. One could easily become lost within, becoming frozen solid. Chapter 39. The Pink-Eared Rabbit by the Stream. Outside the cave, Shengsheng frequently glanced in the direction of the ongoing battle, her voice tinged with worry. "I wonder what is happening with Baizhu." Jinling hasn't returned either. Knight, who had been sitting beside her tending to the fire, stood up and said, "Let us go take a look." As he approached, Ma placed a pot of water onto the fire and silently followed Knight, who was eager to join the fray. "Is that wise?" Shengsheng began to voice her concern, but before she could finish, she found herself on the back of the black wolf, as Knight strolled leisurely towards the commotion. "Very well. Since we are already on our way, let's see." She resignedly stroked the wolf's fur. With a loud thud, the flower python collapsed after Jinling's talons pierced its vital spot. Just as Jinling was about to assist Baizhu, a figure suddenly darted in from the distance. This figure leapt forth, kicking the leopard over, and a stone fell, silencing the leopard with a symbolic flail. Shengsheng, arriving late, witnessed this spectacle. A massive pink rabbit soared through the air, delivering a kick that toppled the leopard, followed by a merciless stone that ended its life, discarding the bloodied stone with disdain. A pink giant rabbit? She gasped, astonished by this surreal scene. The pink giant rabbit turned its gaze towards her upon hearing her voice, its lifeless pink eyes flickering momentarily. Shengsheng. Upon hearing her name, Baizhu turned to look, his face lighting up with a cheerful greeting. After swiftly dispatching the gray elephant, Baizhu transformed shards of ice to clean the blood that had splattered onto him, excitedly running towards her. Baizhu! Shengsheng waved at the approaching great white bear. As Jinling and Baizhu reached her side, she inquired with concern, "Are you both all right?" "I'm fine, don't worry," Baizhu quickly reassured her, shaking his head and offering a comforting smile, despite the lingering scent of blood and the cold aura of beast energy that surrounded him, deciding against embracing her just yet. "Everything is all right, Shengsheng, do not fret," Jinling added gently, his warm smile providing solace. "We encountered some beastmen who had captured females, and in a fit of rage, I inadvertently let them discover me," Baizhu explained, gesturing towards the direction where his kin had come to their rescue, a female emerging from the grass. Regarding the actions and words of those vile beastmen, he deemed it better that Shengsheng remained unaware, as it was rather unpleasant. Shengsheng shifted her gaze to where Baizhu pointed. A petite female, barely clothed in tattered hides that scarcely concealed her modesty, stumbled toward the pink giant rabbit. "Little clan leader." The pink creature reached out to grasp the pink-eared rabbit, but was deftly evaded. "Your partner is behind you." Casting a brief glance at the female, the rabbit quickly diverted its gaze, explaining in a lethargic tone before showing no desire to elaborate further. Shengsheng withdrew her gaze and complimented Baizhu with a smile. "You did wonderfully, saving a female." She then cautioned, "However, do not be reckless. Your safety is paramount. Only when you have the capacity should you assist others." She held reservations about the notion of sacrificing oneself for the sake of others. While such individuals were commendable, they also brought sorrow to their families. Baizhu was now her family, and, selfishly, she wished for him to remain unharmed for the sake of unrelated individuals. "Rest assured, Shengsheng," Baizhu nodded without hesitation. Now that he had a partner, the safety of his beloved was undoubtedly his priority. This was an accident. As they spoke, the pink giant rabbit approached her. Its skin was a soft hue, its hair a delicate pink, its glass-like pink eyes gazing upon her. "Thank your partner for rescuing our clan's female." The rabbit, now in the form of a slender young man, appeared tall and lean, yet not frail. His demeanor was somewhat world-weary, and despite expressing gratitude, his tone lacked emotion. However, his gaze held a flicker of interest before quickly reverting to indifference. "There is no need," Shengsheng replied, shaking her head candidly. She understood from Baizhu's words that he had not intentionally sought to save this female. Since it was not his intention, there was no need to accept the gratitude of the rabbit beastman. The pink-eared rabbit youth responded with a lackluster sound, lifting his eyelids to glance at her once more before turning away and departing. He disregarded the approaching rabbit females, selecting a large tree to lean against, lost in thought. "What an odd rabbit," Shengsheng mused, casting a bewildered glance at the youth beneath the tree before averting her gaze. "Let us head back," she suggested, stroking the bored black wolf beneath her, who was lazily half closing its eyes. She turned to propose to the companions surrounding her, who had remained silent since the arrival of the pink-eared rabbit youth. A cool voice responded from behind. Ma was the first to reply. "All right," followed Jinling's gentle tone. "I'll fetch the prey," Baizhu said, trotting to the corner to retrieve the beast he had hunted. Thankfully, he had the foresight to set it aside, keeping it clean. Having caught two, he thought that another two on the way back would suffice. As night ambled back, his deep voice emerged from below, playfully teasing, "I thought you were going to keep that rabbit." Shengsheng raised her delicate brows in surprise, lightly tugging at his smooth fur, perplexed by his assumption. "Why would you think such a thing?" "Huh." Night chuckled lightly, choosing not to answer. He would not reveal that the rabbit's gaze toward her was far from innocent, lest it troubled him further. Shengsheng took his teasing in stride, playfully tugging at his fur with a huff. As her charming figure moved away, the youth beneath the tree raised his eyes once more, casting another glance in her direction. The pink rabbit seemed to harbor some fondness for her. The petite female, with her delicate frame, enchanting face, and soft voice, could not help but make him feel inferior, even compared to the lowest-ranked great white bear among her companions. Never mind, he had no desire to compete. The pink rabbit returned to its previous lethargic demeanor, leaning against the tree and lost in thought. Pink rabbit. Shengsheng had not been gone long when a group of pink-eared rabbits came bounding towards her. The foremost rabbit eagerly rushed toward the petite figure curled up not far from Fenmu, embracing her tightly. "Fentuan, how are you? Are you all right?" Suddenly, Fentuan, who had only dared to weep softly before, burst into loud sobs, furiously pounding on the large rabbit that held her, venting her emotions. "Young Mei is dead. She was eaten by a vile beast. I nearly perished as well. Why couldn't you be stronger? If you had been like that female partner just now, I wouldn't have been captured by the beast." "That female? What female?" Though uncertain about what her partner was saying, the large rabbit continued to hold the female tightly, allowing her to strike and scold as she wished. Occasionally, it mumbled apologies and comforted her softly. "Let's go back," Fenmu said glumly, rising from under the tree and heading back in the direction she had come from. Chapter 40. Is it just her illusion? Shengsheng was unaware of what transpired after her departure. Upon returning to the stream, Baizhu and Jinling were busy processing their catch, while Mo and Yi were tanning the animal hides nearby. She squatted beside Yi, poking at the fish in the stream with a small twig for amusement. Uncertain whether they were inedible or simply overlooked by the beastmen, the fish and shrimp here grew particularly plump. Yet, the species of these fish and shrimp were unfamiliar to her. They shimmered with a translucent silver hue and exhibited aggressive behavior. For instance, the fish she was currently poking showed no fear of her. It ignored her jabs and instead darted to snatch scraps of meat from Baizhu and Jinling. Perhaps irritated by the poking, it turned and snapped the twig in half with its sharp teeth. Shengsheng exclaimed in surprise, then picked up another twig, her eyes sparkling with mischief as she set out to annoy its companions. The shrimp in the stream had a rather irritable temperament. The moment a twig touched one, it flicked its tail, sending the broken piece of twig flying far away. The severed twig fortuitously struck another shrimp, which promptly pinched it in half with its claws. Shengsheng laughed joyfully, her eyes crinkling with delight as she picked up another twig and plunged it into the water, thoroughly enjoying herself. Suddenly, a hand reached out beside her, slender fingers dipping into the water to swiftly flick the fish she had been poking. The fish sank under the force and surfaced belly up. Turning her head, Shengsheng discovered that Yi, having finished his tasks, was smiling at her. "Humph," she huffed playfully, tilting her face up to him. She wasn't done playing yet. Yi chuckled softly, pinching her puffed cheek, perhaps to coax her, as Ching Feng whisked several fish and shrimp onto the grass. Raising an eyebrow at her, he inquired, "Would you like to eat? Can we eat them?" Shengsheng tilted her head in curiosity as she gazed at the lively fish and shrimp attempting to escape back into the water. She had assumed that these fish, with their seemingly toxic and unattractive appearance, were inedible. Of course, but removing the small bones can be a hassle. Upon hearing her question, Yi understood her interest and swiftly knocked out several of the fleeing fish and shrimp. He nodded in response. However, they are often disregarded due to their small amount of meat and the trouble they bring. So few beastmen catch them to eat. But the flavor is quite pleasant. Then I would like to try them. Shengsheng's eyes sparkled with excitement at Ye's affirmative response, and she eagerly nodded, eager to discover how these compared to the fish she had previously tasted. Upon hearing her words, the nearby partners sprang into action. The unsuspecting fish and shrimp in the stream met their unfortunate fate. A purple lightning bolt struck the water, flipping numerous fish and shrimp onto their backs. Frost blossomed on the surface, instantly freezing the fish and shrimp that hadn't yet escaped. Ching Feng swept in, tossing the catch onto the shore. "That's enough," Shengsheng exclaimed, startled by the mountain of fish and shrimp piling up at her feet. She waved her hands in refusal, quickly attempting to halt their actions. "All right." Mo complied, halting his movements. Baiju, however, sounded somewhat regretful. Is this really enough? I haven't had a chance to show off in front of the little female yet. That's sufficient. It's far too much. Su Shengsheng sighed, realizing that the few fish he initially caught were quite adequate. Anything more would bury her. Jin Ling, with a gentle tone, assured her, "Don't worry. We are here, and nothing will go to waste." He walked over, sorting the shrimp into a stone pot for cooking, while the remaining fish were stacked by the stream for gutting. He smiled as he lifted her, following to sit by the fire, keeping her company while watching over the pot of shrimp. Jin Ling worked swiftly, soon returning with several expertly prepared fish, softly asking for her opinion. "How about I make fish soup for Shengsheng?" "Sounds good. Thank you." Jin Ling Su Shengsheng smiled brightly, withdrawing her gaze from the pot of shrimp that was beginning to change color, nodding obediently in agreement. "Does Shengsheng still want to eat roasted meat?" Baiju approached with a piece of prepared meat, holding it up in front of her. Su Shengsheng glanced at the pot of shrimp and the large pot of fish soup Jin Ling was preparing, shaking her head in mild exasperation. "Not really. It's too much. I can't possibly finish." Baiju tossed aside the meat, rummaging through his belongings to produce a small, pinkish-yellow fruit, offering it to her. "How about this fruit? It's something Shengsheng hasn't tried before." His handsome face was lit up with a sunny smile, playfully waving the fruit to capture her attention. "Sure." Su Shengsheng laughed as she accepted it, playfully pinching his face. His radiant smile was too tempting for her to resist. Under his expectant gaze, she took a small bite, exclaiming, "It's very sweet. I like it." Upon hearing her praise, Baiju's eyes sparkled with satisfaction, and he happily declared, "If Shengsheng likes it, I'll go pick more tomorrow for the journey." "All right," she responded, smiling to spare him from disappointment. "Now let's eat." Came Mo's cool voice as he placed a plate of peeled shrimp meat in front of her, prompting her attention. Su Shengsheng turned to see that the pot of shrimp had been cooked without her noticing. Mo sat beside her, his expression calm as he skillfully removed the shells and placed the meat onto her plate. "Mo is wonderful," she said with a smile, then picked up a piece of shrimp and was astonished by how delicious it was. "This shrimp is truly delectable." She turned to share her delight with her partners, surprised that this seemingly ill-tempered shrimp could taste so sweet and lacked any fishy odor. "Eat more. There's plenty," Mo replied affectionately, placing more freshly peeled shrimp meat on her plate. "The fish soup is ready. Shengsheng, come try it." Jin Ling's gentle voice brought her attention back, as he approached with a bowl of creamy white fish soup, scooping a spoonful to cool before offering it to her. Su Shengsheng leaned slightly to drink from the spoon, savoring the fragrant flavor that made her squint her eyes in pleasure. Looking up at him, she praised, "Jin Ling, this fish soup is delightful. Did you add something special to it?" "Yes, I added a few sour leaves. If Shengsheng likes it, feel free to have more." With her partner's approval, Jin Ling smiled warmly, continuously scooping more to feed her. Under the attentive care of her partners, Su Shengsheng soon found herself reclining in Ye's embrace, rubbing her belly, feeling quite full. She was baffled. Why did she feel that the few of them seemed so eager tonight? Was it merely her illusion? Chapter 41 by Mian Hu Gong. The next day dawned. Su Shengsheng simply tidied herself up, had breakfast prepared by Jin Ling, and mounted on Lang Bay, swaying as they departed from a small stream. As she munched on the fresh fruits that Baiju had picked early that morning, she relaxed and admired the scenery along the way. The absorption of Bai Mianhua's sanitary napkins was excellent, proving to be more convenient and comfortable than beef skin. Thus, after using it once, Su Shengsheng discarded the small bee's skin, finding it stuffy and non-breathable. With a better option at hand, it was only natural to choose the superior one. She must not compromise her comfort. However, Bai Mianhua had only been picked in small quantities, and her menstrual flow this time evidently exceeded her expectations, causing her to use the Bai Mianhua quite rapidly. Fortunately, her period would conclude in 2 days, so she wasn't overly concerned. The flora of the beast realm was lush, with hardly any bare ground, and the rare open view not far ahead made Su Shengsheng feel as though the sky had brightened significantly. The golden eagle soaring above could see further, and she heard Jin Ling's gentle voice calling from above, indicating the presence of a patch of Bai Mianhua ahead. "Really? It seemed that her thoughts had summoned reality. Upon hearing Jinling's words, Su Shengsheng was somewhat taken aback, straining to look into the distance, and asked, "Are there many flowers blooming?" She truly did not wish to revert to the life of using beast skin. "Quite a few," came Jinling's reply. Understanding his partner's needs, he paid special attention to this matter. Perhaps due to the approaching warm season, the Bai Mianhua was blooming more abundantly. "Settle in and speed up." Aware of her impatience, Yi reminded her, and then accelerated like a gust of wind. Jinling had already taken off ahead, with Mo and Bai Zhu following closely behind. The azure beast energy surrounded her, shielding her from the wind, as Su Shengsheng gripped tightly onto Ye's fur, the scenery beside her whizzing by. The view ahead became increasingly expansive, and the light grew brighter. At last, the patch of Bai Mianhua, described by Jinling, came into view. It resembled clouds fallen from the sky, or perhaps a realm of cotton candy, appearing as a vast, soft, white mass that made one instinctively want to dive in and roll around. "Wow, there's so many blooming. Su Shengsheng et Gulim." Her smile radiant as she slid down from Lang Bay and joyfully dashed over to embrace a Bai Mianhua, rubbing against it. Fluffy and soft, with a faint floral fragrance. She genuinely adored this practical yet exquisite flower. This batch of Bai Mianhua would suffice for her use for quite some time. "Shengsheng, be careful not to touch those buds again." Remembering the last time's reaction from the little female, Bai Zhu blushed slightly and cautioned her. Although he enjoyed his partner's enthusiasm, it was best to wait until her heat passed, lest it be detrimental to her health. Bai Zhu's reminder suddenly brought forth memories that she had deliberately tried to forget, causing Su Shengsheng's face to flush crimson. "I didn't tea," she retorted in embarrassment. Should she tell Bai Zhu that it had been Ye's wolf that had intentionally led her on last time? Forget it. Her face was already lost. There was no way to salvage the situation. With that thought, she shot a reproachful glance at Yi. Clearly, Yi also recalled the incident, or perhaps it was vividly etched in his memory. Su Shengsheng turned and met his intense gaze, and Yi smirked, his lips forming a mischievous smile. From his lips, she could distinctly read, "Darling kiss." How outrageous. He was actually teasing her. "Pick them all." Su Shengsheng huffed at him, pointing indignantly at the flower patch. Hearing this, he raised an eyebrow, took a few steps toward her, and with his cool fingers gently pinching her chin, placed a quick kiss on her lips before lightly biting her lower lip, responding with a simple "good." "Not all at a loss." "Shengsheng, I want one too." Bai Zhu, noticing their actions, rushed over and directly lifted her off the ground, planting a kiss on her lips. The force of the kiss made a loud popping sound when they parted. Su Shengsheng's face turned instantly red, and she awkwardly lowered her gaze to her toes. She covered her cheeks with her hands, feeling utterly embarrassed. Taking a deep breath to compose herself, she finally lifted her head. Unexpectedly, she found herself staring into Mo's deep eyes. Her heart raced, and she averted her gaze, only to meet Jinling's gentle and smiling eyes. Su Shengsheng felt as if her face might melt from embarrassment. In a moment of panic, she buried herself into the flower patch like an ostrich, tried to evade their gazes. This tactic proved successful, but suddenly a large hand, waiting for its prey, reached out from the side and pulled her into a heated embrace. Before she could react, a searing kiss descended, stealing her breath away. Su Shengsheng's small hands clung to his shoulder, her body involuntarily leaning back as she let out small whimpers, signaling her need. She was struggling to breathe. The aroused male was not easily satisfied. Mo's hot hand on her waist unintentionally applied more pressure, as if he wished to melt her into his embrace. Su Shengsheng winced in pain, and only then did Mo reluctantly release her, his cool voice laced with desire asking, "When will it end?" Su Shengsheng was momentarily stunned before comprehending the meaning behind his words, and she honestly replied, "Probably in 2 days." She dared not lie in front of a frustrated beast man. The consequences would be far beyond her endurance. "Yes, I will wait." With a definite answer, Mo released her and nudged her out of the flower patch, turning back to continue picking Bai Mianhua. Su Shengsheng dared not linger there. The flowers towered over her, obstructing her view, and it might become overly stimulating. "Shengsheng," a gentle voice, laced with tenderness, came from behind, causing her to shiver involuntarily. The moment her waist was captured, Su Shengsheng felt her legs weaken. She wanted to cry without tears. She had anticipated this. Jin Ling closed in, not allowing her a chance to turn around. His distinct fingers grasped her chin, redirecting her gaze before their lips met. Again and again, their kisses were tender and lingering. Afterward, Jin Ling rested his chin against her cheek, breathing lightly, and said softly, "In 2 days, I heard you. I will wait for Shengsheng to give me a complete bonding ceremony, all right?" Su Shengsheng, covering her wildly racing heart, nodded in response. Having already bonded, there was no reason to deny him a complete ceremony. "You are truly obedient," and receiving his affirmation, Jin Ling released her, gently arranging her hair, and said, "Let's go wait outside. We will be done soon." Allicht. This time, Su Shengsheng dashed out of the flower patch in one breath, not daring to pause, fearing any mishaps. Chapter 42. She trembled. Just as she exited the flower patch, she was caught by Yi, who had been waiting outside. Under his penetrating gaze, Su Shengsheng trembled, first covering her slightly swollen lips, watching him warily. "You just kissed. Since you have kissed, you cannot kiss again." Ye's lips curved into a smile, his eyes glinting with mischief as he spoke in a low voice. "Is that so? I don't recall. You're being unreasonable. Bad wolf." Su Shengsheng, earnest and slightly taken aback by his response, widened her beautiful eyes in indignation, pointing at him in protest. Unbeknownst to her, this action only facilitated Yi. Suddenly, Yi moved swiftly, grasping her wrist and pulling her into his embrace. Her hands were secured behind his waist with one hand, while the other held the back of her neck. A torrent of kisses descended upon her, leaving Su Shengsheng in a daze, gradually sliding down, caught by Ye's strong arms. Cradling the delicate female who had slumped into his embrace, Yi savored her lips, a satisfied chuckle escaping him. How could a mere brush be called a kiss? This is what true kissing is. The cool fingers caressed her warm little face, and he earnestly remarked, "Bad wolf." Su Shengsheng glared at him in reproach. "You're being evasive." She then felt somewhat drained and reached out to rest her hand on his shoulder, playfully pouting at him. "Carry me, my legs are weak." Unable to contain his laughter, Yi complied with her request, gently grasping her slender waist and lifting her effortlessly into his embrace. Ignoring his teasing, Su Shengsheng wrapped her arms around his neck, burying her face in the crook of his neck. As Jin Ling had mentioned, their movements were swift, and before long, they emerged from a scene. Baizhu approached, displaying a large bee-skin bag for her to see. "Shengsheng, do you think this is enough?" Upon meeting the eyes of Mo and Jin Ling, who lagged a few steps behind Baizhu, Su Shengsheng instinctively shrank back, her face suddenly flushed. "Shengsheng, what's wrong? Your face is so red. Did you touch those flower buds again?" Baizhu's questioning voice jolted her back to reality. Avoiding the meaningful gazes of the two beastmen behind her, she turned her attention to Baizhu. No. She shook her head, steering the conversation away from that topic. She looked at the half-height bee-skin bag in his hand, which was filled to the brim with compressed white cotton flowers, and a smile spread across her face. "So many. This should be enough. We can gather more when the white cotton flowers bloom during the hot season." Jin Ling, who had walked over, glanced at the bee-skin bag and assessed. "The hot season is when the white cotton flowers are in full bloom. We can stock up more then." Are you hungry?" Mo responded, glancing at the sky, noticing the sun was directly overhead. "It's time for the little female to have lunch." In the beast world, males typically consumed only one meal a day, which sustained them for 24 hours, while females ate twice a day. However, due to Su Shengsheng's previous health issues, she had developed a habit of eating smaller meals more frequently. Thus, since arriving in the beast world, she had maintained her 3-meal routine. Mo never mentioned it and always accommodated her habits, asking her at meal times. Had she not encountered the routines of other females later on, Su Shengsheng would have remained oblivious to the fact that female beasts generally adhered to a 2-meal regimen. Reflecting on this, she felt reassured that she was indeed doing well. Those matters were merely trivialities, and Mo's kindness toward her was genuine. "I'm all right, not too hungry," Su Shengsheng replied. Yet due to her well-established routine over the past 20 years, she always felt as if something was amiss when she skipped lunch. Therefore, she suggested, "How about we roast some ground fruits? I'll prepare it. I'll do it." Baiju immediately chimed in. The ground fruits were what he had gathered for the little female. He couldn't let that wolf take this opportunity. That wolf was already enough to win her favor. It was better that he showcased his abilities. Saying this, Baiju handed the bee-skin bag to Jin Ling and eagerly ran off to gather dry branches. Emo said nothing, instead clearing a patch of ground, laying down a bee-skin, and sitting with his partner and the other two family members to watch the great white bear busily start a fire to roast the ground fruits. Seeing the three of them surrounding her idly, and then glancing at Baiju, Su Shengsheng suddenly felt a pang of guilt and blurted out a compliment. "Baiju, you're so diligent. Thank you for your hard work. I love you." She arched her beautiful brows, smiling brightly as she made a heart gesture towards Baiju. To her surprise, Baiju suddenly blushed and rushed over, cupping her face and unceremoniously planting a peck on her lips, joyfully expressing his feelings. "Shengsheng, I love you too. Very much, so much." He loved her to the point of wanting to showcase his masculine charm before her at every moment, and wished he could repeatedly demonstrate the things he dreamed of doing with her. I know, I understand. Su Shengsheng didn't expect Baiju to be so straightforward, and the unintentional provocation left her feeling bashful. She bit her lip, shyly responding, then quickly changed the subject. "Aren't the ground fruits almost ready?" "Almost, Shengsheng, just a moment," Baiju replied cheerfully, getting up and scampering back to the fire pit. "What? Do you only like that bear?" A deep voice came from behind, tinged with a hint of menace. The hand that encircled her waist tightened in a silent threat. "Shengsheng has never mentioned this to us." Jin Ling chimed in, his gentle voice carrying a hint of reproach, and his gaze towards her made Su Shengsheng feel like a heartless harlot. Su Shengsheng protested her innocence, insisting that she was not the kind to be fickle in love. Her gaze shifted to the silently observing Emo, unexpectedly locking eyes with his deep, penetrating gaze. He replied coolly, clearly a bit dissatisfied with her bias, wishing for her to be equally affectionate towards him. To put it plainly, he also wanted to hear the little troublemaker sweetly express her love for him. Su Shengsheng felt a bit lost at that moment. Scanning the room, she met several pairs of eyes filled with anticipation and suddenly felt more at ease. Smiling brightly as she declared, "I love you all. You're my favorites. You are my partners. Not just partners, but her family as well. As your partner, I hope in a few days you will fulfill my needs, and of course, I will do my best to meet yours as well," you whispered playfully in her ear, shamelessly making his demands known. He had heard her. The bad wolf had listened. Su Shengsheng shot a skeptical glance at Baiju, who was approaching with the roasted ground fruits. "That bear didn't here, did he?" Chapter 43. Who does she want to sleep with? Thinking this, Su Shengsheng felt a chill run down her spine and asked, "Baiju, you didn't hear anything, did you?" Hear what? What is Shengsheng saying?" Baiju, being the clever bear who could read his partner's expressions, noticed her reluctance to share and decided to play dumb, staring at her with wide, innocent eyes, not mentioning that he had heard everything clearly and was secretly looking forward to it. "The ground fruits are ready. I'll feed Shengsheng." He held out a still-warm roasted ground fruit, grinning with pure intentions as he extended his hand towards her. "No, that's good." Su Shengsheng believed him and sighed with relief. Responding to Baiju, she leaned in trustingly as he enveloped her in his embrace. What male wouldn't display their charm in front of their partners to vie for attention? As long as it wasn't excessive. He didn't interfere, though he couldn't help but scoff internally. He had said all along that none of the males this little one had chosen were worth anything. After they finished eating and tidied up, they resumed their journey. Just like that, under the watchful eyes of several beastmen, both openly and covertly. Another day passed, and surprisingly, her menstrual period ended early. Su Shengsheng. That evening, when they settled down, Su Shengsheng was filled with trepidation, trembling and fear. During dinner, she spoke cautiously, try her best to avoid the topic, secretly hoping the males would forget about it. Perhaps sensing her anxiety, the males tacitly refrained from mentioning it, hunting as usual, tending the fire, and preparing meals. Su Shengsheng observed them closely, noting that their expressions remained unchanged, allowing her tense nerves to gradually relax. Until they finished eating, the three males seemed to have made a silent agreement as they gathered around her, silently watching her. Meeting their expectant gazes, Shengsheng felt a tightening in her chest. She managed to force a strained smile, her voice trembling as she asked, "W.S. wrong?" Mo noticed her nervous fidgeting, and a glimmer of amusement flashed in his eyes. This time, she cannot be allowed to evade the matter. The female is often too passive in such situations. The males in the household are all cunningly vying for opportunities, which inevitably leads to chaos, and she will find it unbearable in the end. It is best to address these matters directly. Mo drew her into his embrace, gently rubbing her small hand that had turned red from her own tugging. His cool voice softened slightly as he inquired, "With whom would you like to sleep?" I don't know," she stammered, feeling cornered by such an unfamiliar experience. Shengsheng, feeling somewhat helpless, nestled closer to him, her enchanting, misty eyes seeking his assistance. Mo's heart skipped a beat as he tightened his embrace, nearly yielding to her vulnerability. However, before he could relent, Yi Senrin's stern voice interrupted, insisting, "You must choose." "I don't." Before she could finish her refusal, she met Ye's chilling gaze. He scoffed, half threatening, half intimidating, "Are you suggesting that we all accompany you?" Without giving her a chance to retort, he raised an eyebrow, glancing at Jinling and Bai Zhu, who awaited the outcome, and mischievously remarked, "I wouldn't mind." "How about you all?" "No, no, no." Shengsheng gasped, glaring at Yi, then quickly shook her head, every strand of her hair signaling rejection. This wicked wolf. The crucial point is that the other males offered no opposition either. Where is their integrity? It wasn't that they lacked principles. Rather, in their perception, it was common for several males to serve a mate simultaneously. No, seeing the casual demeanor of the males, it was evident they possessed no such morals. Shengsheng steadied her mind, resolutely determined not to fall into such depravity. Her sharp eyes spotted a still-burning stick. She suddenly picked it up from the ground and placed it among them, proposing, "Let us spin the stick. Whoever it points to will be chosen, purely based on luck. What do you think?" "Sounds good." Bai Zhu was the first to respond, intrigued as he reached out to poke one end of the stick. It spun a few times before stopping, one end pointing directly at him. He beamed, a light smile gracing his face. "Which end do we take as a reference?" The stick had two ends. One pointed at Bai Zhu, while the other pointed at Mo, observing the outcome of Bai Zhu's spin. Jinling quickly identified a flaw and raised a question. "We should take the burnt end as the reference. Let me give a spin." As she spoke, Shengsheng glanced at them, placing her hand on the stick, and before she began, she asked again, "Is there anything else you wish to inquire about? If not, I shall begin." Mo remained silent, evidently having no objections to her proposed solution. Jinling shook his head, secretly hopeful. Bai Zhu watched her every move with bated breath. Ye's gaze flickered. Did she truly believe this was a matter of luck? He absent-mindedly twirled a strand of hair with his fingers before it dissipated. Under the watchful eyes of several onlookers, the stick began to spin as anticipated. Shengsheng applied a gentle force, and after several rotations, it gradually slowed, moving languidly to the right, potentially pointing towards Jinling. Just as the stick seemed poised to stop, an unexpected gust of wind swept in, redirecting it towards Yi. Jinling's gentle smile faltered, her gaze turning hostile towards Yi, who was brazenly playing tricks in plain sight. Yi smirked, disregarding the discontented glances from the other males. His eyes fixed intently on her. Where did that wind come from? Shengsheng felt both anger and helplessness. Could he not be more subtle? Did he think everyone else was a fool? "Yi, you cannot disrupt the rules. Let's do it again." With that, Shengsheng spun the stick anew, this time. It rotated several times smoothly before coming to a halt, the burnt end pointing directly at Yi. "This time, it isn't me," he declared, raising his hands in feigned innocence as he met their skeptical gazes. "So, are you admitting that you manipulated the previous outcome?" Bai Zhu retorted angrily, unwilling to accept this result, and demanded, "I don't believe it. Let us do it again." "Do you wish to be beaten?" Ye's cold glare shot towards him, his tone laced with unyielding threat. Would I not know if he had made a move? Oh, he had forgotten. This bear was of a lower rank and might truly be oblivious. He glanced at Baiju's meager 5 stars, disdain evident in his scoff. What kind of look is that? Baiju instantly flared up. What was this wolf's insinuation? Did he look down on him? He might be of a lower rank. But he was still young. This wolf was nearly 10 years his senior and only 2 stars higher. What was there to be proud of? I still don't trust this wolf. Either we do it again or find another way. Chapter 44. Choosing a partner as Ye's expression darkened further, and Baiju continued to provoke him. Shengsheng hastily interjected to defuse the tense atmosphere. Stop. Let us change the game. She gestured to separate their gazes and proposed anew. How about we play rock, paper, scissors? There is no way to cheat in this. With that, Shengsheng extended her hand, demonstrating the game, explaining the rules. Whoever matches my gesture gets to choose. Those who do not are out. If there are 2 or more matches, we proceed to the next round until one is selected. After her explanation, she glanced at the males, relieved to see they understood and had no objections. Taking a deep breath, she concealed her hand behind her back, forming a fist to prevent any chance of them seeing her gesture and cheating. When I say go, everyone must show their hand. Those who are slow will be out. She directed this comment pointedly at Yi, clearly aware of his previous transgressions. He raised an eyebrow, seemingly displeased with her pointed gaze, yet he remained silent, simply urging, "All right. I understand. Let us get started. Begin." With her command, Shengsheng extended her small hand, her fair fingers splayed open, palms facing up before the males. This time, nobody attempted to cheat, for the price of cheating was elimination, and none of the males wished to squander their opportunity. One by one, the males extended a hand, all mirroring her gesture with palms facing up, as if extending an invitation to her. Shengsheng stood bewildered, muttering in disbelief, "This can't be happening. It must be a coincidence." She was unconvinced. Puffing up her cheeks, she declared defiantly, "Let us do it again," without giving them a chance to react. She placed her hand down and called out, "Begin." Her small hand shot out quickly, palms facing down, as if she was certain they would not respond in time, her fingers even moving with a sense of triumph. However, seeing 4 hands before her, all maintaining the same gesture, she blinked in confusion. In response to her expression, smiles broke out on the faces of the 4 males. Yi chuckled softly, a smile playing on his lips, while Mo's eyes glimmered with amusement. Jinling affectionately ruffled her hair, and Baiju, visibly impatient, gazed at her, explaining, "Shengsheng, you are too easy to read. Your gestures are written all over your face." The little female's expressions practically screamed the answers. If one could not comprehend this, they were either foolish or blind. "Do I really?" Shengsheng turned uncertainly to the other 3 males, seeking their confirmation. "Yes," and Mo replied, his cool voice laced with evident amusement. What could he do if his mate was too naive? While he could indulge and cooperate in everyday matters, in situations like this, no male would willingly concede. Indeed, Jinling affirmed with a gentle smile, unable to resist her inquisitive gaze, nodding sincerely. "Otherwise, perhaps you should turn your face away," Yi suggested, a smirk playing on his lips, his tone teasingly mocking her innocence. He feared that if he continued to turn the pages, dawn would break, and then no one would be able to sleep. Shengsheng, somewhat disheartened, lost her cheerful demeanor and, upon receiving advice, acquiesced to the night as suggestion. She nodded in agreement, saying, "All right then." With that, she decisively turned her back to them, even using her other hand to cover her face. A muffled voice emerged from the little female as she spoke, "Begin." Unable to see her expression, the several males could only extend their hands according to their own thoughts. Shengsheng, keeping a wary eye, deliberately delayed her response, only raising her hand just before turning back around. Before she could clearly discern the outcome, she was already pulled into an embrace. With her feet leaving the ground, she instinctively wrapped her arms around the neck of the orc who lifted her, a strand of light golden hair floating before her eyes. "Jinling? Would Shengsheng be unhappy?" Jinling's gentle voice whispered in her ear, questioning softly. He sensed that his partner might favor the 2 wolf beasts more and wondered if she would feel displeased for having chosen him. If so, what should he do? All he knew was that he did not wish to let go. How could that be? With a definitive resolution. Su Shengsheng felt her heart lighten as she clung to Jinling's neck, leaning against him in dependence. Her tone was light-hearted, laced with a hint of playfulness as she teased, "I didn't expect you to be so anxious, Jinling." In her memory, Jinling had always been a gentle and understanding male, devoid of any aggression that would make her lower her guard. She hadn't anticipated that he would also show eagerness in such matters, not sensing any resistance or unhappiness from her partner. To his surprise, the little female appeared to accept it quickly, her tone becoming light and filled with laughter. Jinling's heart relaxed, and he quickened his pace, moving closer to the tree hollow. His large hand caressed her smooth, black hair, silky like satin, as he playfully remarked, "I've waited too long, and I am indeed a bit anxious. This isn't how I imagined it. I didn't intend for this to happen." Su Shengsheng gently bit her lip, looking at him with an innocent expression. She was unaware that Mo's actions had summoned her monthly cycle, though she felt a sliver of relief. At least it gave her a few more days to come to terms with it. Yet she hadn't expected to one more night. "I understand," Jinling replied thoughtfully, but as a male, it was inevitable that he would require certain privileges in front of his partner. For instance, if Shengsheng feels uncomfortable later, could you be a bit more understanding? Su Shengsheng looked at him in astonishment. Was this really something her gentle Jinling would say? "Of course. I will also try to restrain myself, ensuring that Shengsheng doesn't feel discomfort." He feared that there might be moments of loss of control, and, if that happened, she could remind him, assuring her that he didn't want her to despise him because of it. "All right?" Noticing the unusual expression in her eyes, Jinling quickly added, his amber gaze filled with a hint of caution, as if genuinely afraid that she might come to resent him over this. Su Shengsheng felt a lump in her throat, wondering if this meant her thoughts of halting the situation were thwarted. If she were to call for a stop, he would wear that heartbroken expression, his face saying, "Shengsheng has grown to despise me." This thought made her involuntarily gasp, her expression difficult to articulate as she looked at him, pitifully requesting, "Jinling, could you be a bit gentler? At least don't take so long." So if Shengsheng feels uncomfortable, you can speak up, and I will adjust." Jinling merely smiled at her words, proposing his solution. "Adjust what? The position?" This response caused her heart to race. Chapter 45, Bonding with Jinling. The bright, silvery moonlight cascaded down, illuminating the lone giant tree in the forest, its branches swaying and leaves rustling. The branches were sturdy and powerful, while the leaves were soft and delicate, each enhancing the beauty of the other. "Shengsheng, Shengsheng, call my name." That gentle voice had already changed in tone. In that moment, Jinling became the orc who easily captivated her heart. He felt a wave of heat surge within him, his reason slipping away, and the situation began to spiral out of control. Orcs possess keen hearing. The three males stationed outside the tree hollow were not only restless physically, but also mentally agitated. The great white bear lay atop a block of ice, frequently glancing back towards the tree hollow. The last time Mo had taken the little female away to mate, he felt tormented. Now that she was right beside him, his discomfort only multiplied. When would it be his turn? He longed to embrace his soft and delicate partner and hear her call his name like that. "What are you looking at? No matter how much you stare, it won't change anything." The knight, sharpening his claws against the tree, felt increasingly vexed at the sight of the great white bear's movements. Especially recalling his earlier provocation, he darkly remarked, "If it weren't for this bear, perhaps I would be the one holding the little one in joyful embrace." The more he thought about it, the more his frustration mounted. Just then, Baiju brought up that very topic again. "That wolf beast's scheming is of no use." "Is it?" Baiju retorted without hesitation. "Don't think I don't know that Wolf Beast is trying to take advantage of the situation, wanting to teach me a lesson while my partner isn't here. Come on, who's afraid of whom?" As if not satisfied, Baiju stood up, pointing a finger at him mockingly. "Old Wolf Beast, you're over a decade older than me and only have 2 more stars than I do. What is there to be proud of?" It was clear that Baiju still remembered the condescending look Knight had given him regarding his lower level, and his attitude was provocatively arrogant. "You're asking for it." Knight was thoroughly provoked, unable to remain seated any longer. With a sullen expression, he leaped down from the tree and struck Bai Zhu with a paw. The blow was merciless, sending the great white bear flying to the ground with a thud. Did I say something wrong? Bai Zhu quickly scrambled to his feet, continuing his reckless provocation. Or rather, he did so intentionally. Knight was also deliberate in his actions, using this as an excuse to vent their frustrations. Knight wasted no time in pouncing on him. The great white bear had been too careless with his words. He was only 29 years old, just 6 years older than Knight. Only 2 stars. Does he even understand the significance of those 2 stars? 5 stars mark a watershed. Ordinary orcs can live to 150 years if nothing goes awry. After surpassing 5 stars, each level adds 20 years to their age. Mocking him for being old? Why not mention that he would live longer than this bear? This time, the great white bear was on guard. When the black wolf lunged at him, he sidestepped, preparing to counterattack. Stay back. Mo's cold voice reprimanded them, his dark golden wolf eyes seeming to pierce them with chilling ice. And Mo was already feeling annoyed, and seeing their thoughtless behavior only deepened his frown. Knight, with his rebellious nature, took Mo's words as mere whispers in the wind, ready to disregard them entirely. Don't let her hear. Suddenly hearing Mo's words, he instinctively halted his actions. Mo understood Knight's temperament, aware that he wouldn't heed advice, so he patiently explained, given her nature, she will certainly feel embarrassed afterward. So you all should stop thinking about it. As he spoke, he cast a glance at Bai Zhu, thinking, how could they not think about it? If they weren't thinking about it, would they be fighting? Bai Zhu was more inclined to listen to reason than Knight, though he didn't fully respect Mo, the wolf who had stolen his achievements, referring to the honey syrup incident. Hearing Mo's words, Bai Zhu realistically distanced himself, and before running away, he couldn't resist sneaking an attack on Knight. Caught off guard, Knight felt his anger surge and charged toward the great white bear. Inside the tree hollow, Shengsheng suddenly became aware of the commotion outside, pulling her mind back to the present. With her peach blossom eyes reddened and a dazed expression, she looked at Jinling, asking, what is happening? This moment also awakened Jinling from his uncontrolled state. Seeing the glistening tears on the little female's flushed face, he felt a twinge of guilt for not managing to restrain himself. A gentle kiss brushed away the tears from the corners of her eyes. With a voice tinged with hoarseness, he softly coaxed her, do not cry. The sound from the tree hollow ceased momentarily before resuming once more. Listening to that delicate, silken voice, Mo's thoughts became a tumultuous whirlpool, jealousy nearly overwhelming his reason. He yearned to rush in and claim her, to fervently lick away the traces of other males from her skin, to imprint his essence upon her from head to toe. He was evidently not a suitable first beast husband, and Mo mused. He could feel jealousy, could lose his mind, even harbor the impulse to eliminate them all. Yet, he still retained a shred of rationality. The beast world was fraught with dangers, not merely from the environment, ferocious beasts, and the lurking malevolent beastmen, but also from those ill-intentioned male beastmen. Despite his innate talents, he was not the highest ranked nor the strongest. Even with his abilities and confidence, he could not avoid lapses and oversights. What awaited them, or rather her then? Mo dared not gamble. Moreover, the beast god had decreed that females must accept a sufficient number of males. Otherwise, the powers bestowed upon them would be revoked. The little female longed for a healthy body. He could not selfishly strip away her hopes. A sudden wave of helpless sorrow washed over Mo. If only he could enter her world. Could he not selfishly claim her for himself? The noises from the tree hollow persisted throughout the night. As dawn broke, he kept his eyes open, vigilantly watching over his companions. When the first light of day illuminated the surroundings, he gazed at his peacefully slumbering partner and placed a lingering kiss on her smooth forehead before rising to step outside. A bucket of steaming water slipped from his fingertips and landed beside Jinling's feet. He intended to clean her up. Lifting his gaze, he met Mo's bloodshot eyes, and Jinling's mood brightened as she greeted him with her characteristic gentle smile. Without uttering a word, she picked up the hot water and returned to the tree hollow. He had originally ventured out to prepare warm water for the little female, hoping that after a long night, she would feel refreshed and enjoy a good rest. In Chapter 46, titled She Favors the Wolf Beast, a pair of slender fingers grasped a piece of beast hide, dipping it into the hot water before gently wringing it out. He approached the sleeping female, tenderly wiping away the remnants of the night. His porcelain-white fingers caressed her delicate skin, lingering over the golden patterns adorning her abdomen, and a soft smile graced his face, filled with satisfaction. He lovingly draped the beast hide over her, brushing aside the stray strands of hair that had fallen onto her face and tucking them behind her ear. His gaze fixated on her increasingly alluring visage, reluctant to divert his attention. She was his partner. How wonderful it was. Shengsheng. His voice, imbued with tenderness, called her name, sweet as if it contained a piece of candy. Jinling. The little female seemed to have heard his affectionate summons, mumbling a vague response in her sleep. In that moment, hearing her partner's reply filled Jinling's heart with a swelling warmth, as if something within him had been fulfilled. Shengsheng, look at me. Love me a little more, would you? Do not favor those two wolf beasts. If you must favor someone, let it be me. I too wish to receive your affection. His fingertips lingered on her delicate features, tracing her brows and eyes, as no one knew the silent plea residing within his heart. When Su Shengsheng awoke once more, it was already past noon. Jinling had stayed by her side, gazing at her with warmth and tenderness, not knowing how long he had kept vigil. Upon seeing her open her eyes, a gentle smile graced his face. Shengsheng, you are awake. Su Shengsheng bit her lip, her cheeks flushing crimson, as she shyly averted her gaze. She hardly dared to utter his name. The mere mention of it conjured memories of the previous night's fervor. She had not expected the usually gentle Jinling to exhibit such a dominating demeanor during their moments of intimacy. I adore it when Shengsheng calls my name. Are you satisfied with me? His smile was so gentle it could bring tears to her eyes, yet his words made Su Shengsheng's cheeks burn with embarrassment. Jinling had sat beside her, keeping watch for nearly an entire day, and suddenly a realization dawned upon him. The little female might indeed prefer Mo, the wolf beast, but the attention Mo received was solely due to his assertiveness, just as it had been his own proactiveness that had garnered her affection when they first met. Jinling? Su Shengsheng looked at him with wide eyes, her lips slightly parted in surprise, her face flushed with shyness as she unconsciously fidgeted with the beast hide beneath her. What is wrong with Jinling? Could it be that males undergo a transformation after such encounters? Are you dissatisfied, Shengsheng? If so, please voice your concerns, and I shall heed them next time. Jinling noticed her unconscious fidgeting and gently grasped her hand, inspecting her fingers. Seeing no signs of distress on her face, he felt reassured. He did not release her hand, fearing she might hurt her nails, instead holding it tenderly and kissing it before playing with it. Her small hand had been draped over him throughout the night, on his shoulder, chest, back, and waist. At times, when she could not grasp anything, it would flail in the air with his movements. Jinling was enamored with this sensation. As he spoke, he pulled her into his embrace, placing a kiss on the corner of her reddened eyes, persistently inquiring, "What troubles you, Shengsheng?" Jinling. The beast hide slipped away, revealing lingering marks of their intimacy, and Su Shengsheng hurriedly grasped it to cover herself, casting an indignant glance at the instigator. Her voice, filled with a plaintive charm, resonated like a melodious echo. I adore Shengsheng just as she is now. Her body bore the marks he had left behind, every frown and every pout reflecting the emotions he had evoked within her. Jinling could not help but tighten his embrace around her waist, leaning down to capture her luscious lips with his own. His other hand, seemingly by chance, brushed against her sensitive spot, causing Su Shengsheng to melt into his arms. She tightly shut her eyes, her long lashes trembling slightly, soon glistening with unshed tears due to the lack of air. This is too much. Su Shengsheng's small hands grasped him erratically, the sensation startling her. Why is this happening? Sensing her movements, Jinling's breath hitched. Instead of releasing her as she desired, he deepened the kiss, forcefully invading her territory and claiming what was rightfully his. As tears began to well in her eyes, Su Shengsheng felt her back reconnecting with the beast hide, prompting her to panic and struggle against him. Why? That wolf beast had claimed you for an entire day and night. Jinling, who had been preoccupied with this very thought, felt his heart shatter at her resistance. After voicing his frustration, he regretted it, realizing he should not express such sentiments in front of his partner, nor should he treat her with such tone. But the words of jealousy had escaped his lips, and now he could only maintain a facade of reluctance and desolation before her. Does Shengsheng not like me? Shengsheng shrank back, feeling uncomfortable, unable to comprehend the emotions hidden in the depths of Jinling's eyes, only perceiving the sorrowful gaze of the beastman before her. Moreover, she sensed that males often harbored a peculiar competitive spirit, as if they needed to measure themselves against one another. In the end, was she not the one who suffered? Upon hearing the question laced with jealousy, though confused, she responded, I like you, I'm satisfied. If only the time could be shorter. The experience was far better than the first. The embarrassment of expressing her feelings for the first time overwhelmed Shengsheng, her voice barely above a whisper. If it were not for the orc's exceptional hearing, Jinling would scarcely have been able to discern the words of the little female nestled in his embrace. Upon receiving a response, the tension in his nerves eased, and his hand resting upon her relaxed as if granted a pardon, inadvertently brushing against her skin and causing her to shudder. Her small hand seized his larger one with unexpected force, and she gently nuzzled her small face against his chest. Her tone a blend of pleading and playful indulgence. But I'm hungry. Her timid voice pierced through the haze of desire that had clouded his reason. As he heard the soft gurgling of her stomach in apparent agreement with her words, Jinling felt a pang of annoyance, nearly laughing at his own predicament. Do not laugh at me, otherwise I shall become quite cross. Feeling the vibration of his chest, Shengsheng, flustered and embarrassed, lightly smacked him. How dare he jest at her expense? Fine, I shall not laugh. Shengsheng. He merely mocked himself. Jinling rose and stepped off the bed, lifting the nearby fish soup, which felt somewhat cool to the touch. He could not allow the female to consume it in such a state. It was all his fault. The soup had cooled. Should he fetch more for Shengsheng, or would she prefer to accompany him downstairs for a meal? He turned to the small female who had sat up, softly inquiring. I shall go down, Shengsheng replied, as she was not accustomed to eating in bed. Chapter 47. The males at home are fighting upon reaching the open space below. Shengsheng instinctively leaped into Mo's embrace. When she gazed up at him, she noticed the weariness etched upon his face. Mo, what troubles you? Did you not sleep well? Heart aching. She tenderly brushed her fingers over the dark circles under his eyes, suddenly recognizing the bloodshot hue within them. Shengsheng vaguely recalled the unusual noise from the previous night. Had something transpired? Yes. Her warm little hand caressed his face, and feeling her affection, Mo's heart softened. His cold voice held a hint of unacknowledged grievance. He should have hidden her away. Why had he not done so? Mo's deep-set eyes reflected a shadowy thought. Shengsheng, while Mo's distress went unnoticed. Baizhu seemed eager to voice his own grievances. The moment she emerged, her gaze fell upon the subtle fatigue of Mo. Yet she failed to notice the prominent bruises adorning his face. Baizhu approached with a pitiful expression, seizing her hand to claim her attention. Baizhu, what happened to you? She observed the noticeable bruise gracing his cheek, which, rather than detracting from his looks, lent him an air reminiscent of a battle-worn youth popular on the internet. Hearing the little female's inquiry, Baizhu drew near, wrapping his arms around her and burying his face in her neck, attempting to elicit her sympathy. That wolf beast struck me. It hurts so much. After reporting his plight, he cautiously lifted his head to gauge her reaction, asking, I could not defeat him. Will you think less of me for being weak? How could that be? Does it still hurt? Shengsheng truly felt a pang of sympathy, avoiding his injury as she cradled his face gently, even rising on her toes to softly blow on the bruise, coaxing him into a cheerful mood before asking, Why did ye hit you? Shengsheng, please give me a kiss. It won't hurt anymore. Being treated with such care by his partner filled Baizhu with joy as he nuzzled against her palm. His tone reminiscent of a petulant child making a request. He skillfully sidestepped the question regarding Ye's aggression. Shengsheng, unable to resist her softening heart, considered that granting a kiss to her partner was hardly a daunting task. Without hesitation, she rose on her toes and bestowed a light kiss upon the corner of his mouth. All right, does it still hurt? She gently rubbed his face, then, unable to contain her joy, her eyes twinkled with delight. Childish yet affectionate. Baiju, emboldened, leaned in and pecked at her lips, his expression radiating a sense of triumph. He shook his head and replied, "Not anymore. Are you hungry? It's time to eat." Seeing Jinling reheat the fish soup, he prepared a piece of roasted meat as well, and Mo carried her toward the table. Su Shengsheng wrapped her arms around his neck and, in a moment of affection, lightly kissed his lips, smiling radiantly at him. "Though I'm unaware of what transpired last night, I am certain you resolved it. Thank you for your efforts." Mo met her gaze, clearly perceiving the affection and reliance she held for him within her eyes. "It is nothing." Without hesitation, he leaned in to return her kiss. Equally gentle, yet it felt as if a decision had been made. Mo fortified his resolve. That was sufficient. She yearned for a healthy body, and he would steadfastly support her in safeguarding that wish. "I added some shrimp to today's fish soup. Let us see if you like it." As she settled down, Jinling approached with a bowl of richly flavored fish soup, scooping a spoonful to feed her. He had carefully tested the temperature, ensuring it was neither too cold nor too hot for her delicate palate. "I like it. It's delicious." Without diminishing his pride, Su Shengsheng drank the soup offered to her, reaching out to take the bowl from Jinling's grasp, smiling as she requested, "It's not too hot. I can manage it myself." Her stomach ached with hunger, and having someone feed her felt too slow. She could drink it more quickly on her own. "All right." Understanding her needs, Jinling did not press further. Once she steadied the bowl, he released his hold and gently reminded her, "Be cautious of the bones." Although he had removed most of the fish bones, they were not as easily counted as those of larger fish. He could not guarantee there were none left. "I know." Su Shengsheng lowered her head, sipping cautiously. Hearing Jinling's caution, she felt somewhat exasperated. Did he perceive her as a mere child? Yi, following Jinling's method, cut the roasted meat into small pieces, placing them on a platter lined with leafy greens, and approached her. "Eat more. Gaining a little weight will feel better to touch." However, that thought turned in his mind and was swallowed back. For some reason, he tactfully chose not to voice it. He pinched her chubby cheeks, which had puffed up from drinking the soup, nearly causing her to spit it out. Receiving a look of mock indignation from the little female, he raised an eyebrow and chuckled softly. "Humph, bad wolf." Su Shengsheng could not help but roll her eyes at him, taking a piece of roasted meat from his hand and biting down fiercely. The lack of intimidation in her retaliatory gesture only deepened Ye's amusement, causing even Jinling nearby to chuckle. "Shengsheng, you are utterly charming. I adore you." Baiju, gazing at her with adoration, felt that every action of the little female radiated brilliance, every expression captivating him to the core, wishing to embrace her at once. Suddenly, Baiju playfully poked her face, leaving Su Shengsheng stunned, her fierce demeanor faltering as she turned her confused gaze toward him. "Do not hover over me while I eat." Su Shengsheng shifted back a couple of paces, creating distance between them. Normally, she could tolerate their gazes, but being so closely scrutinized made her uncomfortable. She feared that should either of them dare to take liberties, she would feel utterly embarrassed. "Will you sleep with whom tonight? Or shall we decide through a game?" Baiju seemed unfazed by her movements, retreating to his position and fixing his earnest gaze upon her. Though phrased as a question, his eyes clearly conveyed, "Choose me." Hearing this, Su Shengsheng nearly dropped her chopsticks. Had they no intention of granting her a moment to gather her thoughts after waking? Fortunately, Mo's voice interrupted, enveloping her in his embrace and gently rubbing her small abdomen, allowing her time to compose herself. Noting the fleeting look of resistance on her face, Mo spoke coolly. "We cannot allow the little female to develop any aversion to this matter. Let it proceed in the order of the beast marks." Su Shengsheng could not help but exhale a sigh of relief, pressing against her sore lower back. She truly could not withstand it. Chapter 48. Baiju's nighttime company. According to Mo's arrangement, tonight Baiju would share a bed with her. As for whether Yi had any objections, Su Shengsheng remained unaware, for they had already entered the tree hollow, and Baiju was lying beside her. Though Yi may have had his reservations, it had been decided long ago that they would take turns accompanying the little female during the night, and he acquiesced. considering that the bear could do nothing else. He refrained from showing any displeasure. This was their first genuine encounter in a space filled with ambiguity. Although physical intimacy was temporarily out of reach, Baiju was still brimming with excitement. Shengsheng, Shengsheng, I am so happy, he exclaimed, nuzzling against her and repeating her name, his ardent demeanor nearly overwhelming Su Shengsheng. Baiju was elated. The little female in his embrace was fragrant and soft, and she was his partner. Unable to resist, he inhaled deeply, intoxicated by her presence. Leaning in to kiss her eyes, nose, ears, and mouth, much like a large cat indulging in catnip. Was Baiju treating her like catnip? Su Shengsheng felt somewhat helpless, surrendering to his affections. Ultimately, the sheer strength of the male made it difficult for her to resist, and Baiju's actions were not excessive. It was merely the tender gestures typical of lovers. However, she did not anticipate that these affectionate exchanges would take on a different nature. Shengsheng, Baiju's pale skin flushed a delicate pink as he drew closer, his dark eyes gazing at her with a pitiful expression. Shengsheng, I feel so uncomfortable, he pouted, his sunny, handsome features radiating an irresistible charm that chipped away at her resolve. Su Shengsheng found herself utterly unable to withstand his appeal. Noticing a shift in her expression, Baiju's eyes glimmered with surprise, prompting him to hold her tighter and continue his coaxing. Mo had merely instructed that the little female should not develop a sense of resistance. But what if she consented willingly? Shengsheng, do you not like me? When you say you do, are you just teasing me? Otherwise, why has that bad wolf been sleeping with you for several days? Well, I have not had a chance. Baiju's bright eyes fixated on her, his tone growing increasingly aggrieved, tears welling in his eyes. Su Shengsheng could no longer bear it. She was shocked to see the usually cheerful and bright young man on the verge of tears. Then Baiju implored, Shengsheng, please? Just this once. Just once? Su Shengsheng's expression was a mixture of turmoil and hesitation as she sought his confirmation. It wasn't that she felt unwell. Rather, she seemed to have awakened an extraordinary self-healing ability. The clear marks from the previous morning had vanished after a single night's sleep, and she felt no unusual sensations, just as she had before. It was during this instance that Su Shengsheng realized she had not often had the opportunity to verify this. So perhaps she could try once more? To her surprise, Baiju was quite audacious. Seeing her offer no resistance, he eagerly pressed closer, demonstrating all the techniques from his dreams upon her. The sounds echoing from within the tree hollow startled the three males guarding outside. The potent scent of bear permeated the air, heightening Ye's senses. His eyes reddened as he stood up, ready to rush into the tree hollow, furious at the audacity of that bear. Stop! Mo swiftly intervened, with Jin Ling positioning himself at the entrance of the hollow. If he were to burst in today, it would ruin their chances for a long while. They absolutely could not allow him to enter and wreak havoc. Get away! I will kill that bear. Ye's fury was palpable. He had only consented to allow the bear to accompany her to sleep because he believed it posed no real threat. But had he known, he would not have relinquished this opportunity so easily. She has consented. Mo's gaze was unyielding, his demeanor frosty. Upon closer inspection, one might notice a deeper hue in his irises, tinged with red. No matter Ye's intentions, he could not allow him to enter now. Moreover, if the little female did not agree, the bear would not dare to act. In accordance with the bonding sequence, you should be behind Baiju, Jin Ling stated. Had it not been for the little female's sudden heat cycle, they would have already completed their union. Yi halted, uncertain whether to concede or suppress his frustration, casting them a dark glance before turning away and fleeing. The black wolf, shrouded in a green wind, vanished into the forest in the blink of an eye. Montauk, indifferent, returned to his perch in the tree, resuming his vigil. Jin Ling glanced back at the tree hollow before soaring back to his branch for a light slumber. The nights in the beast world were long and arduous. The commotion inside the tree hollow persisted throughout the night, and as dawn broke, Su Shengsheng finally succumbed to sleep, unaware of Ye's absence throughout the night. Engaged in Baiju's relentless affections, she felt utterly exhausted and sore. her only lingering thought before drifting off being that the words of males in bed could not be trusted. Baiju's exuberance had yet to wane. Gazing at the beast mark on her belly, which mirrored his own ice-blue patterns, he couldn't help but lay his head on her stomach and kiss it repeatedly. His broad grin revealing his gleaming white teeth, his eyes squinting joyfully. This is wonderful. This is wonderful. I have finally achieved my wish. It is no longer just a dream, but a reality. Come out. Hearing the steady rhythm of the little females breathing from within the hollow, Mo's low voice resonated from outside. Recalling the events of the previous morning, Baiju quickly sprang from the bed, donned a hide skirt to cover his lower half, and exited the tree hollow. Awaiting him was a bucket of hot water, much like the one Jinling had presented the day before, narrowly avoiding spilling on his feet as it fell to the ground. That wolf must be envious of me. Baiju felt elated, chuckling as he picked up the wooden bucket and returned to the tree hollow, completely forgetting that he had been beaten the night before out of jealousy for provoking Yi. Soaking the hide, Baiju gingerly wiped down the blissfully unaware little female sleeping on the bed. Though it was quite a simple task, he found himself sweating profusely. Once finished, he sighed in relief, fearful that his actions might awaken his partner. The little female was already exhausted. He could not cause her any more distress. Such an exceptional partner was hard to come by, and he vowed to cherish and love her deeply. Tenderly, he covered her with a hide before rising and carrying the bucket from the hollow, an uncontrollable smile gracing his face. Casting a glance at Baiju's departing figure, the black wolf that had been absent all night emerged from the shadows. With a leap, he entered the tree hollow, scooped up the peacefully sleeping little female, and dashed into the forest, disappearing from sight. A green barrier rose, enveloping Shengsheng, who remained blissfully unaware of the events unfolding around her. Chapter 49. Madness. Where is Shengsheng? Upon returning to the tree hollow and finding the bed empty, Baiju panicked, racing to the entrance to call out to the two males outside. Have you seen Shengsheng? Where has she gone? Strangely, there was no response. Mo and Jinling seemed to have vanished. Feeling an ominous shift in the air, Baiju gradually composed himself, catching a whiff of a wolf's scent amidst the lingering aroma of his own. Who took her? Was it Mo or Yi? Baiju leaned towards the notion that it was that bad wolf Yi, suspecting that Mo and Jinling had pursued after them. Sensing his partner's position through their bond, Baiju transformed into a great white bear and hurried after her. Shengsheng was forcibly awakened by the heat radiating from her body. As she opened her bleary eyes, soft clouds greeted her vision. You're awake? Yi was sitting beside her, and upon seeing her consciousness return, he smirked, his expression inscrutable. Yeah? Where am I? Seeing his demeanor, Shengsheng felt an involuntary shiver run down her spine. Her expression dazed as she inquired, shouldn't I be sleeping in the tree hollow? This is the place where we will complete our bonding. I chose it. How do you like it? Ye's heart was filled with jealousy, his smile tinged with shadows. A flicker of darkness crossing his gaze. Last night, he stormed away in anger, wandering throughout the night until he discovered this place, a sanctuary free from any disturbances. His impatience grew, a tumultuous blend of panic and fury igniting his reason. Perhaps deep down, he acknowledged that all of this was a deception he had orchestrated. The essence of the night lingered restlessly, never settling. He struggled to discern whether he was driven by mere desire or a yearning for a tangible acknowledgement of their bond. He harbored an ever-present fear of being easily cast aside by her. Shengsheng remained oblivious to his thoughts, feeling a tremor of unease. She sensed the madness radiating from the wolf that was Yi, instinctively shrinking back. Indeed, Yi was a wolf in every sense. Unconsciously softening her tone, she gazed at him with a gentle, almost playful look, as if negotiating with him. Can we not wait until nightfall? Yi chuckled softly, his hand caressing her cheek, his gaze imbued with an inscrutable depth. I can wait, but I fear you may not be able to. These words momentarily stunned Shengsheng, leaving her to ponder their meaning. Her cheeks flushed deeper, and even her gaze upon him grew hazy, while a flicker of expectation ignited in Ye's eyes. His fingertips glided down her delicate face, arching an eyebrow as he leaned closer, asking, how does that feel? His cool fingers brushed against her skin, eliciting an overwhelming sense of comfort. She closed her eyes, relishing his touch. "Ha!" Yi chuckled lightly, his voice laced with delight. He adored her current state, with her eyes solely reflecting him, and her body yearning for his presence. No, something was amiss. This familiar smirk of his rekindled a sliver of rationality within her. Su Shengsheng struggled to open her eyes, gazing at the clouds above. They appeared like fluffy white blossoms, exuding a faint pink mist blooming in the air. She found herself lying amidst these blossoms, enveloped in the soft, rosy haze. Yet, she intended to call out to him, but suddenly a wave of warmth surged through her, altering her tone, transforming it into a tender murmur akin to that shared between lovers, infused with an unintentional hint of intimacy. "No, Rus. I will wait until Shengsheng calls for me." Yi remained composed, fully aware he was the one exerting pressure, yet a flicker of hope lingered in his heart. She needed him just as she had in the days prior. Wicked wolf. Shameless. The pollen from these blossoms loses its arousing effect once the male and female have mated, only to be revived with the arrival of the next rainy season. Thus, Yi had no reason to fear losing control and harming her. He awaited patiently, like a hunter, for his prey to willingly fall into his trap. Yi Su Shengsheng's alluring and captivating voice escaped her lips, prompting her to immediately silence herself. She couldn't help but wonder if such a beguiling sound truly originated from her. Pouting in dissatisfaction, she felt a twinge of frustration, uncertain how to find relief. Yet, already filled with a surge of emotion, his eyes reddening, suddenly pinned her down, kissing her fiercely. When Bai Zhu arrived, following the guidance of the beast marks, he found Mo and Jin Ling standing vigil at a narrow gap. The crevice was exceedingly tight, entwined with vines, making it challenging to detect. Upon seeing him, the two males merely cast a cursory glance before returning to their watchful slumber. Bai Zhu did not catch the scent of mating, but his keen hearing easily picked up the subtle movements of the female within. Although he was furious at Yi's actions, he felt powerless to intervene, resigning himself to a corner to share in their vigil. After all, he had employed his own tactics the previous night to achieve his desires, leaving him without the moral standing to condemn Yi's behavior. Yet, he was deeply incensed. Did this wicked wolf not understand the need to cherish a partner? Clearly, the little female was exhausted. Could he not wait a little longer until nightfall? Chapter 50. Beast King City. With all matters settled, their journey, delayed for several days, finally resumed. The route chosen by Mo was remarkably safe, with Jin Ling scouting ahead in the skies, effectively shielding them from potential dangers. Their daytime travels felt leisurely, and they would pause to rest by evening, leaving Su Shengsheng to enjoy a blissful and carefree 10 days. As the late warm season approached the hot season, the weather turned pleasantly warm and breezy. Su Shengsheng discarded her beast skin cloak, donning instead the pink beast skin bandeau and short skirt that Bai Zhu had previously prepared for her. Her long hair was loosely braided with a matching beast skin strip by Jin Ling, cascading down her chest. Thanks to her robust health, nurtured by her partner, and having experienced diverse landscapes over the past few days, her spirits soared. Consequently, her once pallid complexion had blossomed into a rosy, enchanting visage, captivating enough to stir desire at a mere glance. Shengsheng, look, Beast King City is just ahead. The great white bear hoisted her onto his shoulder, pointing at the towering stone walls peeking through the distance. Relieved of walking, she sat atop the great white bear, occasionally swaying contentedly with her bare feet. Suddenly lifted by Bai Zhu, she remained unperturbed, instinctively wrapping her arms around the bear's head, her small hands gripping his ears as she straightened to peer ahead. Where? I don't see it. The orc's vision was astoundingly acute, yet Su Shengsheng squinted her enchanting peach blossom eyes, straining to catch a glimpse, only to be met with disappointment as she slumped back down, playfully pinching the bear's ears in retribution. Bai Zhu let out a yelp. Although he had mentioned that only his partner could touch his beast ears, this was not the manner in which it should be done. Shengsheng, you mustn't do that. Tonight is my turn to share the bed with you. Is this how you wish to spoil our night's rest? To touch a male orc's beast ears was to signal an invitation for intimacy. Meeting by Zhu's unabashed gaze, Su Shengsheng sheepishly withdrew her hand, turning away to feign nonchalance. Previously, when her health had been poor, she had been unable to interact with small animals. She had not anticipated the delightful sensation of their soft fur would be so addictive, especially since the few at home were clean, bathed themselves, and shed no fur. Even Su Shengsheng, who was not a fan of fluff, found it to be a blessing. "We will arrive shortly. Can you see the stone wall ahead now?" Jean Ling spoke at the perfect moment, kindly diverting Bai Zhu's attention, her gentle voice instantly capturing Su Shengsheng's focus. Hearing Jean Ling's words, Su Shengsheng lifted her gaze and indeed caught sight of a corner of the stone wall. "How tall?" she exclaimed in awe. As they approached, the imposing stone wall gradually revealed its full stature. The wall towered over 3 orc forms and the city gate, wide enough to accommodate 2 orc forms passing side by side, indicated that its thickness permitted orcs to stand atop it. At that moment, several orcs, in their beast forms, were stationed on the wall. Among them, the most striking was a particularly robust white tiger, exuding an air of authority that commanded respect merely by its presence. Su Shengsheng found her gaze lingering on the white tiger for an extra moment. Just then, she heard Yi's teasing voice. "What? Have you taken a liking to it?" Su Shengsheng turned her head to him, confusion evident in her eyes. It was only natural to be drawn to the more striking individuals or things, was it not? This wicked wolf would always speak nonsense. She pouted, expressing her discontent with a light huff directed at Yi. Ignoring him, she turned to Mo, softly inquiring, "Are there any requirements for entering Beast King City?" Seeing that she was ignoring him, Yi felt a twinge of dissatisfaction and mimicked her huff, replying, "What requirements do females need to enter the city? They would be more than eager to welcome you." Remembering how she had been staring intently at the tiger on the wall, Yi couldn't help but feel a pang of jealousy as he added, "If you were to take that white tiger, they would welcome you even more." "Yi, if you say that again, I will be angry." Su Shengsheng lifted her delicate face, striking a pose, and despite her words of threat, her tone unmistakably conveyed a hint of playfulness. Yeah, however, was completely taken in by her charm. Although he scoffed and feigned defiance, he ultimately fell silent. Ma inadvertently provoked Bai Zhu and retorted at Ye, prompting Su Shengsheng to instinctively lean towards Ma. A tremor of affection coursed through Ma as he beheld the little female reaching out to him, softening his expression. With a flick of his wolf tail, he wrapped it around her slender waist and hoisted her onto his back. Contemplating her earlier question, Ma explained that females could enter Shengsheng without any prerequisites. Particularly for females like her, who lacked sufficient partners, they were regarded as sacred. As Ye had mentioned, Shengsheng would only extend a warm welcome. However, residing in the inner city's stone houses required payment in beast crystals. Otherwise, the males at home would need to construct a dwelling themselves, which was rather troublesome since they lacked earth attribute males. Yet, they were by no means short on beast crystals. In due time, they would only need to pay a sum of beast crystals to acquire a spacious stone house. Su Shengsheng need not worry. They had an abundance of beast crystals. Without waiting for her to inquire, Bai Zhu chimed in, shaking the beast skin pouch on his body. After acquiring a partner, males naturally tended to save more beast crystals, and the males at home had accumulated quite a sum, including Ye, the wolf beast. As they spoke, they had already arrived at the foot of Shengsheng, drawing closer to the city gates. The charming and delightful female instantly captured the attention of a group of beastmen perched on the stone walls as she approached. Her fair complexion gleamed as if it could emit light, reminiscent of the exquisite pearls cultivated by the Jiao people. Her delicate and lovely visage silently tempted the beastmen, inciting an irresistible desire to taste her sweetness. Naturally, the white tiger on the stone wall also noticed the gaze of the female lingering upon him, his eyes involuntarily following her petite figure. He inwardly mocked himself, questioning why an unawakened male, who was disregarded by females, dared to gaze upon her. Did he genuinely expect her to notice him? How ludicrous! Yet, despite such thoughts, his body acted truthfully, leaping down from the stone wall to approach her. The fierce white tiger strode toward them with an imposing presence. Although Shengsheng knew that the beastman males would not harm her, she was still somewhat intimidated by the white tiger's aura, causing her heart to unconsciously flutter. The emotions of her partner were conveyed through their beast bond, prompting Ma to soothingly wrap his wolf tail around her waist. Perceiving her unease, the white tiger immediately tempered his imposing demeanor, becoming gentle as he spoke. "Follow me." Once she had distanced herself, the beastmen atop the stone wall collectively exhaled, having unconsciously held their breath. They exchanged glances, discussing among themselves, "She is truly beautiful. That little female is a sacred one, and she only has 4 partners. I wonder if we have a chance." Joining the Showang Chingar team afforded the males a unique advantage. They gained an extra opportunity to bond with females. Each year before the rainy season, Showangsheng would host a bonfire banquet exclusively for the valiant guardians of their homeland. The 10 strongest male beastmen would even have the privilege of freely choosing a female as their partner. Naturally, females generally accepted such offers with delight. For the males who joined the guard were all of high rank and formidable strength, particularly those within the top 10. For females, having a powerful partner was a source of pride. "Is he interested in that little female?" This inquiry abruptly halted the chatter, and the beastmen exchanged knowing glances. It was evident whom he referred to. The white tiger held a unique status in Showangsheng, being the younger brother of the current city lord, born of different parents. Although he was indeed a powerful beastman, having achieved the 8th pattern level at a young age, surpassing the majority of beastmen, he had unfortunately failed to awaken a talent. Rumors suggested some unfortunate incident had led to this. Unbeknownst to Shengsheng, they had already followed the white tiger into Showangsheng. The outer city of Showangsheng was dotted with many vacant stone houses, designated for beastmen from tribes or other continents during grand gatherings. Most single males resided near the inner city. A smile graced Shengsheng's face as she recalled the saying, "The one by the water's edge gets the moon first." The intentions of beastmen were often refreshingly straightforward. The white tiger led them toward the inner city where females resided, occasionally offering brief introductions whenever she cast her gaze upon a particular area. Each time the white tiger spoke, Shengsheng graciously averted her eyes, listening attentively. The 4 males at home remained silent, refraining from interjecting. Showangsheng covered an extensive area, and the outer city was quite large. It took a considerable time for the white tiger to finally reach the entrance to the inner city. As she approached, male beastmen began peeking out from the sparsely placed stone houses, their attention drawn to her. Some males even appeared eager to intercept her, only to be halted by a mere glance from the white tiger. It was only upon entering the inner city with the white tiger, effectively shielding herself from the penetrating gazes of those males, that Shengsheng finally breathed a sigh of relief. Being under so many scrutinizing eyes was undeniably uncomfortable. The white tiger guided them further inward. The inner city was not as expansive as the outer city. However, the stone houses were considerably larger, and the distance between them was also greater. "Will you build your own stone house or exchange for it with beast crystals?" Although the question was directed at them, his gaze lingered on her, for the female predominantly held the authority at home, and the males generally complied with their partner's wishes. Listening to the implications in the words of the males at home, Shengsheng understood they intended to exchange for it with beast crystals. Yet she refrained from making a direct decision and instead turned her gaze toward the 4 males. After all, whether they built it themselves or exchanged for it, the contribution would ultimately come from them. "Exchange," Ma declared. The remaining males voiced no objections. The white tiger was somewhat surprised to discover that the wolf beast held the authority in her family. He couldn't help but glance at her again. There was no sign of reluctance on the little female's face. Rather, her gaze toward the wolf beast radiated a sweet smile. Casting a glance at the black wolf beneath her, the white tiger continued to lead them deeper, contemplating how much the female must adore this wolf beast. At this hour, which coincided with the female's afternoon rest, Shengsheng had yet to encounter any other females during their journey. Instead, she observed bonded males busily attending to tasks outside their stone houses, who simply cast a casual glance at the passing beastmen before returning their focus. The white tiger ultimately halted before a spacious stone house, announcing, "We have arrived." The stone house before them was substantial, comprising 2 levels. The first floor was quite open, with a small room on each side and a large central area resembling a living room. Ascending the central stone staircase to the second floor revealed a larger room on the left, likely the master bedroom, alongside 5 smaller rooms. Aside from the stone beds and the rooms on the second floor, the house contained no other furnishings, all of which they would need to procure themselves. Nevertheless, the overall appearance was quite satisfactory. Once settled in, she could gradually acquire the items she desired and arrange the stone house to her liking. "How is it? Are you satisfied?" The males followed her, accompanying her as she surveyed the stone house. Once she had finished, Ma finally inquired about her opinion. "It's quite good." Shengsheng nodded, responding honestly. She found it relatively satisfactory, but wondered whether the other stone houses were similar. "Then we shall choose this one," Ye interjected, decisively making the decision for her. "Aren't all houses alike? What is there to deliberate? Does she wish to wander with that tiger for an eternity? If there is anything you desire, you may express it. We shall begin preparations this afternoon," Jinling added, speaking softly beside her. "Very well." Seeing that Jinling also expressed agreement, Shengsheng ceased her comparisons with the other stone houses and nodded in assent. "I shall proceed to deliver the beast crystal." With her partner's approval, Baiju swiftly descended the stone steps, clutching the beast skin bag, and hurried outside. When they entered the stone house, the white tiger remained outside, refraining from following them in. As a solitary male, he deemed it inappropriate to intrude upon a female's dwelling. Although strictly speaking, this stone house was not yet designated as a female's abode, the white tiger still chose not to enter recklessly. By the time Shengsheng emerged, Baiju had already completed his delivery of the beast crystal. Upon seeing her approach, Baiju's face instantly brightened with a smile as he sidled up to her. Shengsheng reciprocated with a twinkle in her eyes. The young man, transformed from the white tiger, boasted a healthy, sun-kissed complexion, thick brows, and bright eyes, exuding an air of composure. As she stepped out, the young man gently clasped his fist to his chest and bowed slightly, introducing himself. "Should you need anything, feel free to seek me out. I am Bai Chun." As the captain of the guard, he was entirely justified in making such a statement. "Thank you." Shengsheng politely expressed her gratitude. Bai Chun did not linger, exchanging pleasantries before departing. As they moved farther away, Yi inquired, "Would you like me to assist you in retrieving him?" Just as he was about to turn and re-enter the stone house to tidy up, he noticed her lingering in place, her expression revealing her disquiet, prompting him to speak with displeasure. Chapter 52. Tidying the stone house, Shengsheng felt helpless, for her curiosity was piqued. Why did Bai Chun lack stars beneath his collarbone, instead bearing 4 silver lines on each side? However, Ye's interruption dissipated her inquisitiveness. She turned to enter the stone house, where several males were already organizing their belongings. Mo and Jinling were arranging the stone beds in the second-floor rooms with beast skins, while Baiju and Yi were busy cleaning. Unable to assist, Shengsheng circled around the stone house, secretly contemplating the items she might require. The left room on the first floor would serve as a kitchen, divided in the middle. One side would be for food storage, while the side near the entrance would have a larger stove for chopping vegetables, cooking, and boiling water, along with a sizable stone jar for water storage. The right room on the first floor would act as a storage area, where they could later set up a few shelves for miscellaneous items. In the central living area, she envisioned placing a long table accompanied by several stools. The second floor could remain as it was for now. The males would manage their own rooms, and she preferred not to clutter her living space. As Shengsheng ascended the stone steps to the second floor, she suddenly recalled that she had overlooked personal hygiene, having spent so long in the wilderness. It seemed a more pressing concern now. "What are you thinking?" Mo, who had just finished tidying the room, came out to find her standing on the steps with a conflicted expression. A flicker of amusement crossed his eyes as he approached and picked her up. "I was contemplating how to resolve the issue of needing a restroom," she admitted candidly, resting her head on his shoulder. "After all, Frequent exposure to such matters had rendered her embarrassment less pronounced. Let's first check out your room. I will prepare everything else later. As Mo spoke, he carried her toward the largest room inside. The second floor comprised 7 rooms, with the central stone staircase dividing the space, for small rooms on the left and 2 small rooms along with 1 large room on the right. The large room was at the far end on the right. The stone rooms were devoid of doors, allowing a clear view of the interiors as one walked through. Fortunately, the stone bed was not positioned directly facing the entrance. The 2 small rooms were already clean and sparsely furnished, with nothing more than a corner of beast skin atop the stone bed. In contrast, the room prepared for her had a beast skin draped at the entrance, in a light green shade that she particularly favored. The color green evokes tranquility and symbolizes vitality. Shengsheng recognized this beast skin as having come from a large bird, captured by Jinling. The skin bore holes from feather removal, ensuring good ventilation and light while maintaining privacy. Using the skin as a curtain was indeed a splendid choice. Although her privacy was somewhat compromised before them, a modicum of concealment was still preferable. As Mo carried her inside, Jinling was busy organizing her beast skin clothing. Shengsheng had only taken a cursory glance at the room's layout before, but now she could see it had undergone a significant transformation. The large stone bed was now adorned with a woven, soft haymat, topped with a thick layer of leather, and the soft white beast skin served as her sleeping surface. Beneath the stone bed, additional beast skin was laid out to cushion her feet. The stone wall above the bed now featured a niche holding several of her spare beast skin garments, similarly concealed by beast skin, resembling a wall hanging above the head of the bed. The farthest corner from the stone bed was partitioned into a square space, housing a large wooden tub for bathing, with the entrance also draped in beast skin for privacy. "How do you find it?" Mo inquired as he held her, glancing down to gauge her reaction. "Is there anything you find unsatisfactory?" Jinling approached after tidying her clothing, softly asking the same. Having spent so long in the wilderness, they were unable to create a more comfortable living environment for their little female. Now that they had settled, they were determined to fulfill her needs as best they could. "This is already wonderful," she replied, clearly touched by their efforts. A smile broke upon her face, revealing her delight. Shengsheng nuzzled against Mo's neck and placed a gentle kiss at the corner of his lips, her eyes sparkling as she said, "Thank you for your hard work." Without waiting for his response, she slipped from his embrace and leapt into Jinling's arms, standing on her tiptoes to plant a kiss on his chin. Wrapping her arms around his waist and resting her forehead against his chest in a playful tone, "You have worked hard too, Jinling. It is no trouble at all, as long as Shengsheng is happy," Jinling replied warmly, enveloping her in a tender embrace, his large hand stroking her long hair. "Yes," Mo echoed, expressing his sentiment that her happiness was all that mattered. "Let's head down and see how they are progressing," he said, turning to leave the room and descend to the first floor. "All right," Jinling responded, bending down to scoop her up and follow him. The first floor was already clean, and as they descended, Baiju and Yi were constructing the stove. Stones were scattered about, easily collected and smooth for use. The mortar for building the stove was a mixture of a highly adhesive tree sap and wood ash, exuding a faint woody aroma. Shengsheng observed their work. Impressed by the quality exceeding her expectations, she decided against offering her opinions to avoid complicating matters. "Shengsheng, please stand back. Do not get dirty," Baiju urged, swiftly kicking the mortar aside as he noticed her approaching, instinctively pulling his hands back to avoid splashing her. "Go over there and see if there is anything else needed. Let them handle it," Yi directed, continuing his work while casting a glance at her and nodding toward Mo and Jinling, not wishing to hinder them. Shengsheng quickly kissed each of the males on the cheek, beaming as she said, "Thank you for your hard work." As she intended to step back, he called out to her, his gaze turning inquisitive. "You kissed the wrong place," he remarked, raising an eyebrow and letting his gaze linger on her lips, the implication clear. A proper kiss should be just that. A kiss on the cheek was insufficient. Shengsheng lightly huffed at him, but, feeling compelled to comply, leaned in to peck his lips briefly before retracting immediately. Night licked his lips, still savoring her sweet fragrance, a satisfied smile curling upon his lips. Tomorrow night would be his turn again, and the thought made his heart flutter with anticipation. I want it too, Shengsheng murmured. Bai Zhu, beside her, expressed his reluctance and immediately leaned closer, awaiting her response. Quick to react, Su Shengsheng brushed her lips against his to prevent any lingering resentment, as she wished to enjoy a peaceful night's sleep. Chapter 53. Neighbors under Bai Zhu's urging, Su Shengsheng left the kitchen and approached the other two males in the house. Mo and Jean Ling were deep in discussion at the entrance of another room on the first floor. Upon seeing her, Mo pulled her into his embrace, holding her small hand and inquiring about her thoughts regarding the room. We plan to use it for storage. Do you have any ideas, Shengsheng? Jean Ling regarded her with gentle and affectionate eyes, softly explaining their plans while seeking her opinion. Their partner relished fruits, but during the hot season, they tended to spoil. They were considering storing more fruits during the latter part of the warm season, allowing Bai Zhu to preserve them with ice for her to enjoy slowly. Additionally, they needed to gather enough firewood for 2 seasons before the rainy season and stockpile thick animal skins for warmth before the cold season approached. I share the same thoughts. Su Shengsheng replied with a smile, their ideas aligning perfectly with hers. However, judging by her room and the kitchen stove, their creations were evidently superior to her own concepts, leading her to believe she might not be able to provide them with valuable suggestions or assistance. Nonetheless, the storage room was not an immediate concern. What she needed more urgently were tables and chairs for dining. Shall we place a table here? She led Mo and Jean Ling to the center of the stone house, releasing them as she circled the area, gesturing as she spoke. She no longer wished to eat on the ground or on stone surfaces, despite the lack of outdoor conditions. What kind of table do you envision? Mo asked, his curiosity piqued. How about Shengsheng sketches it, and we make it according to her design? Jean Ling proposed, knowing that the young female possessed artistic talent, and her drawings would be quite lifelike, enabling them to create precisely what she desired. Excellent idea. Su Shengsheng agreed enthusiastically, delighted to assist, and she could also design the style of the chairs for them. The table could be the simplest form, just a stone pillar with a stone top, as it wouldn't need to be moved. The stools, however, should be crafted from wood for ease of relocation, and she had some knowledge of simple mortise and tenon structures. Let's seek out some wood, she suggested. Lacking drawing tools at home, and with the stone floor of the house not suitable for sketching, they would need to venture outside. Understood, Mo replied, lifting her up once more as they exited the stone house, with Jean Ling and the other two males following closely behind. The inner city was encircled by the outer city, tightly guarded, and any journey to Beast King City would inevitably pass through the outer city. Having spent considerable time in the stone house, most of the females had concluded their midday rest. As the Black Wolf led her out of the inner city, Su Shengsheng observed several females within Beast King City. They were not all of the same race, with varying heights, weights, and appearances, their hair colors equally diverse. If one were to assess their looks, they were not as woeful as depicted in novels. There were indeed some unattractive individuals, but they were few. Most females possessed ordinary features, lacking any remarkable attributes, but not being unattractive per se. Given the males' striking appearances, the contrast inevitably made the females seem less appealing. Nevertheless, there were many beautiful females, like the striking neighbor she caught a glimpse of from a distance, prompting her to steal a few more glances. Uncertain of her race, the tall and alluring female had fair skin, fiery red hair cascading with natural waves, and strikingly beautiful features that exuded a fierce charm. In contemporary terms, she could be aptly described as a quintessential goddess. Su Shengsheng couldn't help but exclaim, so beautiful. She herself was not unattractive. On the contrary, her family boasted exceptional genes, and she and her brother had perfectly inherited their parents' features, making it reasonable to say they were remarkably gifted in appearance. Her facial features should have been alluring, yet her smooth face without sharp angles lent her a certain innocence, compounded by her frail health, which contributed to her delicate beauty. She resembled a porcelain figurine in a display window, exquisitely beautiful yet fragile, deserving of careful handling. However, once her health improved, she would likely blossom into a captivating beauty akin to her mother, a figure of diverse allure. The black wolf swiftly led her past the stone house. While the enchanting Jiayu watched the retreating figure, her gaze reluctantly withdrawing. What a lovely young female. When did Beast King City have such beautiful females? Jiayu pondered, turning her attention to the direction from which the girl had come. From a considerable distance, she could vaguely see a male beast man entering the adjacent stone house. Newcomer? Living right next door? She contemplated, then called to her partner, "Take me over to that stone house." She was determined to see if her assumptions were correct. If so, it would be splendid. She would seek out the young female upon her return. As the stove was completed, he was tidying up when a leopard beast man arrived with a female at their stone house. He vaguely heard the female say something, but he paid it no mind and turned back into the house. Watching Yi completely disregard her departure, Jiu angrily tossed her long hair and patted the black panther beneath her, saying, "Let's go back." What kind of male is this with such a foul temper? To ignore a female's words? That beautiful and gentle young female would never accept such a male as a partner, regardless of his strength. Does she truly need a powerful partner when she looks like that? Frustrated, Jiayu returned to her own stone house and instructed her partner, "Bring me a cushion." She intended to wait at the door for the young female's return. That exquisite young female should be playing with someone as beautiful as herself. Bai Zhu was inside the stone house, admiring his handiwork, the stove, contemplating whether he might request another kiss from his partner upon her return. We suddenly heard a female's voice outside. Just as he was about to step out to investigate, Yi entered. Curiously, he inquired about the situation. Did a female come to find Shengsheng to play? He had heard the unfamiliar female asking Yi about their female. "I don't know. Not sure. Perhaps," Yi replied nonchalantly, as he seemed to have caught a fragment of the female's words earlier but had not paid attention. With the stove prepared, Yi ascended to the second floor, where the two cunning beastmen had indeed occupied the two rooms closest to the young female. He casually laid down the animal skins in the rightmost room. Indifferent to whether he shared a space with the young female, he preferred solitude over sleeping with her. By the time Bai Zhu recalled something and followed, it was too late. He muttered angrily to himself, "Those three cunning beastmen." Chapter 54. Homemade rocking chair. The trees in the beast world were remarkably large, with a single tree sufficient to create all the benches and chairs Su Shengsheng desired. They chose blackwood, which is the type of tree that has a black cross-section once the bark is removed. This wood is hard, resistant to deformation, and impervious to insects. Her bathing tub had been crafted from this very wood. Its only drawback was its weight. A whole tree was reduced to its sturdy trunk, while the remaining branches were cut by Mo and Jinling in similarly sized wooden segments, which would be dried for firewood. Su Shengsheng approached the felled trunk, curiously measuring it with her hands. The tree was nearly as tall as she was. In this grove, it was considered relatively young, with countless larger and taller trees surrounding it. Su Shengsheng sat upon the tree stump that Mo had prepared for her, observing the two males of the household as they began to cut wooden segments and split planks according to her sketches and verbal instructions. 6 small stools and chairs were prepared, one for each of the 4 males and herself, with an additional one set aside as a spare. However, it was prudent to prepare more wood than just 6 pieces to mitigate the risk of cracking due to moisture during the drying process. Yet, gazing at the sturdy tree stump beneath her, which showed no signs of yielding even when pressed, Su Shengsheng felt that such hardness would make cracking quite improbable. The stump was straight, devoid of curvature, and without a backrest, which rendered prolonged sitting not only tiring for her back but also uncomfortable for her posterior. Suddenly reminded of the sofa at home, an idea sparked in her mind. Given the thickness of the trees here, it would be entirely feasible to carve out a suitable curve and layer several thick pelts to create a sofa. Furthermore, the bottom could be shaped into a semi-spherical form to serve as a rocking chair. As her thoughts began to crystallize, Su Shengsheng felt a wave of excitement and ran over to her 2 companions. "What's the matter? Are you bored, Shengsheng?" The 2 males, busy with their tasks, halted simultaneously to look at her, ready to prioritize her wishes. "How about we make something like this?" Su Shengsheng picked up a small twig and sketched her idea on the ground, her gaze towards them imbued with anticipation. Mo glanced at her drawing, finding it far simpler than the stools and chairs they were currently constructing. All right, he agreed, rising to where she had been sitting. He lifted the stump, deftly carved a hollow with his claws, and meticulously smoothed it out. Shaping the bottom into a curve was even quicker, requiring only a rough polishing. The stump transformed into a rocking chair. Mo set it back down, gave it a gentle push to ensure its stability, then fetched a pelt to place on it, saying, "Give it a try." Although it was her idea, Shengsheng still found it novel and fascinating to see it come to fruition. Tentatively, she sat down, her body sinking into the hollow while her back rested against the raised support. So comfortable. Delight sparkled in her eyes as she relaxed and wiggled her dainty feet, causing the rocking chair to sway gently. The afternoon sunlight filtered through the leaves, warming her face, compelling her to squint and bask in contentment. "Montag, would you like to try it?" As the rocking motion diminished, she playfully shook her feet to set it in motion again, smiling brightly at Mo standing before her. Observing her joy, the coldness in Mo's gaze melted away like ice and snow, his expression softening with affection. Hearing her invitation, Mo shook his head, crouched before her, and began to rock the chair with his hands, delighting in the deepening of her smile. "Is it fun?" Seeing her so happy, a smile unconsciously crept across his face. Shengsheng nodded, her eyes shimmering with mirth, relishing this rare moment of childlike joy. "Let us keep one spare, how about it?" Jinling approached, holding a larger rocking chair, speaking gently. The little female looked adorable, resembling a lazy cub. Shengsheng's eyes widened in surprise upon seeing the oversized rocking chair Jinling had crafted. "Oh, a two-person rocking chair. That sounds wonderful." She nodded enthusiastically, imagining how cozy it would be to nestle inside for a nap. "We can use it for afternoon naps, placing it at the entrance of the stone house to soak in the sun. It will be so pleasant. Are we still playing?" Jinling inquired as the rocking chair came to a halt. Mo's hands were resting on its sides, waiting for her to finish speaking. "You've both done such a great job," Shengsheng exclaimed, noticing the numerous bundles of wood tied with vines nearby, unable to resist praising them. The males in her household were remarkably capable, making her feel increasingly like an ornamental piece. Nevertheless, she brushed off such thoughts with a smile. "Well, let us not play anymore. Let us head back." She grasped Mo's arm for support as she stood, throwing her arms around his neck. Mo readily embraced her. "All right, Shengsheng can return to play later," Jinling remarked, transforming into his beast form to carry the rocking chair and other items back to the Beast King city. The items were easily manageable by Jinling, while the Black Wolf led her in another direction. Curious about their path, Shengsheng asked, "Aren't we returning to the Beast King city?" "We are going to find something," Mo replied. "What are we looking for?" "I can help you search." "By Zhonghua," he indicated, explaining that the inner city's stone houses where females resided often had a small patch of Baizhonghua planted behind them, presumably for the females' benefit. The Baizhonghua grew to about half the height of a beast man, blooming with white flowers resembling open palms, and its pollen could eliminate unpleasant odors. Moreover, it was resilient, blooming even after being buried in snow during the cold season when spring arrived. Consequently, Baizhonghua was ubiquitous and easily found. Sure enough, after walking a short distance, Mo spotted several flourishing Baizhonghua plants. "Is this the plant we are looking for?" Shengsheng asked, observing the aptly named Baizhonghua, as the Black Wolf used its claws to dig up the rooted plants. She wondered if they were to be taken back for planting. "Yes, they can help eliminate odors," Mo patiently explained. "Eliminate odors? That sounds quite good," Shengsheng nodded, somewhat comprehending but not delving into deeper implications. Mo continued to uproot the nearby Baizhonghua, then tied them together with a sturdy vine for easy transport. "Let us head back." "All right," she agreed. After a brief exchange, Mo led her without lingering in the wilderness, making their way back. Chapter 55. A neighbor's visit. Such a lovely little female. Shengsheng, riding on the Black Wolf's back, was passing by a nearby stone house when she suddenly heard a female's call from inside. Instinctively, she turned her head and saw the striking female from earlier waving at her. Jiao had been waiting, and upon seeing her, stood up excitedly and approached. Up close. The little female was indeed breathtaking, to the point where Jiaoyu felt hesitant to reach out, fearing that a mere touch might ruin her beauty. Hello, little female. Jiao Igreku. What's your name? Did you just move to the Beast King city? Where do you live? Can I come visit you? Her fox-like eyes were slightly narrowed, her crimson lips curling into an enchanting smile. Su Shengsheng realized that Jiaoyu was genuinely greeting her and smiled back. Of course. I'm Su Shengsheng, just moved here today. I live in the stone house right ahead. She pointed towards her dwelling for Jiaoyu to see. Upon seeing the direction she pointed, Jiaoyu felt a surge of frustration, almost pouting in disbelief. That ill-tempered male was indeed connected to this beautiful little female. What could she possibly be thinking? Or perhaps, due to her partnership, he was keeping his distance from females but treating her differently? No, she had to see for herself. She couldn't shake off this feeling without a visit, or she wouldn't be able to focus on anything else. Thus, Jiaoyu asked, seeking Su Shengsheng's permission. Can I come visit your home? Su Shengsheng contemplated for a moment. It appeared that her family was busy tidying up. Yet, upon further reflection, she realized that it was primarily the several males of the household who were occupied, while she seemed to have little to do. With this thought in mind, Su Shengsheng cheerfully consented. All right. Upon her agreement, Jiaoyu called for her partner. Sheng, the Black Panther, emerged from the stone house, carrying a small bamboo basket filled with fruits prepared for his companion. It seemed unreasonable to visit another female's home and consume the food her partner had prepared. Let us go. As they were ready, Su Shengsheng gently caressed the fur of the black wolf beneath her, running her small hand through the wolf's coat and lightly scratching its skin as a reminder. The wolf's tail brushed against her waist as a silent warning. Quickly retracting her hand, Su Shengsheng patted it apologetically. Sensing her subtle gesture, Ma chuckled softly to himself, finding her playful. The black wolf led her, followed by the Black Panther carrying Jiaoyu toward their stone house. In Su Shengsheng's eyes, the stone house seemed distant. Yet it was merely a few steps away for the beastmen in their animal forms. Here it is. Arriving at the entrance, Su Shengsheng introduced Jiaoyu to the side. Upon her return, the three males who had been busy emerged to greet her, having heard the commotion. Seeing the male who had ignored her and turned away, Jiaoyu felt a pang of frustration. Indeed, it was here. Shengsheng. Baizhu was the most vivacious among the partners, stepping forward to lift her off the back of the black wolf, speaking as if to boast, the stove at home is ready. Would you like to take a look? Su Shengsheng was well aware of his ulterior motive. With a resigned sigh, she ruffled his short hair and reminded him, we have guests. Oh, all right. Let's wait until evening then, Baizhu replied, seemingly regretful, before shifting his gaze to the female beside him and then back to the Black Panther, trailing behind her. Liu Xing, the tiger beast, was an 8-pattern beastman, while this panther was Liu Xing and the only 5-star beastman in the household, which suddenly instilled a sense of urgency in Baizhu. It seemed he needed to strive for advancement. Otherwise, what would happen if the little female's attention were captured by another cunning beast? Su Shengsheng was oblivious to his thoughts. Smiling, she playfully pinched his face. Why are you blabbering everything? Is this something you can say now? Shengsheng, be good. Don't make a fuss. She gently coaxed, holding the head that was nudging against her. We have guests. You must maintain your dignified, purely referring to height, nothing else, image. Reluctantly, Baizhu released her. Su Shengsheng shyly smiled at Jiaoyu and beckoned. Please come in. It was indeed impolite to block the guests at the door. Entering the stone house, the large stone table was already set in the center, although the benches and chairs would take a couple of days to arrive. Jinling had brought over her small rocking chair along with a larger double rocking chair he had made, both cushioned with thick animal hides, white and black, complementing each other beautifully. Sit and play. Remembering her cheerful demeanor while playing outside, Jinling wore a gentle smile as he spoke softly. With that, he discreetly left to attend to other matters, leaving space for the two females. He brought a small round stone table and placed it before her, perfectly matching the height of her rocking chair. Before leaving, he lightly tapped the stone table with his fingertips and said, I made this. Su Shengsheng replied, all right, I understand. Ma placed the clean fruits on the stone table, advising, "Enjoy yourselves. I will go plant the Baizhang flowers in the back. Call me if you need anything." Shengsheng nodded obediently. After gently touching her little face, Ma's expression softened further, a faint smile gracing his lips before he departed. "Shengsheng, call me if you need anything. I will also go plant the Baizhang flowers in the back." "Got it." Baizhu, standing at the door of the stone house, greeted her, and after receiving her response, he left as well. Shengsheng withdrew her smiling gaze and turned to Jiayu, inviting, "Please take a seat." Jiayu was still pondering the annoying male who had entered first and the somewhat aloof male who followed. They must be twins, nearly causing her to mistake them. Nevertheless, she found it quite thrilling and enjoyed it. In anticipation of the upcoming bonfire feast, she intended to see if there would be two high-quality males like them to take as partners. The beautiful little female's soft voice snapped Jiayu back to reality, and she then focused her gaze on the rocking chair beside her. She had never seen such a thing. Would it be stable enough to sit on without falling? Seeing the little female already seated and playfully swinging her legs to make it rock more vigorously, appearing quite delighted, Jiayu unceremoniously sat down as well. "What is this called? I want you to make one for me." Initially a bit unaccustomed, Jiayu soon relaxed comfortably, lounging in it and squinting her fox-like eyes as she asked, "Is it pleasant?" The visual feast of the beautiful figure reclining was captivating. Hearing the alluring voice of the beauty, Shengsheng snapped back to reality and smiled. "This is a rocking chair. How do you find it? Comfortable?" Comfortable, that single utterance left Shengsheng feeling somewhat dazed. Her voice was far too enchanting. She couldn't help but blush. Had she encountered such a lady in her own world, she would undoubtedly pamper her, effortlessly lounging around without a care, her fox-like eyes narrowing in delight, leaving Shengsheng utterly enchanted. Shengsheng adored all things beautiful, whether animated or still. "Your little face is truly lovely. If I were a male, I would shamelessly pursue you." Clearly, Jiayu shared the same sentiment, gazing at the little female who was comfortably nestled there, her tender white feet swaying with the rocking chair. Jiayu felt an overwhelming fondness for her. Especially when the little female glanced at her, blushing even more, she became all the more endearing. "No, there is no need to pursue. She can manage." Were it a male saying this, Shengsheng might have hesitated, but hearing it from such a beautiful female, she felt it would be ungracious not to respond to her lovely face. "Really?" To her surprise, the little female answered so decisively, causing Jiayu to feel a surge of excitement as she stopped the rocking chair beneath her feet and leaned closer to her. Of course, Shengsheng smiled at her. Knowing she couldn't truly transform into a male, she was merely delighted by the conversation. "Do you like my face?" Reflecting on how the little female looked at her with the same admiration, Jiayu inquired further. Jiayu is very beautiful." This was not a difficult question to answer, and Shengsheng candidly praised her. "If you like my face, then that can be arranged." Jiayu suddenly felt a thought bubbling up from within her and extended an invitation. "How about joining me in the West Continent Beast King City during the next Grand Summer Festival?" West Continent. Shengsheng tilted her head in confusion, unsure why Jiayu mentioned it. "Did you originally reside in the West Continent, or are you simply inviting me to enjoy a trip together?" "Yes. I came out to play with the Awakening Ceremony group not long ago, hoping to find a few partners here," Jiayu explained. She preferred male beast men with fur. While there were some in the West Continent, they were far fewer than in the East Continent. "What is the West Continent like?" Shengsheng asked curiously, as she was quite eager to see it if circumstances allowed. Having never had the opportunity to travel in her own world, she was determined to fulfill that desire in this one. "The West Continent has the sea, and the trees grow differently from here. The cold season is not as harsh, but the hot season can be even hotter." Jiayu struggled to describe it, as she hadn't spent long in the East Continent either, focusing solely on finding partners, and could only compare it to what she knew. "The sea, huh? So the East Continent doesn't have any seas?" Shengsheng had visited the seaside before, yet she found herself unable to partake in any of the aquatic activities, merely contenting herself with wading in the water and leaving behind a couple of footprints, which left her feeling somewhat regretful. Contemplating this, a wistful longing flickered in her gaze. She genuinely wished to revisit the shore, despite the absence of activities. Now that her health had improved, her mindset was undoubtedly different. What do you think? Interested? If you wish to see the Western continent for yourself, why not go and find out? Noticing her curiosity, Jiao Yu leaned closer, squinting her eyes with a smile that carried an encouraging tone. If Su Shengsheng were not to go, her aspirations would likely remain unfulfilled. Let us discuss it later. There is still ample time. Su Shengsheng shook her head, not wishing to agree immediately. She needed to consult with Mo and the others before making a decision. Moreover, a considerable amount of time remained before any plans could materialize. The warm season was just reaching its latter stages, followed by the hot season, rainy season, and cold season. The grand festival in Beast King City would commence only in the mid-warm season. Very well. Jiao Yu nodded in understanding, not pressing her to make an immediate decision. She reached into a bamboo basket on the stone table and handed Su Shengsheng a fruit. I brought this from the Western continent. Give it a try. Thank you. Su Shengsheng accepted it, slightly taken aback, her eyes sparkling as she expressed her gratitude. Not only was Jiao Yu beautiful, but her generous personality was also endearing. She cherished such a friendship. No need for formality. I was hoping to become friends with you. Eat up. I have plenty more. With that, she casually took a fruit for herself, reclining back in her chair, enjoying the moment as she savored the fruit. How delightful. This little female truly knew how to relish life. Reflecting on the grass mat they had previously sat on, Jiao Yu couldn't help but feel disdain. No, I must insist that my partner creates something better for her upon our return. You can enjoy my fruits freely. Su Shengsheng pushed the plate of fruits closer to Jiao Yu, signaling her to share. Friends should learn to share. She was not a stingy person. Holding the fruit Jiao Yu had given her, Su Shengsheng mimicked her posture, leaning back in a rocking chair and taking a small bite. The moment she bit into it, she was taken aback by the familiar taste. She glanced at the fruit in her hand. It was yellow, with one end pointed and the other round and plump, exuding a sweet and rich fragrance. Is this a mango? Indeed, it is a mango. The appearance matched, and the taste confirmed it. Su Shengsheng was overjoyed, finally encountering something familiar to her. Was it mere coincidence? As this thought crossed her mind, she couldn't help but eagerly look at the relaxed Jiao Yu across from her. What is this fruit called? It's called migua. Delicious. Isn't it? I absolutely adore it. Well, the name is as fitting as ever. Upon hearing this response, Su Shengsheng felt a slight disappointment, though she couldn't quite place it. Does Jiao Yu have other fruits from the Western continent? Jiao Yu, who had been contemplating how to fulfill her own desires, perked up at Su Shengsheng's interest in the fruits from the Western continent. Yes, wait here, I'll have Xing fetch them. Without allowing her a chance to refuse, she called out to the Black Panther stationed at the stone house's entrance. Xing, bring over all the fruits I brought back from the Western continent. Jiao Yu had her own intentions. If the little female truly enjoyed the fruits she had brought, surely she would willingly accompany her to the Western continent, and her aspirations would soon be realized. It was only a matter of time. No, that is too much trouble. Taken aback by Jiao Yu's enthusiasm, Su Shengsheng quickly waved her hands in protest. Not all. Jiao Yu dismissed her concerns, and noticing her genuine discomfort, she glanced at the plate of fruits on the table, spotting several she had never seen before. How about you grab a few of those fruits for me? I haven't tried them. All right. The Black Panther had already obediently departed to retrieve them. Su Shengsheng, unable to refuse, yielded, pushing the plate toward Jiao Yu, saying, You try some first. Whichever ones you like, I'll have my partner pack some for you to take home. Sounds good. Jiao Yu nodded without reservation. Chapter 57. A desire to visit the Western continent. The two of them swayed in their rocking chairs, enjoying the fruits and leisurely chatting throughout the afternoon, until Jiao Yu finally stood up to leave before dinner. Why not stay for dinner before heading back? Su Shengsheng, still wanting more time, invited Jiao Yu to share a meal, having enjoyed the many entertaining stories she had shared about Beast King City on the Western continent. No, I'll come back to play tomorrow. With that, Jiao Yu, carrying the fruits she had prepared, left with the Black Panther. Her male companions were likely waiting at home for her to return for dinner. She thought about having a meal early so she could sleep early, as she was eager to play with some fluffy little cubs. After seeing Jiao Yu off, Su Shengsheng joyfully held the various fruits from the western continent that Xing had brought: large mangosteens, oversized loquats, and an unfamiliar fruit. Although Jiao Yu had referred to them differently, many of them were indeed fruits she recognized. Ah, I want to visit the western continent. You enjoy these fruits? A few males entered the room and found her standing by the small stone table, lost in thought while holding the fruits, her face radiating evident delight. Mo approached her, took the mangosteen from her hand, gently squeezed it to open, and fed her the tender white flesh while inquiring with a cool voice. Su Shengsheng snapped back to reality, savoring the fruit he offered, which boasted a smooth texture with a sweet yet slightly tangy flavor. Her gaze brightened with surprise as she looked at Mo, her voice lifting in a sweet tone that revealed her changing emotions. I know this fruit. She pointed out several fruits, her eyes gleaming with excitement as she introduced them to the males in the room. This one, and this one. I recognize them all. Although her words were somewhat incoherent, the four males easily grasped the meaning she intended to convey. Next warm season, I'll take you to the western continent. Knight was always spontaneous in his actions, without excessive reservations. Understanding her intent, he readily agreed. So you want to visit the western continent? What is there to hesitate about? Mo, prioritizing her wishes, would ensure her happiness. If she desired to go, he would not oppose it. He would make arrangements to minimize any dangers. Really? Su Shengsheng was taken aback that they understood her thoughts and agreed so readily. Her eyes sparkled with joy as she looked at them. Mo, you're wonderful. Playfully, she leaped into Mo's embrace, her fluffy little head nudging against his chest as she sweetly spoke words that warmed his heart. Knight raised an eyebrow, feeling slightly miffed that he hadn't been the one to make the promise first. He let out a soft huff, reminding Mo of the ungrateful little female nestled in his arms. Su Shengsheng, of course, could not ignore Knight's imposing presence. Otherwise, she wouldn't know how much her waist would endure. Hearing his movement, she looked up at him with a smile, stepping out of Mo's embrace and darting a few steps toward Knight before leaping into his arms. Knight reacted swiftly, catching her petite figure, one hand beneath her small bottom and the other gripping her slender, delicate leg. His hand tightened nervously on her leg as he chuckled. Aren't you afraid I won't catch you? Not at all. Su Shengsheng smiled brightly, shaking her head in sweet agreement. How could you not catch me? Besides, even if you can't, ISNTMO right there, and there's Jean Ling and Baizhu too. I don't believe they would let me fall. Even if she did fall, it wouldn't matter. She wasn't afraid of pain, for she could heal herself. She wasn't proud. At most, she would cry a little and throw a minor tantrum at them. All right, I never thought Knight wouldn't catch you. I'm actually quite afraid of pain. Her resolute answer stirred a delightful flutter within Ye's heart, causing him to forget his earlier emotions. Noticing her slight tension from his words, he leaned in and gently nipped her lip, reassuring her. How could I not catch you? Even if I fail, I would lie down to cushion your fall. You won't be hurt, I promise. As a Qixing beastman of wind attribute, it would be utterly ludicrous to let his partner fall. Watching the two cunning wolf beasts in their home receive her affection, Baizhu felt a pang of envy. He regretted being a moment too slow. Was it too late to ask for a hug or a kiss? With the two highest-ranking wolves in the house consenting, Jean Ling had little to say, yet watching them made him feel quite disheartened. Thus, he broke the silence. What does Shengsheng want for dinner? The stove is ready, and the utensils are all set. Since the other three males at home have yet to taste your cooking, I propose I make dinner, so you all can sample my culinary skills. Seeing her enthusiasm, the four males offered no objections. Mo was aware of her culinary talents and recalled the fortunate occasion when he had tasted her cooking, a smile gracing his features. Had he known she would become his partner, he would have taken her into his den at their first meeting, caring for her meticulously, thus preventing her from fainting from the heat. In some ways, Yi indulged her even more than Mo. Even if she burned the stove, he would remain silent. Jean Ling contemplated how she would say she would cook, deeming it a meal made by the little female. Baizhu's thoughts were far simpler. He figured that even if it tasted awful, he could swallow it without blinking. After all, which female would cook for her male? His female would. Thus, despite their differing thoughts, the four beastmen unanimously agreed. What does Shengsheng need? I will prepare it, Bai Zhu responded with great enthusiasm, delighted that his little female would be cooking for them. What prey shall I catch? I will bring it back. Yi chimed in, ready to hunt, aiming to catch several animals for her enjoyment. Let's go for the fang-toothed beast, Su Shengsheng suggested. The fang-toothed beast, referred to by beastmen as the stinky fang-toothed beast, has tender meat when young. The males at home had hunted it before, and Su Shengsheng had seen it. It resembled a mutant version of a wild boar. With the crispy fruits left from Jinling's soup, she envisioned making crispy fruit stir-fried with meat, opting for the most common and fragrant pork. All right, wait for me. It will be ready soon, Yi replied before departing the stone house, transforming into his beast form and vanishing within moments. Jinling had already made it to the kitchen, boiling water and cleaning the stone stove. I will fetch the water, Bai Zhu said, diligently carrying out a large stone jar, one still full while the other had been nearly emptied by Jinling's earlier use. Chapter 58 Steamed Eggs. What are we preparing? Observing her spirited demeanor, Mo's cold eyes softened with a smile as he fed her the final piece of fruit flesh, asking, "Would you like more?" Su Shengsheng shook her head, indicating her disinterest, and confidently replied, "Crispy fruit stir-fried with sliced meat." This crispy fruit had a flavor reminiscent of a radish, and since it could be stewed with meat, it surely could be stir-fried as well. Remembering something, she peeked into the kitchen and called out to Jinling, "Jinling, do we still have crispy fruit at home?" She was certain there should be some left. After cleaning the pot and stove, Jinling dried his hands with a small beast skin and, upon hearing her question, turned to her with a gentle smile, saying, "Yes. How many do you need, Shengsheng? I will fetch them." Su Shengsheng lacked a clear concept. As the appetites of the beastmen were like bottomless pits, she didn't know how much they could consume. If she aimed to fill their bellies, she would have to stir-fry until she could no longer stand. Not wanting to overexert herself, she decided to let them sample the flavor. Thinking this through, she said, "Then 5 will do, 1 for each of you." "All right, I will get them." Jinling nodded and walked to the storage room across the way, selecting 5 large and round crispy fruits. Instead of handing them to her, he softly said, "Just tell me how you want it prepared, and I will handle it." The skin of the crispy fruit was thick and tough. Su Shengsheng had tried to peel it before and found it difficult, so she did not insist. With a bright smile, she looked at Jinling and said, "Then I will trouble you to peel and slice them." She gazed up at him, her face radiating joy, causing Jinling's smile to deepen, appearing even more tender. Unable to free his hands, he leaned closer, their faces drawing nearer until their noses brushed, breaths intertwining. Watching her long eyelashes flutter, her cheeks blush without any hint of retreat, Jinling felt his heart melt. Gently nudging her delicate nose, his voice softened with affection. "You can have it any way you like. I do not find it troublesome." Su Shengsheng felt a delightful tingling in her nose that seeped into her heart. Though it wasn't a love confession, it was far sweeter than one. "Jinling," she called softly, captivated by his tenderness, as gentle as a spring breeze caressing her face. This sweet address made Jinling's heart skip a beat. His pupils constricted, and the once gentle light in his eyes turned deep and intense. However, this fleeting change was concealed from her, and he casually brushed his lips against hers before retreating, saying, "I will go slice the crispy fruit. Just tell me what you need later, and I will handle the rest." "Isn't that unfair? We agreed I would cook," she protested, wondering how it could count as her cooking if she left everything to Jinling. But he did not give her a chance to refuse. Taking the crispy fruit into the kitchen. Behind the Beast King city lay a substantial river. For a male beastman, a round trip would not take long. Before long, Bai Zhu returned, carrying a full jar of water. "Shengsheng, I'm back. Is there anything else you need me to do?" He placed the stone jar back in the kitchen and stepped forward to approach her. "Nothing else." Su Shengsheng shook her head, genuinely unable to think of anything else to do. Glancing at Jinling, who was busy in the kitchen, she realized he did not need assistance. Stepping outside the stone house, she found Mo was not around. He had left while she was looking for Jinling, and she had no idea what he was doing. With nothing pressing to do, Su Shengsheng returned to the stone house and sat in the rocking chair, this time in the double rocking chair made by Jinling, which was quite heavy and difficult for her to move. "Bai Zhu, come sit," she called out to him, her eyes lighting up as she patted the empty space beside her. "Coming," Baiju replied, happy to be summoned by his partner. As he sat beside her with the fruit he had peeled, not considering the weight, the moment Baiju sat down, the rocking chair tilted sharply towards him, causing Su Shengsheng to tumble into his embrace unprepared. Baiju chuckled. His partner had willingly thrown herself into his arms, and he pulled her closer without hesitation. Understanding she wanted to play, Baiju folded his long legs and sat cross-legged, leaning back as the rocking chair began to sway. As it rocked, Su Shengsheng nestled snugly against him. "All right, this works too. But next time, I will sit in my own little rocking chair," she thought to herself. As Baiju held her, he too began to appreciate the charm of the rocking chair, realizing why the little female could play in it all afternoon. Just then, a series of loud thuds interrupted their moment, drawing Su Shengsheng's curiosity. She glanced outside to see Yi returning, a pile of prey scattered around him. Roughly estimating, there were more than a dozen. Did he inadvertently disturb the lair of the Fong beast? Yi, having left his prey, entered the stone dwelling, cradling a simple grass basket woven from straw, and approached her, offering it with a gentle gesture. "Would you care for a treat?" Su Shengsheng's gaze fell upon the small basket, revealing 10 eggs, each the size of a palm, adorned with brown specks. Her eyes sparkled with delight. Bird eggs. Ever since he learned of her fondness for fish and shrimp, he had made it a point to return with little surprises, each time bringing both astonishment and joy. Clearly, these bird eggs were among the delightful offerings, and she felt a surge of happiness at his efforts. With a playful glint in her eyes, she inquired, "Have you ever had steamed eggs? I could prepare some for you." Rising, she accepted the basket from his hands and waved them off. "You may continue with your tasks." She then made her way to the kitchen, where Jinling had already prepared some crunchy fruits and was drying his hands. Upon seeing her enter with her findings, he quickly approached to take the basket from her. "What are you planning to make? Allow me to assist." Jinling watched her with a warm gaze. But Su Shengsheng insisted, "This is quite simple. I promise to let you all taste my culinary skills. I cannot simply leave it to you." She playfully tugged at his outstretched hand, her eyes sparkling with mischief. "No, let me do it." Relenting, he gently captured her small hand, placing the basket on the stove beside them. "What does Shengsheng require? How about I assist you?" "That sounds wonderful." Su Shengsheng shook his hand lightly, realizing she couldn't handle the minced meat, and thus accepted his help with a bright smile. Chapter 59. The purpose of Baizhang Hua. The household provisions were prepared, each person having their share. Although the males were often away during meal times, they had considered her presence, ensuring tableware was ready. Su Shengsheng retrieved 5 stone bowls, distributing the bird eggs evenly, cracking 2 into each bowl. She then whisked them with chopsticks, adding an appropriate amount of water and a pinch of salt, continuing to mix until thoroughly combined before placing them in the steamer. Jinling had already filled the pot with water and stoked the fire, assisting her in placing the bowls inside. "Is this sufficient?" "Yes, it should be fine once it boils," Su Shengsheng replied, though uncertainty crept in. She was familiar with the steps, but had never used this stove before. Perhaps Jinling could oversee the process? Unsure of the steaming time, she hesitated, leaving the dilemma to Jinling. "Very well," he replied, his tone affectionate, alleviating her concerns. "I'm back." Baiju's vibrant voice echoed from outside the stone dwelling. Upon entering, he noticed the absence of the familiar little figure and turned his gaze towards the kitchen, locking eyes with her. A smile brightened his face as he approached. "Do you think this is enough?" He lifted a large, clean piece of meat for her to see, its vibrant red and white hues momentarily obstructing her view. This should suffice. Although it was a substantial amount, it was hardly enough for a male. Yet to declare it insufficient would mean there would be no more room in the pot. "Could you help me slice it into pieces?" The hefty chunk was beyond her capability to lift, let alone cut, but with Jinling tending to the fire, she could only blink at Baiju, seeking his assistance. Of course, who could resist such a pleading gaze? Baiju, unable to deny her, readily agreed, eager to help his partner. With he absent, she pondered about the pile of game he had brought back, curious about how it was being handled. "Have you finished your tasks?" Baiju placed the meat on the designated cutting area of the stove, wielding an ice knife formed from beast energy with deft precision, slicing the meat into manageable portions. All done, he replied, continuing his work. I can't fathom why Yi went after so many foul-fonged beasts. The stench is overwhelming. Thankfully, their hides are unusable. And where is Yi? She wondered, as he usually lingered nearby, and today was an exception. He and Mo are at the back of the stone dwelling, Baizhu explained. I was originally meant to assist him, but you needed me here. Curiosity piqued. Su Shengsheng recalled her earlier playtime with Jiao Yu, where Mo had mentioned planting Baizhonghua behind the stone dwelling. What was the purpose of Baizhonghua? Why plant it there? She had initially presumed Mo intended to beautify the dwelling with greenery, but now it seemed there was more to it. After all, why would anyone adorn an unseen area? I'll go take a look. Intrigued, she bid farewell to the two males in the kitchen and ventured outside towards the rear of the stone dwelling. The stone dwelling was expansive, and it took her some time to navigate around it. As she rounded the corner, a vibrant patch of Baizhonghua came into view, flourishing in full bloom, the air fragrant with their delicate scent. The setting sun painted the sky with hues of red and white, the twilight and blossoms creating a breathtaking tableau that calmed her spirit. In the midst of the flowers stood a small stone structure under construction, perhaps sensing her presence. Mo and Yi, busy nearby, looked up in her direction. Mo? Ye. Upon seeing them, Su Shengsheng beamed, waving her hand as she made her way through the blossoms towards them. The Baizhonghua were not tall, reaching only to her cheek, their soft yet resilient leaves brushing against her as she moved, swaying before returning to their positions. Not far from the small stone structure, Su Shengsheng soon approached them, peering curiously into the unfinished building. What are you two working on? Come and see, Mo beckoned, taking her hand and guiding her inside. The small stone structure was modest, approximately 10 square meters, with small windows near the ceiling on 3 walls and a door at the front, allowing light to stream in, making it far from gloomy. The floor was laid with stone tiles, and the interior was sparse, containing only a simple wooden toilet. Su Shengsheng was taken aback, realizing they were constructing a restroom for her. Looking at the rudimentary wooden toilet, her eyes welled with warmth, emotions surging within her. Did you make this? She had merely mentioned feeling embarrassed the first time she had to use the outdoors, and yet Mo had remembered. It's not perfect, I hope you don't mind, he replied, squeezing her small hand, a hint of remorse flickering in his eyes. He had done his best, based on her description. With the automatic flushing and other features she had mentioned, he could not replicate them, leaving her to make do. No, this is already wonderful. Tears brimmed in her eyes, spilling over as she embraced him tightly, overwhelmed with gratitude. The thought of a restroom amidst the flowers. Was this not a means of convenience imbued with a sense of artistry? Too much, indeed too much. Do not cry. Did you not say you wouldn't mind? Feeling the dampness against his chest, Mo tenderly embraced her back, gently rubbing his chin against the crown of her head while offering words of comfort. Observing the two entwined, his heart ached with a tinge of bitterness. She plucked a flower and tossed it into the toilet before turning away from the stone house. For the first time, she reflected on herself, questioning whether she ought to be more patient and less rigid. Casting a detached glance at Ye's departing figure, Mo withdrew his gaze, redirecting his attention to the partner in his arms. In that fleeting moment of lowering his gaze, the ice in his eyes melted, overwhelmed by affection. He kissed her at the corner of her lips, saying, "Let us go. It is time for dinner." Mo, Su Shengsheng ziplit, her still reddened eyes curving into a smile as she clung to his neck, her voice soft and sweet. Scanning the surroundings and finding no sign of Yi, she inquired, "Where is Yi? Has he gone back?" Mo responded coldly, carrying her out of the flower patch and towards the entrance of the stone house. Chapter 60. Is it fun? Sizzling, Jean Ling wiped the scorching stone pot with fatty meat, extracting a small amount of hot oil, then tossed in a few fragrant leaves to eliminate the odor, pouring in slices of meat and stir-frying until they were nearly cooked through, adding salt and mixing evenly. He then introduced crispy fruit slices for further frying, finishing with a squeeze of sour fruit juice for seasoning, and plating it up. A dish of crispy fruit stir-fried meat was ready. Of course, all these actions were executed by Jean Ling, Su Shengsheng had tried before, but found herself unable to stir it with a wooden spatula, regrettably giving up. The steamed eggs were already prepared and drizzled with minced meat. Now, placed on the table, Jinling served a plate of crispy fruit stir-fried meat before her. Shengsheng, give it a try. I have not done this before, so I wonder if it will be to your liking. Su Shengsheng felt a bit anxious, as Jinling had made it according to her description. In the beast world, there were few seasonings, and she could only apply all that Jinling had used, unable to envision what the dish would taste like. Picking up her chopsticks, she sampled a piece of crispy fruit, its crunchy sweetness mingling with the savory aroma of meat and a hint of perfectly balanced acidity. Her eyes sparkled. This was delicious. Jinling, try it, she exclaimed, offering a piece of meat to his lips. Under her expectant gaze, Jinling smiled. Consuming the piece, she fed him and softly affirming, it is tasty. Whether he truly tasted it or not was inconsequential. Let us take it outside to eat. Su Shengsheng felt relatively satisfied. Although she did not make it herself, the method and ingredients were according to her guidance, so it could be said that she contributed half of the culinary skill. This could be considered a form of technical investment. All right, Jinling replied, carrying the plate of crispy fruit stir-fried meat as he followed her out of the kitchen, placing it on the long table outside. Dinner time, Su Shengsheng called out to several males busily assembling shelves in the storage room. Coming. Bai Zhu responded cheerfully, emerging from the storage room and approaching her. Upon seeing the food laid out on the stone table, he praised, the meal Shengsheng made smells wonderful. It must be delicious. Regardless of the actual taste, it was delicious, for it was prepared by the little female. Noticing Bai Zhu's somewhat exaggerated expression, Su Shengsheng could not help but chuckle. Teasing him, you haven't even tasted it yet. How do you know it's good? In response, Bai Zhu, who had reached the stone table, immediately picked up a serving of steamed eggs and, to show his appreciation, took a generous spoonful into his mouth. After finishing, he beamed at her, saying, what Shengsheng makes is indeed delicious. Not bad, quite tasty, he added after having a bite, then earnestly evaluated it. Montak est short. A hint of amusement in his cool gaze as he recalled the first time they met. Yes, Jinling smiled gently at her, echoing the sentiment. Su Shengsheng couldn't help but laugh. Had she not been eating herself, she might have almost believed their words. Thus, the warm dinner commenced and concluded in a cozy atmosphere. The gentle wind of the late warm season was quite pleasant as Su Shengsheng sat outside the stone house, swaying a rocking chair while gazing at the starry sky above. Bai Zhu was inside preparing her bathwater, while the black wolves lounged beside her, occasionally wagging their tails to rock the chair, and Jinling sat quietly opposite her, keeping her company. This way of living was rather pleasant. There was no need to linger on thoughts of family, for she would eventually part from them, so she might as well consider it an early farewell. The evening breeze caressed her cheeks softly as Su Shengsheng closed her eyes, allowing her thoughts to drift aimlessly. Shengsheng, the water is ready. You can take a bath now. Bai Zhu, having mixed the bathwater and brought the tub to her room on the second floor, called out to her. Without waiting for her response, he stepped out of the stone house and carried her from the rocking chair into the house. The three beastmen beside them raised their eyelids slightly in their direction, then closed their eyes again, remaining still. Su Shengsheng, who had been feeling drowsy, suddenly became alert upon seeing his eager demeanor, feeling her waist and legs ache. I haven't had enough fun yet, she pouted, seeking an excuse to prolong her time. Unfortunately, Bai Zhu never fell for such tricks. He continued his pace without hesitation. His gaze flickered momentarily at the double rocking chair they had sat on earlier in the afternoon. We'll take it upstairs to play later. All right, she agreed, completely oblivious to his carefulness, only wishing to delay and avoid further exertion. They were all far too energetic. Back in the room, Su Shengsheng stepped into the space shielded by animal skins. The bathwater emitted warmth, and she dipped her hand in to test the temperature, which was just right for soaking. Beside her lay a small, cleansing herb, and as she shed her animal skin clothes and stepped into the warm water, it enveloped her chest, prompting a sigh of comfort. Indeed, bathing at home felt quite different from in the wild. It was far more relaxing. After thoroughly cleansing her hair and body, Su Shengsheng used up 2 small, cleansing herbs before ceasing her efforts, contemplating indulging in the water a bit longer when Bai Zhu's voice called from outside. Shengsheng, don't soak too long. The water will cool. Always attentive to her movements, Bai Zhu reminded her, knowing she would likely linger until the water was cold. I know. Su Shengsheng replied reluctantly, stepping out of the tub and wrapping herself in the soft hide nearby, pushing aside the animal skin to exit. Bai Zhu, seated on the stone bed, gazed at her intently, proposing, you promised to let me play for a while. Fine, I'll fetch it for Shengsheng, he readily agreed, rising to carry her bathtub out of the room. Su Shengsheng waited on the stone bed for only a brief moment before Bai Zhu returned, holding a rocking chair in his hands. She was momentarily stunned upon seeing the double rocking chair. A rocking chair? Placing it on the ground, Bai Zhu excitedly took a seat, patting his lap and beckoning, Shengsheng, come, let us play together. No, I suddenly don't want to play anymore. Let us rest early. Su Shengsheng instinctively shrank back towards the bed, her head shaking vigorously. She dared not contemplate whether his idea of playing was innocent. Regardless, she was too apprehensive to try. Very well, Bai Zhu said, a hint of regret in his tone as he walked towards her. Then let us mate. His face bore a sunny and harmless smile, but his words made Su Shengsheng feel a pang in her waist. This time, he did not grant her an opportunity to refuse. Chapter 61. Jiao Yu comes to visit the next day. Su Shengsheng awoke from her slumber, her gaze inadvertently landing on the rocking chair in the room. As if scalded, she quickly averted her eyes. Shengsheng, are you awake? It's time for breakfast. Bai Zhu's voice echoed from the doorway, drawing closer. As he entered the room, he caught sight of the little female's flinching gaze fixated on the rocking chair, his expression deepening as his smile brightened even more. Shengsheng, may I take this rocking chair in my room? Take it, she replied. Struggling with how to deal with the rocking chair, Su Shengsheng readily agreed to Bai Zhu's suggestion without a moment's hesitation. She then warned him, however, that it must not be brought back into her room. She feared that if they did not set clear boundaries, Bai Zhu might play the same trick again, which would be unbearable for her. It was simply too humiliating. If it happened again, would she still have any dignity left? Bai Zhu, sensing her resolve, gazed at her with hope for her affection, but upon realizing his efforts were in vain, he sighed and decided it was best to leave it in Shengsheng's room after all. Su Shengsheng, take it away and leave, she commanded, giving him a delicate glare that lacked any real intimidation, only causing Bai Zhu to suppress a smile and resist the urge to lean in and kiss her adorably puffed cheeks. Ultimately, he refrained, managing to stifle his laughter as he carried the rocking chair out of the room. Su Shengsheng, feeling a bit flustered, patted her warm cheeks and donned the fur coat that lay atop her bed before stepping outside. The alluring red fur skirt she wore not only concealed her innocence, but also accentuated her charm, particularly her enchanting peach blossom eyes that seemed to hold a hint of affection for anyone they met, stirring anticipation for the stories that might unfold between them. As she descended the stone steps, several males who already appreciated her beauty were momentarily taken aback. At the entrance of the stone house stood a simple wash basin on a rack, with a stone basin atop it. Seeing her approach, he had prepared water for her to wash her face. Mo walked over to tidy her long hair, effortlessly gathering it into a simple updo, and softly murmured praises in her ear. You look wonderful. Su Shengsheng smiled, her eyes curving in delight. Receiving compliments from someone she admired brought her joy, and being a girl who was just beginning to explore romance, she was no exception, even if she was entangled with 4 partners. After washing her face, Su Shengsheng reached for the fur cloth when a gentle hand appeared, lifting her chin as it delicately wiped her clean. Yi returned the used fur to the rack and, cradling her face, planted a tender kiss on her lips, declaring, so beautiful. With such beauty, tonight belongs to me. Upon hearing this, Su Shengsheng felt her previously suppressed smile return. Ah, had they secretly indulged in honey without her today? How sweet their words were. Shengsheng, it's time for dinner, Jinling called out as he entered the kitchen, carrying a bowl of steamed eggs and a plate of fried meat, placing them on the stone table while beckoning her to join him. As she approached, he pulled out a high stool that he had assembled that morning, waiting for her to sit. Su Shengsheng was drawn to the chair in his hands and, astonished, looked up at Jean Ling, asking, "Is it all assembled?" "Not yet. Just this one is ready for you," he replied, unwilling to let her stand at the long table like the previous night, fearing she might tire. Being a male himself, he understood the lack of gentleness often displayed during mating. Thus, he had chosen suitable wood and assembled a chair according to her description for use. The remaining pieces, likely left to dry under the midday sun, would be ready later in the afternoon. Suddenly, Su Shengsheng comprehended his thoughtful intentions, her cheeks flushing as she shyly turned away. Feeling embarrassed yet grateful for his kindness, she was still adjusting to the situation. Once seated, she accepted the small wooden spoon he offered and began to eat. Observing her bashful demeanor, Jean Ling's eyes sparkled with amusement. Despite the time that had passed, she still possessed that endearing innocence that made one want to tease her further. As he wore a gentle smile on his face, he softly praised, "Shengsheng looks lovely today." The shyness that had begun to dissipate returned to Su Shengsheng's face, her lips curving upwards once more as she glanced at him, her eyes shining with delight. Baiju. Having washed and hung the clothes Su Shengsheng had changed out of the previous day, walked in exclaiming, "Wow, Shengsheng looks stunning today." This made her even happier. Su Shengsheng swallowed her food and turned her amused gaze towards him, teasingly asking, "Wasn't I pretty yesterday?" Baiju, ever the candid one, replied, "You were lovely, especially in the evening." That timid demeanor was utterly captivating. Just thinking about it thrilled him, and he nearly wished to sweep her away for a repeat performance. Su Shengsheng's smile froze on her face as she cast a glance at the three males nearby, who had shifted their gazes, feeling a wave of regret wash over her. She never anticipated Baiju would be so boldly honest and teasing. Fortunately, the awkward atmosphere was interrupted by commotion outside the stone house. As the voice of Jiao Yu reached her ears, she turned to see the girl approaching. Jiao Yu casually glanced at the small rocking chair in the stone house, her fox-like eyes narrowing in delight as she commented, "This is quite nice. Yesterday, Xing made a larger one, and it was simply divine, opening up a whole new world for me." She had come to see what other curiosities the little female had at home, preparing for the day when she could care for her fluffy offspring. Su Shengsheng felt her cheeks heat up at Jiao Yu's words, particularly when she caught the glimmering gaze of Baiju at the entrance. Seeking to divert the conversation, she asked, "Have you had breakfast yet?" "Not yet. I brought some fruit. Today, the Beast King City is organizing an outing for the underage females, and I wanted to see if you wanted to join," Jiao Yu replied. Such outings were organized every few days for those underage females, who often lack partners and face dangers when venturing out alone. To prevent them from feeling cooped up in the Beast King City, these excursions were arranged for their enjoyment. In essence, it was a chance to have fun while a team of guards ensure their safety. Some adult females, accompanied by their partners, would also join, with their motives being both safety and the pursuit of companionship. "What are you eating?" Jiao Yu inquired, peering with curiosity at the unfamiliar food in front of Su Shengsheng. Catching a whiff of the delightful aroma of eggs, she hesitantly looked at the bowl again, asking, "Bird eggs?" "Steamed eggs. Would you like to try some?" Su Shengsheng offered, glancing at the nearly empty bowl, her hand hesitating over whether to share. "No, let my partner learn from your male how to make it and bring it home for me," Jiao Yu declined, reasoning that a few bird eggs were not worth stealing from the little female. "All right, let your partner learn from Jean Ling then," Su Shengsheng smiled, finishing the last bite and wiping her mouth with the small fur cloth. Sliding down from her chair, she declared, "I'm done eating. Let's go." Jiao Yu had brought two partners today, one being the Black Panther beastman Xing, whom Su Shengsheng had met the day before, and the other a striking silver fox named Inze. Su Shengsheng couldn't help but steal a few extra glances at the stunning creature. "How do you like him? Isn't he handsome?" Jiao Yu asked, noticing Su Shengsheng's admiration for her partner. She affectionately petted the silver fox's ears, seeking affirmation. "Your taste is indeed superb," Su Shengsheng replied earnestly, nodding slightly in agreement. The silver fox exuded a certain elegance, and she wondered if he looked as good in human form as he did in beast form. The black wolf beneath her stirred slightly with jealousy as he sensed her admiration, his tail brushing against her waist. Su Shengsheng blinked in surprise. wondering how Yi had caught that subtle movement. Did wolves have eyes on the back of their heads? Jiao Yu, oblivious to the silent exchange between the two, laughed and continued chatting merrily with Su Shengsheng. As Su Shengsheng approached the inner city gate, she noticed groups of female creatures accompanied by their partners, gathering outside the Beast King city. The somewhat disorganized procession set off towards the nearby mountain forest. A closer inspection revealed that the number of females was merely around 20, while the males outnumbered them fourfold, most of whom were their companions or admirers. Among them, only a handful of juvenile females could be seen. The majority were those who had recently reached maturity. Within the forest, there lay a spacious meadow adorned with unknown wildflowers, where a crystal-clear stream flowed nearby, and several fruit-laden trees stood not far off. It was indeed a delightful place to unwind. Su Shengsheng casually selected a spot downstream to sit, dipping her hand into the clear waters to gauge its temperature before confidently submerging her feet. A warm breeze wafted by, carrying the refreshing scent of grass and a hint of floral fragrance, soothing her senses. She squinted at the rising sun, reclining comfortably against the black wolf. The great white bear scampered off to gather a few fresh fruits and returned to place them beside her, then lazily settled down next to her. Jiao Yu was initially preoccupied with assessing potential partners, but turned around to find the petite female missing. After a brief search, she discovered Su Shengsheng nestled at the outskirts. Hearing the commotion nearby, Su Shengsheng opened her eyes and turned to see Jiao Yu sitting beside her, mimicking her posture as she leaned against the silver fox. With a glint in her eyes, Su Shengsheng inquired, "Aren't you looking for a partner?" She recalled Jiao Yu's earlier mention of seeking a companion. "Aren't you?" Upon hearing this, Jiao Yu gazed at her with curiosity. The petite female had only 4 partners and still required 2 more. She noticed Su Shengsheng seemed indifferent to the matter. "I'm not looking. I prefer those who come willingly," Su Shengsheng replied half-jokingly, unable to suppress a laugh. Yet, she genuinely had no thoughts on the matter, as she was uncertain of her own desires and preferred to let things unfold naturally. After all, there were still 3 years until the next opening of the Beast God Mountain, so there was no rush. Jiao Yu, however, did not perceive the evasiveness in her words. Instead, she pondered, "Are you perhaps waiting for the bonfire feast before the rainy season?" The more she thought about it, the more she felt her assumption was correct. The petite female was undoubtedly beautiful, and there would surely be no shortage of suitors by then. "What bonfire feast?" Su Shengsheng asked, perplexed. "Is there a bonfire feast held before the rainy season in Beast King City?" Jiao Yu confirmed that she was not referring to the grand event of Beast King City. "You don't know?" Jiao Yu appeared equally baffled, as if the petite female had not considered this aspect. Seeing her shake her head, Jiao Yu felt compelled to explain. The competition among males was fierce. Only the most formidable beastmen could join the guard team. The rainy season coincided with the female's estrus period, and hosting a bonfire feast at that time was intended to encourage the birth of offspring with superior breeding potential. The stronger the male parent, the greater the potential of the offspring, reflecting a form of natural selection within the beast world. Listening to Jiao Yu's explanation, Su Shengsheng nodded. Upon hearing that the strongest males could choose their desired females, she couldn't help but ask, do the females not have the option to refuse? What if a powerful male, whom they do not favor, selects them? Must they accept? Why refuse? Jiao Yu had not considered this angle. Isn't it better to have a strong partner who can protect the female? What if they don't like him? Su Shengsheng's query seemed to arise from her different upbringing, as she had not been raised in the beast world. In this realm, regardless of their personalities, males typically took it upon themselves to care for their partners, while females often prioritize strength over personal preference. After all, once bonded, the males would treat their partners well, so it was natural to choose those who were both strong and kind. Should a female develop feelings for a lower-ranked male, she could always seek out several stronger males first. Why wouldn't they like him? Jiao Yu was perplexed. Which female would not appreciate a powerful male? The petite female's partners are all quite capable, especially those 2 identical wolf creatures. Moreover, what difference did it make? Wouldn't it be advantageous to have an additional strong partner? Su Shengsheng knitted her brows, feeling somewhat troubled as she struggled to articulate her concerns regarding personality and preferences. Her gaze drifted over to the silver fox behind Jiao Yu, and a light flickered in her eyes as she offered an example. For instance, what if you do not find his beast form appealing? Jiao Yu patted the large fox behind her, suddenly grasping Shengsheng's point. She herself had sought partners on the eastern continent because she was not fond of the hairless beast forms typical of the western continent. However, at that time, she had not considered refusal. She could only say she felt indifferent towards their beast forms, but she certainly did not dislike them, especially since they were quite handsome in their human forms. Chapter 63. The Unexpected Blue Serpent Refusal. If necessary, you can have your partner drive him off. Jiao Yu indicated towards the black wolf behind Shengsheng. However, she was unsure if any female had ever actually refused, and typically, when a female firmly declined, males would respect her wishes, for they did not desire a partner who disliked them. There were, of course, domineering males who would not heed refusals. In such cases, as long as the female's existing partner was strong enough to subdue him, it would suffice. Thus, it was essential to have a formidable partner at home. What if they cannot win? Shengsheng was uncertain about the comparative strength of the males in her home versus those in the Beast King's guard team. She had never seen the beastmen transform into their human forms, nor was she aware of their ranks. So she asked, if they cannot win, would you still refuse him? Jiao Yu sprang to her feet, excitement radiating from her. She was well aware of the formidable strength of the petite female's 2 wolf partners, rare 7-star beastmen. If they could not prevail, would that not imply an 8-star opponent? With such strength, how could she even consider refusal? If the petite female did not want him, Jiao Yu certainly would. Aside from her father, Jiao Yu had yet to encounter many male beastmen of 8 stars or higher, not to mention those who were still single. If you do not accept him, what are you waiting for? The black wolf, who had been silently listening, flicked its tail in annoyance at the petite female's comments, causing a gust of wind that rustled the grass beneath them. This little creature was entirely oblivious to the strength of her partner, observing their intense reactions. Shengsheng wisely chose to remain silent, gradually forming a clearer understanding. It seemed the strength of the male beastmen in Beast King City was not markedly different from those outside, which brought her some relief. She found herself somewhat looking forward to the bonfire feast, hoping it would not resemble the gatherings held by several tribes in the past. As they chatted, a pair of striking blue serpentine eyes observed them intently from a nearby tree, fixated on Shengsheng's every move. The black wolf, who had been feigning sleep, abruptly opened its golden eyes, sharply scanning the direction of the aggressive gaze. That area was where the Beast King City's guard resided, and numerous male gazes wandered in their direction, though the black wolf detected no immediate threat and lazily turned back to listen to the petite female's gentle voice. Meanwhile, the serpentine eyes had already descended from the tree, maneuvering through the crowd of beastmen, their slender form concealed by the grass as they slithered into the downstream waters. So, Jiao Yu already has 6 partners? As they continued their conversation, Shengsheng expressed her surprise upon learning about Jiao Yu's enthusiasm for finding partners, having initially assumed their situations were similar, only to discover she had already secured 6. In her encounters with Jiao Yu over the past 2 days, she had only seen her in simple, lightweight sundresses, the fabric appearing delicate and unclear in origin. The dress fell just below her thighs and above her knees, perfectly concealing her abdomen's beastly pattern. Thus, Shengsheng remained oblivious to her circumstances. Having only met yesterday, it was inappropriate to inquire about her partner's situation, a fact that Jiao Yu revealed today. Currently, Jiao Yu possessed 6 partners, besides the Black Panther and Silver Fox accompanying her. There were 4 males at home, one named Qi Yuan and another named Ying, while the other 2 remained unknown. As for their beast forms, she was not privy to such intricate details, and she had not asked, deeming it impolite. I still have 2 litters of cubs, Jiao Yu remarked, observing the astonished expression on the little female's face, her eyes squinting with delight at how adorable she was. She belonged to the batch of females that matured 3 years ago and had been bonded with her first 3 partners for 3 years. So it was no surprise that she had cubs. Are Jiao Yu's cubs at home? May I see them? Shengsheng inquired with a glimmer of curiosity in her eyes. eager to witness the differences among the litters. That might not be possible. They were all left in the Beast King city of the Western continent. You would have to accompany me to the Western continent to meet them, Jiao Yu replied, leaning closer and smiling. So, do you wish to see them? She secretly hoped to entice the little female to the Western continent. Sure, Su Shengsheng nodded, her response firm as she was also preparing to visit the Western continent. You are planning to go to the Western continent? Jiao Yu's eyes sparkled with delight at the little female's swift agreement. That is wonderful. I was worried I might not see you again after returning. Moreover, this could potentially bring her plans to fruition. Jiao Yu was quite enamored with the little female's visage, hardly daring to imagine how exquisite their offspring would be. Yes, my partners are preparing to take me to the Western continent for a visit. As she spoke, Su Shengsheng unconsciously arched her brows, gently scratching the black wolf resting against her back. She was unaware of how other females' partners treated them, but her own partners were exceptionally kind, showering her with affection and even indulging her whims. In moments of joy, she would unconsciously sway her ankle, her toes playfully stirring the stream. A small snake, hidden among the crevices of the stream bed, stirred restlessly toward her delicate, pale feet, extending its crimson tongue to probe her dainty toes. Its deep blue eyes brimmed with a sticky emotion. Su Shengsheng remained unaware until her toes accidentally brushed against a slippery object, causing her to shiver, and her gaze swept over the red and blue-striped creature in the water. She gasped, "Ah, there's a snake." The black wolf reacted swiftly, lifting her up as the wind swirled into the water, instantly revealing a splash of crimson blood rising to the surface. When she looked again, the water was devoid of anything, and the blood had dispersed with the current. The night's hue darkened slightly. It appeared to be a beast man, likely drawn by the little one in his arms. Such a crude tactic to spy. He probably did not anticipate that he would end up startling a female. "Are you all right?" Shengsheng, Baizhu, noticing her pale complexion, expressed concern. "Which beast man is this? How detestable to frighten the little female. You better not find out. Otherwise do not fear. It was a beast man." He held her close, his large hand gently cradling the nape of her neck, leaning in to nuzzle her petite face before planting a kiss at the corner of her mouth. His voice soft as he reassured her. A beast man indeed? Upon hearing Yi's words, Su Shengsheng's anxiety abated somewhat. As long as it's a beast man, that's fine. I thought it was a wild snake. That color looked poisonous, and if it had bitten me, who knows if I would survive till dawn. I'm fine now. Do not worry, she said, stepping down from Yi's embrace, meeting several pairs of concerned eyes. Su Shengsheng felt warmth in her heart and smiled at them. "Chapto Saomuidu, Lanin." The small snake, controlling the water flow, surged far away, transforming into a massive blue python that inspected its reddened tail, extending its tongue to lick the wound. It had indeed frightened her, reflecting on that panic-stricken little face. The blue python flicked its crimson tail, its eyes gleaming with infatuation. She was truly beautiful, more so than the most stunning female, Qi Ling, from the Beast King city of the Western continent. Remembering the female who had rejected his proposal, a flash of malice flickered in Lan Yin's eyes. However, it mattered not. She had been punished. This time, he must not act hastily. He would take his time, confident that with his 7-star prowess, he would win the female's heart. With this thought, Lan Yin darted into the adjacent woods, entirely unaware that a beast man lurked in the shadows, observing her. Su Shengsheng soon regained her composure. Perhaps her previous encounters with beast men had been too peaceful, leading her to lower her guard, and she did not fear them, viewing the incident as a mere interlude that had passed. Concerned about potential dangers, Yi refrained from reverting to his beast form, choosing instead to sit on the ground with her nestled in his embrace, listening to her casual conversation with Jiao Yu. This time, he remained vigilant not only against immediate threats, but also against any potential beastman. The great white bear continued to lounge nearby, its paw playfully pushing a small fruit from the basket towards the little hand that reached out. Its gaze, however, was fixed on the group of male beastmen from the guard team, scrutinizing them in search of the culprit who had frightened the little female. After finishing the fruit in her hand, Su Shengsheng reached out beside her, but found nothing. Turning her head, she noticed Baiju's gaze fixed in the distance, prompting her to ask curiously, "Baiju, what are you looking at?" As she spoke, she lifted her gaze to follow his line of sight and saw a blue figure swiftly approaching her direction. Remembering the blue shadow that had startled her earlier, Su Shengsheng instinctively shrank further into Ye's embrace. Though she knew he was a beast man and would not harm her, the fright she had experienced was genuine. Before the blue figure could draw near, the wind surged towards him, and Ye's voice, laden with menace, commanded, "Get away. Can't you see the little female in my arms has been frightened?" Caught off guard by Qing Feng, the blue python halted its advance, raising a water curtain as a barrier. The serpent's head lifted, its vertical pupils fixated on him, akin to a predator locking onto prey, poised to strike at any moment. Ultimately, after a moment of contemplation, it merely flicked its tongue and remained silent. Despite knowing he was a beast man, Su Shengsheng felt apprehensive at the sight of the strikingly colored python. The vivid hues suggested toxicity, and she feared it was highly venomous. The blue python halted several meters away and transformed into human form, locking its gaze onto her, holding something in its hand. Just as it took a few steps forward, it was obstructed by the seemingly harmless wind swirling at its feet. Lan Yin cast a glance toward Yi, a fleeting moment of resentment flashing in his eyes. Unnoticed by anyone else, he awkwardly managed a smile, addressing the female across from him. "Hello, I am Lan Yin. I apologize for startling you. These fruits are a gift I picked for you." Su Shengsheng regarded the smile on his face but did not respond. The male opposite her was tall and slender, with half-short hair that was blue at the roots and red at the tips, his skin a pale white, and his features somewhat delicate, evoking an aura of ill health. Yet, his smile felt disconcerting, creating an odd sense of discomfort. Su Shengsheng placed great importance on first impressions and was unsure if her current perception was tainted by it. Lan Yin was undoubtedly handsome, arguably more so than most males she had encountered. Yet, strangely, she felt no attraction, not even a desire to admire him. She remained silent, prompting Baiju to stand abruptly, pointing at him and exclaiming, "You are the one who frightened Shengsheng." As Su Shengsheng gazed at the large ice ball in Baiju's hand, her eyelids fluttered, and she hastily grasped his bare fur to restrain him. "Baiju, do not act rashly. It would be too disadvantageous. I have seen the 7 stars beneath the orc's collarbone across from us." "Ow! Shengsheng, don't pull. I'll lose fur." Although Baiju was uncertain why the little female wished to stop him, he was a male who respected his partner's words and consequently abandoned the notion of confronting the male opposite. Do not question his confidence. After all, he had faced the 7-star orc before. Besides, they had 2 males on their side. How could they possibly be outmatched by just one? Hearing his exaggerated mock howl, Su Shengsheng chuckled helplessly, releasing her hold and patting the spot she had tugged, smoothing down his upright bare fur. She then lifted her gaze to the orc named Lan Yin, her smile both polite and distant. "It's all right," she replied to his earlier remark that had startled her. She was not one to hold a grudge, especially since he had not harmed her. Noticing the fruit in his hand, she declined, saying, "No need for the fruit. My partner has gathered plenty." Upon her refusal, Lan Yin struggled to maintain his smile, and as he contemplated moving closer, a gust of wind rose beneath his feet, thwarting his advance. Reluctantly, he halted his actions. "I'll leave this here," he said, placing the basket of fruit on the grass nearby, casting a lingering glance at her before turning away. Lan Yin's figure quickly vanished from sight, and Su Shengsheng glanced at the fruit on the ground with a twinge of discomfort. Before she could process her feelings, the wind surged, shredding the basket's contents and sweeping them into the water, where the stream swiftly carried them away. Unable to contain her laughter, she playfully poked Ye's chest, teasing him. "Why are you so jealous? You didn't even leave me the fruit scraps." Although she had no use for them, it did not hinder her from thinking so. Grasping her mischievous little hand, he gently nibbled on it, eliciting a delicate gasp from her. He chuckled softly and jestingly remarked, "Because I wish to possess you entirely, but find it impossible." Without giving her a chance to respond, he turned serious, stating, "Do not engage with him. That snake orc is peculiar." He could sense the enmity directed at him, which felt abnormal, not like the rivalry typically seen among males. Indeed, I also find that snake orc rather strange, Baiju concurred. His aura just feels off, yet I cannot pinpoint exactly why. I think I've seen him before. Jiaoyu interjected, her tone uncertain. She had been watching that male, and increasingly felt he resembled someone she had encountered previously. Have you seen him in Beast King City? Su Shengsheng inquired, puzzled by her statement, as Lan Yin had been part of the guard there, making it unsurprising for Jiaoyu to recognize him. Yet, why had she emphasized it? No, it was in the West Continent, Jiaoyu refuted, clarifying that if she recalled him, it must have been from there since she had not seen him in Beast King City. Forget it. Let's not discuss him further. He is inconsequential. Chapter 65. Digua Fun. As noon approached, Su Shengsheng returned home early, knowing that 2 males awaited her. She wondered if Mo and Jinling had finished assembling the shelves in the storage room. Jinling, she called out upon nearing the stone house, spotting him outside. Shengsheng is back. Jinling, who was assembling a small stool outside, stood up, brushing off the wood shavings from his hands as he walked towards her. It is rather dull without you, Su Shengsheng replied sweetly, instinctively opening her arms to him. Is that so? Jinling's face brightened with a smile as he picked her up from the large white bear and gently stroked her long hair, saying softly, lunch is ready. Hurry inside to eat. Gazing at Lan Yin's smile, and then at Jinling's gentle demeanor, Su Shengsheng could not help but rise on her toes to plant a kiss on his chin, cheerfully saying, thank you for your hard work, Jinling. Do not question her choice of kissing his chin. She too had her pride. Jinling's smile deepened, appreciating the little female's unusual enthusiasm today. Too bad he would not be the one accompanying her that evening. Upon entering the stone house, she found Mo busy at the kitchen stove. She approached from behind, wrapping her arms around his waist and playfully rubbing against his back. Mo, is it fun? Mo wiped his hands and turned to embrace the clingy little female. Upon seeing her, his usually cold gaze softened with an involuntary smile. Su Shengsheng nestled against his neck, her eyes sparkling with joy as she replied, that place is quite nice. It has flowers, grass, streams, and fruit trees. Next time, let us take you and Jinling along to play. All right. Hearing her words, Mo, who was holding food, smiled faintly as he carried her towards the kitchen exit. However, recalling the peculiar snake orc they had encountered, Su Shengsheng furrowed her brow and expressed her concerns. I met an orc today, and I cannot quite explain why he gives me a strange feeling. Although he is handsome, I feel repulsed by his presence. She then remembered the frightening red-blue python and, still harboring a grudge, whispered near Mo's ear, moreover, his beast form clearly looks toxic. She had claimed not to hold grudges, but she had not stated that she would forget. She would always remember unless he could alter her initial impression. Yet, if she was already averse to his approach, it seemed unlikely. A toxic beast form? A snake orc? Mo speculated upon hearing her description. Su Shengsheng's beautiful eyes widened in surprise, amazed at how he had deduced that from her brief words. Noticing the astonishment in the little female's expression, Mo felt a flicker of amusement. How adorably charming she was. It might indeed be toxic. As he spoke, Mo gently set her down on a chair beside the long table and placed the food he had been holding in front of her. Give it a try. What is this? Su Shengsheng asked, eyeing the bowl of viscous paste before her with curiosity. As she accepted the wooden spoon Mo offered and took a scoop, a subtle sweetness filled her mouth, reminiscent of Digua. She looked up in surprise, meeting Mo's gaze as he coolly introduced Digua Fun, prepared using the method you described. I tried it myself, and it turned out well. That was why he felt assured in serving it to her. Without her presence, he had felt somewhat lost, but while cleaning the storage room, he had thought of her words and noticed some Digua, which prompted him to try it out. To his delight, the little female's suggested method had indeed worked. He had experimented with the Digua, discovering that the red variety was too sweet, the yellow too rich. The white lacked flavor, and the purple was insufficiently sweet. After grinding them into powder and mixing them, he achieved several delightful flavors. However, glancing at her flat stomach, Mo decided to gradually introduce these treats, knowing she could not consume too much at once. Su Shengsheng's heart warmed, and her nose tinged with a hint of moisture. She blinked to suppress the tears welling in her eyes and took a large bite, exclaiming, "It is delicious. I love it." Mo responded, pleased that she enjoyed it. He then turned back to the kitchen to bring out a plate of peeled shrimp and stir-fried meat, placing it before her. Meeting her gaze, he explained, "This is made by Jean Ling." Su Shengsheng replied softly, picking up a shrimp and chewing it slowly, her mind drifting to the thought that they had no shrimp stored at home. Did Jean Ling catch these fresh for her? Where did he find them? Were there shrimps in the river behind Beast King City? As she pondered, she picked up a slice of stir-fried meat, its flavor distinct from the crispy fruit stir-fry, enhanced by vegetables she had never encountered before. She resolved never to leave them behind for outings again. If she ventured out, they would accompany her. With the bowl of guo mush in front of her, Su Shengsheng polished off all the dishes on the table. Mo, watching with concern, gently touched her round belly, pondering that perhaps he should refrain from serving her the bowl of fish soup from the pot. Su Shengsheng followed him into the kitchen, captivated by his long, elegant hands submerged in water, feeling a pang of regret that such beautiful hands were destined for dishwashing. She recalled her brother's hands, which could sign contracts worth millions, slicing fruit for her, and assured herself it was nothing to worry about. There was nothing amiss. On the stove, unprepared guo waited, and Su Shengsheng approached, announcing, "I want to go out to play this afternoon. I'll help Mo with the guo powder." She felt a bit uncomfortable with the absence of two orcs by her side. It was time to sleep. As he entered and picked her up, she remembered how she used to sleep on their backs in the wild. Now, without the need to travel, she could enjoy a proper nap on the stone bed. "I'm going to sleep. You mustn't do anything else," she warned, tugging at his short black hair. Upon hearing her, Mo cast a cold glance at Yi, his eyes conveying a warning. Yi glanced back, but remained silent, carrying the little female upstairs. Once in the room, he gently placed her on the stone bed, amused by her vigilant gaze. "Is that how you see me?" he teased, biting her lip playfully. "When have I ever forced you, aside from that first time? You woke up shortly after, and if you had pushed me away, I would have stopped. I merely wanted to leave a complete beast mark on you." Su Shengsheng did not fully grasp his thoughts, lightly snorting at his defense. He did not coerce her, but he certainly knew how to provoke her. This wolf was quite mischievous. Chapter 66. Fruit slushy in Ye's embrace. Su Shengsheng drifted into a peaceful sleep. As the warmth enveloped her, she instinctively swatted at the source of heat, wriggling away. He glanced at her tiny hand resting on his chest, vexed, and squeezed her waist gently. A cool breeze swept through, lowering the temperature, and the little one, oblivious, turned back to snuggle into his warmth. Su Shengsheng relaxed her brows, embracing the coolness and sinking deeper into slumber. As she felt the warmth of her cheek against his chest, Yi smiled subtly, his hand on her waist caressing before eventually withdrawing. He maintained his position, lying on his side and watching her, twirling her long hair that had fallen across the bed with his fingertips. He realized he could no longer act recklessly with her. At most, he could employ some harmless tricks that she wouldn't mind. He did not want her to dislike him. The mere thought of it pained him immensely. He was uncertain if she truly liked him or simply appreciated his handsome visage. Yet he was aware of his affection for her from the very first moment they met. When she sweetly called him her husband, he could not bear the idea of her despising him. Just imagining it caused him heartache. After a refreshing nap, Su Shengsheng awoke, just as she had predicted, not having gone out to play. She frequently checked in on by Zhu and Mo as they roasted the guo, dried it, ground it into powder, and jarred it. Occasionally, she would venture outside to observe Jean Ling and Yi assembling chairs and small stools. Perhaps due to the approaching hot season, she felt an undeniable discomfort from the rising heat. "It's so hot," Su Shengsheng exclaimed while seated on a small stool. She could not shake the feeling that the sun appeared larger than usual in the sky. Was it merely her imagination, or was the sun truly closer? As soon as she uttered those words, a breeze swept by, bringing a refreshing coolness. She glanced at Yi, who was diligently working, and smiled. "The warm season is nearly over. It will only get hotter from here. If you feel unwell, please let me know," Jean Ling advised earnestly, raising his gaze to her. The warm and cold seasons were when females were most susceptible to illness, and having witnessed Su Shengsheng's previous frailty, he was concerned for her health. "I understand, Jinling. Please don't worry," she replied with a sweet smile, appreciating his concern. She felt her health had significantly improved. Perhaps her previous fragile state had left a lasting impression, making them overly cautious around her. After spending some time outside, Su Shengsheng returned to the kitchen, where a small pantry held plenty of fruit. She grabbed 2 fruits from a basket Baizhu had just picked that morning when she heard him call. "Shengsheng, come here." "What is it?" she asked, approaching his beaming face, her own eyes curving into a smile. Baizhu reached out and placed his hand over the fruit she held, causing a layer of frost to form atop it, emanating a coolness. "Wow, Baizhu, you're amazing," Su Shengsheng exclaimed, astonished by the transformation. It was truly remarkable. Proud of the compliment from his mate, Baizhu's smile deepened. "I just heard you say it was hot," with the keen hearing of an orc. He had caught her earlier complaint, which inspired him to act. "How thoughtful." Su Shengsheng grinned, playfully intertwining her fingers with his, as she admired the frosted fruit. Memories of her childhood desire for a fruit slushy resurfaced. Unfortunately, her fragile health had prevented her from enjoying it back then, and her brother had only dared to let her taste a tiny bit. Remembering her brother's tender expression, she smiled warmly, realizing her health had improved significantly. "What are you thinking about?" Mo's voice broke through her reverie as he caught sight of the sadness in her smile, causing a twinge of pain in his heart. He wanted to pull her out of her melancholy, fearing she would feel hurt or wish to leave, unaware of the complex emotions in Mo's eyes. Su Shengsheng quickly recovered her spirits, looking up at him with a playful grin. "Mo, could you help me cut it into small pieces?" She handed him the fruit, eager to attempt making a fruit slushy. "Of course," Mo replied, his gaze softening as he accepted the fruit from her hands. "Shengsheng, I can also cut it." Baizhu, feeling a pang of disappointment at being overlooked, watched her as she sought Mo's assistance. "Oh, I have other matters to ask Baizhu for help with," she said, sensing his forlorn demeanor, which reminded her of a puppy seeking approval. With a chuckle, she quickly remedied the situation, pulling his hand and shaking it playfully. "Baizhu, could you help me make half a bowl of crushed ice?" "Of course, Shengsheng, just wait a moment." Baizhu's mood brightened instantly as he fetched a bowl, skillfully filling it with crushed ice. "Here you go, but what do you need ice for? You know you shouldn't eat something too cold." "I'm making a fruit slushy," Su Shengsheng explained, inspecting the bowl filled with finely crushed ice. Unable to contain her laughter, she realized it was just what she needed. "What is a fruit slushy?" Baizhu, filled with curiosity, inquired about the fruit, which she understood to be simply the fruit itself, and ice, which she was aware of. "But sand?" "I will let you taste it once it's prepared," Su Shengsheng replied, noticing Baizhu's intrigue. "In that case, let's make more so that the males at home can also sample it." With this thought in mind, she went to the adjoining compartment to fetch several suitable fruits and a generous amount of sweet berries. "It would be a bother, Mo, to cut a few more," she said sweetly, handing the fruits to Mo with a charming smile. "Certainly," Mo replied, his eyes glimmering with indulgence. She crushed the berries into a paste and spread it atop the icy blend, then added the diced fruits that Mo had prepared, pondering what else was needed. "Perhaps a touch of honey?" she mused. I can't recall anything else, so let it be as is." She took a wooden spoon and stirred the mixture thoroughly, dividing it into 4 small portions to present to Baizhu, who had been watching her every move with eager anticipation. "Give it a try." She then handed a portion to Mo, smiling. "Mo, you should try it too. It might not be very palatable," Su Shengsheng admitted, for she was not truly adept at cooking. Her culinary skills were more of an imaginative endeavor, tossing in whatever came to mind. "Delicious," Baizhu protested upon hearing Su Shengsheng's remark about the taste, unwilling to accept that the small female's creation could be anything less. "How could it possibly be unpalatable?" "Indeed, it is delightful," Mo affirmed, his gaze softening with warmth. Observing the 2 males who had yet to partake, Su Shengsheng felt a sense of unease. Perhaps they should sample it before offering compliments to enhance credibility. Very well, as long as they are happy. Just as she was about to serve the remaining portions, she spotted Jinling and Yi entering, her eyes brightening as she waved them over. "You have arrived just in time. Come and taste the fruit smoothie I made." Hearing this, Yi smiled as he approached her. That is why I came in, he said. Shengsheng, you must not indulge in excessively cold foods. Noticing the generous portion she held, Jinling expressed his disapproval, exchanging his smaller serving for hers and gently stroking her long hair. Consuming too cold food may lead to abdominal pain. All right, she conceded, having not intended to consume it all. Jinling's words made her comply willingly. Allow me, Bai Zhu interjected, taking the larger portion for himself and offering his smaller share to Jinling. After all, it was the small female's creation. Jinling accepted without contest. Years had passed, traversing time and space, and Su Shengsheng finally savored the smoothie she had longed for. The fruits blended with the icy mixture offered a chill and sweetness. It was not exquisite, but still enjoyable. That evening, however, she experienced discomfort in her stomach, possibly from suddenly consuming something so cold, or perhaps due to other reasons. As night fell, Su Shengsheng found herself curling up, clutching her belly, her complexion pale. Night had just disposed of the bathwater and was preparing to embrace her for sleep when he noticed her distress. What is the matter? Is your stomach hurting? He gently placed his hand on her abdomen, rubbing it softly. Yes, it hurts terribly, Su Shengsheng replied, feeling a wave of grievance as she clung to his arm. Her eyes glistening with unshed tears, her voice a soft whimper. Night, it hurts. My stomach is so uncomfortable. Perhaps in the presence of her partner. Knowing he cared for her, she allowed herself to be vulnerable. Seeing her in such a state, Night felt a surge of tenderness, his desires eclipsed by concern. Are you feeling any better? He asked, continuing his gentle ministrations. If not, I will carry you to the shaman. It is not as painful now, Su Shengsheng replied weakly, feeling some relief. But your hand is rather cool. Could it be a bit warmer? Night paused, feeling a little helpless, as a wind elemental. His body temperature was not particularly high. Mo, being of the thunder element, could provide warmth, but noticing her discomfort, Night reluctantly set her down. Wait here. Where are you going? Su Shengsheng grasped his hand, not wishing for him to leave. The emotions of someone unwell are fragile, and she felt a mix of sadness and grievance, fearing he might abandon her. I will not leave. Do not cry. With a gentle touch, he wiped her tears away, feeling helpless yet affectionate as he scooped her back into his arms. He walked towards the stone wall, which separated them from Mo's room. Come here and help rub her stomach, he called out. And Mo, who had been attentive to the commotion, approached immediately. Upon reaching her side, he noticed her wan expression, and his eyes filled with compassion. His warm hand covered her abdomen, his voice softening. Do you feel better? Shall I take you to the shaman? His large hand felt like a warm compress against her belly, and Su Shengsheng relaxed slightly, finding it soothing. When she heard Mo's suggestion to visit the shaman, she quickly shook her head. No need. I feel much better. She was reluctant to visit the healer, not out of fear of illness or stubbornness, but because such places were often filled with sorrow and pain in her memory. Moreover, she had a lingering apprehension about the bitter concoctions they offered. Seeing her color improve, Mo did not press further, instead kneeling beside her to continue his gentle ministrations. After some time, Su Shengsheng felt significantly better and shifted closer to him, offering him space on the stone bed. You could sit up here. That position might cause your legs to numb. Without hesitation, Mo lay down beside her, noticing the concern etched on her face, a smile flickering in his eyes. Night, feeling a twinge of jealousy, nipped at her earlobe, questioning her audacity. How could she forget that he was still present? He would not leave. Tonight was meant for him to be with her, and he doubted Mo would relinquish the following night's time for him either. Feeling the gentle nip on her earlobe, Su Shengsheng turned to glare playfully at Night. All right, it's your fault for not being warmer, he relented, lying back down and playing with her hair. As long as she did not shoo him away, he was content. Mo's hands moved with a tender yet firm touch, and Su Shengsheng gradually relaxed, drifting into a peaceful slumber. Hearing her steady breathing, Night glanced over, admiring her tranquil, sleeping face. He exchanged a look with Mo, silently urging him to leave. Mo, however, remained indifferent, continuing to provide warmth with his hand resting on her abdomen, unwilling to compromise his care for her. Night's expression darkened, filled with irritation and a hint of mockery. Who could discern Mo's true intentions? Oblivious to the silent rivalry between the two males, Su Shengsheng slept soundly that night. As she adjusted her position, seeking warmth or relief from the chill, she enjoyed a refreshing slumber, waking without discomfort in her waist or abdomen. Night lay on the inner side, while Mo remained close, creating a cozy cocoon around her small figure. Night's arm draped protectively over her waist as he lay beside her. Su Shengsheng's delicate legs rested atop Mo, her arms encircling his neck as they indulged in sweet dreams together. Morning sunlight streamed through the small window, filtered by the animal hides, casting a warm glow on the stone bed as Su Shengsheng's long lashes fluttered, hinting at the onset of wakefulness. Just before she awoke, Mo opened his eyes, gently moved her delicate arms and legs aside, cast a glance at her, and left the stone bed. Yi, catching a glimpse of his departing figure, let out a cold scoff, tightening his embrace around the person in his arms, embedding her entirely within his hold, and nuzzled her fluffy little head, contentedly closing his eyes. Chapter 68. The flowers outside the stone house. When Su Shengsheng awoke, only Yi was beside her. Unbeknownst to her, she had fallen asleep the previous night, unaware of when Mo had left. Perhaps he had departed after she had drifted into slumber, she mused. How are you feeling? Does your stomach still hurt? The moment she opened her eyes, Yi noticed his deep voice resonating near her ear as his large hand rested on her abdomen, inquiring softly. It doesn't hurt anymore. Listening to his concerned words, Su Shengsheng arched her brows and shook her head, cuddling closer to his waist, playfully rubbing against his chest. She had not anticipated Yi's actions last night. Was he perhaps changing for her? As she continued to nuzzle against him, a surge of heat enveloped him. This little one was clearly testing his limits. Aware that her discomfort had subsided, Yi grasped her slender waist, lifting her enticing form away from his embrace, cautioning her. Behave yourself. His self-restraint when faced with her was hardly commendable. To say he had none would not be an exaggeration. Upon hearing his warning, Su Shengsheng did not relent. Instead, she became even bolder. Knowing he would not act against her, she seized the opportunity to probe his boundaries, a rare chance for retaliation. With a mischievous smile, she poked at his chest, her little hands wandering over his well-defined abdomen. Capturing her teasing hands, Yi leaned in and fiercely kissed her lips, releasing her only when tears welled in her eyes. Feeling bold, are we? I may be reluctant to act on you, yet I can still make you cry with my kisses. What do you say, want more? Yedikit hermoistrips. A smirk curling his mouth as he released the grip on her wrists, slightly rising to reveal his sculpted abs. Perhaps accustomed to the myriad of interactions with Yi, Su Shengsheng no longer felt bashful. She had grown used to this level of intimacy. Despite his words, she playfully pinched his waist, her defiant gaze challenging him. As if to say, come at me, what can you possibly do? In truth, Yi found himself powerless against her. He could only bide his time for a future opportunity to retaliate. For now, he could only grasp her small hand and lift her from the bed, resigned to assist her in getting up. Let us go. I've brewed some medicinal soup. Medi what? Upon hearing this, Su Shengsheng felt a twinge of resistance, but alas, he had already begun carrying her downstairs, leaving her without a moment to decline. They arrived on the first floor. Drink this while it's hot. It will help you feel better, Jean Ling gently coaxed, presenting her with a bowl of steaming bitter medicinal soup. He felt remorseful for allowing her to consume cold food, knowing it was detrimental to her health. Hearing her discomfort last night troubled Jean Ling as well. Upon learning that she was averse to visiting the shaman, he had ventured to the shaman's abode to procure herbal remedies. However, by the time he returned, she had already fallen asleep, so he refrained from disturbing her, only rising in the morning to prepare the soup. She longed to assert that she was already well, yet confronted with the concerned gazes of the several males around her. Su Shengsheng felt compelled to graciously accept their kindness. Obediently, she opened her mouth and took a sip of the soup offered by Jean Ling, only to grimace in agony, her features nearly contorting. It's so bitter. Su Shengsheng scrunched her face, unable to suppress a pout, attempting to dissipate the taste lingering in her mouth. It was not merely bitter. Its flavor was indescribable, a combination of numbing, spicy, bitter, and astringent, lingering in her palate. Shengsheng, I prepared some honey water for you. You can drink it after the medicine. Be good and finish your soup first, Baiju said, placing a cup of honey water beside her, his voice comforting. Observing her discomfort as she drank the medicine, he suddenly lowered his gaze, his expression tinged with guilt. It's my fault. I shouldn't have given you the crushed ice. It caused your stomach pain. Don't say that. It's not your fault at all. It's my own issue. Su Shengsheng interjected, refusing to let him shoulder the blame. It was clear she had underestimated her body's recovery, her stomach still unaccustomed to the cold. With a smile, she continued, as the weather warms up, I was planning to ask Baiju for ice to cool down. Will he refuse me in the future? Absolutely not. If Shengsheng wants it, I will certainly provide it, Baiju exclaimed, eager to ensure her well-being. He was determined to accommodate her, for he knew the severity of heat-related illnesses was no joke. I can manage on my own, Su Shengsheng said, hastily taking the bowl of soup from Jinling, opting for the immediate discomfort over prolonged suffering. Taking a deep breath, she poured the entire bowl into her mouth in one continuous motion. After consuming the whole bowl, she felt her stomach churn, her tongue numb from the bitterness. Even the honey water could not mask the lingering taste. She could only take a small sip to wash it down. As she stepped outside to spit it out, her peripheral vision caught a glimpse of vibrant colors. Su Shengsheng approached to investigate, discovering a basket filled with bright blooms, woven from lush green grass, enhancing the flower's beauty. What a surprise! Where did these flowers come from? It was evident that someone had plucked them and brought them with intention. Who could have sent them to her? The stone houses were quite distant from one another, and hers was the only one nearby. Surely, it could not be a gift for her partner. It must be for her. But she was left in wonder as to who the sender could be. What's the matter? Noticing her lingering outside, Mo placed breakfast on the long table and approached her, inquiring. There's a bouquet of flowers. I'm unsure who left them. Su Shengsheng indicated the flowers. Mo followed her gesture and indeed spotted the basket resting quietly. He caught a whiff of the serpent beast's scent and recalled what the little female had mentioned yesterday, furrowing his brow in concern. Before he could voice his thoughts, a gust of wind swept by, scattering the flowers and the basket into disarray, carried away by the breeze. Let's go inside to eat. Ye's sudden interjection startled her, as he lifted her and turned back toward the stone house. He harbored a poor impression of the serpent beast. If she truly wished for a partner, she might as well choose the tiger instead. Chapter 69. The arrival of the warm season in the following days. Su Shengsheng received more flowers and fruits, all from Lanin. She had received numerous flowers before without stirring any emotions. As for the fruits, she was well supplied by the several males in her household, who had stored an ample supply. Without Baiju, she likely would not have been able to consume them all before they spoiled. Thus, she paid little heed to the matter. The end of the month coincided with her menstrual period, and Su Shengsheng refrained from venturing outside. Moreover, due to the frequent appearances of various items outside her stone house, she had confined herself within its walls, wary of attracting unwanted trouble. After several days of confinement, on the last day of the warm season, her period finally concluded. This cycle had lasted for 8 days, and perhaps it was merely her perception, but following its end, she felt remarkably lighter, as though shedding the weight of illness, akin to a once withered branch rejuvenating with new life. So this is what it feels like to be healthy. Placing a hand over her heart, she felt its strong and steady rhythm, each beat resonating with vitality, prompting Su Shengsheng to break into a radiant smile. Life is indeed a wondrous thing. Shengsheng, come and try on a new clothes I made for you. Upon hearing Baiju's voice, Su Shengsheng wrung out her hair and stepped out of the bathing tub, casually wrapping herself in a fur cloak as she made her way outside. It was not that she had become thick-skinned. Rather, the weather was unbearably hot, and the fur cloak would soon cause her sweat, rendering her bath pointless. What kind of new clothes did Baiju make? She wondered aloud as she approached him, intrigued by his mysterious demeanor. The little female appeared half-concealed before him, and Baiju, a beast man who had been silent for days, felt an overwhelming rush of blood surge to his face. Shengsheng, he almost exclaimed, contemplating whether it was necessary to wear clothes at all. Ah, don't move. You're bleeding. Noticing the increasing trickle of blood beneath his nose and finding nothing nearby to use, Su Shengsheng instinctively grabbed her fur cloak and pressed it against his face. Why are you so fiery? Is it the heat? Of course, she knew the reason. The young beast man was brimming with vitality. However, after just 2 days of restraint, his reaction amused her. How had she ever thought him simple-minded? He was, in fact, the most mischievous of them all. Shengsheng, she chuckled inwardly, realizing that he was the cleverest one beneath that rugged exterior. At that moment, she turned to see Yi leaning against the doorway, observing them, which left her feeling somewhat embarrassed. In their current position, Bai Zhu sat on the stone bed, with one of her hands holding the edge of the towel over his mouth and nose. From Ye's perspective, it appeared as though she was lifting the fur cloak for Bai Zhu to see, and he had caught them in the act. What are you thinking? Can't you act normally? Su Shengsheng felt a jolt of realization. Legally, all was permissible, or so she thought. But she still withdrew her hand and took a step back. He bleeding, she explained to Yi. At her words, Yi raised an eyebrow, glanced at her, and then approached, placing something into her arms. Here for you. He then lifted Bai Zhu and headed outside, stating he would help cool him down. It was just as well. Bai Zhu needed to release the impulse that had surged in that moment. Go if you wish. I'm not afraid, Su Shengsheng thought, watching the two males leave before turning her attention to the light fabric in her hands. Uncertain of its material, it felt lightweight and smooth, exuding a slight coolness upon touch. He had fashioned it into a red sundress, which shimmered beautifully when shaken out. It was perfect for the sweltering season, and Su Shengsheng felt a surge of joy as she set aside her fur cloak, preparing to try it on. She suddenly noticed a similar dress on the stone bed, this one in blue. Remembering Bai Zhu's earlier words, a smile unconsciously spread across her face. Examining it closely, she realized both dresses were sundresses, though Bai Zhu's had thinner straps, giving it a refreshing look, while Ye's wider straps exuded a more alluring charm. Oh dear, which one should I wear? This is quite the dilemma. It's time for lunch, Mo announced as he entered, noticing her indecision over the two dresses. A smirk crept onto his lips as he approached and retrieved 2 more dresses from a wall alcove, laying them out on the stone bed. And here are more options. Which do you prefer? These 2 were made from the same material. One a deep green dress with wide shoulder straps that crossed at the back, and the other a light golden dress with an off-the-shoulder neckline and a flared hem reminiscent of a mermaid's tail. Oh, both are stunning. Did you and Jinling make these? She exclaimed, her delight evident as she beamed at the 4 little dresses she had received during her brief bath. Yes, they are made from shark silk. Do you like them? And Mo, seeing the sparkle in her eyes, felt satisfied but yearned to hear her say it aloud, as it would warm his heart. I love them. How could I not? You both put so much thought into them, and they suit my taste perfectly. Su Shengsheng's eyes sparkled as she picked up the deep green dress, holding it against herself, and turning to Mo. Do you think it looks good? It looks beautiful, he replied, pleasantly surprised that she recognized which dress was his gift. A sense of joy blossomed within him, and his cold eyes softened with a smile as he nodded. In that case, wear this one. There's no need to hesitate, especially since the one who gifted it is right here. Moreover, he knew it would please her. As Su Shengsheng donned the dress, she couldn't help but admire her reflection and leaned in to give him a sweet kiss. This dress is my favorite. Sent by you. As she approached, Mo bent down in response, and when her soft lips brushed against the corner of his mouth and withdrew, her gentle words ignited warmth within him. He reached out and embraced her, returning the kiss. He too cherished the sight of her smiling eyes, the joy on her face when she wore it, and especially the kisses she bestowed upon him. Once she wore the new dress, Su Shengsheng felt too delighted to let Mo carry her, so she walked down the stone steps herself, primarily because it was sweltering and he radiated additional heat. Come and eat, Shengsheng, Mo called as he approached her, a gentle smile illuminating Jinling's face as he took her hand and led her to the long table, pulling out a chair for her to sit. This dress is exquisite. The one Jinling gave me is beautiful too. Receiving praise, Su Shengsheng couldn't help but smile back at Mo. her gaze drifting to Bai Zhu and Yi at the opposite end of the table. I love what you both chose for me. Chapter 70. Herbs and cooling leaves after lunch. Su Shengsheng had intended to step outside for some fresh air. But as soon as she exited the stone house, a wave of heat greeted her, prompting her to retreat back inside. Looking up at the sky, she saw the sun, enormous and blinding, as if it could be touched by simply standing a little taller. The glaring sunlight stung her eyes, making her quickly close them and avert her gaze. Tears welling up in her eyes and dampening her lashes, only to be swiftly dried by the heat. Is this the scorching season of the beast world? It seemed that the notion of heat being unbearable was no longer an exaggeration, but a stark reality. This was merely the onset of the heat season. Su Shengsheng dared not imagine what it would be like later on. Would rivers dry up? Would forests ignite? Given the current trend, the possibilities she could conceive seemed the mildest of outcomes. Human beings are often filled with dread of the unknown. And Su Shengsheng felt a wave of panic wash over her as she hesitated to contemplate the days ahead. Even more daunting was the thought of what might happen if she found herself in the beast world not during the warm season. Surely, she wouldn't survive the first day. Shengsheng, do you want to go outside? Seeing her linger at the door, several males from her household approached to keep her company. Bai Zhu took her little hand, a refreshing coolness emanating from him, dispelling the oppressive heat around them. He wrapped his arms around her shoulders, pulling her close, and advised, not right now. We should wait until the sun begins to set. It will be much cooler then. Evening would bring a respite from the heat. While it would be fine for him to accompany her outside now, Bai Zhu worried that the little female might not adjust well and could fall ill upon returning. So it was best to avoid the risk. Okay, I want to go outside, Su Shengsheng replied decisively, leaning against his cool embrace, her eyes comfortably squinting shut. Was she truly seeking discomfort by venturing out now? However, she needed to devise a plan, with the weather remaining this hot. She feared she might succumb to heat stroke if she left Bai Zhu's side. She couldn't tether him to her forever, could she? She wondered what herbs for cooling existed in the beast world and whether she could gather some to brew a refreshing tea. She was aware of a few, such as huixiang, hai, and bo. As she pondered this, she turned to the males beside her and inquired, "Do you know of any grasses or fruits that possess a refreshing scent and a cooling taste?" Was Shengsheng referring to herbs that alleviate summer heat? Upon hearing her words, Jinling couldn't help but recall the herbal concoctions the tribe's shaman prepared for the females during the sweltering season, just as the young female had described. Herbs? Which ones? Jinling queried. Do you know what they look like, or what they are called? Can we find them nearby? Shusheng shifted her gaze to Jinling, curiously asking. Any kind will do, as long as we can find some nearby. It is better to be prepared. We have cool leaves around here. I will take you to find them after you wake from your afternoon nap, Mo interjected, having noticed her interest. He glanced at Bai Zhu, who was holding her, and added, let Bai Zhu accompany you for a good rest. In this sweltering weather, I cannot cool you down, and I fear you won't sleep well with me. It's better for Bai Zhu to stay with you and ensure you have a restful sleep, so you will feel refreshed tonight. Bai Zhu's face lit up with delight at the prospect of accompanying the young female for her afternoon nap. Isn't it my turn to be with Mo today? Such a fortunate opportunity was not to be contested. He joyfully lifted the person in his arms, beaming as he said, Shengsheng, let us go for a nap. All right, Shusheng replied, resembling a obedient doll as he carried her towards the room on the second floor. Since she couldn't go outside, idling indoors was rather unproductive. Thus, a nap seemed far more appealing. Since arriving in the Beast King city, she had found her days consumed by eating and sleeping. Her life had become rather languid. The occasional entertainment consisted of meandering through the woods or chatting with Jiaoyu. Speaking of Jiaoyu, she had not visited Shusheng in the past few days, leaving her curious about what her friend was up to. Perhaps she would seek her out for some fun tomorrow. With the comfort of a portable air conditioner, Shusheng drifted into a deep slumber, unaffected by the heat outside. As evening approached and the sun dipped below the horizon, the temperature indeed dropped considerably, though still warm compared to midday. Shusheng lay languidly on the back of the great white bear, feeling utterly lethargic. Although Jinling had shielded her from the sun, the oppressive heat remained palpable, leaving her uncomfortable. Are we almost there? She weakly lifted her head to ask Mo, feeling they had been walking for quite some time. She wished to return. Why had she subjected herself to such discomfort? Oh, right. She had wanted to drink some cool tea. We have arrived. Mo's cool voice was like a refreshing spring, invigorating her spirit and restoring her energy. Was this what Mo referred to as cool leaves? Shengsheng curiously gazed at the several bushes before her, lush and vibrant. The leaves were palm-sized, round and thick, emitting a refreshing scent that wafted into her nostrils. Among the branches, there were tiny fruits, so small that they resembled mere fingernails. She nearly thought she had misjudged their size. Are these fruits edible? She asked, patting the great white bear beneath her to rise, reaching for one of the fruits to smell it. Instantly, an overwhelming wave of coolness surged through her nostrils, invigorating her entirely. Shengsheng, don't eat that, Baiju quickly cautioned, having noticed her actions. That fruit is not safe to consume. It could lead to stomach pains. Aware of the potential danger, Shengsheng promptly moved the small fruit away from her nose. This fruit must be the herb Jinling had mentioned for alleviating summer heat, she thought. Upon hearing her question, Mo took the small fruit from her hand and pinched off a small tip of a leaf to offer her. Give it a try. The fruit should not be eaten casually, but the leaves are safe, albeit with only mild effects, just enough to satisfy your curiosity. Tasting Montag. Shengsheng opened her mouth to consume the small piece of leaf he provided, experiencing an immediate sensation akin to biting into ice. How refreshing, she exclaimed, releasing a contented sigh. In this weather, such a small bite was incredibly delightful. Let us gather more to take back, she suggested to the males. These leaves would make excellent cool tea, and when feeling too warm, we could chew on a few leaves directly. How many should we gather? Yein weeded. As his voice fell, a gust of wind rustled through the branches, causing a multitude of leaves to detach and swirl gracefully in the air. Jinling opened his leather pouch, and the floating leaves obediently entered the bag, quickly filling it to half a person's height. This should suffice, Shengsheng nodded in agreement, witnessing Jinling's pouch fill to capacity. Chapitre 71, Surprise. Mo is disdained. Having gathered an ample supply of cool leaves, Shengsheng intended to collect a few small fruits, but the males at home intervened, fearing she might mistakenly consume something harmful that could lead to stomach distress. Did they think of her as a child, prone to eating recklessly? However, the males were persistent, and she had no choice but to relent and lay back on the great white bear, urging, "Let us hurry back. It is best to stay indoors during the hot season. It is much more comfortable at home, and we cannot linger outside." On their way back, Jinling also caught a few fierce beasts. The prey during the hot season was relatively easy to find, as they would appear by the river to drink in the evening, making them quite visible near any water source. Upon returning to the stone house, Shengsheng sat in her small rocking chair for a while, allowing her sweat to evaporate before she regained her spirits. Shall we brew some cool tea? Mo gently wiped her small face with a damp leather cloth, delicately tucking her stray hair behind her ear as he softly inquired. Yes, let us brew some, Shengsheng replied. After all, they had gathered the leaves, and it would be a shame to let the trip be in vain. While Jinling dealt with the prey by the river, it was Mo who kept her company as they kindled a fire to boil water. The process for cool tea was straightforward. Once the water boiled, the cool leaves were added and simmered for 5 minutes before being covered and allowed to steep for another 10 minutes to cool. Do the cool leaves need to be dried? After tossing a handful of cool leaves into the pot, Shengsheng suddenly remembered this query and turned to Mo with a puzzled expression. Either way is fine. You may proceed as you wish, Mo replied, a gentle smile gracing his lips, his expression radiating indulgence. Not drying them will merely result in slightly greener water with a milder flavor, which is inconsequential. Then let us proceed this way, Shengsheng decided, nodding in agreement as she took the lid to cover the pot, sitting patiently on her small stool. She recalled that it was typically necessary to dry the leaves, but considering Mo's perspective, she wondered if the herbs in the beast world differed. However, upon reflection, she felt it prudent to confirm. Calling out to Yi, who had occupied her small rocking chair and appeared rather uncomfortable, she suggested, Yi, could you take half of the cool leaves outside to dry? There is no rain in the hot season. so it would be fine to leave them out even at night. Very well, you responded, casting a lingering glance at her small rocking chair before stepping into the storage room to spread the freshly gathered cool leaves out on the stone to dry. Upon returning after handling the prey and preparing to cook, Jinling noticed Shengsheng curled up in the corner of the kitchen and set down what he was holding to approach her. Stay outside for a moment, Shengsheng. It will be too crowded in the kitchen once I start cooking. With that, he lifted her and carried her to the outer room, placing her back in her small rocking chair. All right, Shengsheng smiled sweetly, nestling back in her chair and playfully curling her fingers around his as she softly asked, "What will we have for dinner tonight? What would you like to eat, Shengsheng?" Jinling captured her small hand and leaned down to place a gentle kiss on it. His expression warm as he smiled at her. "I caught a blackhorn beast. How about I prepare some honey-glazed meat for you?" "Certainly." The effort of Jinling is much appreciated. Upon hearing Jinling's response, Su Shengsheng's face broke into a smile, relieved that she would not have to consume the soup due to the sweltering heat. Watching Jinling enter the kitchen, Su Shengsheng remained seated, awaiting her return. Dinner was promptly prepared, and while the herbal tea had not yet cooled, Emo served her a cup of the clear, green liquid, which felt warm to the touch. It bore no peculiar taste, reminiscent of sipping lukewarm mint water. It was neither delightful nor unpleasant, leaving her feeling refreshed, though it could not compare to simply chewing on the leaves. She pondered if brewing the dried leaves would yield a better flavor. After the meal, she lingered at the entrance of the stone house for a while. The sun had completely set, and 3 full moons hung in the sky, their light casting a hazy glow, while the interior of the stone house remained dim. Could the moon also undergo changes? The oppressive heat persisted. The temperature on this summer evening had barely dropped. "The water is ready," came Mo's cool voice from behind her. Su Shengsheng then felt a warm arm encircle her waist, lifting her off the small stool. Another arm slid beneath her knees, and she found herself cradled in Mo's embrace. As they traversed the living room and ascended the stone steps, Su Shengsheng could no longer bear the heat and wriggled out of his hold as they approached the door to the room. "It's too warm. Being pressed against you only intensifies it," she thought as she watched him hurriedly stride into the room to wash up. Emo frowned slightly. This was unacceptable. With his elevated body temperature, how could he endure an entire summer without being able to hold her while sleeping? He could suppress his urges, but the thought of not embracing her throughout the hot season would drive him to madness. His dark golden eyes scanned to the left, and he strode towards Baiju's room. After Su Shengsheng finished her bath and emerged, she noticed several large basins of ice in the corners of the room, dispelling the stifling heat and introducing a refreshing chill. Had Emo arranged this? He was seated on her stone bed, waiting for her, and as she came out, he approached her, maneuvering behind to dry her damp hair with his beastly energy. "Is this better?" he inquired, his voice cool yet slightly husky as he wrapped his arms around her shoulders, drawing her into his warm embrace. "Yes, somewhat," she admitted with a nod, though being held by him did not alleviate her discomfort. His body felt like a furnace, and in the heat, it was unbearable, especially when he held her closer, raising his temperature further. "Perhaps we should sleep," he suggested, but Emo clearly did not grant her a chance to respond, swiftly carrying her to the stone bed. His firm arms locked around her waist, pressing her against his chest, as if he intended to embed her within him. Emo's breath warmed the top of her head, enveloping her in his scorching aura, and the scent of him filled her nostrils. This position was intolerable. It was simply too hot. She pushed against his chest in resistance, but her feeble attempts merely ignited his suppressed desire, evident in the fire that flickered within his cold gaze. "Shall we take a dip?" he proposed, unable to endure any longer. After days without holding her or sleeping beside her, he was at his limit. Su Shengsheng's heart raced. In that instant, she seemed to grasp something profound. Before she could react, he had already whisked her into the adjoining bathing chamber. As she entered the water, she understood why the tub was particularly large today. "When did he prepare such a spacious tub without my knowledge?" she mused, grinding her teeth in frustration. "He must have had this intention all along." Just a few days ago, came his voice, now tinged with desire, as he drew closer, his heated kisses falling on her neck. As he lifted her from the tub, the warmth of his beastly energy dried her off, and he carried her towards the stone bed. Unbeknownst to them, a mysterious energy lingered in her abdomen, eagerly seeking release. The beastly mark belonging to Mo flickered before settling into tranquility. Meanwhile, in a hidden tribe nestled within the cracks of the beast god mountain, two elders knelt before the stone altar of the beast god, engaged in divination. Great priest, what are the results of the divination? Have you found anything? The beast god had been in slumber for an increasingly extended period. The once-annual awakening ceremony had been reluctantly changed to once every 3 years, and the future remained uncertain. If this continued, the beast world might face dire consequences. After the recent awakening ceremony, the great priest of the Linglu clan received guidance from the beast god to seek out the existence that had absorbed and integrated the complete power of the rules. This being would be the catalyst for transforming the state of the beast world. It is close. Do not rush, he reassured, his trembling hands resting on the bone-like antlers that emanated a white light, illuminating his weathered face, which bore the marks of wisdom and time. Where, as time passed, the white light began to shift and converge towards a specific direction. East. Finally it has appeared. With this revelation, the great priest's wrinkled face deepened with the weight of age. But how vast was the continent, with so many tribes? How would they find it? Can't you be more specific? The inquirer asked, impatience evident in his tone. Suddenly, the white light dissipated, failing to coalesce again. The great priest collapsed back onto the altar, exhausted. This is impossible. Sigh. The elder sighed, chastising himself for being overly eager. Well, it has been over 100 years. There is no need to rush now. We shall take our time, though I wonder if the great priest can last until then. And Aluo? Is he still watering those flowers? Having completed their serious tasks, the two longtime friends engaged in casual conversation. The flowers show no signs of wilting, our Linglu clan. Alas, the unfading flower was their clan's legacy. It was meant to bloom eternally. Do not worry, clan leader. There will be a turnaround, one assured. Really? The Linglu clan had not nurtured offspring for a long time. Currently, they numbered only a few dozen members. If this continued, they would face extinction, much like the Phoenix and Dragon clans. The divination reveals a glimmer of hope. Perhaps there will be results in a few days. Divination seemed to provide foresight. As events unfolded, the outcomes would also shift. Let us hope, he concluded, wishing for a turn of fortune, for the Linglu clan to continue thriving under his stewardship. After the night, dawn would eventually break. The following day, contemplating her visit to Jiaoyu, Shengsheng rose, had breakfast, and prepared 2 cups of iced drinks using fresh cool leaves. She simply cleaned the leaves, crushed them in bamboo cups, added ice cubes poured in honey water, and vigorously shook the mixture to release and blend the flavors. This method was her own improvisation, and, after trying it, she found it quite pleasing and refreshing. She considered it rather good. Of course, she did not handle the preparation alone. She merely directed, while the other males in the household assisted her. Is Shengsheng ready? Baizhu inquired, downing his own cup of iced drink in one go and helping her tidy up. Yes, let us go. Carrying a basket of fruits that Jiaoyu loved, Shengsheng set out with Baizhu. The remaining 3 males watched them leave before returning to their tasks, needing to store ample water before the river ran dry. While the males were fine, the females at home required sufficient water and cleanliness. They needed to ensure enough supply for the rainy season. Baizhu alone, being a beast man, could only drink. After all, he was truly of the water attribute, while the ice attribute was better suited for cooling the females. After exiting the stone house, Baizhu continuously used his beastly energy to cool her down. Shengsheng leaned against the back of the great white bear, relishing his cool, soothing body, squinting her eyes against the sun that had drawn nearer. Fortunately, the 2 stone houses were not particularly far apart. Otherwise, after the lesson learned yesterday, she would have been utterly unwilling to emerge. As the distance to the stone house gradually diminished, a sense of heat enveloped them, and the great white bear had already escorted her there. Is Jiaoyu in? Shengsheng slid down from the back of the white bear and peered into the stone house, speaking softly. She had never visited Jiao Yu's home before and was unaware of what she and her partner might be doing during the day. It would be quite impolite to disturb them. "Yes, come in quickly. I've been dreadfully bored these past few days," came Jiao Yu's complaint from within. Hearing this, Su Shengsheng stepped inside the stone house. Considering that Bai Zhu could hardly enter another female's home and that male beastmen tended to reject each other from entering their territories, it was only natural for them to adapt when it came to females of the same household. Yet, it pained Su Shengsheng to leave him waiting outside in the scorching sun. So, when Bai Zhu set down the bamboo basket he was carrying and prepared to wait outside, she gently urged, "Bai Zhu, you can head back. There's no need for you to wait here. It's too hot outside." Knowing he would not agree, she found another reason to persuade him. Did not Mo and the others mention needing to store more water? Why not go check on that? If there's not enough for me to use, I might get upset. Their strength and speed would allow them to complete the task of storing water in just a few trips, and she would likely be here until the afternoon. All right then. After some contemplation, Bai Zhu agreed. It's important for the little female to have water. If Shengsheng needs me, just press my beast mark firmly, and I will sense it quickly. Understood? Got it, now hurry back. Hearing his admonition, Su Shengsheng could not help but smile, her eyes curving with delight as she playfully responded. Then I shall return. Bai Zhu turned back multiple times, embodying a reluctant farewell. And even as he reached the entrance of the stone house, he glanced back to confirm once more, "I'm really going back, right?" Seeing the little female sitting there, smiling and waving him off without any intention of calling him back, Bai Zhu could only leave with a tinge of regret. He understood that she was concerned for him, not wanting him to suffer under the sun, which filled his heart with happiness. Yet, he did not see the issue with being outside to watch over her. What was the point of returning to accompany the other stinky males at home? However, the little female had already provided him with a valid reason, and in front of others, he could not leave the impression of being disobedient. Most importantly, he could not let the little female lose face among other females, suggesting that she was unable to manage the males in her household. Chapter 73. Jiao Yu's pregnancy. You are truly kind to him. Unable to bear the sight of her and her partner's affectionate demeanor, Jiao Yu teased, "You wouldn't want him to sunbathe, would you? Males aren't that fragile, and they want to be spoiled. They're good to me as well." Reflecting on Bai Zhu's earlier reluctance to leave and the three males at home busy storing bath water for her, Su Shengsheng smiled sweetly, unable to suppress her heartfelt joy. Turning to look at Jiao Yu, who was comfortably seated in a wide rocking chair, she added, "And if I am good to them, won't they treat me even better?" Affection is reciprocal. Unilateral giving will lead to imbalance over time. However, it is essential to first be kind to her. One raised in a loving environment cannot simply attach themselves to others. That makes sense, Jiao Yu nodded thoughtfully. She had a decent attitude toward her partners, who were indeed very good to her. Perhaps she should consider being nicer to them in the future. But let's not speak of this anymore. Come try the cold drink I made. Su Shengsheng retrieved 2 bamboo cups from the small bamboo basket she had brought, handing one to Jiao Yu filled with the cold beverage she had prepared before her arrival. The basket had remained in Bai Zhu's possession, and when he left, he had added ice cubes, so the drink was still chilled in their hands. Jiao Yu accepted it without formality, took a sip, and instantly felt a wave of coolness spread throughout her body. She leaned back in the chair, closing her eyes in comfort. How refreshing. Is this made from cool leaves? The flavor of the cool leaves was familiar to her. Yes, made with cool leaves, honey syrup, and ice. Is it all right? Su Shengsheng settled into a small corner of the rocking chair, taking a sip from her bamboo cup to alleviate her discomfort from the weather. This is wonderful. You have such clever ideas, Jiao Yu praised, recalling how she had only ever boiled the cool leaves in water before. This way is not only sweet, but also much cooler. Su Shengsheng smiled quietly, feeling a bit proud, all thanks to the legacy of a 5,000-year culinary culture. What have you been up to at home these days? She had not noticed Jiao Yu engaged in any specific activities when she arrived. Instead, she was simply sitting in the rocking chair, enjoying the attentive care of 6 males surrounding her. During this visit, Su Shengsheng had encountered all 6 of Jiao Yu's partners. Besides the familiar black panther Sheng, there was also the silver-haired, ancient noble-like silver fox Inze, alongside the red-haired, somewhat rebellious Qi Yuan, a 7-star beast man. The ruggedly handsome Ming, a 6-star beast man with a close-cropped black hairstyle, and 2 others, one with grayish-white hair and the other with cascading blue curls, both also 6-star beast men. However, when she saw them, they were all in human form, merely glancing at them before they made way for their own pursuits. Therefore, apart from Xing and Yinze, she was not aware of the beast forms of the others. "Oh, I'm expecting cubs." Upon mentioning this, an uncontainable smile spread across Jiao Yu's face as her delicate hand gently caressed her slightly protruding belly. And Su Shengsheng felt as if she were witnessing the radiant glory of maternal love. "Expecting cubs?" Su Shengsheng curiously glanced at Jiao Yu's not-so-obvious belly, feeling delighted for her, while also pondering how she knew she was pregnant. "Yes, a litter of little fox cubs." Jiao Yu glanced at the silver fox standing in the corner and smiled. As the weather grew increasingly warm, it was only natural that she would find joy in the presence of the ice attribute Yinze, leading to their frequent mating during this period, making her pregnancy unsurprising. Moreover, she had been yearning for fluffy little cubs, and with Yinze's beautiful beast form, Jiao Yu began to anticipate the arrival of a litter of stunning cubs. "Oh, they must be incredibly adorable." Su Shengsheng's eyes sparkled as she recalled the silver fox she had seen, unable to fathom how cute a whole litter of little fox cubs would be. Jiao Yu could not help but laugh, her fox-like eyes narrowing as she leaned in to touch Su Shengsheng's belly, teasing, "Perhaps there are cubs in there too." Hearing her jest, Su Shengsheng playfully recoiled, shielding her stomach and casting a mock glare at her. Jiao Yu laughed, her charming expression captivating, nearly leaving Su Shengsheng in a daze. With her slender fingers lifting Su Shengsheng's chin, Jiao Yu admired her delicate and charming face, saying, "If you were to have a litter of wolf cubs or bear cubs, they would surely be adorable as well. As for eggs, regardless of what the father beast looks like, the eggs will always be the same." Su Shengsheng could not help but follow Jiao Yu's train of thought, imagining the little black wolf and the little white bear, indeed finding them quite adorable. Not only were they cute, but they also had a certain wildness about them. Pondering the idea of giving birth to other species alone, she realized she was not ready for that. Her health had previously deterred her from considering this issue. Now, however, she distinctly felt her body improving, and with no contraceptive measures in the beast world, perhaps she could indeed become pregnant. That could work. After all, beastmen were not truly beasts. They could transform. However, the time it took to transform depended on one's innate talent. The earlier one could transform, the higher their talent. The males in her household each possessed their own unique charm, all exceedingly handsome, and with their considerable talent, the cubs should be able to transform quickly, right? As she imagined her miniature partners, she finally felt she had crossed that mental hurdle. She has come to a realization: it is not impossible. She does not reject the idea of having offspring, so she shall let things unfold naturally. Jiao Yu, unaware of the convoluted thoughts swirling in her mind, continues to speak, expressing her desire for a female cub, stating that her little ones are open for selection. However, upon reflecting on her words, a sudden intrigue takes root in her heart, contemplating the possibility. Open for selection? Upon hearing this, Su Shengsheng is momentarily taken aback, but soon her eyes glimmer with excitement. With Jiao Yu's countenance, she believes it is indeed feasible. Can one truly choose freely? Naturally, she would opt for the most beautiful and gifted among them. Upon noticing her interest, Jiao Yu sits up straighter, leaning closer to propose. The fox cubs are undoubtedly the cutest, yet the cubs from Qiyuan possess greater talents. When I left, one of them had already transformed. Its innate ability surpasses that of its sire. What do you think? We could choose him, and you may name him. Male cubs are typically named post-transformation, and her own cubs have yet to be named. Su Shengsheng is momentarily stunned, bewildered by the casualness of naming a cub when she is not even pregnant. Regardless, through an inexplicable course of events, she leaves Jiao Yu's home having inadvertently reserved a position for a future partner for a daughter she does not yet have. She finds herself entangled in thoughts, unsure whether she has gained or lost something in this exchange. Chapter 74. Shedding Skin upon entering the stone house. Su Shengsheng is immediately captivated by the vibrant colors adorning the long table. Assuming it to be a delightful surprise from her partners, her eyes brighten with joy, and she approaches with light steps. "What is this?" she inquires, gazing at the blue fabric edged in red, wondering if it might be yet another dress gifted to her. To her surprise, the material resembles that of Jiao Yu's attire, smooth and lustrous, akin to holding a handful of well water, quite pleasing to the touch. Shedding skin. Upon seeing the object, Mo furrows his brow, a hint of displeasure flashing in his cold gaze. His voice carries a distinct chill, revealing his discomfort. It must have been sent by that serpent beast. Baiju expresses his outrage, remarking on the audacity of the serpent beast to intrude upon their home while they were out fetching the female cub, displaying a blatant disregard for decorum. Ye's expression also darkens, his eyes deep and inscrutable, initially believing a lesson would have quelled the serpent's persistence. Yet, it appears he has become entangled, unwilling to relent until he achieves his goals. The female cub clearly shows no interest, yet he persists relentlessly. With such obstinacy, Yi fears that the serpent may resort to unscrupulous means to attain his desires. Regrettably, as a member of the Beast King's city guard, he has not committed any overtly egregious acts, rendering him untouchable. Instead of merely sending the shedding skin, he could have simply skinned it and fashioned a dress for the female cub. Would that not have been a more considerate gesture? Shedding skin? Su Shengsheng gats? Retracting her hand as if struck by electricity. A chilling sensation courses through her, as if unseen eyes were watching her from the shadows. Suddenly, her hand is gently grasped, fingers delicately wiped clean as if treated like a precious treasure. Turning, she encounters Jin Ling's warm visage, his eyes filled with tenderness, akin to the sun emerging in early spring, dispelling the clouds of her heart and allowing her to relax. How outrageous! Su Shengsheng pouts, her eyes reflecting anger and disdain. Is it not common courtesy to refrain from barging into someone else's home, especially in the absence of the hosts? This rare display of displeasure sends shivers down the spines of the males present, fearing that such a countenance might be directed at them. The notion of secretly observing her and leaving gifts without showing his face or entering uninvited while they are away is far from the behavior of a suitor. It is, in fact, that of a deviant. Su Shengsheng shudders at the thought of what might transpire should she ever find herself alone in the house with him. I shall teach him a lesson. Baiju, initially hesitant about Lan Yin's presence, now finds himself loathing the serpent even more upon witnessing the female cub's fury. Just you? Yi scoffs, not out of disdain, but because he has faced the serpent twice and acknowledges its formidable strength. Let me handle this. With that, he turns to leave, concerned that Baiju might return injured or worse, leaving them short one male. That simply would not do. The female cub still needs him to cool her down, and any injury could complicate matters further, necessitating the search for a replacement of unknown character. What a hassle. Together, Baiju hastily follows suit, observing the departing figures. Mo remains silent, clearly acquiescing to their intentions. Certain actions of the serpent beast are repugnant to him. Despite its considerable strength, Mo will not accept it. Furthermore, the female cub has shown no interest in the serpent, and her growing aversion only solidifies Mo's resolve against it. He harbors no concerns for Ye's prowess, merely hoping that the serpent will recognize its place. Do not worry. We shall find a solution to those you dislike. Jin Ling gently ruffles her hair, offering comfort. He contemplates how to send the serpent away, ideally driving it from the Beast King's city altogether to spare her further distress. Shifting the topic, he softly inquires, "What would you like to eat for lunch, Shengsheng?" "Anything you prepare is fine with me," she replies, her spirit lifted. The earlier incident has not affected her appetite. Rather, inexplicably, after Jin Ling's reminder, she feels an acute hunger. "I think I will take a bath first." Having walked about outside, she feels sticky and uncomfortable, yearning for a cleansing wash. She glances at Mo, lost in thought, and calls out, "Mo, go ahead, there's water upstairs." Understanding her intent, Mo softens his gaze, responding gently. He had not anticipated their insight into her needs, even having prepared bathing water in advance. Su Shengsheng's eyes sparkle with delight as she sweetly announces, "I shall head up now." With that, she gracefully ascends the stone steps. Watching her figure vanish around the corner, the two beasts finally retract their gazes. What are your plans? Jean Ling inquires of Mo, aware that he must have already devised a strategy. Should that fail, he would resort to his own methods to resolve the matter. Let us wait and see. Mo muses, a plan forming in his mind, contingent upon the serpent's willingness to heed warnings. Otherwise, he cannot permit this annoyance to linger. Unaware of the intentions of the two males below, Su Shengsheng enters her room, shedding her attire and heading straight for the large bathtub in the corner. Relaxing into the water, she washes away the sweat, preventing her skin from becoming pallid. After a brief soak, she emerges and decides to wear the dress Jean Ling gifted her. Approaching her bedside, she lifts the animal hide curtain, reaching in to retrieve the light golden fish scale dress, placing it upon the stone bed. The fish scale material is sheer, thus slightly translucent. As she prepares to find a lighter garment to wear beneath it, she rummages through her belongings but fails to locate her memory of the pale gray undergarment. How peculiar. Su Shengsheng frowns, her memory sharp. She distinctly recalls wearing it just days prior. How could it have vanished? Outside the city gates of the Beast King's realm, within a humble single-room stone house, a gloomy orc held a small piece of gray fabric. Pressing it against his nose and inhaling its sweet scent with an almost obsessive fervor. Chapter 75. Reunion with a White Tiger. The Black Wolf, familiar with the surroundings, charged directly into the stone house, causing the sullen orc to transform into a blue python and burst through the roof to evade. The serpent's head rose high, its deep blue eyes fixated with venomous intent on the black wolf below. It's you again. He did not comprehend what had transpired with this wolf beast. Endowed with formidable strength and a talent for water attributes perfectly suited for the current season, it was merely a matter of companionship. Could this wolf truly dictate whether a female accepts a partner? Despite stating that his companion held no affection for the wolf, it seemed impervious to reason. Yi Qing let out a frustrated sound, his mood irritable and his tone sharp, uninterested in engaging in futile conversation with the insensible snake beast. He unleashed his beastly energy directly at it. The great white bear arrived a moment too late by the time he reached the scene. The black wolf and the blue python were already locked in a fierce battle, causing substantial damage to the surrounding stone houses. Since the residence of Lan Yin was near the entrance of the Beast King city, there were few orcs residing nearby, and most of the stone houses stood empty, resulting in minimal impact. However, dueling was strictly prohibited within the Beast King city. The commotion they stirred was significant, drawing the attention of several orc guards who overheard it. Yet, given that both were the 7 stars rank and had employed their talents, no one dared to intervene. Some orcs, witnessing the situation, hurried to find Bai Chun, hoping he would swiftly come to halt the conflict to prevent it from affecting their own stone houses. Baizhu initially intended to shout a warning to Yi, urging him to be cautious, but as he approached, his keen eyes caught sight of a familiar piece of fabric among the debris of a collapsed stone house. With a bear's claw, he picked it up, suddenly gripping the light, gray fabric tightly. A surge of anger igniting within him as he wished fervently for the demise of that shameless snake beast. Resisting the urge to intervene was a testament to his restraint. He nearly howled with rage, wishing for Yi to finish off the snake once and for all. Orcs living in the outer city, hearing the commotion, emerged to investigate, gathering in small clusters to discuss. What is happening? Questioned an orc who was unfamiliar with the situation. Isn't Lan Yin pursuing that little female? Is he now fighting her partner? Which little female? The stunning female that just arrived with the warm season. While it was not unusual for male orcs to brawl, it was the first time such a fierce confrontation had occurred among those of higher rank. That little female? Are you referring to the one Bai Chun is also interested in? At this remark, the surrounding orcs fell silent, their gazes shifting behind him. The inquisitive orc turned sharply, spotting a massive white tiger approaching leisurely in their direction. After searching fruitlessly, Su Shengsheng pondered whether the male at home had neglected to retrieve her garment. Thus, she resigned herself to finding another light-colored piece to wear, donning a skirt before exiting her room. Mo, Jean Ling, do you know where my light, gray shorts went? I can't seem to find them, she called out. Both Mo and Jean Ling were in the kitchen. Jean Ling was sautéing shrimp while Mo was squeezing juice. Upon hearing her voice, the two males turned in unison to look at her. Due to the sweltering heat, her waist-length black hair was all gathered up in a relaxed, fluffy bun, accentuating her exquisite and alluring face. Clad in a light golden sea silk skirt, her fair shoulders and slender, snow-white calves were exposed. Jean Ling's craftsmanship was impeccable. The dress perfectly highlighted her enchanting curves without being too snug. With such a charming partner before them, the two males were momentarily entranced, only snapping back to reality upon hearing her words. I remember washing it and placing it in the alcove. Shengsheng, did you not find it? Jean Ling turned off the heat, setting aside the sautéed shrimp, wiping his hands before approaching her to assist in the search. No, I've already looked. Su Shengsheng shook her head, following his steps with unwavering conviction, having checked multiple times to ensure she wasn't mistaken. Mo furrowed his brow, suddenly considering a possibility, washing the juice off his hands before following suit. The vacant areas of the stone house were filled with moisture, and the oppressive heat caused the humidity to mask most scents. Given that the snake beast possessed water attributes, if it had utilized its beastly energy for any purpose, they might not easily detect it. Jean Ling rummaged through the clothing in the alcove, reorganizing everything. Yet he did not find the light gray shorts that the little female mentioned. However, he did notice something amiss. The alcove contained only a few garments typically worn by the little female, including the newly added sea silk skirts and regularly swapped small tops and shorts. Aside from a few skirts she had not worn, the remaining clothing, mainly her frequently changed intimate wear, bore unfamiliar scents. The missing shorts had been washed 2 days prior, while the garment she wore today was from yesterday's laundry, meaning the lost item was the one that had absorbed her scent the most. Could they truly be lost? As Jean Ling meticulously searched again without success, Su Shengsheng frowned slightly, perplexed as to how they could have gone missing. No need to search any longer. That snake beast has been here. Mo, having checked the room, suddenly spoke, his expression dark and his eyes glinting with icy fury. There were traces of that snake beast's presence on the clothing, in the bathing tub, and even on the stone bed, particularly strong on the bed itself. What does this mean? Su Shengsheng was taken aback, utterly unprepared for such a perverse turn of events. As realization dawned, a wave of anger and revulsion surged within her, prompting a physical reaction of nausea. Mo and Jean Ling exchanged subtle glances, their unspoken understanding leading them to withhold further details from her. Let's take her downstairs for a meal. I will handle this. Mo suppressed his bloodthirsty instincts, maintaining his usual frosty demeanor as he addressed Jean Ling all right. Jean Ling gently draped an arm across her shoulders, soothingly stroking her back, and once she had composed herself, he lifted her from the room. His large hand caressed her back tenderly as he inquired softly, "Are you feeling better, Shengsheng? It is our fault as partners for not being more vigilant." Jean Ling also had not anticipated the existence of such a despicable male orc. "Take me to find Yi and Bai Zhu." After taking a moment to steady herself, Su Shengsheng exhaled a sigh, dispelling the pent-up frustration within her, her voice imbued with a newfound determination. "Yi and Bai Zhu must have gone to seek Lan Yin. I need to retrieve my belongings." The thought of her intimate garments in the possession of a stranger made her feel utterly uncomfortable, fueling her growing disdain. Jean Ling had initially planned to offer some words of comfort, but upon meeting her wounded yet resolute gaze, his intended counsel faltered on his tongue, ultimately conceding with a nod of agreement. The golden eagle soaring above effortlessly spotted the gathering of orcs at the entrance of the Beast King city. Witnessing the fierce battle between the black wolf and the blue python, as well as the white tiger charging forward to intervene. Chapter 76. He lacked courage. What is happening? Bai Chan randomly approached an orc residing nearby to inquire about the situation. The orc who had gone to summon him merely reported that there was a fight occurring in the Beast King city, resulting in several collapsed stone houses. Yet, as he observed the black wolf and blue python before him, one his companion, the other in pursuit of her, he could not fathom why the conflict had escalated to such intensity, as if they sought to annihilate one another. Bai Chun was aware that Lan Yin was pursuing the little female. He presumed that with his high ranking and water attributes, success would come easily. However, he had not anticipated such a ruckus. This black wolf is making such a spectacle to deter other males from pursuing the little female. Does he not fear her disdain? I do not know. The wolf beast suddenly charged in, claiming his female does not favor Lanine. The orc, having witnessed the entire ordeal outside the stone house, recounted what he had seen upon hearing Bai Chen's inquiries. Bai Chen's heart tightened at the mention of Lan Yin's unrequited affection. Why was that? Lan Yin possesses remarkable strength and has awakened her water attribute talent. Is it not the case that she lacks a partner with a water affinity? Why then does she refuse? In a short while, the river is destined to run dry. Has her partner provided her with a reservoir of water? Or could it be that this wolf beast, driven by jealousy, has uttered lies merely to dissuade Lan Yin? As their conflict escalates, both combatants bear numerous wounds, prompting the imposing figure of a white tiger to charge forward and intervene. Although he lacks an awakened talent, his level is substantial, having engaged in fierce battles with ferocious beasts, and his prowess cannot be underestimated. The white tiger radiates a brilliant silver light, unleashing a surge of beast energy that forces the two black wolves and the blue python to cease their assault and defend against the onslaught. Shengsheng, how did you come out? Are you feeling hot? Bai Zhu was the first to notice that the golden eagle had brought her over. Seeing her sunburnt face, he felt a pang of concern, swiftly cradling her in his arms and using his beast energy to cool her down. His words instantly captured the attention of the three beastmen engaged in battle. The black wolf leaped over the collapsed stone structures to stand before her, transforming into a carefree youth. He approached and touched her flushed face, frowning. What are you doing out here? The heat, radiating from her skin, was palpable. And although Yes' tone was harsh, it concealed a deep-seated tenderness. It was the hottest part of the day. Had she intended to roast herself under the sun? What was Ma's intention in bringing her out, along with this bird? Shengsheng, feeling nauseous from having lost her small pants, was taken aback by Laning's presence, sending chills down her spine. Upon hearing Yes' inquiry, she felt a wave of grievance wash over her, her nose tinged with frustration as she swatted his hand away. Understanding that he was concerned for her well-being, she felt guilty for exposing herself to the harsh sun, so she grasped his hand, looking at him with a pitiful expression to express her discontent. Yeah, I've lost my small pants. They are missing. Yeah, however, did not reproach her. Her feeble attempts to scratch him were dismissed as insufficient. Upon hearing her words and recalling the reason for his own emergence, Yes' eyes darkened and his expression soured, particularly as Bai Zhu, still holding her, revealed a piece of fabric from his possession, exacerbating the situation as he remarked, "Is this it? I found it in the collapsed stone structure near that snake." That's the one. Shengsheng suppressed her nausea and glanced at it, only for the wave of revulsion to surge anew. Her throat constricted, and unable to hold back, she pushed past the three males surrounding her and retched nearby. Her stomach churned, and the acidic bile burned her throat, prompting tears to well in her eyes. How could such a male beastman exist? This ignited Yes' fury completely. His beast energy surged violently, striking without restraint, sending a wind blade aimed directly at the serpent beast's life. Lanine, unable to withstand the onslaught, transformed into her beast form to defend herself. With a resounding crash, the blue python was hurled backward, rolling several times upon impact before coming to a halt, blood gushing from beneath her. Shengsheng, are you all right? Bai Zhu cautiously supported her, concern etched across his face. His irritation directed at the fact that he had revealed the fabric. He had not anticipated that the small female would react so strongly. Drink some water to calm down. Jinling gently stroked her back to soothe her emotions, offering her a bamboo cup filled with juice infused with cooling leaves and ice, inquiring, "Do you feel any better?" Shengsheng swished the water in her mouth to wash away the bitter taste, shaking her head at Jinling's offer for more. With nothing in her stomach, drinking water would only exacerbate her discomfort. Bai Chen hesitated for a moment before stepping forward as he saw them returning. "How are you? Thank you for your concern. I'm feeling much better." His care was buried deep within his silver eyes, though Shengsheng remained oblivious, giving him a somewhat forced smile. "Can you tell me what happened?" He was eager to understand the events that transpired. She had not intervened when her partner fought Lan Yin, suggesting the wolf's claims about her disinterest were indeed true. He was curious about her reasons for rejecting Lan Yin. Even a talented male like him had failed to win her affection. Shengsheng glanced at him, his face radiating righteousness, and thought about how he was the leader of the Beast King City Guard, perfectly positioned to manage Lan Yin. Thus, she decided to be forthright, stating, Lan Yin stole my belongings while I was away from home. Bai Chen was taken aback by this revelation, momentarily silent as countless thoughts raced through his mind. He cast a glance at the subdued Lan Yin, his expression turning peculiar. Stealing from a female? He had not anticipated this serpent beast's lack of dignity. As a 7-star beast man, what could he possibly covet that he needed to pilfer from a female? Noticing Bai Chen's prolonged silence, Shengsheng added, the item was not precious, it was just my undergarments. Upon hearing this, Bai Chen's emotions became complex, and even the tips of his ears, hidden beneath his sun-kissed skin, took on a strange hue. Uncertain how matters like this were typically resolved in the beast world, she candidly expressed her thoughts. I don't know how you will handle this, but I don't like him and hope you can prevent him from bothering me again. All right. He wished to inquire about her preferences, yet all he could muster was a simple affirmation. Satisfied with Bai Chen's promise, Shengsheng observed as the black wolf's claws grasped Lan Yin's vulnerable point and interjected. Yeah, let's go back. While Lan Yin's actions were distasteful, they were not deserving of death. She merely hoped Bai Chen would manage him and prevent further disturbances. As she watched the figure shimmering in the sunlight depart, Bai Chen averted his gaze and approached Lan Yin. Yet, he still lacked the courage to take that step forward. Uncertain of what he feared, perhaps the prospect of facing her rejection, ultimately, he felt inferior for lacking a talent, devoid of the confidence to stand beside her. Chapter 77. Drought. Celestial Fire? Shengsheng was unaware of how Bai Chen resolved the matter, but thereafter, Lan Yin indeed ceased to disrupt her life, seemingly having truly given up. Since returning that day, she had not dared to venture outside, for her skin had been burned by the sun. Indeed, just a brief exposure had resulted in sunburn. Although her healing ability allowed for rapid recovery, she still lacked the courage to step outside again. The weather remained unbearably hot, with the ground outside the stone dwelling cracking under the relentless sun. The heat had reached a point where even a bucket of water evaporated instantaneously, and placing a stone slab outside could sear meat to medium rare. Nestled in Baiju's embrace, Shengsheng sipped on the juice prepared by Jinling, infused with cooling leaves and ice. The sweltering heat compelled her to don only a short tank top and a brief skirt. How much longer will this heat persist? She could not help but lament, having never endured such conditions, and found herself struggling to adapt. Soon, after the peak of the hot season, the temperature will gradually cool. Ma's words offered little comfort. Shengsheng furrowed her brow, lamenting, we have just entered the peak of the hot season. How can it be soon? He was indeed one to offer consolation. Hearing her words, Baiju asked, are you very hot, Shengsheng? As he spoke, he adjusted his temperature, drawing her closer into his embrace and inquiring, is this better? Yes, it feels much cooler. Thank goodness for Baiju. Clinging to him felt like embracing a non-melting ice block, dispelling the heat, and Shengsheng sighed in relief, curling into his hold. Noticing her juice had been finished, Jinling, who remained close by, gently asked, would you like more drink? Yes. The icy juice and Baiju were the lifeline she clung to, for without them, Shengsheng feared she might simply melt away under the oppressive heat. Not long after, the knight returned from hunting, bringing with it an unfortunate piece of news. The river behind Shengsheng had run dry. Although the household had stored water, they had previously relied on the river for their supply. Now, they could only use what they had at home. Upon hearing the news, Ma furrowed his brow, sensing it was rather early for such an occurrence. Jinling spoke up, her face reflecting concern. The river behind Shengsheng was quite deep, and, typically, it would not run dry until well into the hot season. Hearing this news, Shengsheng also felt a sense of anxiety, even a touch of dread. She had seen that river. It was not just vast, but also broad. How could it possibly dry up? Would the water stored at home suffice? Perhaps she could forego bathing a few times? She counted on her fingers, her small face etched with conflict and uncertainty. Not bathing was truly out of the question. She could not bear the thought. But if the water was insufficient for drinking, wouldn't her actions be rather selfish? Don't worry, there's still me at home. Baiju reassured her, noticing the expression on her face. He gently took her small hand that clutched the cup and added a few ice cubes to it, smiling brightly to comfort her. His radiant smile alleviated much of Shengsheng's anxiety. What troubles you? Are you worried about the water supply? Ye raised an eyebrow, approaching and playfully tugging at her troubled expression. Our concerns are not about that. They had been well prepared, and as a cherished little holy female, how could she possibly lack water? Even if she had a water attribute partner, Shengsheng would routinely dispatch beastmen to deliver water. Not to mention, that white tiger had intentions toward her, yet doubted he would neglect her in times of need. If he did, it would be all the better. What then? Are you worried about? Shengsheng tilted her head, freeing herself from his grasp, and inquired curiously. If there was enough water, what could be the source of their concern? Each of them wore a furrowed brow. Even Ma's expression revealed unease. Surely, she was overthinking it. Besides the water shortage, she genuinely could not fathom what else there could be. Tianhua, Ma's cold voice answered her bewilderment, and he felt grateful for his decision to bring her to Shengsheng. Had they remained in the wilderness or a small tribe, not only would they face water issues, but if Tianhua were to occur, the situation would undoubtedly be far more perilous. Tianhua? What is that? Shengsheng's face paled. She understood that Tianhua referred to large fires caused by natural phenomena, such as lightning or spontaneous combustion. But what did Ma mean by it? The unknown bred fear. Don't be afraid. We are merely speculating. It may not happen, Jinling said, noticing her pallor and discreetly signaling Ma to refrain from further alarming her. Simultaneously, the worry on his face faded, and he donned a gentle demeanor, taking the cup from her hands and bringing it to her lips. Seeing her drink and regain some color, he smiled softly and changed the subject. We still have some fish at home. How about I make sour fish soup for dinner? Looking down at Jinling, who was half squatting before her, Shengsheng felt exasperated. Did he think she was a child, so easily appeased? Jinling. While she recognized his intentions were good, she still wished to understand. Knowing in advance would allow her to prepare mentally, preventing any surprises should something truly occur. It's nothing much, just a fire in the mountains, a surge of beasts, or perhaps a fireball falling from the sky. Ye interjected bluntly, unable to tolerate their trivial chatter. If they know, they can protect her. What is there to hide? A fire in the mountains? A surge of beasts? A fireball falling from the sky? Just that? Shengsheng turned to Ye, utterly stunned, questioning whether she had misheard him. How could he deliver such alarming news in such a casual tone? Which of these matters could be dismissed so lightly? Don't worry, we are here to protect you, Baiju said, sensing her silence and fearing she had been frightened. He quickly embraced her to offer comfort. While she was not truly scared, perhaps another might be. Ye's tone had rendered her astonishment greater than her fear. Before she could respond, a commotion outside the stone house drew their attention. Several pairs of eyes turned toward the entrance as Bai Chun, anxious, carried a stone jar of water to the door and set it down, looking inside. When his gaze fell upon her, it seemed to flicker away as if burned. His mind filled with the vision of her fair skin. A blush crept onto his face, and he felt the sun above blaze hotter, as if it were trying to scorch him. The words he had meant to say suddenly caught in his throat. Bai Chun, did you come for something? Shengsheng had a favorable impression of him. Seeing him standing silently outside, she took the initiative to ask. I came to deliver water. Her soft voice pulled him back from his daze. The river has dried up. From now on, I will bring water every day until it flows again. You need not worry about your supply. Bai Chun's lips moved slightly as he added the last part under his breath. Is this something all the females of Shengsheng receive? Shengsheng inquired curiously, as this was the first thought that sprang to her mind. Otherwise, she could not fathom why Bai Chun would bring her an entire jar of water. Yes, Bai Chun's lips pressed together, his silver eyes downcast as he offered a quiet affirmation. He wished it were a gesture solely for her, but alas. Is it possible he? Thank you. I appreciate it, she replied, her thoughts confirmed by his response. And Shengsheng smiled politely, her eyes sparkling. No need. I shall take my leave now. Having delivered the water to the doorstep, her partner would naturally carry it inside. He felt he had no right to intrude. Bai Chun stood at the threshold, refraining from crossing the threshold, and after speaking, he glanced back at her one last time before turning to leave. He had resolved to silently protect her and would no longer indulge in fanciful thoughts. Yes smirked slightly, a hint of mockery dancing at the corners of his mouth, though he remained silent as he walked over to fetch the jar of water and place it in the kitchen. He was not foolish. That white tiger clearly dared not reveal his feelings. Why should he make his intentions known before the little female? That would only complicate matters. Yes, thoughts mirrored those of the other three males. They all recognized Bai Chen's feelings and understood that the little female did not reject him, even holding a rather favorable impression of him. Yet, she had grown accustomed to being the one loved in relationships. If that tiger did not express himself, there would be no possibility for them. The heavy topic of Tianhua was abruptly interrupted by Bai Chen's arrival, and they swiftly moved past it. To prevent her from dwelling on it again, Jinling squeezed her small hand and returned the juice to her palm, smiling gently at her. So, is sour fish soup for dinner acceptable to you? The sour fish soup Jinling referred to was the result of Baiju accidentally adding too many sour leaves while making fish soup. It was not unpleasant, tangy, and particularly appetizing in the sweltering weather. All right, Shengsheng nodded. For some reason, her appetite had been lacking lately. Perhaps it was due to the heat sapping her desire to eat. After dinner, she retired to her room early, as there were few entertainment options in the beast world. No, there were some. Beastmen found pleasure in mating, indulging tirelessly. Before that, her only source of entertainment had been painting, which she could still do to pass the time. The heat of the day was overwhelming, causing her mood to fluctuate restlessly. All she yearned for was a tranquil place to remain still and undisturbed. Following the incident with Lan Yin, Emo had replaced everything in her room, save for a few newly crafted jiaxia skirts, even replacing the stone bed with a spacious hardwood one. Yet, she found no comfort in the wooden bed, opting instead to spread a mat on the floor and sleep alongside four males. Su Shengsheng was perplexed by their thoughts. She initially believed it would be too hot to share a bed, but upon waking the next day, she discovered four beastmen sprawled on her floor, which ultimately led to the current arrangement. This was acceptable, as they had not crossed any inappropriate boundaries, and with Baiju present, the atmosphere was cooler, so she tacitly accepted their presence. As the rhythmic sound of breathing filled the room, for pairs of beastly eyes gradually opened, the males synchronously rising to approach the small, unaware figure nestled in the center. The dim moonlight filtered through, casting a hazy veil over her petite form, rendering it both mysterious and enchanting, igniting an irresistible desire to uncover the truth hidden beneath that veil. Her long, black hair cascaded like a waterfall, her face slightly flushed, long eyelashes resting closed, and her slightly parted lips seemed to silently beckon. Suddenly, a slender hand reached out from the side, pinching the edge of her delicate sundress and gently lifting it to reveal her alabaster skin beneath. The owner of that hand moved cautiously, fearful of waking the slumbering girl, pulling her dress upward until her slender waist was exposed, greedily inching higher. For pairs of eyes, each reflecting distinct emotions, fixated on her revealed flesh, their breaths becoming shallow with anticipation. A soft gulp echoed through the silence, meeting three pairs of discontented gazes, causing Baiju to hurriedly cover his mouth and shake his head. The thrill was intoxicating, although this was not his first experience. The illicit nature of the moment heightened his adrenaline. This brief interlude did not disrupt the atmosphere, and the four pairs of eyes returned to their focus on her. Two males on either side, quietly awaiting the next development. Shall we begin? Baiju inquired softly, glancing at Emo. Do not speak, do not wake her. Knight cast a disapproving glance at him. This foolish bear always made them feel as though they were engaging in something shameful. Baiju merely pouted at him, refraining from further provocation, for if his memory served him correctly, the moment was upon them. As that thought settled, a glimmer appeared on her pristine belly. Mo's wolf mark flickered twice, and he furrowed his brow, a sudden burning sensation washing over him, which soon dissipated as the beast mark settled back into calmness. The same phenomenon occurred for Jinling, Baizhu, and Night, each experiencing a brief surge of heat that vanished as their beast marks returned to tranquility. Once everything had settled, Emo gently lowered her dress, exchanging a meaningful glance with the others, who then returned to their original positions, eyes closed in light slumber. Unbeknownst to Su Shengsheng, she seemed to be immersed in a peculiar dream, finding herself in a place shrouded in mist. She was acutely aware that this was a dream and guided her body deeper into the enigmatic fog. Emerging from a mist, she found herself in a garden, at the center of which stood an extraordinary white flower, illuminated by a halo of radiant colors, surrounded by similar, yet less luminous blossoms, capturing her attention entirely. Drawn toward the magnificent bloom, she noticed a figure with emerald green hair standing before it, who appeared to sense her presence and lifted his gaze toward her. Chapter 79. Beast God? Su Shengsheng pondered the purpose of her dream and the identity of the youth. Dressed simply in linen, his elegance was inescapable upon seeing her. He gently smiled and extended his hand. Come, his voice rang clear, akin to a mountain stream, instilling a sense of peace and comfort. She glanced at the outstretched hand, hesitating for a moment before responding. Where shall we go? Take my hand. That way you won't lose your way. With no movement from her, he patiently maintained his gesture, awaiting her acceptance. After a moment's consideration, she reached out and lightly grasped his hand, which enveloped hers gently as he turned to lead her onward. The scenery shifted abruptly, and she found herself astride a seemingly ethereal deer, its antlers resembling delicate vines entwined together. Curiously, she reached out to touch them, feeling a smooth warmth akin to fine jade. Will it break? She asked, feeling it might shatter with the slightest touch. No, he chuckled softly, a melodic sound escaping his chest, before earnestly addressing her concerns. The spirit deer carried her back into the mist, where the scene transformed once more, the fog coalescing beneath their feet into a pathway leading to a palace reminiscent of a mirage. At the palace's entrance, an elderly man with an ethereal demeanor awaited them, his kind eyes fixed in anticipation. The spirit deer morphed back into the youth, guiding her by the hand to the cloud table before the old man. Beast God, I have brought the one you seek. The youth seated himself beside her, pouring a cup of clear green liquid from the teapot onto the table. And how should one speak? She is to be your future mate, the elder remarked, his gaze shifting to the youth, who smiled slightly at the notion of his companion, evidently pleased. Beast God? Su Shengsheng observed the elderly figure clad in faded, yellowed linen, his hair and beard white as snow, and pondered whether divine beings were so stereotypically portrayed. Mate? She turned her gaze to the youth beside her, realizing that she would have two essential companions, and this young man could be one of them. His gaze returned to the elder, indicating familiarity as if they were not strangers. It seemed he had encountered the beast god before, shrouded in an air of mystery. Well, little female, are you satisfied with the mate I have bestowed upon you? The elder finally focused on her, allowing her ample time to adjust. Bestowed upon me? She turned her head to meet the youth's gaze, captivated by his glass-like green eyes, which she found particularly appealing. However, she was too preoccupied to dwell on the elder's teasing words, fidgeting with her fingers as she looked up at him. Do you know my origins? Given that he was the beast god, he must understand that she was not a native of this beastly realm. But why had she come here? Was it by chance? And what of her family? Were they well? This is my error, yet it is your fortune. The elder sighed softly, his ancient eyes reflecting countless emotions, a mixture of oppression and compassion that she could not fully decipher. The demise of an era, even the divine could not avert. This was a critical juncture in the decline of the beast world continent, marking the beginning of several cycles. As the beast god, he was reluctant to abandon his followers, but remained at a loss. This time, however, his divine power inadvertently opened a rift in the boundary, bringing forth her unexpected arrival, a turning point indeed. You were destined to perish during that calamity, yet you have been reborn in this world. This revelation led him to realize that perhaps it was not this era that ought to perish, but rather he himself. The beast world would welcome a new god, and likewise a new beginning. Thus, he took it upon himself to embed that portion of the blank rule, the authority of the beast god, within her being. Only she, a life from beyond, could endure this, as she did not belong to the beast world continent and would not be bound by its laws. He had already gestated within you, and my time is running short. He shall inscribe new laws, transforming this realm of beasts. Su Shengsheng was at a loss for expression. The weight of this topic was too profound. The demise of a deity and the end of an era was not a matter for an ordinary person like her to engage in. There is no need for such gravity. Though gods possess long lives, they are not immortal. Seeing their somber faces, he chuckled and poured himself another cup of floral nectar. For he had long prepared for this day. Why not give him a name, as a continuation of yourself? Su Shengsheng placed her hand on her abdomen, where a life was forming, a child of her blood, yet not solely hers. The elder, holding the cup, chuckled at this unexpected remark, in a certain sense. It could indeed be considered his continuation. Let us call him Chu. May this newly born god herald a rebirth of the beast world. Very well. It is time for you to depart. As the words fell, the mist enveloped once more, and his figure vanished, as if from a dream. The cloud pavilion dissipated, and his gradually stooping silhouette resembled that of an elderly man. Upon entering the palace, the humanoid form dissipated, revealing a colossal beast resembling a deer with horns, akin to a horse covered in scales. He seemed utterly exhausted, closing his beastly eyes, falling into silence. These matters, which they ought not to know, shall remain sealed within the depths of their memories for now. Allowing everything to unfold naturally is the wisest choice. Su Shengsheng dreamed a dream. She floated in the air, controlled by her thoughts, traversing the mist, passing through the flower garden to stand before a gigantic white blossom. A young man clad in coarse garments, with emerald green hair, stood before the flower, gazing up at her. His eyes, a pale green like glass, reflected her delicate figure, and the corners of his lips curled slightly. Wait for me to find you. The dream dissipated like a bubble, and Su Shengsheng awoke with a start, the daylight bright. Her expression was dazed. She dreamt of a melodious-voiced young man, remembering only his beautiful pale green eyes, yet unable to recall his face. On the beast god mountain, in the territory of the Linglu tribe, a young man seated in front of the unfurling blossoms slowly opened his eyes, meeting the gaze of the high priest, whose face had aged further. Did you see her? Not long ago, he had divined that the Linglu tribe's glimmer of hope lay with the young man. Hence the current scene. The high priest, using the unfurling blossoms as a medium, summoned the young man's future companion to meet him in a dream. I have seen her. I will seek her out. He would seek her out, with no other intention. Thinking of the little female he encountered in his dream, the young man's lips curled upwards. They would meet soon. Chapter 80. The beast's fury and fire the river had long since evaporated, leaving the parched riverbed exposed to the searing sun, where only cracked earth and stones bore witness to the harshness of the hot season. Along the riverbank lay severed limbs, unfinished bones, and decaying remnants of beasts. The vegetation of the beast world was densely distributed, and beneath the lush layers of foliage, the heat in the mountains was particularly intense. Suddenly, a chilling roar echoed through the forest. A flicker of flames danced amidst the trees, and the heat accumulated in the vegetation under the relentless sun erupted at that moment. Boom! An explosion reverberated through the skies, billowing smoke and splattering flames, sending the surrounding beasts scattering in panic. What was happening? Su Shengsheng's heart trembled at the sudden commotion, causing her cup to slip from her grasp, her gaze instinctively shifting to Mo, her voice laced with unease. For a moment, the concept of natural disaster consumed her thoughts. I'll go take a look. The noise seemed to have sparked a fire in the forest, leading to an explosion, and Mo's expression turned grave as he stood and moved toward the stone house's exit. Indeed, stepping outside and gazing toward the forest, even from a distance, one could see the flames leaping upward, smoke billowing outwards. Su Shengsheng followed him to the doorway, her eyes captivated by the unprecedented fire, momentarily entranced. Fear, helplessness, and shock surged within her. Aren't we going to extinguish the fire? She stared at the towering flames that seemed to reach for the sky, murmuring. Surely there would be beastmen to douse the flames, for if they allowed the fire to consume the forest, how would they as hunters survive? Lost in thought, she suddenly saw a white tiger charging toward their stone house, halting before her and transforming into human form. You must come with me to the stone fortress. Upon seeing her unharmed, he sighed in relief and spoke to them in a serious tone. The forest is ablaze, and fierce beasts are in turmoil. Debris may fall from the sky. These events are interconnected. Earlier, when Bai Chen came, he had witnessed several stone houses crushed. The stone fortress, built by the former Beast King, a 10-star Earth attribute beast warrior, would withstand the falling debris. Moreover, the Beast King city would assign Earth attribute gifted beastmen to protect the fortress, ensuring the safety of females inside. The stone fortress, located in the heart of the Beast King city, was a 3-story structure of considerable size, typically serving as the residence of the city lord, formerly the Beast King's dwelling. Although the current city lord had not yet attained the 10-star level, hence he was referred to as the city lord rather than the Beast King. It was also a sanctuary for females and young ones in such situations. Inside, Jinling had already packed the essentials and emerged, saying, "Let us go." The great white bear led her alongside the white tiger as they sprinted toward the stone fortress at the center of the inner city. The forest was vast, and the explosions were not isolated incidents. 2 more booms resounded along their path, the deafening sounds accompanied by flying branches and stones that narrowly missed them as they evaded. "You may enter now." After escorting them, the white tiger barely had time to mention that he had other matters to attend to before dashing away again. Shengsheng glanced back, observing the white tiger's large figure skillfully dodging the fiery debris, resolutely heading toward the outskirts of the Beast King city. As Baizhu carried her into the stone fortress, the first floor was already bustling with many females. In stark contrast to the brutality outside, the atmosphere within the fortress was warm, filled with the innocent laughter of small cubs unaware of the tension, as if they had grown accustomed to such calamities. Indeed, they had become accustomed to it. Only she, who had never experienced such adversity, felt powerless and frightened in the face of disaster. "Sit here, Shengsheng." Baizhu guided her to a relatively quiet corner, laying down a mat of grass and inviting her to sit. He retrieved the juice prepared by Jinling and handed it to her, half squatting in front of her to gently touch her pale face, clumsily offering comfort. "Do not fear, Shengsheng. Everything will be all right. They will protect you." "Yes, everything will be all right." Shengsheng took the cup, sipping the cool juice to ease her tense emotions, and smiled at him. She believed they would keep her safe. Surveying her surroundings, she noticed that the females were accompanied by only one partner or follower, and she curiously turned to Baizhu, asking, "Where are Mo and Jinling? And Yi? Where are they?" "Mo and Jinling are guarding outside the fortress, while Yi is watching over our stone house. Do you want them to accompany you?" "I will bring them inside," Baizhu replied. Due to the heat, he had been the one accompanying the little female, so the 3 had not contested this arrangement with him. "Are they all right outside? Won't they get hurt?" Shengsheng felt a twinge of concern for their situation, yet within the stone fortress, only females and cubs remained. Presumably, their partners were stationed outside, leaving one behind to provide care. There was no need for her to worry about them. They were fine. "If you wish to see them, I can bring them here," Baizhu offered. However, his words were not merely a comfort. Their strength was considerable, and a few injuries were inconsequential. "There is no need to fetch them. Let be for now," Shengsheng replied, shaking her head. She was more anxious about Baizhu being outside. Shengsheng. As they conversed, a familiar voice suddenly broke through. Shengsheng looked up to see Jiao Yu approaching from the doorway, closely followed by Yin Zhe. "Jiao Yu." She smiled, her eyes crinkling with delight. It had been a while since they last met, and Jiao Yu's belly had grown quite large. Yet her movements were unaffected as she hurried over. "Shengsheng, it's been several days since we last saw each other." Jiao Yu took a seat beside her, reaching out to lovingly caress her cheek with a grin, her fox-like eyes narrowing with joy. "Indeed, it has been some time. Your belly, has it grown this large?" Shengsheng gasped, hesitantly reaching out but not daring to touch. It appeared as though she might give birth at any moment. She had little knowledge of such matters. Was the gestation period for females in the beast world so brief? Soon, I will give birth before the rainy season. Jiaoyu replied, affectionately stroking her prominent belly. She chuckled at Su Shengsheng's hesitance, taking her hand and placing it on her abdomen. Will you come to see my little fox cub when the time comes? Of course. As Su Shengsheng gently stroked Jiaoyu's belly, feeling the movements of the cub within, a wave of curiosity washed over her. Chapter 81. Is she pregnant with bear cubs? While conversing with Jiaoyu, a small tiger cub suddenly collided with her leg during its playful antics. Before it could gain momentum, Baizhu swiftly restrained it by the scruff of its neck. What an adorable little tiger! Su Shengsheng beamed, taking the squirming little white tiger from Baizhu's hands and cradling it in her arms, smoothing its ruffled fur. The little creature, previously struggling in Baizhu's grasp, now snuggled against her, whining cutely. Stop that. She is not your mother, Baizhu protested, pulling the little tiger away from Su Shengsheng's embrace. His own bear cub had yet to call her mother, and he certainly would not allow this little tiger to claim that privilege first. Is it calling me mother? Su Shengsheng asked, astonished as she observed the little white tiger struggling against Baizhu's large hand. Had it mistaken her for its mother? Contemplating this, she lifted the cub to her face so we could see her clearly. Cub, I am not your mother. You have mistaken me. Gently, she placed it on the ground and patted its little bottom, smiling. Now go find your mother. Whether the cub truly understood or not, it scampered away as soon as it touched the ground. You aren't pregnant, are you? Jiaoyu suddenly inquired, a knowing gleam in her eyes. Huh? Stunned by Jiaoyu's unexpected question, Su Shengsheng wondered why she would say such a thing. With a hint of helplessness, she replied, are you really hoping for me to be pregnant? Ideally with a female cub, so that my little bear cub would have a companion? Generally, cubs do not mistake their mothers unless the female carries their scent. What kind of female would possess such a scent unless she had just given birth or was pregnant? As Jiaoyu reached out to touch her belly, it seemed as though she truly believed Su Shengsheng carried a child. Jiaoyu's reasoning left Su Shengsheng momentarily speechless. Moreover, she suddenly recalled that her menstrual cycle had been delayed for some time. Initially, she had attributed it to the heat or an excess of cool foods, as her cycles had often been irregular. It was only in recent months that they had become more consistent. Noticing her silence, Jiaoyu leaned closer, curiosity radiating from her. Are you truly with child? Who was the father? Has your partner not informed you? Did she require her partner to tell her about her pregnancy? Was there some special intuition at play? Su Shengsheng instinctively glanced at Baizhu, who, overhearing their discussion, felt a cold sweat break out. When their gazes met, he blurted out, it's not mine. Realizing his slip, he panicked, recognizing he had inadvertently revealed their secret. As he scrambled to salvage the situation, Su Shengsheng gasped, am I really pregnant? Not foolish, she discerned Baizhu's discomfort, suspecting he was attempting to keep something from her. She had not anticipated that Jiaoyu's words would hold such truth. Furthermore, she did not oppose the idea of having cubs. Why had they kept this from her? Narrowing her eyes, she scrutinized Baizhu and playfully pinched his ear, her tone softening as she asked, now, be honest. Whose child is it? Yours? No, not mine. Yes, it is mine. Oh dear. Baizhu groaned, raking a hand through his hair, unsure how to explain the situation. They had not intended to keep it from her. They simply did not know how to break the news. Logically, male partners could sense the lineage of the cub within their female companions. Yet this cub had concealed its lineage, leaving them oblivious to its origins, though they could sense its presence. The notion of a cub hiding its lineage within the mother's womb indicated exceptional talent, yet their ability to sense it was perplexing. Su Shengsheng was utterly bewildered by this revelation. What did it mean? Was it his or not? Yes, it is mine, Baizhu finally conceded, his voice firm despite the uncertainty. Regardless of whose lineage it bore, it would still be their child, and once born, they would call him father. They had yet to grasp the full implications of the situation and did not wish to burden Su Shengsheng with unnecessary worry. Is it truly yours? She pressed, still holding his ear, sensing something amiss in his expression. It is mine. Are you unhappy? Shengsheng, do you wish to be with Mo Sheng's wolf cub instead of our bear cub? Baizhu's expression drooped. his dark eyes glistening with a pleading look as he clung to her arm in a display of affection. "Stop talking nonsense. When did I say I only liked wolf cubs?" Su Shengsheng playfully smacked his arm, exasperated. To her, all cubs, be they wolf, bear, or even bird eggs, held the same value. "Has everyone else found out?" Su Shengsheng surmised, realizing that by Zhu's demeanor suggested she was the only one left in the dark. The males, who had previously been at odds, now shared secrets, which was rather alarming. "Everyone knows," Bai Zhu confirmed without hesitation. "I'll go inform them shortly, so they don't make the same mistake I did." "Oh dear, so it's a bear cub." Jiao Yu feigned disappointment before bursting into laughter at her own jest. Female cubs were not so easily conceived, so she did not genuinely regret it. The female cubs are undoubtedly the best, while the male cubs are merely normal. When the time comes, let the two litters play together. The differences will be negligible, and they will not come to harm, even if they engage in a scuffle. Su Shengsheng, still feeling her belly in amazement at the fact that she is indeed pregnant, was suddenly amused by Jiao Yu's unreliable maternal remarks. Very well. She quickly cast aside her earlier musings and agreed with a smile. The unborn little fox inside her. Suddenly, the urgency of its arrival seemed to diminish. They lingered in the stone fortress until midnight, when the strange noises outside finally subsided, allowing the females and cubs within to gradually drift into slumber. Feeling herself being lifted, Su Shengsheng drowsily opened her eyes to see Mo's face nestled securely in his embrace, fast asleep once more. Like her, the females were cradled back by their respective partners, while the smaller cubs on the ground were picked up and the larger ones faced the merciless awakening from their father's foot. The unfortunate females whose stone dwellings had been destroyed could only temporarily remain in the fortress, planning for tomorrow. Chapter 82. Afterward, the following day, Su Shengsheng awoke on the wooden bed in her stone dwelling. Upon waking, she found herself alone in the room, with none of the males at home. After dressing, she descended to the lower level in search of them, only to discover her partners tidying up the aftermath around their stone house. The night had safeguarded their dwelling well. The area around it was riddled with charred pits, a scene of devastation, yet the house itself stood unscathed. Shengsheng is awake. Upon hearing the commotion behind her, the four males simultaneously ceased their tasks and turned to gaze at her. The expressions on their varied faces softened the moment they beheld her, their eyes brimming with affection. "Why didn't you sleep a bit longer? When we returned last night, it was already midnight, and with so many females and noisy cubs in the fortress. Mo was worried you wouldn't rest well. Now that I'm awake, I can't sleep anymore." Aware of his concern, Su Shengsheng smiled, her eyes twinkling as she replied, "I can sleep again at noon." The area outside the stone house was nearly tidied up, and he finished the final touches as several males surrounded her, guiding her back inside. Upon witnessing the various large and small pits created by the destruction surrounding the house, Su Shengsheng realized that had it not been for Ye's vigilance, their stone dwelling would not have escaped unscathed. "Yi, you've worked hard." She gently tugged at Yi's large hand that hung beside her, her gaze sweet as malt candy, lingering on him. Her delicate face radiated a charming smile, her tone soft as if a feather brushed against Yi's heart. He was utterly enamored by her appearance, igniting a yearning within him. He abruptly tightened his grip, capturing her small hand and pulling her into his embrace, striding towards the long table and fiercely kissing her. He released her only when she was breathless, his dark eyes gazing at her, warning, "Do not entice me. You know that if I become impatient, I won't care whether you're pregnant or not." His words, whispered directly into her ear, were laced with a sultry tone, yet carried an edge of restraint. "Yes, I understand," Su Shengsheng responded with a smile, playfully pinching the fingers he had placed carefully against her back, her tone tender. Yi, feeling thwarted, set her gently in a chair. "Time to eat." Feeling the heat radiating from him, she inwardly cursed, wondering who the wretched individual was that made her pregnant. "Be careful." Mo emerged from the kitchen with food, casting a warning glance at Yi, who seemed oblivious to the weight of his actions. A pregnant female's condition is precarious and arduous, especially given they were still unaware of the situation with the cub in her belly. "Indeed, do not crush my bear cub." The little female had been comfortably nestled in his arms, only to be abruptly seized by the wolf beast, leaving Bai Zhu feeling disgruntled. Particularly since he too wished to hold the little female. Ye's temper had not yet quelled, and it was at this moment that Bai Zhu crossed paths with him. So my bear cub, is it? Then I shall take my frustrations out on him as his father. Foolish bear, they had agreed not to disclose this. Yet yesterday, it suddenly turned into his bear cub. Was it not this oaf who let the cat out of the bag? As he was about to drag Bai Zhu out, Shengsheng, initially considering to defend their father for the sake of the cub within her, caught sight of Ye's raised brow and Bai Zhu's subtly smug expression. Her brow twitched, and the word she intended to use to intervene pivoted. Be gentle, do not strike his face. Ye chocolate lightly. Shengsheng Bai Zhu's face fell. Watching the two males depart the stone house, she let out a small sigh of relief. No need to concern herself with them. Mo withdrew his gaze. Noticing her small gesture, a smile flickering in his eyes as he spoke. Indeed, Shengsheng not that obedi ni. Deciding it best for the males to resolve their matters themselves to avoid dragging her into it. Come, Shengsheng, try the shrimp steamed egg I prepared. Nearby, Jinling was unfazed by the two departing males, holding a bowl of steamed egg, scooping a spoonful, blowing on it, and offering it to her lips with a gentle smile. Not long after finishing breakfast, Bai Chun arrived carrying a stone tank to deliver water. His silver eyes discreetly assessed her, and upon realizing she was well, he finally relaxed. I have come to deliver water. He placed the stone tank at the door, as usual, for her partners to carry inside. Jinling was washing the dishes in the kitchen. This time, it was Mo who took over, nodding at Bai Chun as he lifted the stone tank into the kitchen. There's dust on your hair. Noticing the black dust on his white hair, Shengsheng pointed at his head to alert him, then inquired about the situation outside. How is it out there? The weather remained hot, making it inconvenient for her to venture outside, so asking Bai Chun was her best choice. For he was undoubtedly the most knowledgeable about the conditions beyond. Not well. Many stone houses have collapsed, several beastmen are injured, and the city walls have been breached in several places by rampaging beasts, requiring reinforcement. Upon hearing her inquiry, Bai Chun did not withhold the truth, detailing the situation. After speaking, he glanced down at her flat belly, his emotions a mix of envy and perhaps jealousy, though he concealed it well. And the forest? Shengsheng, unaware of the emotions behind his gaze, continued to ask. Bai Chun collected his thoughts, his eyes landing on her curious and concerned face, his expression subtly shifting. The fire has been extinguished, but half of the forest has burned. He wished that her concern was directed towards him rather than the external situation. If only she would show him a hint of care, he would summon boundless courage to approach her. All right, thank you, I understand. You may go about your business. Having gathered the information she sought, Shengsheng ceased her inquiries, smiling brightly as she waved him goodbye. Bai Chun lowered his gaze and turned to leave. But after taking a few steps, he suddenly returned, casting a glance at her belly, and kindly advised, take care. Without waiting for her to react, he transformed into a giant tiger and vanished in an instant. Reflecting on the direction of his gaze, Shengsheng touched her belly and turned to look at Mo, who had returned to her side. Was he advising me to take care of the cub inside? Perhaps, Mo replied coolly, it might be a suggestion to be cautious. Not necessarily about the cub itself, but he showed no intention of elaborating further. Shengsheng did not dwell on it. Just as she was about to return to the stone house, she spotted the shadows of the black wolf and white bear returning. Ye, Baizu. She promptly halted, waving at them, and inquired, how is Jiao Yu? Their route back coincided with Jiao Yu's stone house, hence her question. Do not worry, her house is unharmed. Hearing her question, Yi glanced back and replied, Shengsheng, let us hurry inside. It is too hot outside. Bai Zhu was the first to transform back into human form and rushed to her side, lifting her into his arms as he walked towards the stone house, venting his grievances in a spoiled manner. Shengsheng, Yi hit me again. I'm in so much pain. Can you give me a kiss? Just one kiss will make the pain go away. Chapter 83. A litter of kits. Fortunately, the beast world would not truly leave the beastmen without a chance at survival. Following the recent natural disaster, the temperature began to gradually drop, and the river showed signs of returning flow. The females who had been cooped up in the stone house for quite some time also began to show signs of activity. Su Shengsheng mentioned that she might be pregnant, yet her belly showed no signs of movement. Aside from the absence of her menstrual cycle, she exhibited no signs of pregnancy whatsoever. Am I truly expecting? She cast a doubtful glance at Bai Zhu, unable to shake off the suspicion that he might be misleading her. After all, his behavior that day was exceedingly suspicious. However, she had later inquired with the males at home, and they all provided a consistent answer. Sheng, bear cubs take 2 seasons to conceive, and you haven't even completed one. Bai Zhu, feeling a bit wronged, nudged closer to her, rubbing against her neck. With just a few days left until the end of the warm season, the little female was no longer exclusively his. She no longer required his warmth to cool down and had begun to find his clinginess bothersome. Yet, why was Jiao Yu about to give birth in just 2 months? Su Shengsheng, perplexed by this, retorted, "Is it possible that different beast forms have varying gestation periods for their young?" Upon realizing this, she paused, as it seemed plausible. Indeed, Jinling promptly provided the answer. The gestation period for little fox kits is merely 2 months. As he spoke, he placed a cup of juice beside her. Squatting down gently in front of her, his warm hand tenderly caressing her abdomen. His expression softened as he inquired about her feelings. "Are you tired?" The gestation period for wolves is also 2 months, and given the state of the little female, it was indeed possible that the kits were Bai Zhu's, or perhaps even his. "I don't feel anything." Su Shengsheng shook her head, feeling slightly helpless at his considerate demeanor. If it weren't for their claims of her pregnancy, she wouldn't have considered it at all. "Aren't we supposed to go out and play?" Yi, carrying a basket of fruit, emerged from the kitchen to remind them. "Yes," Su Shengsheng replied, finishing her juice and wiping her mouth before standing up and pulling Mo along. "Let us go." Mo glanced down at their intertwined hands, his eyes shining softly as he followed her out of the stone house. They had been cooped up long enough at home, and with the recent drop in temperature, it was the perfect opportunity to get some fresh air and check on Jiao Yu's condition. This was a family outing. Su Shengsheng rode on Mo's back, while Jin Jiao, Bai Xiong, and He Lang leisurely followed behind. As they passed Jiao Yu's stone house, they found her comfortably seated outside, reclining in a large rocking chair while enjoying fruits handed to her by her companions. "Little Shengsheng, where are you going?" Upon seeing her, Jiao Yu's face lit up with joy as she propped herself up to greet her. "Going out to play," Su Shengsheng replied, glancing at her prominent belly and intending to say, "You shouldn't go." However, before she could finish, Jiao Yu interrupted with a playful squint of her fox-like eyes, feigning a tearful expression. "You're going out to play without inviting me? Little Shengsheng, you've grown distant, and it makes me so sad." Even if her faux tears were evident, Su Shengsheng found herself hesitating despite knowing it was a charade. "But what about your belly? What if you give birth on the way or in the wild?" She felt utterly helpless, knowing that aside from cheering her on, she could offer no real assistance. "It's nothing. It's just giving birth to a little cub. I've done it twice already." Jiao Yu waved her hand dismissively, swiftly rising from the rocking chair and urging her companions, Let us go out and play." Ayu, the concerned Inze, standing behind her, supported her with a furrowed brow, wanting to voice his disapproval of her actions. "You're about to give birth. Going out now is too dangerous. It's risky for females during childbirth. What if we can't find the shaman in time?" Su Shengsheng also disapproved of her going out at this time. Before she could offer her counsel, it transformed into a startled exclamation. Quickly go find the shaman. Ayu is about to give birth." Qiwan, busy to Jiao Yu, immediately understood, glancing beneath her and noticing the amniotic fluid had already begun to flow onto the ground. With experience, he swiftly picked up his partner and returned to the stone house, commanding, "Boil water and prepare clean animal skins." Upon hearing this, her companions sprang into action. Su Shengsheng was startled as a massive black python swiftly slithered past her. Jiao Yu remained remarkably calm, waving at her, "Little Shengsheng, don't go just yet. Wait for me to give birth, and then we can go out together." Su Shengsheng was momentarily flustered, feeling lost about whether to stay or leave. "Let us go." Jiao Yu said she would wait for her, but if she stayed, she could be of no help and might even cause trouble. How about we go home for now? She tugged at Mo's fur, seeking his guidance. All right. Mo's cool voice emanated from beneath her, acting as a calming balm for her tumultuous emotions. Ultimately, they did not manage to go out, for shortly after returning home, Jiaoyu had sent Xing to inform her that the little fox kits had been born and urged her to come and take a look. Should I bring something? Su Shengsheng blinked in confusion, looking to Mo and Jinling for advice. According to their customs, it was customary to bring gifts or red envelopes when visiting someone who had just given birth. It's up to you, Mo replied, clarifying that it wasn't strictly necessary, though it depended on the little female's wishes. Shengsheng can do as she pleases. Jinling smiled in agreement. Very well. Su Shengsheng ultimately decided to bring a few items, feeling that since she had a good relationship with Jiaoyu, it would be inappropriate to arrive empty-handed. Mo accompanied her to the door of Jiaoyu's stone house, but did not enter. Su Shengsheng, carrying a basket of fruits, followed Xing up to the second floor. This was Su Shengsheng's first time entering Jiaoyu's room. The structure of the stone house was quite similar to her own, differing only in the decorations and arrangements added later. Jiaoyu, she called out. Jiaoyu's room was unobstructed, and upon entering, she found her sprawled on the stone bed, tending to the little fox kits. Upon hearing her voice, Jiaoyu looked up, her smile still radiant as she waved her over. Little Sheng, come here and take a look. It's so much fun. Unsure of what to bring, Su Shengsheng simply said, I brought some fruits. As she approached, she placed the fruit basket aside and followed Jiaoyu's gaze to the stone bed. They're so adorable, she began to compliment. But upon seeing the 3 kits with sparse fur resembling tiny pink mice, her praise faltered. After a long moment, her face flushed, unable to force out the compliment. She settled for a more subtle remark. They're indeed quite entertaining. Dear heavens, I hope they don't end up looking like this when they grow up. Chapter 84. The bonfire feast of Beast King City. The little fox kits were rather charming, and within just a few days, their fur had fluffed up, making them significantly cuter, small enough to fit in the palm of one's hand. Holding one of the kits, Su Shengsheng felt utterly healed, completely forgetting her previous disdain from days ago. They are so cute. Why haven't they opened their eyes yet? It will take a few more days, Jiaoyu mumbled, admitting she wasn't exactly sure how many days it would be, considering her previous litters had all been eggs that could run around after hatching. All right, let us put them down. We should get moving. Jiaoyu took the kit from Su Shengsheng's hands and returned it to the grass nest, urging her on. Are we leaving this early? Su Shengsheng was astonished. She had arrived early, having eaten breakfast just to catch a glimpse of the little fox cubs. It wasn't even noon yet. Wasn't the bonfire feast supposed to start in the afternoon? What was the purpose of arriving so early? This bonfire feast in Shengsheng was organized to reward the orc guards, especially given the recent wildfires and beast disturbances in the hot season. They had been tirelessly extinguishing fires and defending the city, while also preparing water for the females during this hot season, which was no small feat furthermore. The rainy season marked the females' estrus period, coinciding with the highest birth rates for cubs. Therefore, this feast also contributed to the quality of the young. They hoped to secure a good spot to observe the males, and Su Shengsheng believed the others shared this sentiment, prompting an earlier arrival. Jiaoyu was no stranger to such events, so she was well aware of the customs. This bonfire feast was not exclusive to Shengsheng. Similar events were held across other continents as well. Resigned, Su Shengsheng cast one last glance at the adorable little fox cubs nestled in the grass nest before following Jiaoyu outside, regretting that she might not be able to see them for a few days. After all, Jiaoyu had found a new mate, and it would be inappropriate for her to intrude. As for her, a pregnant female, what thoughts could she possibly entertain? The 4 males at home could only watch helplessly, occasionally gaining a verbal advantage. But what was the point of taking on another partner? Was it merely to have an extra pair of eyes to keep watch during midnight excursions? Aside from Inze, who was left behind to care for the cubs, Jiaoyu had other partners, as well as several males at home. 2 females and 9 males made their way towards the outer city in a grand procession. The bonfire feast was held in the outer city of Shengsheng, a venue spacious enough for multiple tribes of orcs, evidently suited for hosting such a grand gathering. The last fierce battle between the Black Wolf and the blue python had merely damaged a few stone houses in the vicinity, indicating the vastness of the outer city. As Jiao Yu's voice rang out, Su Shengsheng finally grasped the situation. Upon entering through the main gate of Shou Wangcheng, she observed several orderly rows of stone houses on either side, followed by two expansive, open areas. Initially unaware of the purpose of such a large space, she soon discovered that the central area had been constructed into a grand circular platform, which was low enough to reach the orc's calves. A circle of stone tables surrounded the platform, positioned at a safe distance to avoid any disturbances, with woven vine chairs placed behind them. Fresh fruits adorned the stone tables, and ample firewood was stacked nearby, sufficient to last the entire night. Though it was still early for the bonfire feast, many females had already settled into what they deemed prime spots, enjoying fruit and chatting with their companions as they awaited the festivities. What was the need to choose a specific spot? Little Shengsheng, where do you think we should sit? Jiao Yu's question left her momentarily perplexed, not for lack of options, but because there was truly no need for selection. The circular platform was large enough to accommodate all the females of Shou Wangcheng without the necessity of a second row. The distances were similar, and the seating arrangements were virtually identical. How about here then? What do you think, Jiao Yu? Su Shengsheng finally opted for two adjacent stone tables that were relatively close to their group, reasoning that it would be more convenient for their return. Fine, let us go with this. Jiao Yu acquiesced without objection, likely recognizing the lack of necessity and choice, preferring merely the atmosphere of togetherness. Once the two females had settled, their respective partners helped them into their seats, unpacking the food and water they had brought and placing it on the stone tables. The tables were slightly elevated above the central platform, presumably for the females to have a better view of the battles. Behind each stone table, there was only one chair prepared for the females, while their partners stood alongside them in attendance. Knight, could you please bring back the small stool from home? After arranging their provisions, Su Shengsheng tugged at Knight's arm, unable to bear the thought of him standing there. The bonfire feast would last for nearly 2 days, starting this afternoon and concluding the following evening. Although it spanned 2 days, the females would still need to rest at night, meaning the festivities would break until the following morning. During this time, if any male was chosen by a female, he could be accepted as a partner without hesitation. As this feast was specifically organized to honor the orc guards, all arrangements, including the circular platform, stone tables, chairs, firewood, and even the fruits for the females, were provided by the guard team. Understood, Knight replied with a smile, squeezing her small hand before nodding in agreement. Before he could act, Jinling interjected, "I'll go. I could bring back a couple of meat steaks for Shengsheng." The young female had a habit of eating 3 meals a day, and the table was currently only adorned with fruits and juices, alongside some dried shrimp, insufficient to sate her hunger. Upon hearing Jinling's suggestion, Su Shengsheng remembered her lunch situation. In the orc world, females typically had 2 meals, and she had almost forgotten. Not wanting to eat alone with Jiao Yu sitting beside her, she called out to Jinling, "Jinling, please make an extra portion." "Thank you so much." She smiled sweetly, her eyes sparkling in a way that made it hard for him to decline. Naturally, Jinling would not refuse her request, smiling softly as he ruffled her hair in agreement before taking flight as a golden eagle. Observing this, Knight fell silent, resuming his position at the stone table, gently entwining his fingers with hers. "What did you make your partner go do?" Perhaps due to the distance between the stone tables, which was not particularly close, Jiao Yu only noticed their movements and did not overhear their conversation, prompting her curious inquiry. "I sent him to fetch the small stools." Su Shengsheng replied with a smile as she watched Jiao Yu directing her partner to move the stone tables closer. "I wonder when this will end. Standing for too long is exhausting." The 3 males beside her exchanged amused glances, understanding the unique exhaustion that came from being cared for by a partner. Though they did not find standing tiring, the concern from their companion warmed their hearts, and they certainly would not foolishly admit to feeling fatigued. "I see." Jiao Yu nodded in understanding, glancing back at her partners and waving them over. "You should go back and bring some chairs to sit down." She knew that such matters were trivial for the males, but it would not look right for her partners to be standing while her friend as partners were seated. giving the impression that she was indifferent to their comfort. "All right," Qi Yuan replied with a playful grin, gently lifting her chin and planting a kiss on her lips. He then glanced at the three males across from him, whose eyes sparkled with satisfaction and happiness, before turning to his own companions, saying, "You all stay here." With that, he playfully squeezed Jiao Yu's smooth chin and took his leave. The friends she had made were far superior to the males from the Western continent, who incessantly praised their own beast forms. It was said that this young female would be heading to the Western continent. One wondered if her brothers would be fortunate enough to share in her journey. Both Qi Yuan and Jiao Yu possessed striking appearances, and the sight of their beautiful faces together created a captivating tableau, akin to a masterful oil painting. Su Shengsheng felt her cheeks flush, unable to tear her gaze away, her artistic instincts awakening as she longed to capture this moment in her own way. She felt the necessity to create some paper upon which she could depict the landscapes she had witnessed. Her understanding of the paper-making technique was rather rudimentary. Lost in her thoughts, she found herself somewhat entranced, causing her three male companions to perceive her as gazing enviously at their intimate interactions. It was only when a cool finger gently lifted her chin and a warm hand rested on the nape of her neck that Su Shengsheng's heart raced, abruptly realizing the impropriety of her reverie. "The weather had cooled, and we shall take turns accompanying you to sleep." Mo's voice was unusually frigid, contrasting with the heat of his hand upon her neck. The prospect of motherhood would not hinder those arrangements. Since she also desired it, they would proceed as originally planned. "Shengsheng, you need not envy others. We can do this too," Bai Zhu said, shaking her hand with an enthusiasm that was palpable, tinged with a hint of excitement. Hearing Mo's words filled him with exhilaration. Who could fathom the torment he endured throughout the sweltering season, cradling her yet unable to do anything? Now, what was there to envy? Bewildered, Su Shengsheng raised her gaze to them, confused. Nightfall descended swiftly, and without further ado, he grasped her chin and pressed his warm lips against hers. Aware that they were in public, he was considerate enough to refrain from overstepping, releasing her after a moment. His thumb brushed against the moisture lingering on her lips, and with a raised brow, he remarked, "If you desire something, simply express it. What is there to envy in the affections of others?" "I do not," she retorted, playfully swatting his hand and casting him a reproachful glance. How could she explain that she merely found that scene beautiful, appreciating it without envy or desire? After all this time together, Su Shengsheng had come to know her companions quite well. As if I would want that. Suddenly, a high-pitched wail captured her attention, followed by the sensation of her calf being embraced by a pair of furry little paws. Looking down, she saw a small white tiger attempting to climb into her lap, its hind legs thumping against the ground in a determined effort. "Ah, so it's you, little one." Su Shengsheng's demeanor softened at the sight of the adorable creature, and she scooped it into her arms, scratching its neck affectionately. The little white tiger was pleased to achieve its goal, curling up in her embrace and enjoying her gentle strokes. Jiao Yu had been observing their intimate and sweet interaction with a smile, but was taken aback by the interruption of this little creature. "I didn't expect this little one would remember you." Jiao Yu was surprised to see the ease with which she interacted with the cub. "Cub, don't wander off," a gentle female voice called from afar. Turning to look, Su Shengsheng saw a serene female approaching them, seated atop a massive white tiger. The female wore a flowing purple gown and appeared to be around a decade older than them, exuding an air of sophistication. Surrounding them were several small, white tiger cubs, resembling the one in Su Shengsheng's arms, clearly siblings. The appearance of the large white tiger was somewhat familiar. The cub in her arms, resembling a little bear tiger, pretended not to hear its mother-esque call, burying its head deeper into her embrace. Su Shengsheng's hand remained raised for an unusually long moment, leaving her feeling awkward, as she hadn't anticipated the cub to be so willful. With a low growl, the large white tiger finally commanded attention. Reluctantly, the little white tiger jumped from her lap to return to its mother. The large white tiger, initially intent on moving forward, complied with its partner's request and turned to approach them, ultimately stopping beside the stone table on her right. "It's you, I recognize you," Bei Yao said as she dismounted from the white tiger and walked towards Su Shengsheng, a warm smile lighting her face. "Really? Su Shengsheng was taken aback, unsure of how she was recognized, but she smiled politely in response. I'm Su Shengsheng, nice to meet you. Just call me Bei Yao. Bai Chun is my partner's younger brother. The news of Bai Chun's interest in a young female had been relayed to her by Bai Yin, his older brother, which explained Bei Yao's familiarity with Su Shengsheng. Ah, I see. It made sense now. The white tiger bore a striking resemblance to Bai Chun, who must indeed be the city lord. With excitement, the little white tiger rushed back to her, wanting to be held again. Su Shengsheng glanced down at the persistent cub at her legs with a hint of exasperation. Noticing Bei Yao's smiling expression, she decided to lift the energetic little tiger back into her arms. He seems to adore you, Bei Yao remarked suddenly, watching their interaction with a hint of envy. If it weren't for the difference in their statuses, she would have considered gifting this unruly cub to Su Shengsheng. He is quite adorable, Su Shengsheng replied, scratching the quiet cub nestled in her embrace, her lips curling into a smile. Chapter 86. The Courtship Dance. Shengsheng, I'm back. Are you hungry? Shortly after, Jinling returned, bringing her lunch and a small stool. Not too bad, Su Shengsheng replied, her demeanor softening in Jinling's presence. Could you please take the other portion to Jiaoyu? Certainly, Jinling answered with a gentle smile, nodding in agreement. Instead of delivering it himself, he passed it to Xing, who was stationed beside Jiaoyu, allowing Xing to present it. As a male with a partner, he preferred not to give food directly to other females. What are you giving me? Jiaoyu asked, having overheard their conversation as the stone table had been moved closer. I felt a bit hungry, so I had my partner prepare some fried meat patties for us to share, Su Shengsheng explained, gesturing toward the food in Xing's hands with a smile. Just then, Xing placed the food onto the stone table before Jiaoyu, who graciously accepted it. With their parents nearby, the little white tiger seemed determined to remain in Su Shengsheng's arms. She had no choice but to hold him while eating, occasionally feeding him bites of food. Fortunately, Jinling had thoughtfully cut the meat into small, manageable pieces. As Bai Chun approached, he witnessed this charming scene, momentarily lost in thought as he unconsciously moved closer to her. Ah! The little white tiger suddenly raised its head and let out a fierce cry in a direction Su Shengsheng recognized as the familiar figure of the large white tiger. Bai Chun? Yes, it's me. The white tiger transformed back into human form as he reached her side. Nodding in acknowledgement and casting a glance at the little cub in her arms, his expression inscrutable. However, he did not express anything further, merely standing beside her at a respectful distance. Seeing this, Bei Yao stifled a giggle, subtly nudging Bai Yin to draw his attention. Su Shengsheng remained oblivious to their exchange. She was not one to overthink situations. With Bai Chen's siblings present, it was natural for him to linger nearby. All the females had gathered now, encircling the large circular platform. The brothers Bai Yin and Bai Chun had also arrived, signaling the imminent start of the bonfire feast. Su Shengsheng had initially anticipated it would be similar to the previous bonfire feast she had attended, but it turned out to be quite different. Let's begin, Bai Yin declared, and, as his words echoed, two massive black bears entered the central platform, carrying a pair of animal skin drums, transforming into two remarkably similar young men. They wielded drumsticks, their muscular arms showcasing powerful strength as the drumsticks struck down, producing a cascade of rhythmic beats. A rhythmic sound echoed as a resplendent platinum peacock alighted upon the circular platform. With a sudden flourish, its tail feathers unfurled, revealing white plumage adorned with golden specks. Surrounded by swirling water, shimmering brilliantly under the sun's rays. This breathtaking spectacle was fleeting as the tail was swiftly drawn back. The peacock transformed into a youth with skin as pale as ice, adorned with feathered ornaments and clad in a beast skin skirt. The youth moved to the beat, his body dancing with taut muscular lines, the graceful twist of his waist exuding a wild allure that stirred the blood of onlookers. This captivating display immediately seized Su Shengsheng's attention, who had previously felt disinterested, now invigorated by the scene. It was not that she was enamored with the peacock beastman. Rather, the stunning fusion of nature and wildness was indescribably beautiful. Isn't it splendid? This is the courtship dance of the peacock tribe. Not much different from our Golden Eagle tribe. Shengsheng, how about I perform it for you when we return? Jean Ling's gentle voice suddenly chimed in beside her. Su Shengsheng turned in surprise to look at him, only to hear him continue. However, this peacock's rank is rather mediocre. Despite being water attribute, he only rates 5 stars. And I believe my little female can certainly find better. In an instant, Su Shengsheng grasped his meaning. Yet, since he had voiced it, it was evident he intended to act upon it. She felt a spark of curiosity about how Jean Ling's gentle demeanor would translate into a courtship dance. All right, she replied. Observing the teasing glimmer in the little female's eyes, Jean Ling smiled softly and patted her head, thinking that dancing a courtship dance before his partner was no great matter. After completing his dance, the peacock youth did not retreat, but instead approached the females, circling them while continuing to dance, allowing them a clear view of him. Following his performance, another beastman took to the stage, similarly showcasing his innate attributes in beast form before transforming into human shape to dance before the females below. After completing his dance, he descended to stand before the females, facilitating their examination of his appearance and rank. This sequence repeated with numerous beastmen, soon filling the stone table in front of the females with bare-chested males dancing fervently. The moment they caught the female's gaze, they danced with even greater fervor. Their passionate performances exhibited the strength of their muscles, tirelessly repeating their movements, beads of sweat cascading down their chests, radiating masculine allure. Su Shengsheng observed intently, noting the variations in courtship dances among different tribes. Furthermore, she discerned that the males exerted more effort when dancing for females they favored, occasionally casting suggestive glances toward them. As more beastmen joined the fray, the initial peacock youth also danced closer to Su Shengsheng, a smile gracing his face as he cast a flirtatious glance at Jiao Yu beside her, suddenly dancing with renewed vigor, edging closer to their stone table. Unfortunately, his charming gaze fell upon one who was oblivious. Jiao Yu was engrossed in whispering to Su Shengsheng. While Su Shengsheng noticed this, she refrained from alerting Jiao Yu, especially since Jean Ling had indicated that this peacock beastman's rank was not impressive. And it was clear that Jiao Yu was more interested in the 2 large black bears on stage. Jiao Yu's hushed words made Su Shengsheng's cheeks flush, leaving her at a loss for how to respond. Little Shengsheng, what do you think of them? They look so alike, I can hardly tell them apart. Engaging with them must be quite exhilarating, she teased. They? Su Shengsheng replied, it is indeed quite stimulating. The conversation sent a rush of warmth to her cheeks. When Jiao Yu's fox-like eyes turned toward her, she felt an inexplicable flutter, and before she could intervene, she heard Jiao Yu's unabashed remark, Little Shengsheng, how do you feel about your 2 companions? Su Shengsheng's face flushed deeply, and she quickly averted her gaze to avoid the similar stares of the 2 males, their penetrating gazes sending her heart racing, compelling her to urgently gesture for Jiao Yu to hush. Do not be shy, little Shengsheng. Haven't you ever tried? Jiao Yu's mischievous smile only deepened as she noted the flush on her friend's face. Su Shengsheng remained silent, her lips pressed together. What did she try? The mere thought was beyond her daring imagination. She felt that this could not continue. If Jiao Yu kept teasing her, she might wish to vanish into a crevice. How could she face Mo and Yi with composure afterward? Did you not find those 2 bear beastmen appealing? I could inquire about their status for you, she hastily suggested, shifting the focus away from herself, turning to glance at Bai Chun still standing nearby, calling out Bai Chun. Bai Chun, lost in his thoughts, instinctively turned to the sound of her enchanting voice, just as he suspected it to be a mere illusion. He found her lovely brows curving into a smile as she waved. His body responded before his mind caught up, moving closer to her stone table, finally halting beside her. What is it? Originally hesitant to call him over, Su Shengsheng reassured herself that the bonfire banquet was indeed meant for the single beastmen of the guard team to find partners. Moreover, Bai Chen displayed no signs of annoyance at her interruption, prompting her to ask directly, are you familiar with those 2 bear beastmen on stage? Are you interested in them? Upon hearing her words, Bai Chen's mood plummeted, his silver eyes clouding with shadows. The stark contrast in his expression did not escape Su Shengsheng. She paused, the word she intended to speak retreating to her lips as she regarded his troubled demeanor with confusion. Before the atmosphere could grow tense, Jiao Yu, observing Bai Chen's reaction, could not help but lightly tap the stone table, remarking, "I am the one who finds him appealing." Jiao Yu is all too familiar with the expression of the white tiger beast man, reminiscent of her own black python's attempts to conceal his jealousy. 8 pattern beast men, though lacking innate talent, possess rare strength. The males surrounding this little female are indeed of high quality. She felt a twinge of excitement. Though she preferred those she could easily manage rather than those who overwhelmed her, like Qi Yuan and Ying. The mere thought of mating with them made her want to flee. Bai Chun seemed to realize that he had unwittingly revealed his discontent. His lips pressed into a thin line as he lowered his silver gaze, concealing his feelings once more. When he looked up again, his demeanor had returned to normal, succinctly informing her, Wu Mu, Wu Jin, 6 stars, earth and gold attributes. Quite impressive. Jiao Yu nodded in approval, clearly satisfied. Their appearance was to her liking, and their strength was commendable. She could certainly pursue both. It would be quite the experience to relish the joys of a little female. Having gleaned all the information she sought, Shengsheng fell silent, redirecting her attention to the group of males dancing before the stone table. Bai Chun stood quietly beside her, not making any move to leave. She sensed that Bai Chun perhaps regarded her differently, yet such matters were best left unspoken. How could anyone know? She could hardly inquire, "Hi, do you like me?" Moreover, this was merely her intuition, a feeling that sometimes proved unreliable. Lost in her thoughts, she suddenly felt Jiao Yu nudge her, casting a curious glance her way, filled with mirth. "Look ahead," she urged. What was ahead? A group of single males engaged in a courtship dance caught Shengsheng's attention. Her heart skipped a beat as she raised her gaze and found a robust and handsome male gazing at her with fervent intensity, every move exuding temptation, as if he aimed to entice her. She recognized this orc. His beast form was that of a leopard, and his innate talent was wind. He stood just a few steps away from her stone table, allowing her to clearly see the 6 silver stars beneath his collarbone. She marveled at his prowess. Indeed, he was worthy of being in the guard team. Among them, 5-star talents were considered low-ranking, with most being 6-star and a few reaching 7-star. After merely glancing at him, a cool hand forcefully cupped her chin, turning her face towards him. His strikingly handsome features drew closer, and he declared, "One wind attribute is sufficient. Look at me. Do not gaze at him. His talent pales in comparison to mine. I shall dance for you as well." Shengsheng was taken aback, assessing him from head to toe. "You dance? Do you think I cannot?" Noticing her doubtful expression, Yi raised an eyebrow, his tone laced with a hint of reproach, seemingly displeased by her skepticism. "Very well." Shengsheng replied with a nod, her eyes sparkling with delight. Since she had not yet committed her heart to a partner, she eagerly awaited Ye's courtship dance, planning to sketch it on paper once she had the means. Meanwhile, Bai Chun, who had been silently observing, felt a flicker of emotion upon witnessing this scene. Did this wolf orc truly believe he could prevent her from seeking other partners without her being upset? At that moment, envy surged within him, and he could not suppress the bitterness in his heart. Why should he be denied such a chance? The thoughts of the white tiger remained inscrutable to him. Hearing the exchange between Shengsheng and Yi, Baizhu interjected, "Shengsheng, I can dance too. I'll perform for you when we return." The Baixiong clan also had their own courtship dance, and though he had never danced before, it did not mean he could not. The mere thought of dancing for his beloved filled him with excitement. Shengsheng could not help but smile at his enthusiasm. All right then. Her dark, lustrous eyes shifted to Mo, and a flicker of anticipation crossed her features as she looked at him. Montak, I will dance for you." A light sigh seemed to escape his lips, and a hint of helplessness glimmered in his cool gaze. Yet his tone was indulgent, lacking any trace of reluctance or impatience. The leopard orc, having danced for an extended period without capturing the attention of the beautiful female, reluctantly turned to his next target. Though the number of guards was not vast, there were still 500 or 600 of them. Once the males willing to perform their courtship dance had paraded before the females, the next phase commenced. This phase was quite straightforward. It involved the first round of selections by the females. After all, regardless of gender, the purpose of attending this bonfire feast was to find a partner, especially as the males were performing courtship dances. Jiaoyu was a female with a clear objective. As soon as the drums fell silent, she rose from her seat and headed directly for the two young men on the platform. Su Shengsheng noticed her movement. Following her ascent with her gaze, Jiaoyu appeared to communicate something to the two youths, who nodded in agreement before following her off the stage and back towards this side. Although she could not hear them, she could surmise that, given Jiaoyu's bold nature, her inquiries were likely quite direct. Before long, Jiaoyu returned, accompanied by 7 males of varying sizes and handsome appearances, who surrounded her as they made their way back to the seating behind the stone table. The striking beauty led her 7 tall and well-built beast husbands towards Su Shengsheng, creating a significant visual impact. Su Shengsheng swallowed hard at the sight. Including the silver-haired Jia, who was at home tending to their young, they totaled 8. With a week consisting of 7 days, would they not end up fighting over partners due to uneven distribution? Zhao Yu, naive. Are there still thoughts in your mind? Perhaps it is best to reconsider. Su Shengsheng attempted to counsel her to take it easy, reminding her that her waist belonged to her, and she ought to treat it kindly. That seemed sufficient. 4 from the Western continent, 4 from the Eastern continent. They could assess the Northern continent when the time came. Observing Jiao Yu's slight discomfort, she smiled gently, seemingly heeding her advice, before launching into her plans. Su Shengsheng could not help but feel a twinge of sympathy for her waist as she followed Jiao Yu's train of thought. 4 from the Northern continent, 4 from the Southern continent, totaling 16. Just 16? Wasn't that a bit excessive? Was she collecting postal stamps? Respect others' waists and preserve one's own single status. She silently covered her lower back with her hand, deciding to withdraw from the conversation, maintaining a status of having read but not responded. In the Beast King city, there were only 120 females. Excluding the underage and elderly, only about 60 were suitable for pairing. Even if one female selected 2 males, that would only mean 120 males were chosen, and there were not that many females participating in the selection process. They all awaited the strongest males from the guard team to become their partners. Unknowingly, afternoon had arrived. Females typically had their meals in the late morning and afternoon. The males from the guard team began to busy themselves with hunting for the females, as well as gathering fruits to replenish the offerings on their stone tables. This also served as an opportunity to showcase their hunting prowess and to curry favor with the females they admired. Mo, you should seize this opportunity to hunt as well. Otherwise, it will be too late to go once it's over. Su Shengsheng did not want them to be hungry while waiting for her until midnight when the bonfire feast concluded. Mo had been standing behind her seat. Upon hearing her words, he responded, "All right." His cool gaze swept towards Yi, who leaned against the stone table, and Baizhu, who was seated on a small stool beside her. "You to go ahead first." Yi did not argue, rising to nudge Baizhu with his foot and beckoning. "Let us go." Baizhu, seated on the small stool at her shoulder height, rubbed his fluffy head against her shoulder and looked up with bright eyes. "Shengsheng, I'll go first. I'll return quickly to keep you company." "Okay, hurry back," Su Shengsheng replied, finding his demeanor quite endearing. She smiled and gently stroked his hair in response. Satisfied with her reply, Baizhu stood up to follow Yi. Who went first was inconsequential. They should return quickly and switch places without much delay. There was no need to worry about partners. They did not have the leisure to handle the prey again, as this was how males spent the entire hot season. Jiaoyu had never pondered such matters. Seeing Su Shengsheng act this way, she waved to her companions. "You all go too." She had never considered this before, but now she felt a twinge of envy at how attentive Su Shengsheng was to her partners. Jiaoyu wondered if that fellow was truly deserving. Perhaps it was best to reconsider. That slippery and untrustworthy character did not deserve such treatment. When Yi and Baizhu returned, the bonfire at the stone table had already been ignited, and the males from the guard team were gradually returning with their catches. "I'll be back soon." As Yi and Baizhu approached, Mo lowered his gaze to greet her, his cool voice tinged with a gentle warmth unique to him. Go ahead," Su Shengsheng replied, her demeanor instinctively softening as she curled her fingers around his. With a sweet smile, she obediently responded, "Is there anything you wish to eat?" Shengsheng, I'll bring it back for you. Jinling also gently greeted her, a warm smile gracing his face as he inquired about her needs. No need. Su Shengsheng replied with a smile, shaking her head. They are already preparing the meal, so there is no need to trouble my partners. As she spoke, she grasped Jinling's fingers and held on to both of them, her tone sweetly urging, make sure to return quickly. A glimmer of mirth flickered in Mo's eyes as he gently squeezed her small hand in affirmation. Indeed, Jinling also nodded with a smile, affectionately ruffling her hair before departing with Mo. As they watched the two males walk away, Su Shengsheng turned to see S enigmatic gaze, a smile both teasing and inscrutable. For a fleeting moment, her heart felt uneasy. Had he eaten enough? Her eyes fell upon his firm abdomen, and she reached out to press her hand against it, her soft tone inadvertently hinting at a desire to please. Observing her demeanor, any lingering frustration within Yi dissipated instantly. He grasped her small hand and placed it against his rock-hard abs, letting out a light scoff. I was satiated by your antics. That's splendid. Next time you're hungry, you can seek me out. Understanding that his irritation was merely playful jealousy, Su Shengsheng playfully teased him back, her fingers grazing his taut muscles. Shengsheng, I have some too. You can touch mine. Watching their playful exchange, Baizhu felt a pang of jealousy, pulling her other hand to firmly press it against his abdomen, challenging her, is it not more pleasant to touch than that wolf beast? Yi? Su Shengsheng, Filda, shooting Baizhu an exasperated glance. Could he not create unnecessary familial discord? Silently withdrawing her hand, she gazed ahead, choosing not to respond. Just then, a chorus of excited exclamations from the females drew her attention. She turned to see a robust beast man approaching, effortlessly carrying a massive prey. It's the Beast King. How impressive. Beast King? Su Shengsheng caught snippets of astonished murmurs from the beast men around her. Her curiosity piqued as she focused on the imposing figure. The creature resembled a gigantic crocodile, its body adorned with uneven scales, its long tail trailing behind, leaving a deep furrow in the ground as the beast man walked. The beast man arrived at the circular platform, casually dropping the Beast King with a resounding thud that reverberated through the ground. Su Shengsheng watched as he effortlessly tore off the creature's lengthy tail, discarding the rest of the body while carrying the tail away. Soon after, several other beastmen arrived to drag the mutilated Beast King away for processing. Chapter 89. He knew who to choose, thank you, with supplies brought by the guards. Just as Mo and Jinling returned, Su Shengsheng instinctively expressed her gratitude before shifting her gaze to her companions. Unbeknownst to her, the beastman delivering her food was the very one who had hunted the Beast King. Mo, Jinling, you're back. Observing the warm and relaxed atmosphere among her companions, the beastman's stern expression softened for a brief moment. He knew whom he should choose. The roasted meat on the stone table was tender and succulent, its golden brown exterior tantalizingly crispy, prompting Su Shengsheng to take a bite, her eyes lighting up. This roasted meat is delightful. Would you like to try some? She turned to share with her companions, savoring the unique flavor after such a long absence from roasted meat. She did not realize the beastman who had served her was aware that she was consuming the tail meat of the Beast King. Baizhu perched on a small stool, propping his chin on his hands as he watched her eat, a smirk never leaving his lips. No thanks, Shengsheng, you enjoy it yourself. Don't mind us. As a male, he could not possibly compete with his little female for food. No need. You eat. Please have more. Meeting her gaze, Mo subtly declined, secretly noting that he would add the crocodile beast to her diet, planning future hunts, though the elusive Beast King was a matter of luck. Do you enjoy this? I'll go out tomorrow to search for more, Yi remarked, contemplating inquiring about the creature's whereabouts from the beastman. This thing only dwells in the mud. I have yet to find any marshland nearby. Is this enough to eat? Jinling sliced the roasted meat and placed it into her plate, smiling as he inquired. It's sufficient. Su Shengsheng nodded, noting that the portion was nearly double her usual intake. Surprisingly, despite the abundance, she found herself finishing it all without realizing it. What's wrong? Are you not full? The attention of the males was drawn to her, and Mo's warm hand grazed her abdomen. Feeling what seemed to be an empty stomach, his brows knitting together. His gaze fell upon her flat belly, seemingly sensing the life within drawing energy. Meeting the inquisitive eyes of the other three, Mo's expression darkened slightly. They too seemed to have sensed something unusual about the child within her. Su Shengsheng, Bu Zhao, looked up at her four partners, who were exchanging knowing glances, and asked, "What is wrong with me?" "Nothing. Did you have enough to eat?" "I'll get you some more," Jinling said, moving around the stone table, as if convinced she hadn't eaten sufficiently. A wave of anxiety washed over her, and she sought reassurance from the remaining three males, fearing she might be afflicted with some ailment. "Don't worry, you'll find out soon enough." Mo crouched down, soothingly touching her belly, his gaze comforting. "Should I not tell her?" he thought, feeling her anxiety rise. "Shengsheng, do not fret. It is not you, but the little one within you." Seeing her unease, Baizhu leaned against her legs, offering explanations. "What is wrong with the little one?" Su Shengsheng was taken aback, her intuition assuring her that the child within her was perfectly fine. Although she couldn't rationalize her strong conviction, she felt resolute. This little one is quite discerning. No wonder it hasn't grown, as it only desires the flesh of the Beast King. Yi smirked, unsure how to react to such unexpected behavior. Who would have anticipated this? And whose child is so demanding? Ah, is that so? Su Shengsheng mused, touching her belly with a hint of exasperation. "Rest assured, I will provide for you." Seeing her expression, Yi pinched her cheek lightly, chuckling. "Not only will you feast on the flesh of the Beast King, but you shall also enjoy the essence of beast crystals daily. I am eager to discover whose fastidious offspring this is." Before long, Jinling returned, carrying 2 pieces of meat, one from the Beast King and the other from a regular beast. As they suspected, she had consumed the entirety of the meat from the Beast King without a hint of fullness, while she felt satisfied after only 2 pieces of the ordinary beast meat. This indicated that the ordinary meat filled her, while the flesh of the Beast King was absorbed by the child within her. Su Shengsheng caressed her belly, glancing innocently at her 4 deeply contemplative companions. This could not be blamed on her. It was her first experience with pregnancy, and she had not anticipated such circumstances. Moreover, the child was not solely hers. As her dark, glistening eyes fell upon Baizhu, he felt an overwhelming weight upon his shoulders, as if a great mountain named fatherhood was bending his spine. Yet, he realized it was not solely his burden. Thus he fairly shared the weight among the other 3 fathers present. Unbeknownst to Su Shengsheng, her 4 partners engaged in silent communication. Once the females had satisfied their appetites, the circular platform was set to fulfill its true purpose, the duel between males. The first to step onto the stage was the robust beastman who had hunted the Beast King. Towering and formidable, he stood defiantly, his 7 stars beneath his collarbone marking him as a 7-star beast warrior. A moment of silence enveloped the crowd, as the males in the guard team were puzzled by the normally uncompetitive beastman's sudden eagerness, appearing almost impatient. Could it be that there's a female he fancies? Despite knowing his high rank, there are still orcs eager to challenge him. Soon, another orc ascended the platform, transforming into a beastly form, an imposing lion. The stout orc also shifted into his beast form, becoming a massive chestnut-hued elephant with a long trunk and 2 sharp tusks, evoking a sense of awe. As the elephant moved, the entire stone platform seemed to tremble in response. Observing this, Bai-in raised his hand, conjuring a golden barrier that enveloped the entire arena. As an 8-star golden attribute orc, he need not worry about the 2 contenders falling from the platform and inadvertently harming the female spectators below. Conflicts among male orcs are unrestrained, brutal, and bloody. The lion, possessing fire attributes, faced off against the earth attribute elephant, each showcasing their strengths in a remarkable display. Yet, the lion ultimately lacked the elephant's solid power and was eventually toppled and trampled underfoot, unable to rise again. The chestnut-hued elephant emerged victorious. Next match. Bai Chen's resonant voice echoed throughout the venue as the triumphant elephant used its trunk to pull the lion off the stage. In the realm of orcs, challenges are met with fervor. Even when aware their opponents are of higher rank, they are determined to engage in battle. This fervency resulted in an afternoon that felt insufficient. As dusk fell and the moon ascended, the bonfire finally extinguished. Su Shengsheng and Jiao Yu bid farewell, watching as she playfully touched the black bear's ears and teased her two new partners. Suddenly, Su Shengsheng felt a jolt of realization, shivering at the thought. Overwhelmed by the notion of such boldness, Jiao Yu, indeed, was a true embodiment of femininity. Ultimately, her innocence had led her to underestimate the situation. The concept of rest or downtime did not exist in Jiao Yu's world. Upon returning to the stone house, Jiao Yu was immediately embraced by Wu Mu, unable to contain her eagerness as they ascended to the second floor. Truth be told, the sound insulation of the stone houses was quite poor. Thankfully, they were distanced enough from one another. Su Shengsheng shook her head as she urged the black wolf beneath her, clearly indicating her desire to move. The dark golden eyes sparkled with amusement, and Mo flicked his tail, responding to her intent by breaking into a run, swiftly creating distance from the stone house behind them. They had no intention of eavesdropping, yet as Mo accelerated, 3 other orcs quickly followed suit. It wasn't until they returned to their own stone house that Su Shengsheng sighed in relief, easing the flush on her cheeks. The prospect of not having to rush out the next morning was comforting. She doubted Jiao Yu would have the energy, given that it sufficed for the guards to determine their rankings before making an appearance. Since it was agreed to take turns cuddling, the males at home were notably enthusiastic about their responsibilities, keeping track of whose turn it was with remarkable clarity. After bathing and donning a delicate camisole, Su Shengsheng awaited Jinling's return from disposing of the bathwater. She hadn't forgotten the declarations made by her partners during the day. With those words spoken, there was no room for retraction. She found herself filled with anticipation. Upon entering the room, Jinling immediately noticed the twinkling, dark eyes of his little female partner. He recalled her earlier words and understood her thoughts, addressing her with a tone tinged with affection, Shengsheng. As she watched him place the tub back in the compartment and step out, Su Shengsheng's gaze sparkled playfully, deliberately elongating his name to remind him of his promises. Are you ready, Shengsheng? Jinling wore his usual warm smile, although when his amber gaze met hers, she felt an inexplicable pressure. This demeanor, this expression was all too familiar. It was the same every time he prepared to do something mischievous. Su Shengsheng puffed her cheeks in frustration, replying, I'm ready. Just jump already. Thunder and rain were all part of what she must endure. Could such things be avoided without dancing? If avoidance was impossible, why not enjoy the performance before addressing it? At last, she comprehended the meaning behind Ye's words regarding the nature of the male she sought. No, she had understood it long ago. Some experiences, when repeated, lose their shame. Very well. With a deep, meaningful gaze, Jinling suddenly smiled and took a step back. First, he clenched his right fist against his left chest and bowed respectfully, then proceeded to formally commence. Su Shengsheng watched intently. Jinling was indeed correct. His courtship dance was remarkably similar to that of the peacock orc from the beginning. The courtship dance resembled their hunting movements in beast form, each motion exuding power and showcasing their muscular physique. Jinling danced with earnestness, but suddenly, the atmosphere shifted as the bee-skin skirt wrapped around his waist vanished. Su Shengsheng's eyes widened in shock. Why you? They had been candid with each other, but such unexpected honesty was overwhelming, causing her cheeks to flush crimson in embarrassment. Was this the complete courtship dance? Did she still wish to watch? Jinling smirked, his gentle visage unchanged, yet his eyes were now filled with deeper meaning. He was indeed correct. The entirety of the courtship dance was a display of their beast form, talents, strength, and masculine traits, continuing until the female consented to their courtship. What are you staring at? Stop looking. Unable to withstand the stimulus, she covered her face with her hands, peeking through her fingers at the orc still standing nearby, and playfully insisted, Go wash up, it's time for bed. Understood. Jinling did not press further, replying softly, rewrapping his bee-skin skirt, and striding out of the room. Once he left, Su Shengsheng finally lowered her hands, patted her flushed face, and collapsed onto the bed, quietly calming her racing heart. She sensed her composure slipping away. This was too exhilarating. Perhaps it was best to avoid discussing this matter again. In a drowsy haze, an arm wrapped around her waist, pulling her into a warm embrace. Jin Ling's gentle voice floated down from above her. Be good, sleep now. His large hand softly patted her back, and Su Shengsheng gradually succumbed to slumber under his soothing lullaby. Feeling her drift into sleep, Jin Ling smiled and placed a tender kiss on her forehead, closing his eyes as he held her close, sharing in her dreams. He had no intention of taking advantage of her. After all, the little one in her womb was oblivious to the circumstances. As her partner, how could they disregard her well-being? They slept soundly until the afternoon. Su Shengsheng, perched atop the back of a great white bear, ventured outside. As she passed Jiao Yu's stone house, she hesitated, contemplating whether to call for her. Just then, Wu Mu emerged, carrying a basin of water. Has Jiao Yu woken up? Su Shengsheng inquired, noticing her friend's disheveled appearance. I really don't want to get up. Before Wu Mu could reply, Jiao Yu appeared from the stone house, squinting with her fox-like eyes, covering her mouth as she yawned. Little Shengsheng, I'm ready. Let us go. Are you okay? Su Shengsheng inquired, her concern evident as she noticed the myriad of marks adorning Jiao Yu's skin. What could possibly be wrong? I'm perfectly fine, Jiao Yu responded with a flirtatious glance, the implications of which Su Shengsheng chose to overlook. Casting a glance at Wu Jin, who bore similar marks, Su Shengsheng fell silent, her voice weak as she replied, Let us go. Upon their arrival, all the females were present, though it was unclear if they had been there since dawn or had just arrived shortly before. They took their places in the same seats as the previous day, with Bei Yao and Bai Yin, along with her other partners, still situated to her right. You're here. Yes. After greeting Bei Yao with a smile, Xu Shengsheng returned to her seat. The little white tiger, initially bored and wagging its tail, immediately perked up upon seeing her, bounding towards her with eager cries. However, before it could reach her, a foot blocked its path. Go back to your father and mother. The little white tiger looked up at Bai Chun with dissatisfaction, baring its tiny white teeth in defiance. When Xu Shengsheng turned to look at the commotion, she saw the little tiger being unceremoniously tossed back to its father's feet by Bai Chun. Turning her gaze back to him, Bai Chun froze momentarily before feigning indifference and returning to a spot not far from her stone table. In truth, he was so nervous that his palms were sweaty, his thoughts in disarray. He was also among the top 5 of the guard team. If he chose her, would she accept? As the final battle on the round platform concluded, Bai Chun suppressed his inner turmoil and focused on the stage. Zhongbua emerged victorious. Thus, the 5 strongest beasts of the guard team were determined. Bai Chun, Yinlong, Zhongbua, Shiliu, and Bao Yi. They could freely select one of the females present as their mate. Bai Chun's strength was unquestionable. As long as no beast challenged him, he would remain the top of the guard team without needing to participate in battles. Yet, he had never actively chosen a female as a partner, which had become a norm among the other beasts. In reality, there were only 4 spots to compete for, and there was no notion among the beasts of relinquishing Bai Chun's place. Strength was strength. The 4 beasts of distinct styles stood on the round platform, subjected to the scrutiny of the females below, while also evaluating them to decide whom to choose as their companions. Bai Chun, walking alongside Bai Yin, joined the other beasts on the stone platform in a row. Indeed, our warriors of Showang City, Bai Yin exclaimed, clapping them on their sturdy arms in praise. You all are aware of the rules of this bonfire feast, so I shall not elaborate further. After making a ceremonial circle around them, he continued, Now go ahead. With a wave of his hand, he elegantly descended from the platform, heading straight for his mate. As Xu Shengsheng enjoyed the meal prepared by the guard team, she curiously observed the happenings on the round platform. After spending the previous afternoon and the entire day observing, the males on the platform had clearly identified their targets. Thus, once Bai Yin finished speaking, they all descended from the stone platform and headed towards the respective stone tables of the females they had chosen. At that moment of hesitation from Bai Chun, a familiar figure strode confidently towards the direction he intended to go. The burly beast approached her with a clear aim, stopping right in front of her, his brown eyes fixed intently on her as he declared in a deep voice, I choose you. I wish to be your mate. Xu Shengsheng was taken aback, gazing up at the massive beast capable of enveloping her entirely, and shook her head in refusal. I'm sorry, I cannot agree. She was not entirely dismissing the idea, as she still needed 2 mandatory partners. However, the beast's animal form was that of an elephant. Who could understand that? She was no longer the naive girl who had just arrived in the beast world. Having faced trials with the 4 males at home, she understood the pain of mismatched sizes. Had he transformed into any other form, she might have accepted without hesitation. Then I challenge your mate, Zonbwa declared, unwilling to give up so easily. He had observed all the females, and the atmosphere between her and her mate was precisely what he desired. His gaze drifted among her 4 partners, ultimately settling between Ma and Ye, awaiting their response. Shengsheng did not anticipate his swift decision to challenge. She thought he would concede, fearing rejection from the female. Glancing at the 7 stars beneath his collarbone, she compared them to the identical stars on Ma and Ye. Unable to discern who was superior, and a flicker of hesitation crossed her face. Remembering the lion he had bested, she anxiously fidgeted with her fingers, contemplating whether to agree to him after all. Very well. A cold, indifferent voice interrupted her thoughts as Shengsheng looked up to see Ma stepping forward in response to the challenge. Ma? She anxiously grasped his arm, her eyes glistening with worry, imploring him not to get hurt. As she opened her mouth to voice her concerns, a cool hand suddenly cupped her cheek. Don't worry. I will be fine. Ma gently squeezed her arm, his icy gaze filled with reassurance before releasing her hand and stepping onto the stone platform alongside Zonbwa. Watching Ma ascend the round platform, Shengsheng's eyes brimmed with tears, and she angrily swatted away Ye's hand, her tearful gaze fierce. What are you doing? If you don't want to agree, then don't. What do you think your mate is? Ye's expression darkened as he looked at her. But upon seeing the tears in her eyes, he restrained his tone, feeling an unshakable frustration. So concerned for him? Fine, I'll take him down. Seeing the intent in his eyes, Shengsheng's heart ached, and tears blurred her vision as she felt wronged. She kicked him fiercely and shouted, I worry about him. Do I not worry about you? Don't cry, don't cry. Ye's heart softened, and he knelt in front of her, using his cool hands to wipe away her tears. You'll be fine. Besides, if anything happens to him, I will be your first beast husband. How's that sound? He spoke softly, coaxing her, his lips curling into a smile, in stark contrast to Ma's demeanor, infusing a hint of playful humor into his words. How naive of you. Shengsheng pouted, playfully kicking her delicate foot against his chest, unaware of his ambitions to usurp the position. All right, if you smile, then no more tears. Seeing her transition from tears to laughter, Ye sighed in relief, tempering his tone as he patiently explained, if you don't like him, then do not agree, all right? Otherwise, it will seem as if we, your mates, are utterly useless. Shengsheng, do not force yourself. Jinling gently caressed her head, softly advising. With one hand tightly clenched in a fist, he harbored a yearning for advancement, wishing to provide her with the confidence she needed. Indeed, Baizhu nodded in agreement. He was determined to grow stronger, to level up, and to protect his mate. Yes. After a moment of silence, Shengsheng softly responded, turning her gaze towards the black wolf battling the elephant on the stone platform, her only concern being their potential injuries. Baichen stood a short distance from her stone table, following her gaze to the round platform. Zonbwa was indeed strong, yet her mate, the black wolf, could firmly hold his ground against the massive elephant. If he were to fight the black wolf without using his innate abilities, he was confident he could win. But since there were no restrictions against using talents in battle, the outcome remained uncertain. Her eyes reflected evident concern each time the black wolf sustained a wound. Her expression soured. If he were to step forward now, would it provoke her disdain? Nevertheless, Baichen ultimately steadied himself and cautiously approached her stone table, his silver eyes fixed intently on her. What is it? Is there something you need, Baichen? Shengsheng inquired, puzzled by his complex gaze as he stood before her, silent for what felt like an eternity. I wish to become your mate. Before he could finish his sentence, he noticed a sudden flash of blue approaching, causing his expression to shift abruptly. Be careful. Meanwhile, the knights suddenly lifted her and the chair, redirecting their course as a surge of beastly energy erupted from his body. A wild frenzy carried by the azure wind. A stark splash of crimson fell to the ground. The scheme had failed, and Lan Ying swiftly fled. "Keep an eye on her," the knight growled fiercely as he transformed into a black wolf and pursued her relentlessly. This potential threat could not be allowed to linger. Bai Chun's expression darkened ominously, and without uttering another word, he shifted into his beast form and chased after them. "Shengsheng, are you all right?" Baizhu asked, his face pale with fear as he tightly grasped her hand, scanning her for injuries. "Were you frightened?" Seeing that she was unharmed but appeared somewhat bewildered, Jinlin released a sigh of relief and gently comforted her. The commotion on their side was not loud. Most of the beastmen's attention was directed at the fierce battle between the black wolf and the giant elephant on the platform, leaving them largely unnoticed. Only Jiaoyu, who was nearby, turned to inquire, "Little Shengsheng, what happened?" The events had unfolded too swiftly and unexpectedly. In the blink of an eye, Jiaoyu noticed that two males were absent from her side, while the other two companions crouched before her, offering solace. "It's nothing, I'm fine," Xu Shengsheng replied, shaking her head. In truth, she was just as perplexed, having only seen Bai Chun's anxious warning to be cautious. When she turned to look, her view was obscured by the night. Then came the swift black wolf and white tiger, vanishing in an instant, leaving her in the dark about the earlier moment. When a companion encounters danger, the beast bond resonates. Although the sensation faded quickly, Ma still keenly sensed it and glanced in her direction. At that moment, the black wolf unleashed a tremendous surge of beastly energy, overpowering the giant elephant before sprinting to her side without a backward glance. Seeing her unharmed, he transformed back into human form and gently touched her cheek, reassuringly feeling her warmth, which finally eased his tension. "Ma, wasn't he on the platform?" Xu Shengsheng turned to glance back, just as the giant elephant rose and cast a silent look in their direction before departing the arena. He was no match for the black wolf, but would not easily concede. Next time, he would surely defeat him. Following her gaze, Ma observed the retreating figure of the giant elephant, indifferently retracting his stare as he coldly inquired of the other two males what transpired. It was Lan Ying. Baizhu stood up, filled with fury. He was certain of his identification. That blue figure was undoubtedly Lan Ying in his shrunken beast form. He had stealthily approached Shengsheng without any clear intention, had Bai Chun and the knight not discovered him in time. Baizhu dared not speculate what might have transpired next. Who knew if he intended to abduct or harm the little female? The cunning serpent beast had proven to be treacherous. "Lan Ying, what does he intend to do?" A shiver ran down Xu Shengsheng's spine, goosebumps prickling her arms. The mention of this beast man dredged up unpleasant memories, filling her with a sense of nausea. What perverse intention did this deviant harbor towards her? The scene suddenly triggered a nerve in Jiaoyu's mind, and she sprang to her feet, exclaiming, "I remember now. This Lan Ying is a beast man from the Western continent. He had been pursuing Qiling, but at that time, he was merely a 6-star beast man. And Qiling did not find him appealing, playfully toying with him before ultimately rejecting him. After being spurned, Lan Ying vanished. Not long after, when Qiling went out to play, she was poisoned. Though not fatal, she fell into a deep coma, and even the shaman could do nothing. When she left the Western continent, I heard that Qiling's mate went to seek the Ling Lu clan spirit shaman, but I do not know what the outcome was. I overheard her group of friends saying that this incident seemed to be related to Lan Ying. I once thought that a female like Qiling, relying on her beauty while being spoiled and willful, would eventually encounter trouble. Who would have imagined that Lan Ying would come to the Eastern continent, fixate on Shengsheng, and now resort to underhanded tactics? Does he intend for little Shengsheng to suffer the same fate as Qiling? This thought enraged Jiaoyu, her teeth grinding in frustration. Qiling was not worthy, nor were the males who pursued her, yet they nearly implicated her dear Shengsheng. She resolutely placed the blame on Lan Ying, fueled by personal grievances, and declared this Lan Ying harmed a female in the Western continent, leading him to flee to the Eastern continent. He must not be allowed to escape. We must eliminate him to prevent future calamities. And let us go assist. Jiaoyu furiously beckoned her companion. Ying's beast form was that of a black python, embodying the wind attribute. This was the second time Shengsheng had witnessed his beast form, and her capacity to accept it had improved significantly. The black python swiftly surged away with Jiaoyu, while her other companions transformed into their beast forms to follow suit. Ma, without a moment's hesitation, Shengsheng called for Ma to keep pace, realizing that the commotion had undoubtedly drawn the attention of the surrounding beastmen. As Baichen pursued them, Baiyin was already aware, calmly rising to wave his hand, directing, "The guard team will escort the females back to the inner city. There is nothing to worry about. Disperse." Chapter 93. Lan Yin is dead outside the Beast King city. The blue python fled forward, glancing back at the relentless pursuit of the black wolf and white tiger, a vengeful glint flashing in its azure eyes. After being severely injured by the night and temporarily driven away by Bai Chun, Lan Yin harbored countless grievances. He had originally planned to wait for Shengsheng to venture out of the Beast King city and, while her companions were distracted, poison the fruit she would consume. This method was non-lethal, allowing him to teach the female who had rejected him a lesson by rendering her unconscious, without being labeled as harmful to females and thus falling into the category of a villainous beastman. Lan Yin's scheme was well thought out. The female who had previously rejected him received her due punishment. However, he had not anticipated that Shengsheng rarely ventured outside. The last time she intended to, she was delayed by Jiaoyu's labor, and afterward, she was captivated by a little fox, abandoning her desire to play. This left him at a loss, and in his frustration, he contemplated poisoning her outright when they let their guard down. Yet, before he could approach, he was discovered by the white tiger and her black wolf companion. Lan Yin strategically fled towards the riverbank, for as a water attribute serpent beast, he believed that once he entered the water, no amount of pursuit would matter. However, he underestimated the night's ferocity. The black wolf's dark eyes were fixed intently on the blue python ahead, and without regard, he pushed his beastly energy to its limits, leaping forward in a whirlwind. The sound of rushing air filled the atmosphere, and Lan Yin panicked, rolling away, but the sharp claws of the black wolf tore through his scales, leaving a gruesome wound mere inches from his vital point. With the extreme exertion of beastly energy, the black wolf's golden eyes were now tinged with crimson, and he barely evaded the attack, not affording Lan Yin a moment to react. A tempest erupted from him, enveloping the ground-bound Lan Yin in a rush of energy, his wolf form cloaked in a rich, liquid azure. The onslaught was relentless, forcing Lan Yin to retreat step by step. Lan Yin's serpent eyes narrowed with venomous rage. Despite being of the same level, he felt as though he was being mercilessly overpowered by the black wolf. As he faced the ferociously crimson eyes of the black wolf, he felt his resentment deepen. Why did this mad creature have to be accepted by females when he could not? The white tiger stood guard at the riverbank, its fierce gaze locked onto him, preventing any further escape. The azure, serpentine eyes of Lan Yin flickered with resentment and malice, suddenly piercing through the venom sac, emanating an ominous azure aura as it surged towards the black wolf. "I want you dead." The hoarse and unpleasant voice was filled with deep-seated hatred, as if intending to take the enemy down with it. "This is bad. It intends to self-destruct." Baihu sensed the danger and rushed towards them, the silver and green light colliding with the formidable blue glow, dazzling beneath the night sky. Boom! A thunderous explosion erupted, accompanied by a mist of blood, as chunks of flesh splattered into the sky, only to rain back down. This was a firework ignited by life, leaving Shengsheng, who happened to witness the scene, chilled to the bone. Night? Night! The wolf mark on her abdomen, belonging to the night, suddenly burned fiercely. She regained her senses and descended from the wolf's back, taking 2 steps toward the fallen black wolf. As she drew closer, illuminated by the moonlight, her gaze fell upon the multitude of scars adorning his body, tears welling up before she could utter a word. "Night, how are you? Are you all right? Does it hurt?" Her hand timidly hovered over his fur, as light as a feather, afraid to apply pressure lest it exacerbate his wounds. The black wolf rose and transformed back into human form, the myriad of wounds on his body all the more striking, yet he appeared devoid of sensation, arching an eyebrow at her and jesting. "Kiss me, and I shall be fine." "All right." Tears streamed down her cheeks as Su Shengsheng casually wiped them away. Seeing him still in good spirits, she thought of his remarkable healing abilities and found solace in the notion that he must be unscathed. "Perhaps it is best not to kiss just yet. You are dirty. Allow me to wash you first." Observing her approach, Knight's lips curled into a light laugh as he stepped back 2 paces and transformed into the Black Wolf. Darting towards the river water, stained red with his blood, subtly mingled with dark azure substances, concealed beneath the dim moonlight. The wolf cast a glance and then effortlessly withdrew his gaze, washing himself clean before emerging onto the shore. Su Shengsheng remained rooted in place, reassured by his actions that he seemed unharmed, allowing her tension to dissipate as she turned her attention to Bai Hu. "Bai Chun, how are you?" The air was thick with the scent of blood, and Bai Hu was also splattered with large splotches of crimson, although the moonlight illuminated their surroundings. The night still obscured her vision, and she hesitated to approach for a closer inspection, merely expressing her concern. "I am fine." Bai Hu shook his head, his voice unchanged. "That is good to hear." Su Shengsheng nodded, observing the Black Wolf ambling back from the river, water glistening upon him. She scrutinized him closely, relieved to see that he truly did not appear gravely injured, and sighed in relief, declaring, "Let us return." Climbing back onto the Black Wolf's back, they began their journey home. It was then that Jiao Yu, who had been patiently waiting without interruption, sighed regretfully. "I was unable to assist. Such a pity. It is too late. We must hurry back." Su Shengsheng cast a somewhat exasperated glance at her, urging, "I do not understand what is so regrettable. Do you wish to kick the corpse? Enough, let us go." Jiao Yu waved her hand, leading the group of companions back to the Beast King city. She had indeed considered venting her frustration by kicking Lan Yin's corpse, but alas, in such a situation, it would be quite distasteful to trample upon the remnants of flesh. Having never encountered such a bloody scene, once her taut nerves relaxed, the horrific image replayed incessantly in her mind, leaving her feeling mentally drained and nauseated, barely managing to remain seated on the wolf's back. Thus, she failed to notice Knight's slower pace and the white tiger falling further behind. The desperate counterattack of the 7-star beastmen was not so easily thwarted, and how could they emerge unscathed? Ultimately, she could not endure until they reached the stone house. Upon arriving at its entrance, she succumbed to her mental fatigue and collapsed onto the Black Wolf's back, falling into a deep slumber. Shengsheng, seeing her fall, Bai Zhu's face turned pale with fear, terrified that she had suffered an unforeseen mishap they had failed to detect. "Do not make a noise." Mo shot him a glance, softly warning, "It is all right. She is merely asleep. Do not awaken her." Jin Ling explained from the side. Her breathing remained steady, and the messages conveyed by the beast imprint indicated that she had simply succumbed to exhaustion, posing no cause for alarm. "Carry her upstairs." Chapter 94, Night. "Do not die, I will boil water." Observing Bai Zhu carrying his partner upstairs, Jin Ling walked into the kitchen. The little female is particular about cleanliness. Boiling some water to wash her will allow her to sleep more comfortably. "You?" Mo turned his gaze toward the Black Wolf, who had casually found a spot to lie down, closing his eyes. A flicker of emotion crossed his cool gaze. "You will not die. Do not inform her." Knight replied lazily, shutting his eyes and nestling in place, allowing his body to gradually recover. Even if he were to perish, he would ensure the demise of that venomous creature lurking in the shadows, intent on harming her. Such unstable factors must be eradicated swiftly to prevent future repercussions. He had not anticipated that she would be so concerned for him. She truly cared for him, not due to Mo, nor because of his coercion, but simply because she did. "How delightful." Mo responded coolly, at a loss for words. He understood that he would have acted similarly, risking his own injuries to eliminate any threat to her. Yet he knew her worries, so he would be more cautious, striving to avoid harm. In the dead of night, the small figure lying in bed suddenly trembled with fear. Su Shengsheng found herself in a dream where blood continuously crawled toward her. Something fell from the sky and struck her on the head, fresh chunks of flesh. The pieces landed in a pool of blood on the ground. morphing into a monstrous entity that lunged toward her. She turned and ran desperately, only to see a familiar black wolf appear before her, and she hurried towards him, only to witness the black wolf explode in a bloody mess before her eyes. Night, Shengsheng, be good, do not be afraid. Sensing her distress, Baizhu, who had been lightly dozing while holding her, immediately woke up and gently patted her frail back to comfort her. Night, do not die. Night, I fear for Night. Her eyes remained tightly shut, tears streaming down her cheeks, and her lips incessantly mumbled, yet she showed no signs of awakening, clearly trapped in a nightmarish state. Shengsheng, do not worry. Night is fine. You are worried about him, are you not? How about I summon him to keep you company? Baizhu anxiously called out to her several times, but she did not awaken, and her tears continued to flow, seemingly endless. Frustrated, he set her down and hurriedly sought out Night. Night was not in the room, and just as Baizhu was about to descend to search for him, he saw Night ascending the stone steps. I heard you. Go to sleep. I will keep her company. In such moments, Baizhu had no desire to argue, but he knew that if Night returned to the room, he would find no rest. Thus, he followed Night back into the room, watching Baizhu enter behind him. Night paid little mind, hastening to his partner, who was repeatedly crying out his name, laying down beside her and holding her tightly. Do not cry. I am fine. Perhaps hearing his voice, or perhaps due to his tight embrace constraining her breath, Su Shengsheng drowsily opened her eyes. Night, it is me. Upon receiving his response, startled by the dream's horror, she nestled closer into his embrace, her delicate arms wrapping around his neck as she wept. I dreamt that you died. Fear not. I shall not die. Even if I were to die, I would still cling to you. His voice bore the familiar teasing tone, which reassured Su Shengsheng considerably. Seeing her with red-rimmed eyes, both delicate and obedient, nestled in his arms, Night felt a long-suspended tension within him finally ease. He experienced a profound sense of fulfillment and contentment that he had never known before. He lifted her slightly, their gazes locking, and Night suddenly chuckled softly. Come, kiss me. Just a kiss, and you shall not dwell on it any longer. Su Shengsheng did not object. She wrapped her arm around his neck, her small hand threading through his hair as she pulled him closer, offering her lips to him. Observing the two figures in the room, Baizhu felt a surge of resentment and ground his teeth, retreating from the room to spare himself the distress. Neither of the two on the bed noticed him. Rather, it should be said that Su Shengsheng was oblivious, while Yi was aware but chose to disregard it. Was the little female in his embrace not enticing enough for him to pay attention to a jealous male? Recognizing his own impulsiveness, Yi barely restrained his actions before his reason slipped away. No, she is with child. I must not harm her, Yi murmured to himself, pushing gently against her shoulder, yet afraid to exert too much force, caught in a dance of desire and refusal. He felt quite frustrated. Despite a multitude of thoughts swirling within, he had to suppress his urges and refrain from acting on them. Yet I feel so uncomfortable. Su Shengsheng sighed softly as she gazed at him. He leaned down to silence her with a kiss, preventing her from uttering anything that might unravel his self-control. The bonfire feast was held just before the onset of the rainy season. The following day, the temperature began to drop, and one could distinctly sense the humidity in the air. After the heat season's water storage, several males in the household busied themselves gathering dry firewood. The rains of the rainy season would be incessant, continuing until the cold season arrived, at which point the firewood would be thoroughly soaked and unusable. Thus, they had to store enough dry wood for 2 seasons before the rains began. Yi stayed to accompany her, while the remaining 3 males worked tirelessly for 2 days, neatly stacking firewood in the vacant spaces of the stone house before they could finally rest. After an entire heat season, the charred and dead trees in the forest became the primary target for the beastmen. This thorough cleaning left the woods considerably barren, but by the time the next warm season arrived, the forest would once again flourish. Chapter 95. He came from the rain with a flower umbrella. The rain, accumulated over an entire heat season, finally fell on this day. The overcast weather brought with it a refreshing chill, with fine rain descending like mist, shrouding the world in a hazy veil. As the downpour intensified, The gentle patter of rain washed over the ground and swept through the forest, as if heralding the arrival of a new world. With the rainy season's arrival, the weather would grow colder with each passing day. Concerned about the chill of the ground, several males in the household busied themselves laying animal skins on the stone house floor, while Su Shengsheng sat at the entrance, watching the rain outside. The stone house was elevated by a meter, and the eaves above protected them from the rain, ensuring that the downpour would not intrude. Ye aprurochit, transforming into a black wolf as he lay down behind her, his massive form enveloping the small figure seated on the animal skins, his wolf head lazily resting against her leg. Yi, are you truly all right? Su Shangsheng raised her hand to stroke his wolf head, her voice tinged with uncontainable concern. As long as you sleep next to me tonight, I'll be fine. All right. Hearing the weariness he tried to mask in his nonchalant words, she instinctively replied, gently leaning against him, her long lashes casting shadows over her eyes, concealing her worries. She had initially believed he was fine, but his frequent transformations into beast form over the past few days made her doubt that. He did not want her to worry, so she pretended to be oblivious. Glancing again at the rain outside, she noted the darkening sky, which had lost the beauty of moments before. Just as she contemplated returning inside, a familiar figure suddenly emerged in her line of sight. He was clad in simple, coarse linen garments, holding a flower-covered umbrella above his head to shield himself from the rain, approaching her with an air of calmness. It was not until he stood before her, revealing a handsome face and green hair bound with slender vines, that an inexplicable sense of familiarity washed over her. Although he appeared before her in human form, her mind conjured an image of a deer with antlers made of vines, and she was certain this was his beast form, as though she had seen it before. You? Su Shengsheng stood frozen, her gaze meeting his light green eyes, and suddenly, the floodgates of memory opened. She recalled the dream where he had said, "Wait for me to find you," leading her to the realization that the youth from her dream was indeed real. At last, I have found you, my partner. The flowers in his hand dissipated as he smiled at her, greeting her with a familiarity that belied their first encounter. I am a spirit shaman of the Linglu tribe. You may call me Aluo. Su Shengsheng's tumultuous thoughts cleared momentarily upon hearing the term spirit shaman, her eyes brightening. Spirit shaman? Yea. Who had transformed back into human form with a displeased expression, interjected as he stood behind her. Can you help me take a look at him? Naturally. He was not pleased with this wild male who referred to his partner as such. Yet, the two of them continued their exchange, completely ignoring his presence. Of course, Aluo replied with a smile, extending his fingertip to lightly touch Ye's chest. His fingers, elegantly shaped and clearly defined, resembled meticulously carved jade. A green aura swirled around his fingertip, gradually merging with Ye's body before surfacing again at his behest. The once delightful green light emerged tainted with ominous black impurities, ultimately dissipating at his fingertip. All done, Aluo announced in a voice as clear and pure as a mountain spring. Upon hearing his words, the worry that had lingered in Su Shengsheng's brow dissipated, her watery eyes regaining their former luster as she glanced at him with gratitude, then turned to Yi, asking Yi, "How do you feel?" "I'm fine now," feeling utterly embarrassed for being rescued by a wild male who had yet to enter the door. He could only suppress his displeasure in silence. He could not resolve the snake venom within himself. It could only be alleviated through gradual digestion and absorption. Though it was not fatal, it would hinder his future advancement, and he had indeed been saved. "May I enter?" Aluo's smile deepened, his light green eyes sparkling with mirth as he spoke, his words carrying a double meaning. Su Shengsheng instinctively stepped back to make room for him, inadvertently exposing the stone house behind her. The other males, who had been observing closely, understood her attitude upon seeing her reaction, though they felt a pang of bitterness. Uncertain of her partner's thoughts, she only realized what she had done after stepping aside. This was not merely welcoming a guest into her home, but rather inviting a newcomer into her personal space. She bore no aversion to him, but was it truly appropriate for him to take such liberties? Was it too late for her to return to her previous position? Clearly, it was too late, perhaps sensing her thoughts. Aluo stepped into the stone house just before she could speak. He smiled and extended his hand towards her, this time not waiting for her to take the initiative, but rather grasping her hand and leading her inside. As she looked at their intertwined hands, a sense of familiarity washed over her. Su Shengsheng furrowed her brow, questioning if she had forgotten something. What could it be? While she pondered, Aluo had already brought her before her other three partners, greeting them with a smile. Hello, I am Aluo, and like you, I am her partner. Su Shengsheng was taken aback by his words, lifting her gaze to meet him as her mind felt like a ticking time bomb, exploding into confusion as she struggled to react. Good, she thought, overwhelmed by this novel self-introduction. Did he not fear being cast out by her partners? The room was upstairs, piled high with firewood, awaiting her attention. With a cool, calm glance at their joined hands, Emo spoke after a brief silence. This is your responsibility, before turning back to finish laying down the unfinished animal skin carpet. The Linglu tribe was known for their divination abilities, and there were rumors among the beastmen that they could communicate with the beast gods and foresee the future. As the foremost among the Linglu tribe's spirit shamans, Aluo's presence meant that everything was indeed real. Accepting him brought no detriment. Most importantly, she had not opposed it. Emo understood these matters, and the other three males, also belonging to the orc kin, were equally aware. Given his assertion, they found it difficult to object, especially since she had consented. Following Mo's gaze, they noticed the hands still intertwined, and Su Shengsheng instinctively attempted to break free. However, she was taken aback when the hand that had felt so unconfined was suddenly grasped firmly. Wu Luo, she called out, subtly motioning with her hand for him to release her. You are missing a partner. Wu Luo suddenly spoke, prompting Su Shengsheng to pause, looking at him in confusion. What? Missing who? Him? It's nothing. Wu Luo shook his head, indicating that he could not interfere. He then directed his gaze towards her abdomen, inquiring, is it well? Chapter 96. Contracting with Wu Luo, let us form a contract first, so I may sense its condition, Wu Luo stated, pointing his fingertip directly at her heart. A drop of blood, propelled by his fingertip, emerged from her heart and mingled with the blood that Wu Luo had released from his own heart. They fused together, enveloped in a dense liquid green beast energy, before separating and intertwining back into their respective bodies. This method of contracting seemed distinct. Why did it require her blood? Su Shengsheng then felt as that drop of green liquid entered her heart. Her heart appeared to be shrouded in a layer of energy, tightly sealed away. This energy did not travel to her abdomen, but flowed through her body with the rhythm of her heartbeat, as if a flower receiving nourishing rain, unfurling its petals. Before she could fully grasp this sensation, Wu Luo's words left her astonished. Its development is stunted. Do your partners not notice? The four males, who had been attentively observing, turned dark at this remark. It struck at their masculine pride, inciting them to cease their tasks and approach with solemn expressions. Do you know her condition? However, their primary concern remained the well-being of their partner, as Mo's cold gaze turned towards him in inquiry. Do you not sense it? Wu Luo similarly regarded them, his expression one of puzzlement, as if they ought to be aware. Upon hearing this, Mo's expression faltered, as he suddenly recalled the peculiar occurrences with the beast marks recently. Thus, their beast marks had been activated because the offspring within her sought energy from them. He vaguely remembered tales of exceptionally gifted younglings drawing energy from their parents while still in the womb. Such occurrences were rare, and they presumed themselves to be ordinary orcs, not extraordinary beings, hence had not considered this possibility. Moreover, as first-time fathers, their understanding was limited, particularly given her unique circumstances, which made them overly cautious. Reflecting on the restraint they had shown during this time, they felt a sense of frustration, realizing that instead of protection, they had inadvertently caused complications. Noticing their silence, Wu Luo grasped the crux of the misunderstanding. He had not anticipated such a miscommunication. In the beast world, pregnancy and mating were two distinct matters that did not interfere with one another. Orc offspring were robust. They would not be adversely affected by their parents' mating. In fact, gifted younglings would thrive by absorbing energy from their fathers. The mating between male and female orcs was not merely a release of desire, the female, being physically weaker, could not absorb energy as naturally as the male could. The exception being the green crystal, which is the only energy that could be directly absorbed by the female. After the contract, the male could transmit energy to the female through mating, thereby strengthening her body and prolonging her life. This is one of the reasons females favor higher-ranking males. Gifted younglings would bolster their lineage through means such as consuming their siblings, the mother ingesting energy-rich food, and energy transmitted from the father. However, generally, the energy contained in the food consumed by the mother sufficed for their needs. Inside the stone house, silence enveloped them. Su Shengsheng felt utterly bewildered, glancing around, seeking an explanation. Is something wrong? Does the little one in my belly have a problem? Though she was uncertain about the cryptic remarks from the males, Wu Luo's comment regarding developmental delays resonated with her, stirring a sense of worry. Will I be forming a bond with him tonight? Mo bypassed her question, suddenly asking, which left Su Shengsheng feeling embarrassed. To engage in intimacy upon their first meeting? The spirit deer clan's bonding is somewhat unique, Wu Luo interjected, his light green eyes fixed upon her, the implication clear. Indeed, it was unique, Su Shengsheng sensed. Yet she could not articulate whether it was as he described. All she could do was nod in agreement, suppressing her conflicting emotions. After all, they had already formed a contract. Becoming partners was only a matter of time. I'll go tidy my room. Seeing her acquiescence, Wu Luo smiled slightly, turning gracefully to ascend the stone steps to the second floor, allowing her ample time to digest and accept the situation. Glancing at the figure vanishing upstairs, he could no longer contain his dissatisfaction and smirked derisively. Relying on their ignorance of the spirit deer clan, he believed he could dictate the narrative. Shengsheng Baiju's brow furrowed, grasping her hand, his expression clearly conveying his displeasure. What was it about this deer that made him feel so irked? He had only just arrived, yet he had already captured the attention of the little female. Have you met him? Jean Ling's gentle gaze lingered on her, waiting for her to clarify her confusion. Does dreaming count? Su Shengsheng was at a loss for how to explain. To say it was a dream seemed inaccurate, yet to claim it wasn't also felt wrong. What did he do to you? At this, Mo's cold eyes took on a serious hue. The spirit deer clan was inherently mysterious, and who knew what special abilities they might possess? Su Shengsheng gazed at him, puzzled. What could he do? Does he come looking for me? Is that considered something he did to me? Unaware of the other male suspicions, dissatisfaction, and conjectures regarding him, Wu Luo ascended to the second floor, taking a right turn into a room stacked with firewood. With a wave of his hand, the firewood vanished instantly, and vines spread from beneath his feet, transforming into a table, chairs, and a bed, until the entire room was enveloped in greenery. Finally, he stepped out, the vines intertwining to form a barrier, concealing everything within the room. Whether it was Su Shengsheng's imagination or not, the presence of another male had subtly altered the atmosphere. The rain continued to fall outside, a soft patter that was somewhat distracting. With a heart full of trepidation, she hesitantly finished her dinner, avoiding the gazes that seemed to bore into her. Such situations were unavoidable. She was not a female of the beast world and felt the pressure of their awareness. Consequently, the four males restrained their gazes, silently rising to clean the table and leave, granting space for them. You need a bath, correct? Wu Luo maintained his usual demeanor, a slight smile gracing his lips, his eyes twinkling as if this was the most ordinary matter, as if the only one feeling awkward was her. Yes. Su Shengsheng's heart raced chaotically, her hands unconsciously fidgeting in her lap, her long lashes fluttering nervously. Amidst feelings of shame and embarrassment, she wondered how many more instances of this she would have to endure. Suddenly, her body was lifted, Wu Luo cradling her as he ascended the stone steps. A playful smile in his eyes, his clear voice resonating with warmth. Don't be nervous. How about I show you something? What? Chapter 97. The flower blooms. The burlap garment slipped away, revealing his exquisitely beautiful chest. Caught off guard by the porcelain-like skin, Su Shengsheng felt her cheeks flush. However, most males in the beast world were often bare-chested, and having seen it numerous times, she had grown immune to such shyness. Her gaze fell upon his collarbone, momentarily pausing. Beneath Wu Luo's collarbone, there were neither stars nor stripes. A verdant vine, slender and delicate, unfurls its leaves, adorned with 7 unblossomed buds. This sight is indeed astonishing. A voice laced with mirth, belonging to Wu Luo, inquires, "Would you like to witness its bloom? Can it truly blossom?" Having learned the significance of stars and stripes in indicating levels, he surmises that these 7 buds might similarly denote rank. The notion that they can indeed flower feels almost surreal. Wu nods earnestly, approaching her bedside and kneeling before her, gently placing her hand upon the bud resting just below his collarbone, his gaze filled with an indescribable affection. "It will bloom for you. Please do not resist me." The blooming of the flower signifies his surrender of life to her. Should she perish, he would dissipate. If she forsakes him, his existence would meet its end. Tentatively, he draws closer, ultimately pressing his lips against the long-desired ones. If not for the beast god succumbing to slumber, requiring time to awaken and lift the barrier, he would have arrived much sooner. Their figures intertwine upon the bed, garments slipping away, yet the scene remains veiled as the emerald vine swiftly drapes over them. As twilight descends, the moonlight absent from the rainy night, darkness envelopes the room, muffling even the sound of raindrops against the eaves. Su Shengsheng feels as though her very blood has been ignited by him. In her half-lidded vision, a faint light suddenly glimmers, and she witnesses the bud beneath Wu Luo's collarbone gradually unfurling, radiating a luminous white glow. "Is it beautiful, my partner?" His eyes reflect a satisfied smile as he tenderly wipes away the tears that well in her eyes, leaning down to kiss her lips as if it were an addiction. She is merely his partner, nothing more. The rise and fall of races, the extinction of the beast realm, hold no significance for him. He is not a deity. His concern arises solely because of her being with child. From a very first glance, his heart has belonged only to her. A flicker of color dances within Wu Luo's pale green eyes, a gentle green light enveloping her. In an instant, Su Shengsheng feels her body return to its previous state. As dawn breaks, the weary Su Shengsheng finally succumbs to slumber. Indeed, it is only mental fatigue. Thanks to Wu Luo's healing, she remains fully conscious throughout, feeling not a trace of discomfort, but rather an unprecedented vitality. Who would go to such lengths for her? As he places a kiss upon her sleeping visage, Wu Luo rises and departs the room. In the kitchen, water is boiling, and no other males can be seen in the stone house. He returns to the room with warm water, gently cleansing her. Disposing of the water, he lies beside her, their fingers intertwined, quietly closing his eyes. Su Shengsheng sleeps soundly until the afternoon, awakening refreshed, as if she had consumed 2 green crystals. The room is empty save for herself, a faint aroma of food wafting through the air. As she prepares to rise and dress, her gaze lands upon her flat stomach, and she suddenly halts. What is this? Why is there nothing? She observes her abdomen still marked with 4 beast seals, the other 2 red marks absent. Could they simply not have manifested yet? As Su Shengsheng ponders, her attention is drawn to the vivid green mark appearing upon her wrist. A vine encircles her wrist, identical to the one beneath Wu Luo's collarbone, adorned with delicate white flowers, resembling an exquisite bracelet. Upon closer inspection, she realizes that it is not only her wrists that bear such adornments. Her ankles do as well. Moreover, at her heart, a pair of petite, charming antlers has sprouted, reminiscent of the antlers she envisioned when picturing Wu Luo's beast form. Curiously, she reaches out to touch them, causing Wu, who is downstairs cooking with Jin Ling, to pause momentarily as the flower upon his collarbone subtly flickers with white light, responding to his partner's call. Setting down his task, he smiles and greets Jin Ling, saying, "She has awakened. I shall go check on her." "Very well," Jin Ling replies thoughtfully, suppressing her curiosity. As Su Shengsheng lowers her hand from her heart, Wu appears at the door, entering with a smile directed at her. "Are you hungry? Shall we go eat?" "This," Su Shengsheng muses, touching the vine on her wrist, looking at him with curiosity. "Why is it like this? Are you not my partner? Why are there no beast seals? What does this mean?" Wu Luo sits beside her on the bed, taking her hand and revealing her palm, where a faint green glow emanates. You are my partner. What is mine is yours. As he speaks, he pricks his finger, delving into the green light, the small wound healing swiftly. What? Astonishment washes over Su Shengsheng's face, her dark, lustrous eyes sparkling as they rest upon him. She had not anticipated such a delightful surprise. Does this mean she need no longer worry about illness or injury? She feels empowered. Then, do you count as my partner? Su Shengsheng inquires, pointing at the vacant spots of the two beast seals on her abdomen. Gazing at him with curiosity, I am your partner, Wuluo replies, gazing intently into her eyes, his expression earnest as he corrects her. After emphasizing this, he caresses the vine upon her wrist, smiling as he reassures her, you need not concern yourself with such matters. The rules of the beast realm do not bind you, and the beast god will not truly hold these against you. Furthermore, in my divination, your partners extend beyond just us. Now, shall we go eat? He suggests, believing that allowing events to unfold naturally is best, as long as he remains by her side. Everything else is secondary. Anzai, Su sense not, deciphering his implication that she need not concern herself with a number of partners. She feels he harbors many secrets, truly befitting the enigmatic Linglu tribe spoken of among the beastmen. Regarding Wuluo's beast seal, only one detail is revealed. The Linglu tribe is an ancient race of beastmen. Chapter 98. Baiyin arrives. The early rains of the season are intermittent rather than continuous. Sitting with Wuluo at the long table on the first floor, a bowl of fragrant mushroom soup awaits. Give it a try, Wuluo suggests, sitting beside her and placing the soup before her, his eyes glimmering with anticipation. Did you make this? Su Shengsheng inquires, her eyes lighting up as she takes a sip with the spoon, nodding in generous praise. It's delicious. Then drink more. How about we go mushroom picking when the rain stops tomorrow? Wuluo leans forward, propping his chin on his hand, gazing at her with a smile and a hint of light in his eyes, extending an invitation. Sure, Su Shengsheng agrees with enthusiasm. It is not the hot season, so a chance to go out and unwind is certainly welcome. However, glancing at the dreary, damp weather outside, she uncertainly asks, will it stop raining tomorrow? It will. Wuluo assures her, his smile deepening at her agreement, eager for more opportunities to spend time with her. I want to go too. Baizhu chimes in, concerned that she might be whisked away by Wuluo, leaving the other males in silence. Shengsheng, I want to go too. Please take me along. Baizhu implores, determined to stay by her side. This deer is quite the scheming creature. He cannot allow her to be taken under his very nose. Faced with the eager gazes of three others wanting to accompany her, Su Shengsheng beams, naturally replying, of course we should all go. She has no intention of leaving them behind for a private rendezvous with Wuluo. They are all her partners, and she cannot favor one over the others. Beyond preventing familial discord, she feels safer with more company, not wanting to encounter any more dangers like Lanyin, Hongyin, or malevolent beastmen. She plans to ask Jiaoyu if she would like to join tomorrow. After she uttered her words, Su Shengsheng distinctly sensed a lightening of the atmosphere at the dining table, dispelling the previous subtle tension. Glancing at her companions, each wore expressions laden with unspoken emotions, their gazes filled with sentiment as they fell upon her. She responded with a gentle smile, her features soft and obedient. Suddenly, a loud thud from outside the stone house shattered the harmonious ambience within. Facing the entrance, Su Shengsheng's curiosity piqued, and she directed her gaze toward the source of the commotion. There, outside the stone house, a white tiger was seen carrying another white tiger on its back, only to heartlessly drop it onto the ground. Witnessing this scene, the expressions of the males in the room shifted, eager to uncover the mystery. Su Shengsheng rose and approached the doorway, surveying the motionless white tiger before shifting her attention to the now humanoid Baiyin. Baiyin? She inquired, pointing to the inert white tiger on the ground. Is this Bai Chun? What has happened to him? Relieved by her apparent concern for Bai Chun, Baiyin felt more assured of his purpose in bringing the unconscious figure here. He glanced at the motionless white tiger and, meeting her gaze, calmly explained, I do not know what transpired between you, but he returned gravely injured that day and now lies in a deep coma. He harbors feelings for you. I thought he would prefer to remain near you in his final moments. If you choose not to tend to him, have your companions dispose of him elsewhere." With that, Bain kicked the unconscious white tiger with a touch of exasperation. Once a domineering beast who even dared to confront him in their youth, he now lay in this pathetic state due to his unawakened talents. It was not as if he lacked strength. If he liked a female, he should simply express it rather than dither. Bain, unable to tolerate his brother's weakness, turned to leave. Yet after taking a few steps, he returned, seemingly reconsidering his actions. It would be wise to discard him far away. Otherwise, he alone could suffice for 2 or 3 ferocious beasts to evolve into beast kings. With that, Bain departed without casting another glance at the white tiger, leaving Shengsheng to navigate the situation alone. As the rain began to fall again from the heavens, Bain hurried away, his figure quickly disappearing from view. Shengsheng stared at the white tiger discarded at her doorstep, grappling with her emotions. The males who had accompanied her outside to assess the situation regarded the fallen creature with varying expressions, yet remained silent, awaiting her response. "I will take him out," declared Bai Zhu, the most impatient among them, striding aggressively toward the white tiger to lift him. To leave a solitary male at a female's doorstep. What scheme is Bain concocting? This is absurd, he fumed. First one arrives, and now another? Is this never-ending? Return him to his own stone house, chimed in Yunnan, who had a rare moment of conscience. He is merely injured, not poisoned. With his strength, he will recover in 2 days. His current state has nothing to do with us. Then you take him, Bai Zhu retorted instinctively, unwilling to follow Ye's orders. Leave him here, Yi replied, raising an eyebrow and watching him with unhurried calmness. Bai Zhu fell silent, vexed by the situation. As the downpour intensified, large raindrops splattered down, quickly soaking the white tiger's fur. Bai Zhu, bring him inside. Shengsheng's heart softened. She understood that admitting him meant entanglement. Yet she could not bear to let him remain outside in the rain. Bai Zhu, he grumbled, his expression revealing his reluctance. Had he known he should not have argued with Yi, he would have simply carried the tiger away. Shengsheng smiled at him with a resigned warmth, urging, hurry inside. We wouldn't want him to get drenched. All right, Bai Zhu acquiesced, begrudgingly carrying Bai Chun inside their stone house. Filled with frustration as he unceremoniously dropped the white tiger onto the floor, Shengsheng's heart skipped a beat. She worried that the once unscathed beast might be further